In the summer of 2003, in Ohio, USA, the NBA draft had just concluded 3 days prior, and the Cleveland Cavaliers had successfully secured their coveted prodigy, LeBron James, with the first overall pick. With Michael Jordan recently retired, the league was in dire need of a new figurehead, and thus James naturally became the beacon of hope for the NBA. This development rekindled a fervent passion for basketball among the city's residents, young and old alike. As evening descended, a lively half-court game commenced at a nearby basketball court adjacent to the Cavaliers' home at Gund Arena. Underneath one of the hoops, a young man named Lu Ming was practicing one-handed free throws with his eyes closed. He had traversed from 20 years into the future just half a month earlier. A lifelong basketball enthusiast, he was exhilarated to awaken a numerical modification system, transforming him into an esteemed player. The system's inaugural task was to secure a spot on an NBA team's roster. After relentless phone calls, a Cavaliers scout named Smith agreed to grant him a chance, albeit at this obscure outdoor court. Swish, 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 the sound of the ball sinking through the net filled Lu Ming with immense satisfaction. Although his current skill rating stood at a modest 75, he possessed the raw talent characteristic of an NBA player. At the system's activation, he had been endowed with 2 randomly maxed attributes: three-point shooting and strength, while his other skills hovered around the average level of NBA players. This instilled in him a solid confidence for the upcoming trial. Just as he reveled in his newfound capabilities, a sudden swoosh was followed by a thud. A basketball struck his back with considerable force. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, this is our court. Get lost." Lu Ming frowned and turned to see 4 or 5 shirtless African-American youths with eccentric hairstyles glaring at him provocatively. "What are you staring at?" Scram, the leader, sporting dreadlocks, approached with a raised eyebrow. "I was here first." Given that it was a crucial day for his Cavaliers tryout, Lu Ming preferred to avoid conflict and simply replied coolly before resuming his free throw practice. The dreadlocked youth scoffed dismissively and dashed forward, claiming the rebounding ball. "It'll count to 3, and you better get off my court." 3-2. Lu Ming glanced at the eager onlookers behind him, and then at the crowded court, knowing that departing would likely jeopardize his trial. Although he was confident that his system-enhanced physical prowess could handle these challengers, being in a foreign land with significant stakes made discretion the wisest course. "Let's settle this like men since we're all here to play. How about an onion? 11 baskets, and the loser leaves. What do you say?" The group paused, momentarily bewildered, before erupting in laughter, as though they had heard an outrageous joke. "Did you hear what this yellow-skinned monkey just said? Onion. Hey, fool, do you know who stands before you? Ohio's best street ball player? Yellow-skinned monkeys have no place in basketball. Let me think, what's the highest rank Asian teams have achieved in the World Cup? Oh right, the qualifiers." Lu Ming maintained his composure. He had indeed heard of the infamous player known as Bone, who, despite being just over 6 feet tall, was reputed for his deft ball handling and astonishing speed. His sprint across 3/4 of the court clocked at a staggering 3:15 seconds. He once had NBA prospects, but had faded from scouts' radars due to injuries. With a disdainful shake of his head, the dreadlocked youth's contempt was evident. "You can challenge me, but when you leave, you'll do so like this basketball." He pushed the ball towards Lu Ming's feet. "Deal." Lu Ming, uninterested in further banter, noted he had half an hour until his appointment with Smith, just enough time to engage in this challenge. In this informal court, there were no rigid rules. Even significant physical contact was permissible as long as someone could score. Bone initiated the offense, and as the scorer retained possession, it was clear he intended to swiftly send this yellow-skinned challenger packing. Bone's companions cheered, summoning nearby players to witness the spectacle. Many had faced Bone before and were well aware of his prowess, but upon learning that his opponent was an unassuming Asian, laughter erupted among the crowd. "Who is he? Is he here to be humiliated? Bone, break his legs." Lu Ming remained unfazed as he lightly tossed the basketball into Bone's hands. Bone smirked, taking a tentative step forward. Noticing Lu Ming's lack of reaction, he felt a twinge of disappointment. "Foolish boy." Boom, with a powerful dribble, he retreated, elevating the ball in an impeccably standard shooting form, sending it cleanly through the net. Lu Ming seemed unresponsive, standing still as if in a trance, not even raising an arm. "Ha ha ha. Is this all you can do?" The crowd erupted in mockery. "I told you, yellow-skinned people don't belong on the court. Look at him. Poor kid, has he lost his mind? Does he even know where he is? Bone pretended to aim a gun at Lu Ming's forehead with his hand. 11-0, that's my promise to you. Lu Ming's expression remained unperturbed as he retrieved the ball and tossed it back to Bone. Continue. Bone, now free of any apprehension, began to showcase his full repertoire of flashy moves, effortlessly executing street ball maneuvers. Thruff the legs, behind the back. Even when presented with open shots, he opted to toy with Lu Ming before elegantly netting the basketball. The crowd roared in delight, cheering for Bone as he played with his opponent, their excitement palpable. Kill him! Some in the audience mimicked a throat-cutting gesture, viewing the towering Asian as nothing more than Bone's playthingumsy, slow, and imbued with a misplaced confidence. Swish, the basketball glided through the hoop once more, this time executed with a 360 spin, sending the crowd into a frenzy of admiration and laughter. Breathing heavily, Bone had unleashed every trick in his arsenal. Yet Lu Ming's unwavering demeanor continued to irritate him. 10-0, how would you like me to finish you off? Lu Ming smiled slightly at a tomahawk dunk, if you please. Bone's expression darkened, as his jumping ability was his greatest weakness. Yet he felt insulted by this yellow-skinned monkey who had been utterly dominated. Scoundrel, I shall leap over you and watch with amusement as you scurry away with a basketball. With that, Bone surged forward with unbridled vigor, making a swift advance towards the free throw line, effortlessly gliding past the yellow-skinned monkey. It is over. Bone elevated himself high, his posture in midair exuding grace. He scarcely needed to aim at the hoop. He was utterly confident that the moment the ball left his fingertips, it was destined to find its mark with absolute certainty. As the basketball departed from his fingers, it soared through the air. At that instant, a gasp erupted from the crowd behind him. Wow! A subtle smirk crept across Bone's lips, convinced that they were cheering for him. However, the next moment, a shadow loomed ominously above him, as a colossal hand descended like a bear's paw, forcefully snatching the basketball from the air. The spectators in a makeshift court fell into stunned silence, their disbelief palpable as they beheld Lu Ming gently landing with the basketball cradled in his arms. Oh my God! A block, and from behind. He was clearly beaten. How could he recover so swiftly? This is utterly implausible. It must be mere coincidence. While a block during a layup may be somewhat commonplace, executing such a feat in mid-shot, while seemingly out of position and with a late interception from above, was an affront to Bone, a blatant humiliation. Bone, do you know what the most agonizing experience in life is? Bone, still reeling from the shock of the moment, instinctively inquired. What is it? It is the victory that is tantalizingly out of reach. Lu Ming exhaled softly, tossing the basketball into the hands of his opponent. Now, it is my turn to attack. Chapter 2. Your trial has concluded. Who do you think you are? Bone. Having just been humiliated as Lu Ming effortlessly grabbed the ball from behind him in front of a multitude, wore a grim expression and hurled the ball in frustration. I have 11 chances to end this game, while you have but one. That is sufficient. Lu Ming flashed a slight smile at Bone, who had assumed a defensive stance. The pride of the black community lies in their physical prowess, and Bone, as a standout among amateur players, could tear through any defense with his speed. I've heard you're quite accurate. It's good that you know, so don't attempt to showcase your insignificant skills before me. As Bone immersed himself in his lecture, Lu Ming leaped high into the air without adjusting his form, releasing the ball with precision, and it swished through the net. Whoa! A gasp erupted from the crowd, although most still cast awkward glances at Bone. What a stylish shooting motion. Lu Ming landed, beaming with a radiant smile. What did you say? I couldn't quite hear you just now. This typical streetball banter nearly broke Bone's composure. You bastard. I was merely conversing with you and didn't notice your actions, but that doesn't mean you're worthy. Speed and shooting had always been his proud skills. Not paying attention, you say? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curved upward as he positioned the ball in front of his hips, feigning a drive. Watch closely this time. Beads of sweat began to form on Bone's forehead as he fixated on Lu Ming's footwork, involuntarily swallowing hard. Although it was merely the first basket made by this Asian, the crisp sound of the ball hitting the net signaled to him that this young man possessed some talent. Yet he had previously behaved like a novice, failing even at the most basic defense. Why did that shot go in so effortlessly? No, it must have been a fluke. He must have gotten lucky. Bone could never have imagined that Lu Ming had simply chosen not to defend himself and had decided to defeat this black player in the most humiliating manner possible. Bang! Lu Ming explosively dribbled, feigning a leftward drive, and the moment Bone reacted, he suddenly retreated, stepping back beyond the three-point line for another jump shot. The ball swished through the net. It was a move reminiscent of Tracy McGrady. A gasp arose from the crowd. His step back was indistinguishable from McGrady's. Soaring 3 to 4 feet high. This was utterly amazing. Lu Ming turned and flashed a thumbs up at the onlookers who recognized the move. The system had not only endowed him with exceptional attributes, but had also graciously gifted him a selection of shooting skills. Bone's complexion darkened. He had expected Lu Ming to employ a different method of attack. However, after being faked to the right, he realized that his opponent had merely feigned the drive. Damn it. Don't celebrate too soon. You haven't won the game yet. The ball returned to Lu Ming's possession. Yet in the ensuing exchanges, Bone's psychological defenses crumbled completely. My goodness. That Dirk's signature fadeaway. Kobe. It's Kobe's iconic jump shot. Another three-pointer. Oh my god. He is so accurate. Did you see that? He shot with his eyes closed. If Bone's earlier taunting of Lu Ming had ignited the crowd's passion, Lu Ming's current performance had plunged them into sheer hysteria. Shooting three-pointers with eyes shut. One must possess immense confidence and skill to so brazenly disregard an opponent. This young man with yellow skin is utterly terrifying. Bone had once been a player with NBA potential, despite his less-than-ideal physique. He had relied on his speed to tightly mark opponents. Now, however, Lu Ming had mercilessly scored 10 consecutive points against him using the same tactics, leaving him utterly defenseless. At this moment, Bone's face turned ashen, and he felt a wave of panic wash over him, swallowing repeatedly. I am the king of the Cleveland streetball courts. How could I be humiliated by this Asian? I cannot lose. I must regain possession and finish this game. In a daze, he saw Lu Ming pointing towards the 45-degree angle of the left three-point line, indicating he would end the game from there. Though reluctant, Bone gritted his teeth and complied. You bastard, I will make you pay. Watching Lu Ming leisurely begin his motion, he took a step and dribbled to the spot he had just pointed out, leaping high. Bone's face flashed with intensity as he suddenly lowered his shoulder and barreled into Lu Ming's waist. Don't dream. You cannot defeat me. Lu Ming, losing his balance, exhibited a flicker of surprise, though he had anticipated this. For Bone to wait until now to resort to foul play was a testament to his higher caliber among streetball players. The spectators surrounding the court sighed in resignation. There are no rules in streetball. Such a vicious foul could only be met with silent acceptance. Given the force of the impact, it was unlikely that this exceptionally accurate Asian could make the shot. Lu Ming twisted his body, barely managing to push the ball from his fingertips just before hitting the ground, crashing heavily onto the concrete. Bone's face lit up with excitement as he roared. Just as he was about to pose triumphantly to celebrate his successful defense, a crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net reached his ears. The ball went in. The ball went in. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Bone's remaining dignity shattered in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant and lifeless. I lost? I actually lost? To an Asian? And all 11 baskets fell to the same tactic. This could never step within the three-point line. How could this happen? Who is he, truly? Lu Ming's right hand remained poised in the follow-through of his shot as he chuckled and shook his head. That old adage rings true. Never challenge someone's livelihood with your passion. Among the spectators gathered near the court, some tore off their shirts and celebrated by pounding the ground in jubilation. Others cheered and hoisted the fallen Lu Ming high into the air. They revered only the strong on the court, and Lu Ming's performance had thoroughly captivated everyone. What a magnificent display. This is the greatest individual performance I have witnessed here. In the crowd, 2 sharply dressed Caucasians wore solemn expressions. Kevin, is this the persistent Chinese player you mentioned? He seems quite impressive. Smith nodded subtly, noting that his speed and defensive intensity could easily rival that of an average NBA player. Furthermore, his exceptional shooting ability was precisely what LeBron needed, while it remained to be seen whether Lu's skills could translate effectively to high-level leagues. I am more curious as to why he has not drawn attention from other scouts in the league. We must act swiftly, Charlie. Go call Jimmy and inform him to reserve a spot for a 15-man roster. Jimmy Parkson, the then general manager of the Cavaliers. All right. I'll take care of it right away. Witnessing Lu Ming's extraordinary performance, the scout did not hesitate to step aside and make a phone call. Meanwhile, Smith straightened his suit and approached the still celebrating Lu Ming. Lu, hello. I am Kevin Smith. We just spoke on the phone this afternoon. Smith extended his right hand amicably. Lu Ming's expression brightened with joy as he hurriedly pulled Mr. Smith away from the crowd. Mr. Smith, thank you for this opportunity. I believe we can commence my trial. No. Smith chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Your trial has just concluded splendidly. You are exceptional. On behalf of Cleveland, I warmly welcome you to the team. So soon? Don't you need to confer with the team internally? Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback, realizing that what had seemed like a mere fluke had unexpectedly opened the door to the NBA. In this light, one could say that the bones of destiny were indeed his benefactor. Ha. Smith laughed a few times. In the NBA, many can obliterate the competition, but players who can control the game with such finesse as you did just now are, I would say, exceedingly rare. To perform so admirably against a speed-oriented guard equivalent to a semi-professional league is truly astonishing. Now, let us verify your information. If all is in order, you may report to the arena tomorrow, and I will expedite your integration into the team. Very well. Lu Ming, standing at 6 feet 4 inches with a wingspan of 6 feet 11 inches and weighing 96 kilograms, your physique is quite standard. Originally from Huaxiao, you immigrated here with your parents at the age of 3. Your teaching experience is as follows. This was all information Lu Ming had previously provided, and the identity arranged by the system was remarkably convenient. His father was missing, and his mother had passed away, leaving him with no familial ties to hinder his pursuit of excellence. Ding dong. At that moment, a crisp notification echoed in Lu Ming's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the beginner's task, entering the Cleveland Cavaliers' 15-man roster. Reward, 10 attribute points. Reward, 10 peak experience cards for teammates. Allowing juvenile teammates to randomly acquire abilities from any match during their peak period. Reward, 3 compliance cards. Enabling the team manager to execute any trade as per the host's wishes. Reward, 3 potential development cards, facilitating any NBA player to develop a specialized skill. Main season quest initiated. Lead the Cavaliers to the 2004 NBA Finals, completing the showdown of 23 versus 24. Chapter 3, Assembling the Roster. The general manager must listen to me. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he was assigned such a challenging task. The anticipated showdown between young James and peak Kobe indeed stirred excitement within him. The main storyline mission initiated by the system set Lu Ming's imagination ablaze, causing him to barely register what Smith was saying afterward. It is worth noting that in his previous life, the finals confrontation between James and Kobe never occurred. From 2003 until Kobe's retirement in 2016, the two superstars collectively reached the finals 11 times yet never crossed paths on that grand stage, leaving countless fans with a sense of unfulfilled longing. This year's Lakers boasted an impressive roster, not only featuring peak Kobe, but also the dominant Shaquille O'Neal, alongside the renowned veterans Karl Malone and Gary Payton, complemented by a host of capable role players. Lu Ming felt no apprehension regarding the Lakers' journey to the finals. Rather, his concerns lay with the Cavaliers. He recalled that even with the first overall pick James, the Cavaliers only managed to secure 9th place in the Eastern Conference the following year, exhibiting no championship potential. Furthermore, to achieve a 23 versus 24 matchup, the Cavaliers would first need to overcome the 2004 champion Pistons, implying that their roster must surpass that of the champions. Even though the peak experience card could elevate James to his ultimate form, the current Cavaliers lineup was far from exceptional compared to even the 2018 squad. Basketball is fundamentally a 5-player sport. With inadequate roster configuration, not only would they struggle to reach the finals, but they might not even perform well in the playoffs. Wait a moment, system. Lu Ming suddenly realized while lying in bed that Kobe wore jersey number 8 in 2004 and had yet to switch to 24. There was an error in your task assignment. I demand compensation. After a brief pause, the system responded, congratulating the host for discovering a system loophole and rewarding him with the exclusive skill. Give me that damn ball. The effect of this skill ensured that during games, regardless of who possessed the ball, it would be passed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smirked, thinking it was better than nothing. He then began to strategize how to utilize this newly acquired reward to fundamentally transform the Cavaliers. After a moment of contemplation, he allocated his 10 attribute points to lateral speed, raising that attribute value to 77. He had pinpointed his role accurately to establish himself in the NBA. Possessing a distinctive characteristic was paramount. As an undrafted player and a short-term role player, excelling defensively and successfully making open three-point shots was crucial. The 10 peak experience cards could theoretically enable James to perform at a peak level during his rookie year. However, Such items were exceedingly rare and should be reserved for critical moments. Moreover, as an undrafted player, securing a solid position on the team would likely limit his court time in significant games. Thus, it was essential to prepare in advance and equip the team with suitable players. First, he needed to consider age compatibility, ensuring that the players could develop alongside James while providing immediate impact, thus safeguarding the team's future strength. This meant selecting suitable candidates from recent drafts. Additionally, functional compatibility was vital. The recruits must possess high basketball IQ, along with solid shooting and defensive skills. Currently, aside from himself, the Cavaliers had 4 promising players: James, Big Z, Ricky Davis, and the rebellious Carlos Boozer. Ricky Davis, according to the script of his former life, would likely be traded during the season, while Boozer would betray the Cavaliers in the summer, ultimately joining the Jazz. Therefore, it was probable that these two would become trade chips for acquiring competent assistants. His position was that of a shooting guard, while James played point guard during his rookie year, and Big Z served as center. Thus, his primary task was to find 2 qualified forwards. With this in mind, a plethora of recent NBA rookie names began to surface in Lu Ming's mind. Who were the standout forward rookies from 2001? Pau Gasol? He was impressive, with defensive capabilities and mid-range shooting, plus he could facilitate. But the Grizzlies might not be inclined to trade him. Jason Richardson? He was also a key focus for the Warriors, and somehow, he felt slightly lacking in comparison. Shane Battier? This could work. Lu Ming recalled that Battier had a stellar rookie year with the Grizzlies, only to see his tactical importance diminish over the years before being traded to the Rockets, making him a candidate that could be acquired with minimal trade assets. Most importantly, Battier had partnered with James in the latter stages of his career, and they had a strong rapport. With the small forward position settled, it was time to consider power forwards. Numerous capable players had emerged in recent years, including Zach Randolph, who suddenly delivered 2010 performances in 2003, and the spatially adept Troy Murphy, along with Drew Gooden in the recently crowned Rookie of the Year, Amare Stoudemire. Suddenly, Lu Ming sat upright in bed. As if struck by inspiration, his eyes alight with excitement. Wait a minute. There's Yao Ming, the man who could stand toe-to-toe with O'Neal. With him on the Cavaliers, there would be no need for a secondary power forward. They could directly establish a twin tower lineup. The more Lu Ming pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Had you not been plagued by injuries, who knows how high he could have soared? With defensive prowess, offensive skills, mid-range shooting, and high basketball intelligence, he was a perfect fit for the current Cavaliers. Moreover, the small ball era had yet to dawn, which would significantly mitigate Yao's slower mobility issues. As for the third reinforcement, Lu Ming planned to consider it during the mid-season. After all, the new lineup would require time to gel. If it didn't work out, he needed to leave himself room for adjustments to achieve his seasonal goals. Early the next morning, Lu Ming followed Smith to the Gund Arena. Since it was still before working hours, the venue was sparsely populated, the only sound being the solitary dribble of a basketball echoing across the court. Smith seemed to sense Lu Ming's curiosity and smiled, saying, "It's LeBron. Ever since we selected him, he has practically lived here." Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the online commentary was accurate. One might overlook Kobe's talent due to his relentless work ethic, or perhaps one might miss James's dedication because of his natural gifts. The success of great players hinges on the indispensable combination of hard work and talent. In the general manager's office, Jimmy Paxson observed the young Asian man before him and exchanged a puzzled glance with Smith. "Kevin, are you joking? I have never seen any news about Lu in the papers. He hasn't even participated in the Chinese professional league. Not every Asian can become Yao." Smith seemed to have anticipated the skepticism, calmly responding, "Jimmy, we will have an intra-squad practice today. Just wait and see how this kid performs. I trust my judgment." Paxson shook his head in resignation. "I bet you're wasting your time. If he gets obliterated in today's practice, I will retract my promise to Charlie from yesterday. If it weren't for my drunken agreement with those 2 girls last night, I would never entertain such a ridiculous notion." At that moment, Lu Ming leaned over to whisper something into Smith's ear, prompting a peculiar expression on Smith's face as he stepped outside. "Jimmy, Lu wants to discuss something with you privately. I'll wait for you both outside." Jimmy Parkinson rolled his eyes in disdain and, after Smith exited, spoke bluntly. "Lu, I have heard that you Chinese people are fond of using gifts to facilitate matters, but that tactic will not work here. I will not jeopardize my career." He assumed that Lu Ming desired to spend time alone with him for the sake of networking. Lu Ming gently shook his head and sat down with a smile. If memory served him correctly, this fellow would be dismissed from the Cavaliers in 2 years. marking a tragically brief career as a team manager. Lu Ming deftly seized a pen and paper from the table, inscribing the names of Yao Ming and Badier, then spoke in an almost commanding tone. Jimmy, under the condition of retaining Big Z and LeBron, I expect to see both of them on the training grounds within 3 days. Meanwhile, 2 imperceptible blue beams penetrated Jimmy Parkinson's mind. Suddenly, Parkinson slammed his hand on the table, rising to admonish, out, but was overwhelmed by a wave of confusion in his brain. He glanced at the note on the table and nodded. Oh, dear Lou, we are indeed on the same wavelength. I shall make the call immediately. Chapter 4. The Inter-Team Scrimmage, Davis's Little Schemes. After leaving the general manager's office with a sense of satisfaction, Lu Ming eagerly descended to the gymnasium. On the court, James was already drenched in sweat from his practice. Upon seeing Lu Ming approach, he looked at him with curiosity. Are you the new practice player? It's rare to see anyone arrive at the gym this early. No. I am your new teammate and the opponent you will be facing today, Lu Ming stated. James appeared momentarily taken aback, but a radiant smile quickly spread across his face. You are quite the interesting character. Don't worry, I never look down on the staff here. I will make sure to look out for you. Growing up in a single-parent household, he had not been blinded by fame and fortune but remained quite amiable. However, even after Lu Ming clarified his identity, James still felt as though he was joking. Lu Ming chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he changed into his training gear and began shooting hoops nearby. He understood that to earn respect here, he must let his performance on the court do the talking. Approximately an hour later, the Cavaliers players began to trickle into the gym. Upon spotting LeBron, nearly all of them greeted him warmly, laughter echoing around them. They all recognized that this newly drafted player would undoubtedly become the future cornerstone of the team. The assistant coach and Scout Smith whispered to each other, glancing at the unnoticed Lu Ming, hesitatingly nodding. Subsequently, he gathered everyone together. Today marks our first practice of the new season. Although there are still 4 months until the season begins, we need to find our chemistry quickly. Aside from Lu Ming and James, the remaining players were mostly veterans from last season's Cavaliers roster. After the assistant coach introduced Lu Ming, while they were surprised by how this unknown player managed to secure a spot on the team, they did not delve too deeply into it. After all, every team looks to take a chance on a few undrafted players each year, but very few actually manage to stay in the NBA. The others regarded Lu Ming as just a passerby, not giving him much thought. At this moment, the assistant coach spoke again, pointing to 2 individuals in the crowd. Ricky, you and LeBron each select 4 players. In 15 minutes, we will commence a 5v5 scrimmage. Upon hearing this, a sly smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. This must have been a directive from the higher-ups, allowing the new leader and the old leader to face off right from the start, establishing their future roles within the team. Ricky Davis had posted impressive stats last season, averaging 25-5, and his playing position overlapped with that of James. The atmosphere on the court became charged with tension. Everyone kept their heads down, reluctant to speak. Only Lu Ming appeared at ease, stepping forward to position himself behind Ricky Davis. LeBron, I mentioned I would be matching up against you, so I will take this side. Ricky Davis cast a puzzled glance at him, dismissively thinking it amusing that the first to step up was an undrafted rookie. Snorting, he replied, You can just stand in the corner. Don't worry about the matchup. Chuckling while stroking his chin, he scanned the group and pointed out 3 players. Michael, Chris, Darius. You're with me. LeBron, the rest are yours. The others gasped in surprise at the audacity of Ricky Davis. After accepting Lu Ming, he chose 3 other bench players from last season. Michael Stewart, a power forward, averaged just 2 points and 3 rebounds last season. Chris Mim, a 7-foot center, was only proficient at blocking shots and had a shooting percentage of 40 last season. Darius Miles, often dubbed the second coming of KG, was a significant part of the Cavaliers' rotation last season, capable of handling the ball and defending, yet his offensive skills were lackluster at best. Moments later, the others began to grasp Ricky Davis's ulterior motives. He was confident enough to believe he could lead a group of benchwarmers to victory over LeBron's starters. By selecting these lesser players, the ball could be concentrated in Ricky Davis's hands. Even if they lost, he could conveniently shift the blame to his teammates. Realizing Ricky Davis's intentions, Lu Ming chuckled to himself. He was quite the schemer. Looking at James's side, they had Big Z and Carlos Boozer in the paint, with last year's 6th overall pick, Dajuan Wagner, on the perimeter. Although LeBron had brought along a practice player to fill the numbers, the overall configuration was far superior to that of Davis's team. As the whistle blew to signal the start of the game, Big Z easily secured possession, and James advanced the ball up the court. Standing before him as the defender was Ricky Davis. "Hey, rookie, let me show you how it's done." Ricky Davis assumed a defensive stance. Perhaps due to the preferential treatment, the players on James's team seemed a bit hesitant, their demeanor casual and their steps languid. James's first shot did not involve isolating for a one-on-one play. Instead, he prepared to lob the ball to Big Z, who had established position at the free throw line. Just as the ball was about to land in Big Z's grasp, a shadow suddenly darted in from the side, snatching the airborne ball. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Ming raced forward with remarkable speed and, with a resounding thud, slammed the basketball into the hoop. James's eyelids fluttered. "Hey, LeBron, focus up. We're in a game." Lu Ming shouted earnestly. This old-timer's passive demeanor seemed innate. Unless provoked, he would remain indifferent. In response to Lu Ming's provocation, James merely furrowed his brow slightly. However, as the sound of his dribble echoed, it became evident he was taking things more seriously. Upon reaching the three-point line, he signaled to Wagner, requesting a screen to switch Lu Ming onto himself for a one-on-one. Ricky Davis glared at Lu Ming, feeling his spotlight was being stolen. However, Wagner's quick roll off the screen left Davis no time to complain, forcing him to rush to cover. "You shouldn't have provoked me." LeBron shot a glance at Lu Ming. Then, dribbling between his legs, charged forward from the right with determination, his speed akin to a locomotive at full throttle. In his mind, he envisioned that upon contact, Lu Ming would be easily displaced, clearing a path for his breakthrough. Bang! The two muscular bodies collided, and everyone's surprise. Lu Ming not only held his ground, but seemed to have made James stumble as if he had run into a wall. The ball ricocheted off his foot and rolled out of bounds. This left not just the others dumbfounded, but even LeBron was rendered speechless. Typically, when both sides possess similar physical attributes, the ball handler enjoys a natural advantage in confrontations. Moreover, since the day the Cavaliers had tried out James, they had organized multiple intra-squad scrimmages, and they were all too aware of James's physical prowess. Goodness, he actually forced LeBron to lose the ball. Big Z rubbed his bald head, eyes wide in disbelief. Is this kid made of steel? He didn't even take a step back? Darius Miles sighed, shaking his head in amazement. As the finest frontline defender on the team, he possesses the potential to keep pace with LeBron's explosive movements. However, in terms of physical confrontation, he humbly acknowledges that he cannot reach Lu Ming's level. Lu Ming received the basketball from the sidelines, casting a playful glance at James. "Is that all you've got? Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Upon hearing this, James gradually restrained the awkward expression that had previously adorned his face, his countenance transforming into a mask of indifference. It seems that mere posturing will no longer suffice. Chapter 5. I thought you were here to assist me, Dayao. Let me guard here, and you follow Ricky. James's eyes blazed with determination as he took the initiative to defend against Lu Ming. Beside him, Ricky Davis was seething with anger, brandishing the basketball and loudly hurling trash talk at Dayao Wagner in front of him. "You think you can stop me? Go call LeBron over." With that, he began his drive, intent on making his underestimated opponent pay. However, after a sudden screen on the wing, LeBron found himself firmly trapped behind the towering Mim, leaving Lu Ming with a splendid opportunity for an open three-pointer. Ricky Davis, possessing a certain level of court vision and playmaking ability, naturally noticed the opening, but he smirked inwardly. "You won't even touch the ball tonight." As he saw Darius Miles closing in for inside help, Ricky still charged forward, prepared to finish with an elegant layup when, inexplicably, his hands went haywire. Whack! The basketball flew directly into Lu Ming's hands. A thunderclap echoed in Ricky's mind. "Give me that damn ball." Lu Ming successfully released the shot, and the basketball swished through the net. Good pass. Ricky Davis was momentarily stunned, facing the grinning Lu Ming who was exchanging high-fives with him, only snapping back to reality when a teammate called for him to return on defense. What the hell? Did Darius just poke the ball? No. He was still so far from me. The players on the court exhibited varying states of mind. James gradually showcased his commanding presence, continuously directing his teammates' movements. With the basketball in hand, he refrained from engaging Lu Ming in a one-on-one battle, instead exploiting Ricky Davis's stubbornness to relentlessly attack the dominant inside presence through passing. Just as he had done throughout his career, he made only the most prudent choices. Big Z and Boozer faced two fringe substitutes as if they were wolves among sheep. And with James feeding them the ball comfortably, they played freely. The only unfortunate soul was Wagner, who was being closely guarded by Lu Ming. As the team and Oppos, as second hope after LeBron, he found no opportunity to shoot, tightly marked without any space to breathe. Even the practice players managed to find 2 chances to sneak in. On the other hand, Ricky Davis seemed to have suddenly changed his approach, repeatedly serving as bait. Driving into the paint, only to skillfully toss the ball to Lu Ming in various ways, so diverse that it was breathtaking. Ricky had indeed worked hard this summer. I never expected his passing to be so precise. I thought he chose us to play the savior, but tonight he hasn't taken a single shot. Perhaps my heart is too tainted. Ricky Davis, on the verge of tears, could only mask his helplessness with a forced smile as he overheard whispers around him. I don't want to pass either. Who understands? Is this kid practicing some Eastern sorcery? Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? As Lu Ming sank for consecutive three-pointers, LeBron's team began to alter their defensive strategy. A three-pointer always inflicts more pain than a two-pointer. Double team. James shouted loudly. Carlos. Let him step inside the three-point line. Hand him over to Big Z, and don't allow him to shoot from outside. Meanwhile, Lu Ming quickly adapted. Their only positional advantage lay in Darius Miles matching up against the opposing practice player. Though his offensive skills were rudimentary, he leaped high. Every time the ball was in his hands, and the double team was about to close in, Lu Ming would immediately toss the basketball high off the backboard. Decisive and without hesitation, by himself, he drew the attention of the 3 best defenders from the opposing team. Even if Darius Miles was rough around the edges. Facing an unexpected pass, he could energetically slam the ball into the hoop. Oh, that high toss was simply magnificent, Lu. After repeatedly dominating the rim, Miles was so excited he danced around, as if he had returned to his glorious high school days when he could summon the wind and rain with his prowess. On the opposing team, it was either explosive dunks or unanswerable three-pointers, and despite LeBron's team exerting all their efforts, they struggled to find a suitable solution. Even if they maintained efficiency on the offensive end, they still couldn't widen the gap. This resulted in Ricky Davis, their best player, failing to score even once. Yet the game remained fiercely contested. On the sidelines, Scout Smith's eyes sparkled with unusual excitement. He knew Lu Ming was good but never expected him to be this exceptional. Smith approached the stunned assistant coach responsible for the scrimmage, smiling. George, I believe this sample is sufficient, right? I'll send the footage to the boss. We need to quickly offer Lu a formal contract. Kevin, you were right. The mysterious forces from the East should not be underestimated. The assistant coach nodded emphatically. Even if Lu only defends and shoots threes, he is more than capable of becoming a quality 3D player in the NBA. It seems we struck gold. As the final whistle of the scrimmage blew, signaling the end of the game, the primary players wore grim expressions, barely exchanging a word. The teammates who had been so close just moments ago felt as if they were now complete strangers. Lu Ming played with relentless intensity, overpowering last year's 6th overall pick. Dajuan Wagner, shooting 6 out of 8, he scored 17 points, 5 of which were three-pointers. Meanwhile, James was not to be outdone, achieving a comprehensive stat line of 17 points and 10 assists, while the once focal player, Ricky Davis, managed a dismal 2 points on 1 of 8 shooting. LeBron's team suffered a humiliating defeat, losing by nearly 20 points, despite their core offensive player faltering. Although Lu Ming did not shoot excessively, his mere presence beyond the three-point line, coupled with his efficient shooting ability, exerted an intangible yet formidable deterrent. This completely disrupted LeBron's team's defensive plans, causing them to enter a state of paralysis for several minutes. This allowed Lu Ming's bench players to thrive, especially the rugged Darius Miles, who enjoyed the game immensely. If it weren't for Ricky Davis's chaotic attempts at the end, they might have lost by an even wider margin. The 4 players on the opposing team erupted in cheers, excitedly patting Lu Ming on the head. Defeating the starters? Led by the chosen one, LeBron himself. They couldn't have imagined anything so extravagant. Lu, playing alongside you is simply effortless. You will remain in this league, and you will become a true NBA player. James, who had already made his way to the player tunnel, seemingly remembered something and turned back, gently clasping Lu Ming's arm to whisper, Lu, you're quite impressive. I would like to invite you to be a guest at the basketball camp I'll host this summer. Will there be food and accommodation? Lu Ming joked half-heartedly. Of course, executives from the Hook brand will also be present, and I believe they will take a liking to you. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Damn. I'm climbing the ladder. With a benefactor who could secure a $90 million endorsement deal with Hook before even entering the league. How could I worry about not having signature shoes in the future? Meanwhile, Ricky Davis was no longer the confident player he had been at the start. Instead, his face was drained of color as he rushed back to the locker room to contact his agent. Listen, I need to find a witch. I'm sick. No. Wait, someone has cast a spell on me, however. Before Ricky could finish his sentence, The agent on the other end spoke solemnly. Ricky, I bear unfortunate news. You may be traded. What? Where did you hear that? This cannot be true. LeBron is still a child, and I am a star in this league. Have they not seen my statistics from last season? Calm down, Ricky. It was Jimmy, the general manager of the Cavaliers, who called me. They are negotiating a significant trade with Houston, targeting that towering player from China. Meanwhile, Carlos Boozer's agent rushed to the arena in a flurry. Carlos, come here. Quickly tell me, did you sleep with Gordon's wife? Why else would he put you on the trading block? The agent struggled to comprehend how Boozer could be traded unless he had crossed Gordon Gund, the owner. Rumors of their trades swiftly circulated, with Carlos Boozer furiously slamming a towel in the locker room, while Ricky Davis sat despondently in a chair, burying his head in his knees. At merely 23 years of age, his previous season's performance was commendable. It would take LeBron, the so-called chosen one, several years to achieve that level. Why was it he who faced the trade? Ricky, are you all right? LeBron awkwardly approached him. Ricky Davis lifted his head bitterly, offering a resigned smile. LeBron, I always thought you were here to support me. James sighed. Ricky, DeJuan and I will miss you. DeJuan Wagner, last year's 6th pick, had been groomed as a primary guard, and the young men were somewhat familiar with each other. However, before he could finish, general manager Jimmy Paxson entered, directly patting DeJuan Wagner on the shoulder. DeJuan, I have booked your flight to Memphis. Thank you for your contributions to Cleveland. I wish you luck. The group then learned that just half an hour prior, the Cavaliers had swiftly completed a trade with the Grizzlies. The Cavaliers exchanged a top 20 protected first-round pick from 2004 along with Wagner for Sean Battier, who had fallen somewhat out of favor with the Grizzlies last season. James returned to his seat, covering his face, his expression tinged with melancholy, as if he sensed that all this upheaval had occurred since his arrival on the team. Fresh from a shower, Lu Ming glanced at him, a faint smile playing on his lips, seemingly suggesting that James was not yet heartless enough. He approached and wrapped an arm around his shoulder. LeBron, do you know what the highest honor in this league is? What? James furrowed his brow in speculation, while Lu Ming noted that his hair was still plentiful, showing no signs of thinning. MVP? A championship? Or Kareem's all-time scoring record? No. Lu Ming shook his head with a smirk, slowly declaring, it is one person, one city. What? James's expression was peculiar, but he quickly regained composure, conceding the point. Indeed, I will secure many championships here. Not one, not two, not three. Chapter 6. The trade is finalized. Doubts from the head coach. In the Gund arena of the Cavaliers, the absence of Ricky Davis and Carlos Boozer has been palpable over the past few days. Following the completion of the trade, the Cleveland Plain Dealer dedicated nearly an entire page to report this sensational news. The Cavaliers relinquished Carlos Boozer and Ricky Davis, along with 2 unprotected first-round picks from 2006 and 2008, as well as first-round swap rights from 2005 and 2007, in exchange for last year's top draft pick, Yao Ming, and fellow 2002 draftee, Bosjan Nakber, from the Houston Rockets. Rumor has it that the Rockets initially dismissed the trade, but the Cavaliers' offer proved too enticing to resist. Yao Ming, despite occasionally showcasing remarkable performances that even compelled Charles Barkley to humorously express his admiration, has faced unrelenting scrutiny from the media. At the conclusion of last season, he recorded multiple games with single-digit scoring, and his shooting percentage left much to be desired. He ultimately lost the Rookie of the Year award to the impressive Amare Stoudemire. Such underwhelming stats are deemed unacceptable for a 22-year-old rookie, and local media in Houston have weighed in on the transaction. The Rockets acquired the nearly all-star Ricky Davis, who is only a year older than Yao, along with the promising Carlos Boozer, who averaged a double-double towards the end of last season, making him an ideal replacement for Yao, not to mention the unexpected boon of those 2 future unprotected first-round picks. The local press suggests that this transaction could irrevocably compromise the Cavaliers' future, while the Rockets are poised to make playoff appearances in the coming years, all the while holding on to top 5 draft picks. Upon hearing this news, Cleveland fans rallied outside the Gund Arena for 3 consecutive days, unfurling banners and expressing their outrage. Jimmy Paxson, you are an unequivocal fool. How could you trade Carlos? His salary is a mere $500,000 this year. He's the future of the team. Look at what you and Oppos V done. Trading a 25-5 all-star for a mere lumbering giant? The Cavaliers are finished. Completely finished. How much longer must we endure this quest for a championship? Even the newly appointed head coach, Paul Silas, publicly expressed his confusion regarding the general manager's decision. I don't understand why Jimmy did this. He didn't even consult me, but that's not my role. Ricky and Carlos were integral parts of our team, and we had excellent chemistry. Now, we must start anew. I need to quickly assess the players' conditions and see if you can coexist with Big Z on the court. Perhaps we can devise some new strategies. Fortunately, the trade deadline is still far off. We have time to make adjustments. It is exceedingly rare for a head coach to openly question the general manager's decisions within the NBA. Silas's underlying message hinted that if the team struggles to gel, the key players involved in this trade might find themselves on the trading block again. Some fervent fans have even unearthed a few insider rumors. Lu Ming, an undrafted rookie signed for 2 years at $1.5 million, hails from the same distant eastern land as Yao Ming, and they seem to sense a conspiracy brewing. Has China secretly taken control of the Cleveland Cavaliers? Some have even gone so far as to contact the FBI, urging them to investigate the matter. Within the Gund arena, Lu Ming practiced his mid-range shots with an impassive expression. In this era, the mid-range game is an essential skill for any proficient guard. The only other player joining him in extra practice was LeBron James. The rest of the team had retreated to the locker room after their regular training. Lu, have you heard? James, drenched in sweat, initiated the conversation. Having become quite familiar with Lu over the past few days, Kobe seems to be in some trouble. After shooting a basket, Lu wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled. I've been preoccupied with my own affairs these past few days and forgot to remind him to be discreet and avoid leaving evidence. Besides, I don't have his phone number. Perhaps when he reaches another turning point in his life, I could help him avert a catastrophe. James paused, confused by Lu's cryptic words. I was referring to the incident with Kobe in Colorado. Right, he slept with a waitress, and now she wants to sue him. Lu continued his mechanical shooting practice, aiming to ingrain the motions into muscle memory. He had been aware of the Eagle County incident for 2 decades and found it unremarkable. The outcome would likely be a financial settlement, which would still be a significant burden for Kobe. What Lu truly aimed to prevent for Kobe was the tragic helicopter incident 17 years later. For every loss of a superstar is a profound regret for a devoted basketball fan. Seeing that Lu was not particularly interested in the gossip James had offered, he pouted and switched topics. I heard Gary Payton has been getting close to Los Angeles lately. Do you think they'll hit it off? Of course. It's not just Gary Payton, there's also Karl Malone. You can still trust Magic's recruiting prowess. Lu replied with a knowing glance at James. What we should focus on now is what kind of achievement we aim for in the upcoming season. What do you mean by that? James inquired, puzzled. Your tone suggests you're calculating wins? That old man's intuition is quite sharp. Lu remarked. Indeed. I want to aim for a win total that secures us the 4th or 5th spot in the East, allowing us a smoother first-round playoff matchup. Ideally against your good friend Wade. Then, we could face our strongest competitor, the Pistons, in the Eastern Conference Finals. According to Lu's recollection, the Cavaliers had finished the 2004 season with a record of 35-47, placing them 9th in the Eastern Conference, not far from playoff contention. To accomplish the task of 23 versus 24, they needed to conserve enough energy in the first 2 rounds to avoid facing the eventual champion Pistons, while also providing valuable experience to the team's members. If the strength of the teams remained relatively unchanged, the ideal scenario would involve securing the 4th or 5th seed, facing the Heat in the first round, then the Pacers in the second, before tackling the formidable Pistons in the Eastern Finals. This meant the Cavaliers would need to elevate their win total from 35 to over 42 games, ensuring they did not falter against the Heat. Additionally, finishing 4th or 5th would allow the Cavaliers to retain the top 20 draft pick they had acquired from the Grizzlies. James looked at him with an odd expression. Eastern Conference Finals? Do you have a grudge against the Pistons? Why such a notion? Everything seemed implausible. After the trade, the Cavaliers had transformed into a notably younger team. Even the fiercely competitive James believed that merely making the playoffs next season would be a remarkable achievement. Yet here was Lu, contemplating rank control. Lu chuckled and shook his head, patting James on the shoulder. Our focus should not be on the Pistons, but rather on the Lakers. Why's that? James asked, bewildered. Are you actually aiming for the finals? The Lakers' star-studded roster this year makes it difficult to believe they won't emerge from the West, and even the reigning champions. The Spurs seem to pale in comparison. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, expressing that winning in the NBA has been his lifelong dream. Moreover, competing against the world's highest-level players is the ultimate aspiration for every basketball enthusiast, is it not? Do you not yearn to engage in a fierce battle with Kobe on the grand stage of the finals during your very first year? The clash of 23 versus 24. Just imagining it is exhilarating. Of course I do. James nodded. But is all of this truly possible? Fear not. Lu Ming smiled with confidence, recalling an ancient Chinese proverb, the bolder the person, the greater the harvest. Chapter 7. Restoring order and reducing patchouli de terres. LeBron paused momentarily, then joined in laughter. Lu, you are a true competitor. I admire you. Does this mean I shouldn't shower facing away from you in the future? Their banter was interrupted by the arrival of a stout figure behind them. Head coach Paul Silas approached with a furrowed brow, holding several sheets of paper. LeBron, we are heading to Orlando for the Summer League in 2 days. Don't overexert yourself. Conserve your energy. Here is the list of players participating in the Summer League. You might want to review it beforehand. He handed the papers to James. We originally had Carlos on the roster, but he was traded a couple of days ago. Yao Ming might catch the flight, but he still has a series of medical examinations to complete, so he probably won't make it in time. Silas's tone carried a hint of reproach as his eyes fixated on Lu Ming. He had learned that General Manager Jimmy Paxson had consulted with this young man before making the trade decisions, and with the arrival of Yao Ming, another compatriot, Silas sensed something amiss. Perhaps there was some underhandedness involved. Yao might have contacted management in advance, possibly agreeing to join the Cavaliers only if his fellow countryman was signed as well. A common practice in their culture. Silas disdained players who resorted to such backdoor dealings, believing they lacked true talent and would soon fade from the league, while he would bear the brunt of the management's misguided decisions. Lu, I want you to understand that although we've signed a 2-year contract with you, it is non-guaranteed. If you continue to rely on luck, thinking you can just coast through, I assure you, I will not speak a good word for you in front of Jimmy. James, noticing Lu Ming's discomfort, patted him on the shoulder. Lu, don't take it personally. Paul is always quite stern. With your skills, you'll establish yourself in no time. However, James quickly noticed a discrepancy on the player list. Paul, why isn't Lu's name on the starting roster for the Summer League? Silas inhaled deeply. This was a collective decision by our coaching staff. There are many players we wish to evaluate, and the D-League has plenty of promising talent. Besides, being a substitute does not mean you won't have opportunities to showcase your abilities. I hope you can understand. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. What do you mean understand? If I'm not starting in the Summer League, how can I expect to get playing time during the regular season? This is crucial for fulfilling my seasonal objectives. I cannot compromise. As he brainstormed ways to persuade the stout coach, James stepped forward, slamming the list into Silas's chest. Paul, I'm well aware of Lu's abilities. He is perfect for playing alongside me. I want him on the court during the Summer League. James spoke with unwavering determination. Locking eyes with Silas, Lu Ming's recent performances had earned James's trust, and his commendable attitude resonated with the star. Although he was unaware of the rationale behind the team's decision, it was imperative to advocate for his friend's hard-won opportunity. However, Silas appeared conflicted, searching for a way to refuse. Paul, if you're facing difficulties, I can personally speak to Gundy. I'm sure he will align with my perspective. James wasted no time, pressing forward. If you disagree, I'll approach the owner myself. Silas's expression shifted. Realizing that James now held more influence than the entire coaching staff combined, he had no choice but to relent with a resigned sigh. I'll see what I can do. Hopefully, I can convince them. Who would have thought this young man would latch onto a big name just 2 days after arriving? Consider yourself fortunate. But the NBA is not about favors. It requires genuine skill. If you make mistakes on the court, I will pull you out immediately. 2 days swiftly passed, and before boarding the plane, Lu Ming received the exhilarating news that he would be starting for the team. Oh, LeBron, you are truly a gem. It seems my investments in your signature shoes were not in vain. Good deeds are rewarded. Yet, Lu Ming underestimated the star power James brought with him. Upon their arrival in Orlando, ticket prices for the Cavaliers versus Magic Summer League games skyrocketed from the usual $5 to an astounding $80 each, a staggering increase of over tenfold. 5 hours before the game, traffic outside the Magic Arena was already congested, with eager fans desperate to catch a glimpse of the chosen one. Countless cameras followed James from the locker room to the training court, capturing every dribble and dunk, eliciting cheers from the crowd. James remained remarkably composed amidst the attention, even taking time to explain his teammates to the cameras, particularly praising Lu Ming's, which propelled Lu's name into the public spotlight. As the highly anticipated game approached, Lu Ming noticed that James had been assigned as the starting point guard, forming the backcourt alongside him. Without the likes of Boozer and Wagner, the Cavaliers' roster appeared lackluster, filled with unremarkable D-League players and undrafted prospects. Lu Ming surveyed his teammates. Aside from the composed James, the other three were already sweating profusely, their warm-up routines stiff and awkward. Glancing at the opposing team, he observed the 15th overall pick. Ganis, bent over, fixated on James, clearly viewing him as the primary adversary. Everyone wanted to make a name for themselves by scoring against the chosen one. Lu Ming chuckled, suddenly recognizing a familiar giant on the Magic's roster, an individual with dark hair and a fair complexion, exuding an aura of benignity. Ah, isn't that the so-called star killer, Zaza Pachulia? Renowned for his clumsy defensive tactics, it was his reputation, not his skill, that left a mark on the court. Ding dong, at that moment, a system notification chimed in his ear. Host has triggered a random task, restore order. In this game, make the opposing starting center, Zaza Pachulia, cry. The intel revealed that Pachulia was tall with long arms, possessed considerable basketball IQ, and showcased a certain playmaking ability. He was known for his tenacity on the boards. Yet his interior defense was lacking, with mediocre shot-blocking skills. A playful grin spread across Lu Ming's face. How fortuitous. Such an opportunity to expose his weaknesses to the entire NBA could not be missed. LeBron, Lu Ming whispered as he sidled up to James. How about a wager? James, chewing on his mouthguard, glanced at him with intrigue. What kind of wager? Did you see that starting center for the Magic? Let us target him tonight. If you can make him cry, I'll share my shooting expertise with you. James's eyes lit up, recognizing the potential. Lu Ming's shooting skills were well known to him, particularly his extraordinary three-point shooting. Deal. I have caused many individuals to weep during my high school years. I do not lament over one more. Chapter 8. Have I acquired James's signature move? As the final whistle blew, an exuberant cheer resonated throughout the arena. The starting center of the Cavaliers, donning jersey number 5, appeared rather dazed, still unable to leap as Pachulia lost possession of the ball to Pachulia. The Magic launched their offense first. Naturally, the point guard, Ganis, found himself matched up against none other than LeBron. LeBron. Let me see what you have. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming, from the weak side, inexplicably abandoned his defensive assignment and charged forward. Is this a double team right off the bat? What kind of strategy is this? Even the coach on the Cavaliers bench, overseeing the game, stood up in astonishment. Lu, what are you doing? Get back to your defensive position. This was not part of the game plan, and besides, LeBron's defensive prowess is formidable, with his towering physique. He required no assistance against such a guard. Yet it seemed as if the two players had conspired beforehand, effectively trapping Ganis near the half-court line. Under the relentless pressure of four mighty hands, all passing lanes were utterly obstructed. Ganis was instantly drenched in sweat, bewildered by the unexpected tactics. Hurry, Zaza. Come up for a screen. Forget the screen. Lu Ming cursed, seizing the opportunity to swat the ball from Ganis's grasp. He then hurled it to the swiftly advancing LeBron. Boom. A soaring dunk from the free throw line. The crowd erupted. With just one play, the fervor of the audience ignited. Good pass. Number 0, splendid work. Number 0 was indeed Lu Ming, and everyone recognized that he had orchestrated this audacious steal and fast break. Consequently, they generously showered him with accolades. Fast breaks always depend on my old LeBron. The two exchanged excited high fives and quickly transitioned back on defense. The coach on the bench grimaced as he witnessed LeBron effortlessly score 2 points, begrudgingly returning to his seat, issuing a token shout. Lu, adhere strictly to the game plan. Lu Ming smiled and gestured an okay, indicating he understood. Internally, however, he scoffed. Today's game plan is to make Pachulia cry. Even heaven cannot save him, I declare. On the other side, Ganis, confiding in a bewildered Pachulia, said, Zaza, they are targeting me. Next time we cross half-court, you must come up for a screen. I'll find an opportunity to pass the ball. As a second-round pick, Pachulia nodded obediently, his Georgian accent thick as he affirmed, I will do it. As they resumed their offense, Ganis dribbled past half-court, spotting Lu Ming at the left 45-degree angle, his eyes fierce, and quickly shifted to the right. Pachulia obediently moved up to set a screen. Just as the Cavaliers' number 5 was preparing to substitute, Lu Ming shouted, Stay near the free throw line. No need to switch. Do as Lu says. LeBron quickly added, weaving around the screen and reappearing before Ganis. Ganis, momentarily bewildered, glanced at the hapless Pachulia standing outside the three-point line. Then at the menacing LeBron, poised to steal, and finally at Lu Ming, ready to pounce. With no choice left, he hastily tossed the ball to Pachulia. Pachulia, grasping the ball, looked around helplessly. The core player Ganis was being chased by LeBron, who was making it impossible for him to receive the ball. while his own defender stubbornly remained near the free throw line, blocking any chance of penetrating the paint. The other three players, without the guard calling a play, stood as if they were mere wooden posts at the three-point line. A smirk crept across Lu Ming's face. Pachulia's offensive prowess hinged on initiating plays from the free throw line. If the guard could draw away the defender, he might have the chance for a mid-range shot. However, the defender was none other than the young and vigorous LeBron, and Giannis lacked the ability to shoot threes at will, rendering him incapable of finishing from the perimeter. Furthermore, the imposing presence of the Cavaliers' number 5 at the free throw line effectively dismantled this offensive opportunity. The Magic's offense ground to a halt within 10 seconds, and the stunned Pachulia, holding the ball, was at a loss as to whom to pass it. The 24-second shot clock began its countdown, and the Magic's coach was leaping up and down in frustration on the bench. "Zaza, what are you doing? Pass or shoot? Hurry up. Shoot it." Lu Ming chimed in sarcastically from the side. "I bet your gun is unloaded." Gritting his teeth, Zaza chose to take a three-pointer at the last moment of the 24 seconds, and unsurprisingly, he missed entirely, resulting in a shot clock violation. After 2 unsuccessful offensive possessions, Pachulia, bearing the brunt of the blame, appeared increasingly flustered as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The thunderous cheers from the crowd relentlessly assaulted his psyche. With the change of possession, LeBron and Lou exchanged knowing glances, silently communicating if there were a strategy that could best counter the opponent. It was undoubtedly the one Lou had executed during their training scrimmage just days prior. This time, however, the ball handler was none other than LeBron James. LeBron, dribbling and attacking, unleashed a powerful first step that left Giannis utterly helpless, prompting him to call for help. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, utilizing the center-S screen, found himself once again in a wide-open position, closely followed by the perspiring Pachulia. The basketball soared from the paint, landing in Lu Ming's hands. Observing the sluggish Pachulia, he feigned a shooting motion, pausing intentionally for half a second. Realizing the danger, Pachulia rushed forward to contest the shot. In a moment of sheer audacity, Lu Ming leapt off one foot, executing an exaggerated lean-back jump shot, the ball barely grazing Pachulia's fingertips as it ascended. Thud. Lu Ming was knocked to the ground by Pachulia. A whistle blew, the ball went in, 3-1. The crowd erupted once more. As Pachulia rose, his mind blank. He realized he was merely a young man under 20, acutely sensitive to the pressure of the moment. For a second-round pick, participating in the Summer League was an invaluable opportunity to showcase his talents. Yet, he felt as though he had completely ruined it. The cold stares of his teammates and the furious shouts from the coach crashed over him like a tidal wave. Having prepared to make a statement, Pachulia found his dwindling confidence utterly shattered. Bewildered, he watched Lu Ming complete the free throw, panting heavily, struggling to grasp the unfolding situation on the court. His performance on both offense and defense was dismal. As the screener, if the opposing center remained at the free throw line without switching, he was left entirely powerless. On defense, it seemed the 2 key players on the opposing team were deliberately targeting him. Lu Ming repeatedly drained three-pointers over him, while LeBron, seeing Pachulia fail to switch, soared for thunderous dunks. In less than 5 minutes, Pachulia had accrued 4 fouls, appearing as if he were in a daze. While the Magic found themselves overwhelmed by the 2 opposing cores, trailing 21-4. As LeBron executed yet another emphatic dunk, the Magic were compelled to call a timeout. "Zaza, what are you doing? Did you not wake up yesterday?" "Coach, we cannot fall behind by so much in the first quarter. I suggest we substitute the center on the floor." Giannis volunteered from the sidelines. Nearby, Magic fans erupted in loud protests. The towering Georgian is nothing short of a plaything for LeBron and Lou. He simply does not belong in this league. He should be sent packing. Pachulia sat on the bench, a white towel draped over his head, his shoulders trembling slightly as he spoke in a choked voice. "I'm sorry, coach. Please grant me another chance. I will not allow them to score easily over me." A solitary tear fell silently, striking the gleaming wooden floor. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, seated on the neighboring bench sipping a drink, was suddenly greeted by a system notification in his ear. "Congratulations, host, for completing the random task of restoring order. Reward: LeBron James exclusive skill, Stomp of the War God. Effect: when facing sudden ankle sprains or leg injuries on the court, stomping 3 times will alleviate all abnormal conditions." Chapter 9. Evil begets evil. Lu Ming cast a glance at the adjacent bench, chuckling softly. "Is this all they can withstand? Quite disappointing, my friend." Yet, what truly brought him joy was the skill rewarded by the system upon completing his task. The stomping god of war could be considered one of LeBron James and Oppo's signature moves. In Lu Ming's recollection from his previous life, James had often twisted his ankle during games, only to retie his shoelaces and stomp his feet, continuing to sprint across the court as if nothing had happened. This was a skill every basketball enthusiast yearned for. Indeed, those who act justly are often favored by the system. The whistle signaling the end of the timeout soon echoed. And since it was not yet time for the scheduled rotations, the Cavaliers starters were sent back onto the court. As Lu Ming rose, he noticed Pachulia animatedly conversing with their coach, also standing up and making his way toward the center of the court. Something felt amiss. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched, logically. The starting center should not remain on the court after performing poorly in the first quarter and accumulating 4 fouls. Yet, Pachulia appeared calm, his gaze harboring a hint of malice, already assuming a defensive stance and fixating on their side, even before the game resumed. Lu Ming grasped LeBron's arm. "LeBron, be cautious with your footing during the upcoming offense." James paused, having also noticed the unusual demeanor of Pachulia, and nodded thoughtfully. With the cheers of the crowd, the game resumed. Unlike their previous state of helplessness, the 5 players of the Magic displayed ample aggression after the timeout. They exploited movement and screens to create shooting opportunities on offense while leveraging their bodies to force the Cavaliers away from the basket on defense. Within 3 possessions, the Magic swiftly retaliated with a 7-0 run, prompting their coach to enthusiastically shout encouragement from the sidelines. "Well done. Keep it up. Give them a good thrashing." James initiated another offensive play. With Giannis, a towering guard standing at 2 meters, not at a significant disadvantage in size, he immediately shadowed James after a successful drive. "You won and Oppos. Get past me this time." Just as James prepared to call for a screen, he noticed Pachulia rushing in to double-team before their center could arrive. A glimmer of mockery flickered in James's eyes. This was precisely the outcome he relished. In the split second before Pachulia arrived, James spotted an opening and deftly threaded the ball between the 2 defenders to their center, who was wide open beneath the basket. Boom. The center unleashed a powerful dunk. Simultaneously, a whistle blew. Pachulia collided with James like an unstoppable locomotive, his body leaning forward as he barreled into him, sending James crashing to the ground. Afterward, he pretended to clumsily twist on top of James. Defensive foul. The basket does not count. Lu Ming frowned. It had indeed come to pass. However, this time it was not merely a trip, but a direct assault. He recalled that Westbrook had suffered a knee injury due to Pachulia's tactics. This man was akin to a walking encyclopedia of foul play. James shoved Pachulia off him, wincing in pain as his ribs throbbed, and was helped up by his teammates. Meanwhile, Pachulia, amidst the chorus of boos, stood beneath the basket awaiting free throws as if nothing had happened. "What are you doing to LeBron?" The referee. "This is a malicious foul. Get him off the court." Due to Pachulia's discreet actions and the absence of review equipment, the 3 referees, after deliberation, decided to issue merely a common foul. Unlike the NBA rules, the Summer League allowed players to accumulate up to 10 fouls before being disqualified, meaning even after this foul, Pachulia still had 5 opportunities to play dirty tonight. Fortunately, James's physical prowess was extraordinary. After a brief adjustment, he returned to his former state, though free throws remained his Achilles heel, as he once again made 1 out of 2. "Damn, he did it on purpose," James muttered as he returned on defense, close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, retorting, "For the next offensive play, let and Oppos continue with our 3-point strategy. Leave him to me. You're young and already so astute. If you let him stay, he might ruin a whole batch of stars." "Lu, he is dangerous. Don't act impulsively," James warned, casting a concerned glance at Lu Ming. "Don't and Oppos. Worry. If he dares to lay a hand on me, I will ensure he learns that justice will always prevail." The Magic executed their next possession with vigor, easily completing the offensive play, bringing the score to 22-13, gradually eroding the Cavaliers' earlier lead. As possession changed, James exchanged a glance with Lu Ming, receiving a slight nod before charging toward the paint as bait. This tactic was not new to the court. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Pachulia's eyes as the center set a screen for Lu Ming, swiftly switching his defense while maintaining a suspiciously close distance. As expected, the ball was deftly delivered to Lu Ming in the paint. He quickly rose for a shot, this time opting for a vertical jump rather than a fadeaway. A cunning smile spread across Pachulia's face as he shuffled his feet, feigning an attempt to block the shot while positioning his foot in what appeared to be an unintentional manner beneath Lu Ming's landing spot. However, the moment he looked up at Lu Ming, he was taken aback to find the young player smiling. "Damn, this dog cannot change its ways." Lu Ming released the basketball with a lack of power, indicating that his force stemmed not from his upper body but from his legs, which were slightly bent. The next moment, he forcefully stomped down. Both feet landed squarely on Pachulia and Apos' ankle. Crack! The sound of bone snapping echoed clearly to the nearby players. A howl erupted as both men crumpled to the floor, their agonized cries eerily synchronized. Pachulia, drenched in sweat and contorted in pain, rolled on the ground clutching his ankle. Lu Ming appeared no better off, pounding the hardwood in frustration, gasping for breath. The whistle blew. Defensive foul. The Cavaliers will take 3 free throws. The audience erupted in outrage, hurling popcorn and soda cups onto the court. This is attempted murder. This Georgian giant just targeted LeBron. And now he aims to take out Lu. Malicious foul. Get him out of here. James rushed forward, concerned for Lu Ming's condition, as teammates gathered around. Lu, are you all right? Can you stand? Lu Ming responded with a playful grimace. Please, if you can't even budge me, how could he possibly injure me? That cracking sound was, well, it certainly was teamy. I'm a man of complete strength attributes. If he didn't team manage to break anything. It's like he was just overindulging during pregnancy. James finally breathed a sigh of relief. Attempting to deliberately ruin someone's career twice was despicably shameless. Perhaps succumbing to the audience's discontent and the pressure from the Cavaliers' coaching staff, or perhaps Pachulia's intentions had been too blatant, the 3 referees, after discussion, unanimously issued a second-level malicious foul, expelling him from the game. The Cavaliers executed a 3-shot free throw, and even the protesting coach of the Magic received a technical foul. Chapter 10, We Must Prevail. In a bid to safeguard Lu Ming, the Cavaliers made the decision to substitute him, returning to the locker room for evaluation. On the opposing side, Pachulia was not as fortunate. He was escorted off the court on a stretcher after being ejected. Without the X factor and with Lu Ming injured, the Cavaliers surged ahead, leading their opponents by a staggering 20 points at halftime. James, having taken the court for merely 3 minutes in the second half, opted to rest. An amusing incident occurred in Pachulia's absence. A towering forward named Britton Johnson, wearing number 24, seized numerous opportunities, even executing a dunk over James, thereby capturing significant media attention. Unsurprisingly, James delivered an all-around performance with statistics of 14 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists, leading the team to a resounding victory over the Magic, marking a triumphant start to the Summer League. After the game, Magic General Manager Pat Williams commented on the unexpected occurrences. We are not a dirty team. Nor is this typical of the Magic style. The management will continue to assess Zaza's injury. Perhaps allowing him to gain experience overseas for another 2 years would be a prudent choice. When discussing James and Lu Ming, Williams extolled their virtues. LeBron possesses 3 rare qualities among young players: maturity, extraordinary talent, and exceptional charisma. The young man named Lu harmonizes splendidly with LeBron. They are a match made in heaven. However, I lament his injury. Most importantly, I must return to address our scouting department, which has shockingly been oblivious to Lu for over a year. This is quite unprofessional. In the subsequent Summer League games, Lu Ming maintained his high level of play, sinking 18 three-pointers across 4 matches with a staggering accuracy of 75. Coach Paul Silas, who had initially expressed skepticism, was left astounded and began proactively inquiring about Lu Ming's recovery. To avert a recurrence of the Pachulia incident, the Cavaliers decided to rest Lu Ming and James after 4 games, as their assessment of talent was largely accomplished and further risk was unnecessary. James was particularly astonished to find that Lu Ming and Apos' previous casual conversations had come to fruition. The recently dethroned Lakers, having suffered a setback in their quest for a 4th consecutive championship, made significant acquisitions during the offseason, securing Gary Payton and having Magic Johnson relinquish his number 32 jersey to recruit Karl Malone as a mark of respect. Malone did not disappoint, signing a 1-year contract with the Lakers, thus forming a formidable squad poised for a championship run. With Kobe Bryant embroiled in the Eagle County controversy, the Los Angeles Lakers were undeniably the center of attention that summer. In contrast, the Cavaliers' maneuvers appeared rather inconsequential. Beyond the 2 previous trades, they merely signed a few mediocre players such as J.R. Brimmer and Kevin Ollie. Lu Ming had a fulfilling summer, often seen in the company of LeBron, sharing meals and training sessions. However, he only managed to catch fleeting glimpses of his childhood idol, Yao Ming, who was preoccupied with national team commitments for the World Championships. Nevertheless, a game in October between the Chinese national team and South Korea ignited a spark of hope among the skeptical Cavaliers management. As Yao Ming utterly dominated the so-called best center in South Korea, Ha Sung-jin, His performance could only be described as riding the face of the opposition. No matter the defensive strategy employed by South Korea, they were unable to contain Yao. Following Yao's display, James seemed to gain faith in Lu Ming's earlier assertion that they could reach the finals in the upcoming season. Lu, perhaps we can indeed make some waves in the new season. The off-season swiftly drew to a close. Lu Ming's greatest gain during this period was not merely an increase in skill, but rather invaluable experience on the court. His attributes had seen a rise, particularly in mid-range shooting, which reached a commendable 70 points. The most effective way to enhance his abilities remained completing game tasks to earn attribute points. As for the youth basketball camp organized by James, Lu Ming did indeed encounter high-ranking officials from the Hook brand. Yet, despite James's strong endorsement, they opted to postpone their decision on a potential endorsement contract for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming remained unperturbed, confident that with this initial foot in the door and the assistance of the system, he would not struggle to secure a contract with a sports company. The new season was set to commence on October 28th, local time in the beautiful country. The Cavaliers were scheduled to face the Sacramento Kings, last season's Western Conference third seed, in an away game the following evening. The Kings, a storied powerhouse in the West, boasted a formidable roster, featuring all-star forward Chris Webber, sharpshooter Peja Stojakovic, and the tenacious Brad Miller, who was not one to shy away from confrontation with Shaquille O'Neal. Additionally, there was the technically skilled center, Vlade Divac, who had once been traded for Kobe. In terms of roster depth, experience, and overall team culture, the Kings held a significant advantage. After completing a team practice, Coach Paul Silas, with his ample belly, gathered the players. Tomorrow presents a formidable challenge. While their roster is superior, Chris Webber will be sidelined due to injury, which is fortuitous for us. If everyone approaches the game with seriousness, we certainly have a chance to win. Most importantly, as a young team, we must extract experience from this match. Errors are acceptable. Among the crowd, Lu Ming frowned slightly upon hearing these words. What kind of attitude is this? Is he already conceding defeat before the battle? What do you mean by we have a chance to win? We must secure victory tomorrow. He recalled the Cavaliers' experience in the 2003 season, where a loss to the Kings precipitated a 5-game losing streak. This time, however, he was determined to prevent such a scenario. The Cavaliers aimed to reach the finals this season and challenge the Lakers. They had to start with a resounding victory. Coach, I believe we possess considerable advantages even as the visiting team tomorrow. The room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to Lu Ming. Silas frowned. Lu, what are your thoughts? Coach, while their interior players are formidable, we also have two skillful big men. Yao and Z's statistics from last season are comparable to theirs. And with LeBron at the point guard position, he can physically dominate Mike Bibby. Sean is one of the league's premier perimeter defenders, and I trust that Peja will find little success against him. With a few well-chosen words, Lu Ming had praised his starting teammates, igniting smiles and boosting confidence throughout the room. James immediately chimed in, Coach, I concur with Lu. We must approach the game with the mindset of winning, rather than positioning ourselves as underdogs. Throughout LeBron's illustrious career, he had consistently embraced the role of a winner. The other players echoed his sentiments, with you eagerly volunteering, promising to dominate the Kings' traditionally strong rebounding. This left Coach Silas somewhat awkward, casting a sideways glance at Lu Ming and shaking his head in resignation. Young man, this is not the Summer League. You shall understand tomorrow. Chapter 11. Unleash your potential, my teammate. Unexpectedly, an unexpected turn of events did occur. Lu Ming, who had consistently performed admirably in the training camp and had developed a good rapport with the starters, did not receive the notification for a starting position before the game began. Instead, he found himself relegated to the bench. In his place was the newly signed J.R. Brimmer, a three-point shooter acquired during the off-season. Although LeBron expressed some discontent, it is indeed a rarity for an undrafted rookie to secure a starting spot so early in their career. Coupled with Lu Ming's own declaration of willingness to adhere to the team's arrangements, LeBron opted not to exercise his privilege to discuss the matter with management. The atmosphere inside and outside the Kings arena rivaled, if not surpassed, LeBron's inaugural appearance in Orlando. In addition to LeBron's formidable support team, Lu Ming even spotted a few individuals of Asian descent waving large photos of himself and Yao Ming, enthusiastically cheering from the sidelines. This revelation left him pleasantly surprised as he sat on the bench, quietly practicing his signature with his fingers. If he had known he would have fans so soon, he would have secretly designed an elegant artistic signature. As the game commenced, this match, marking LeBron's debut, naturally transformed into a significant event broadcasted nationwide. Lu Ming, with a fleeting thought, utilized the two potential development cards he had acquired on LeBron and Yao Ming. The reason for the delay in using them was due to a subsequent system reminder that the effects of the potential development cards would only last for a year. And the optimal way for a player's abilities to grow is through actual competition. Gazing at the attribute selection panel that appeared before him, he stroked his chin. For LeBron, let S enhance his three-point shooting. Although this old fellow and Oppo's peak career and later three-point shooting have been commendable, his consistency remains somewhat lacking. In the NBA, players endowed with extraordinary physical strength often struggle with shooting stability, and most cannot even develop a reliable shot. LeBron is indeed an exception. As for Yao Ming, the attribute that undoubtedly constrains him is his mobility. Lu Ming distinctly remembered that even before the advent of the small ball era, Yao, after gaining weight, was not particularly swift. During offensive plays, teammates frequently had to wait for him to slowly position himself before executing their strategies. The thought of a 226-pound giant racing around the court is exhilarating. Just as the beams of light infused the two players, LeBron felt an overwhelming urge to attempt a plethora of three-point shots. With the sound of the whistle, Yao leaped up, snatching the ball with a speed that seemed slightly improved. LeBron, dribbling the ball up the court, could no longer contain his urge. Before the opposing defenders could close in, he launched a long-range shot. Swish, the basketball swished through the net. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Lu Ming sprang from the bench, exuberantly waving his arms in celebration. Incredible! His teammates cast him bewildered glances, questioning his fervor. It was merely a three-point shot, after all. Lu, sit down. It's not yet time to celebrate. Coach Silas shot him a disapproving look. The decision to bench Lu Ming was a punishment for his earlier insubordination towards the rookie. Lu Ming pouted. You have no idea what a precious historical moment it is to witness the first point of the 411 project. The announcer's resonant voice filled the arena. LeBron had opened the scoring chapter of his NBA career with a shot he was not particularly adept at. However, he sensed this might not bode well, for such an act could easily be interpreted as a provocation by Peja. As anticipated, the seemingly amiable Serbian sharpshooter, after making a few dynamic movements, found himself open and retaliated with a drifting three-pointer. Following LeBron's three-pointer, the Cavaliers struggled offensively as the Kings, with their experience, continuously disrupted LeBron's driving lanes. The sound of muscle colliding echoed clearly, even to Lu Ming on the bench. Yao was still too slender. He could not contend with Brad Miller. I surmised that after this match, you would need to quickly rehabilitate his body. I hope he doesn't team miss the next game because of it. Ha ha ha. Yes, I heard the Cavaliers, in an effort to appease Yao, signed another guard from China. Although he performed decently in Orlando, the NBA is no Shanghai crocodile. I am convinced Lu cannot withstand the intensity of competition here. It appears that Dirk's success has led many NBA teams to harbor fantasies about international players, yet the Cleveland Cavaliers have taken it too far, enlisting two players from China to support LeBron. Although the game was fiercely contested, the Cavaliers trailed by merely 2 points on paper. Yet the announcer's mocking tone reverberated throughout the arena, as if the Cavaliers were fated to lose due to the presence of the two Chinese players. As a sophomore, J.R. Brimmer appeared timid amidst the cacophony of shouts, failing to capitalize on 3 open three-point opportunities, even missing one entirely. This left LeBron, the passer, shaking his head in frustration. With nearly 8 minutes played, the Cavaliers found themselves trailing by 7 points, a pivotal juncture. They either needed to catch up or risk falling further behind. Coach Paul Silas quickly signaled for a timeout. Lu Ming nodded slightly, thinking, well, that's better than nothing. Yet, the next moment, he heard Silas uttering the familiar command, move, move, come on, you need to pick up the pace. It seemed they weren't performing at their best either. Due to Brimmer's poor performance, Silas had no choice but to look towards Lu Ming, signaling him to prepare to enter the game, while Battier was substituted for Darius Miles. Given the current slow pace of basketball and the presence of 2 legitimate centers in the Cavaliers lineup, coupled with the opposing team's imposing interior players, the offensive space appeared exceedingly cramped. As Lu Ming stepped onto the court, he patted LeBron on the shoulder. Don't worry about their offensive success. Let us pick up the tempo. LeBron often displayed signs of frustration through his body language whenever his teammates faltered, a habit he had not changed in 20 years. How fast? LeBron raised an eyebrow. As fast as possible. I can keep up. The Kings also began their regular rotations, with Gerald Wallace and Jabari Smith replacing Christie and Brad Miller. LeBron once again dribbled the ball up the court, and Peja, following closely behind Lu Ming, smiled as he observed Lu Ming constantly moving, attempting to create openings through screens. Lu, I've seen the footage from your summer league. We want to grant you those shooting opportunities. The play involving a screen from the center, with LeBron acting as the decoy while Lu Ming executed the three-point shot, was one they frequently employed during the summer league. But it seemed the Kings had fully deciphered that strategy. Moreover, Peja's movement speed was not inferior to Lu Ming's. Is that so? Yet, a sharpshooter can influence the game in more ways than one. Lu Ming chuckled softly. As Yao prepared to set a screen, Lu Ming halted abruptly, smiling at the defender, catching Peja off guard. Meanwhile, Yao, who initially appeared ready to set a screen, merely executed a feigned pick before swiftly cutting to the basket, his speed leaving Jabari Smith utterly unprepared. James effortlessly lofted the ball high into the air, allowing Yao Ming to execute a spectacular alley-oop dunk. Oh! LeBron assisted Yao in completing an impressive slam, as the Kings' defense was drawn away by the external threat of Lu. I believe Adelman need not exercise such caution. Lu's shooting, in the realm of the NBA, does not pose a genuine threat. Chapter 12. The quick strike. They had witnessed numerous sharpshooters who consistently hit their targets during training. Yet most players faltered under the high-pressure environment of the NBA, unable to maintain their previous precision. Commentators opined that Adelman, being the architect of such a flamboyant offensive team, had no reason to fear a shot from an undrafted player. He should bear full responsibility for the Cavaliers' momentum-boosting dunks. However, in response to the commentators' skepticism, Adelman remained stoic on the sidelines, arms crossed, quietly observing the evolving situation and signaling his players to adhere to the game plan. A seasoned head coach's keen instincts warned him not to underestimate any NBA player. As the rotation phase began, the Kings' offensive strategies grew increasingly one-dimensional, with Peja and Bibby essentially responsible for scoring. Yet Peja and Opos, as shooting from beyond the arc was off today. Aside from an initial three-pointer, his subsequent attempts missed the mark. This presented the Cavaliers with an opportunity to close the gap. No matter who secured the rebound, Lu Ming would shout, "Run! Run!" LeBron surged forward like a swift dragon, as Lu Ming broke away from Peja and charged down the court. After receiving a pass, he abruptly halted and executed a jump shot, sinking a three-pointer, remarkably. His other three teammates had yet to cross half-court. The commentary booth fell into silence as the two analysts exchanged awkward glances, finally managing to utter, "It is evident that Lu has deviated from the coach's offensive plan. I fear this may not bode well for the Cavaliers." Indeed, while Lu's luck had favored him, such reckless shooting could severely dampen his teammates' morale if it failed to connect. The Cavaliers capitalized on consecutive fast-break opportunities, catching the Kings, accustomed to half-court battles, off guard. Coupled with Lu Ming's unpredictable movements and outside shooting, and LeBron's aggressive drives to the basket, the Cavaliers' offense flourished both inside and out, showcasing a remarkable level of excitement. Far from the demeanor of a youthful team, the match resembled a fast-forward button being pressed, delighting the audience within the arena. Yet, Adelman's seasoned Kings, despite LeBron and Lu Ming's relentless efforts, maintained a commendable offensive efficiency. Divac exploited Big Z's sluggishness repeatedly, utilizing passes and cuts to contribute from mid-range and the paint, ensuring his team retained a slender lead. As the first quarter concluded, the Kings, leveraging their adept Princeton offense, amassed a staggering 39 points in an era dominated by half-court play. Yet, not a trace of a smile graced Adelman's face, for it seemed the Cavaliers had ignited their offensive prowess upon Lu Ming and Opos' entry, now trailing by a mere point. This incited a sense of urgency within the experienced Adelman. He had anticipated an easy victory against an Eastern Conference underdog. "Listen up, gentlemen. We shall conquer them with our experience. Next, we need to slow the tempo, utilizing screens and movement to exploit their interior defense. Seize the moment to drive, ensuring our shooting percentage remains high. Do not engage in a battle of possessions or stamina." Due to Chris Webber's injury, the Kings lacked sufficient interior personnel to sustain a fluid offensive rhythm throughout the game, especially considering that their best passer, Divac, also required rest. A common flaw of youthful teams is their tendency to become exceedingly passive when their offense falters, especially when the opponent controls the tempo, a truth that Adelman understood profoundly. Meanwhile, Paul Silas stared blankly at the tactical board. The team's previous performance had shown promise, yet it did not align with the offensive system he was familiar with, leaving the hefty coach feeling somewhat adrift. After a moment of hesitation, he called upon two backup big men, Chris Mim and Disagana Diop. "Our Twin Tower lineup in the first quarter proved effective, so you two will form the interior barrier, allowing the starters some respite." Lu Ming, overhearing Silas's directives, rolled his eyes in exasperation. The reason they had managed to stay close in the score was their rapid pace. And substituting in two slow and cumbersome players was akin to digging their own grave. LeBron also grimaced, glancing at the Kings bench, and took a deep breath. Coach, I propose we continue with the previous strategy, with Lou and I leading the team. We only need one true center, and Darius can fill the power forward position. Lou's reasoning was sound. They needed to increase their tempo, sensing the Kings aimed to disrupt their offensive rhythm. Lu Ming nodded slightly. Only LeBron could voice such sentiments at this moment. Huh? We need to go faster? Silas appeared bewildered. But don't you need to rest? Having played the entirety of the first 12 minutes, LeBron was drenched in sweat. Winning the game gives us plenty of time to rest. This statement left Silas feeling ineffectual. While LeBron was undoubtedly the team's future cornerstone, he could not afford to lose his authority as head coach in the season's opening game. Furrowing his brow, Silas ultimately decided to stick with his game plan. LeBron, your stamina is depleting. We will do our utmost to secure you some rest. Sean, JR, Kevin. You three are up. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming silently covered his face with a towel, muttering to himself about Silas's coaching genius. No wonder he was ousted after just 2 seasons with the Cavaliers. As anticipated, the Cavaliers commenced the second quarter in a lethargic manner, relying solely on Sean Battier's 3 and D skills to salvage 3 consecutive possessions. Within 5 minutes, the Cavaliers found themselves trailing by 11 points, their largest deficit of the game. Even Kings head coach Adelman couldn't help but chuckle at the performance of the opposing players. Silas was compelled to call a timeout once more. This time he yielded, following LeBron's earlier suggestion, and substituted in Yao Ming and Darius Miles for the front court, replacing all the starters except for Big Z. The commentators, having witnessed the Cavaliers' offensive storm at the end of the first quarter, spoke with newfound caution. One had to admit, Paul's adjustments were timely. He had afforded LeBron some much-needed rest. However, it appeared that the Kings had seized control of the game, and historically, they would not grant their opponents any opportunities during this juncture. Indeed, let us hope the Cavaliers can endure a bit longer. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the 20,000 fans present. The two analysts believed they had deciphered Adelman's tactics. Yet the backlash came swiftly, akin to a whirlwind. The atmosphere on the court shifted dramatically as the Cavaliers accelerated their pace, showing no intention of engaging in a half-court battle. Even the seasoned Mike Bibby's attempts to stifle the offensive tempo proved futile against the Cavaliers' momentum. Once the ball found its way into LeBron's hands, the dynamics changed entirely. The Cavaliers completed nearly every offensive possession within a mere 15 seconds, regardless of success or failure, swiftly retreating on defense at Lu Ming's behest. 1 3-pointer. 2 3-pointers. Lu Ming's rapid speed and elusive movements left Pedro struggling to keep pace, gasping for breath. Yet even when Pedro exerted maximum effort defensively, Lu Ming consistently found the mark, boasting a commendable shooting percentage. They had lost their minds. What kind of gameplay was this? It is too fast. Our interior players simply cannot keep pace with their speed. Hurry back on defense. We must not allow LeBron to surge forward. The Cavaliers appear disorganized. Yet the frantic tempo compels the Kings players to inadvertently join in the frantic rush. Once again receiving a long pass beneath the basket, Lu Ming, standing at the mid-court logo, decisively takes the shot. The basketball arcs beautifully through the air, gracefully descending into the net. This sequence took a mere 3 seconds. The entire arena is astounded, and the few Cavaliers fans are driven into a frenzy. Meanwhile, many somewhat dazed Kings supporters can only shake their heads in disbelief. Does this kid not even glance at the hoop when he shoots? Is he merely tossing the ball around? Enough of that. Lu's 3-point shooting stands at an impressive 4 out of 7. This is simply unreasonable, utterly preposterous. Chapter 13. I retract my evaluation of him. How had Adelman ever witnessed such an offensive strategy? He had always believed that the system he had constructed was already exceptional. Yet he was unprepared for the sheer audacity of the opposing team's speed. What on earth was that lad named Lu up to? How could he so effortlessly release the ball just a step beyond the 3-point line? And he made nearly every shot. What troubled Adelman even more was that the Kings lacked a tenacious defender on the perimeter, which meant that to impede Lu Ming's shooting, at least 2 defenders had to be dispatched. But this young man wasn't even the primary ball handler. If they double-teamed him, how would they manage LeBron barreling towards the basket? As the score narrowed and then flipped, even Adelman's consecutive timeouts proved futile. By the halftime whistle, he was left in utter dismay. In the latter half of the second quarter, the Kings had plummeted from an 11-point lead to a 15-point deficit in a mere half. They simply could not find a way to simultaneously guard Lu Ming while also stymieing James' drives and passes. Moreover, the opposing team's starting center, Yao Ming, was playing with a fervor akin to a bull on a rampage, fiercely battling for offensive rebounds and shooting mid-range with terrifying accuracy. Even though Yao was the third scoring option behind Lu Ming and James, he had efficiently racked up 12 points in the first half. The Kings appeared utterly dazed by this whirlwind of fast-paced play in the third quarter. Veteran backcourt players Bibby and Peja, exhausted from their defensive exertions, squandered numerous mid-range opportunities they typically would have capitalized on, providing the Cavaliers yet another chance to widen the gap. With Lu Ming's unreasonable eighth three-pointer sinking, the score difference ballooned to an almost irretrievable 25 points. Far off in Cleveland, a man with dreadlocks gaped at the television, mesmerized by Lu Ming's continuous scoring. His mouth agape in disbelief. What on earth is this kid? Why did I foolishly challenge him that day? Not only had the Kings players lost their enthusiasm to continue, but even the home team fans in the stands began to turn their allegiance, fervently cheering for James and Lu Ming. They could not bear to witness the team's aspirations for the championship begin with an embarrassing defeat, especially against the Cavaliers, who had only managed 17 wins last season, finishing last in the Eastern Conference. Boom! James caught Lu Ming's alley-oop and executed a thunderous dunk. By the end of the third quarter, the scoreboard read 111-83. Adelman, holding his forehead, called for a timeout. The third stringers were already warming up. It seemed the Kings were poised to concede the match. The Cavaliers players celebrated by chest-bumping each other, having dismantled a Western powerhouse in three quarters, significantly boosting the team's morale. Lu had transformed this game with his three-point prowess. I retract my earlier assessment of him. Oh my, I have never witnessed anyone shoot like that. It's utterly frightening. The commentators, too, began to shake their heads in astonishment. After 2 decades in the industry, they had seen numerous underdog victories, but never had they witnessed such a decisive triumph over a formidable opponent in this manner. At that moment, Cavaliers coach Silas wore an expressive countenance. On one hand, he offered awkward smiles while encouraging the players heading to the bench, and on the other, he continuously stole glances at the statistics provided by the scorekeeper, searching for any flaws. Lu Ming and LeBron both surpassed 20 points. And due to Lu's many assisted three-pointers and the accelerated pace of play, LeBron, acting as the team's engine, naturally achieved a splendid triple-double. The statistics were impeccable. However, it was essential to scrutinize the process. Our offense, though commendable, allowed the opponent to score 80 points in 3 quarters, which starkly contradicted my persistent emphasis on defensive integrity. Furthermore, we had only attempted 8 free throws, which was greatly influenced by our frequent outside shooting. With LeBron on our roster, we should be focusing more on penetrating the paint. Lu Ming chuckled softly, remarking that it sounded as if he were suggesting that without his three-point shooting, the tactical system could somehow match the opponent's offensive intensity. It was no wonder that the Cavaliers had been lackluster in his first 2 years. Facing such an antiquated mindset was indeed challenging. Moreover, our shooting accuracy could not remain this high indefinitely. Lu, you must reduce those high-risk three-pointers. It could harm. Coach, just as Silas was expounding, James, having set down his water bottle, interjected. Perhaps you could share some encouraging remarks, considering we're still leading by nearly 30 points. His keen perception made him acutely aware of how the game was being won. Without Lu Ming, the team would have struggled to contend with the seasoned Kings. He sensed that Lu Ming's proposed fast-paced offense allowed him to flourish during his 30 minutes on the court, and if they further refined the specific tactics, it could serve as a highly suitable offensive system for him. Upon hearing his leader speak, Silas could only muster a sheepish smile. Resolving to wait for the video review the following day, where the coaching staff would analyze the issues present in their performance. The match in the fourth quarter devolved into mere garbage time. However, even with Lu Ming and the other starters having only played 3 quarters, their final score reached 125 points, marking one of the highest single-game scores in recent years, excluding overtime. As the final buzzer echoed, the Cavaliers triumphed over the Western powerhouse Kings by a margin of 20 points, achieving a stunning upset in the new season. Lu Ming heard the system's notification chime in his ear. Congratulations, host, on winning your first NBA game. You have received regular rewards, 5 attribute points. First victory reward, 5 attribute points. The season exchange store has been unlocked. The host may use the acquired attribute points to exchange for coach tactical system cards, player peak experience cards, injury recovery cards, and a variety of other items. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming realized that every victory would yield 5 attribute points. If he maintained the season's win target, he could anticipate an increase of approximately 200 attribute points. However, currently, aside from his perfect scores in three-point shooting and strength, his speed was only marginally adequate, while the other 20-plus attributes lingered between 60 and 70, indicating significant deficiencies. Despite this, he resolved to allocate the 10 attribute points gained to speed, for as a 3D role player, speed was the second most crucial skill after shooting, essential for both positioning and defense. Yet, the items in the season exchange store posed a conundrum. They were indeed valuable. For instance, the Coach Tactical System card could enable the team's coach to swiftly grasp a particular strategy, but its cost was exorbitant, requiring 20 attribute points for redemption. Similar to the Player Peak Experience card, the Injury Recovery card was even more outrageous, demanding 100 attribute points. Even if Lu Ming's team achieved 50 to 60 wins each season, he would still acquire only a few. The silver lining was that the opportunities for LeBron to experience his peak had become far less scarce after the store's opening. As the match concluded, the first person to approach from the opposing bench was not a player but their head coach, Adelman. This future Hall of Fame coach, after a brief embrace with James, made a beeline for Lu Ming, nearly gritting his teeth as he approached. He delivered a seemingly heavy punch to Lu Ming's chest, saying, "Young man, you and LeBron have ruined our season opener. The next time I visit China, you must treat me to a grand feast." This apparent complaint was, in truth, more a gesture of respect. Alderman had yet to encounter a rookie who could rival his prized protege, Peja, in three-point shooting without being overshadowed. His gaze towards Paul Silas was tinged with a hint of envy. What a remarkable talent! How splendid it would be to nurture such a player. Lu Ming also held a fondness for the seasoned coach who once led the Rockets to fleeting glory. "Coach Rick, I must confess, my culinary skills are quite commendable as well. The next time you find yourselves defeated by us in Cleveland, I shall prepare the ingredients in advance, eagerly awaiting your arrival." "You are indeed an amusing young man," Alderman chuckled heartily, adding, "I hope that after our next match, you will still be able to laugh as you do now." The two bantered as if they were longtime friends, leaving Paul Silas, who had been waiting patiently, feeling rather awkward. In the post-game interview, all the reporters naturally flocked to LeBron, and though Lu Ming had also performed exceptionally well, the allure of the prodigy was not something a mere undrafted player could eclipse. Relishing his moment of leisure, Lu Ming was on the verge of returning to the locker room when LeBron unexpectedly draped an arm around his shoulder and pulled him along. "I think you should inquire more about what this young man accomplished on the court. He was the primary reason for our victory today. All I had to do was pass him the ball." Chapter 14. Barkley, "Jump shots won't win championships," LeBron whispered into Lu Ming's ear. "I don't lack exposure." "But you do. Hurry up and make a name for yourself. Secure those endorsement contracts, and move out of that little house unworthy of your stature." With that, he stood behind Lu Ming with a smile, offering his support. "You're quite the good guy." Lu Ming chuckled brightly, casting a grateful glance at the man who had influenced him profoundly on his basketball journey in a past life. Who wouldn't want to encounter a loyal and devoted elder brother in their career? The reporters were taken aback by the situation, but with LeBron present, they showed ample respect and swarmed towards Lu Ming with questions. A young, blonde reporter with voluminous hair and an exuberant demeanor was the first to step forward. "Lu, may I ask what your relationship with LeBron is? How did you develop such a high level of synergy?" "LeBron has been my idol for a significant portion of my first 20 years. Exceptional individuals always inspire those around them to improve. I know almost everything about him. During the off-season, we even practiced a special combination move, so I am not at all surprised by our chemistry. But LeBron is only 18. "What do you mean by 20 years? The reporter inquired, puzzled. "Essentially, we have shared an unspoken bond for quite some time. It's as simple as that." Lu Ming chuckled lightly. "And what about Yao? We just saw him head back to the locker room with his head down. As fellow Chinese, might he feel envious of your relationship with LeBron?" "Envious? You cheeky girl." Lu Ming laughed helplessly, not paying much attention to the reporter's mention of Yao. Given his towering height, it was hard for him to notice anyone without looking down. "Yao is one of the players I respect the most. It is an honor to team up with him, but I believe he recognizes my skills rather than my looks, so I think you've misunderstood." His humorous response elicited laughter from the crowd, just as the blonde reporter was about to loosen her collar and continue her attempt to bond with Lu Ming. A Cavaliers assistant coach approached, gently tapping Lu Ming's shoulder and whispering, "Lu, Yao seems a bit off. You share a heritage. Should you check on him?" In the locker room, Yao sat silently in front of the locker, the number 11 Cavaliers jersey resting on his lap, a slight frown creasing his brow. No matter who spoke to him, he offered no reply. Lu Ming tossed the business card that the blonde reporter had forcibly thrust into his hand into a corner of the locker and sat beside Yao. Yao, what's wrong? Hearing the familiar sound of Mandarin, Yao lifted his head slightly, his gaze tinged with bitterness. Little Lu, I feel like I've changed. Changed? Changed to like men? Lu Ming jested. No, Yao shook his head silently. I feel like I'm not myself anymore. I always thought my career would end in Houston. The signals from the team suggested as much. Yet, inexplicably, I found myself here, and it was all so sudden. My agent informed me that there was no prior indication of the trade between Cleveland and Houston, and there are even rumors that the deal was made without the Cavaliers' owner. Gilbert, being informed. It feels so abnormal. That is indeed peculiar. If it weren't for my use of 2 obey cards, your career with the Rockets would likely be filled with regrets. Lu Ming remarked with a smirk. It's already been several months. You're quite late to realize this, aren't you? Not quite. Yao's expression grew serious. Everything prior could be explained as coincidence or business, but the moment I stepped onto the court today, I felt different. If you hadn't been there, I might have even attempted to personally guard Peja, and the urge to do so lingered. A voice kept telling me, run faster, run even faster. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips twitched, an awkward smile forming. Perhaps this is fate. Our fast-paced offense today caught the opponent off guard, leading to a significant victory. This indicates that you are well suited to the team's new system. You can't possibly tell him that I have a hang-up and just happen to help you remove yours, can you? That doesn't align with my usual play style. I've never played like this before. You said, exasperated. I completely understand. Lu Ming said earnestly. It's like I keep telling myself to practice, but there's a voice in my head saying, just play a couple of games first. Don't worry. This isn't a split personality, it's a call from within. Really? Yao raised an eyebrow, half convinced. Who do you think I am? I would never lie to you, Lu Ming pledged. Since you feel the urge to run faster, unleash that instinct on the court. Next time you can't contain it, I'll let you take my defensive assignment. And what will you do? Yao asked. Naturally, I'll cover the paint. Lu Ming shrugged, a look of nonchalance on his face. I didn't expect you to be so humorous. A smile began to emerge on Yao's face. After some guidance, he seemed to feel considerably better, though he didn't take Lu Ming's jokes too seriously. Lu Ming was struck by Yao's perceptiveness. Even with his subtle hints, Yao sensed something was amiss. Truly remarkable. The team's triumphant victory created a jubilant atmosphere. And after the game, everyone enjoyed a few drinks at a local bar. Unfortunately, Lu Ming and LeBron had yet to reach the legal drinking age in the United States. So they settled for juice instead. The following day, the sports sections of various newspapers were filled with news about the Cavaliers, primarily focusing on their unexpected victory over the Kings and highlighting the standout performances of LeBron, Lu Ming, and Yao. Lu Ming expected praise and accolades, but most reports were rife with skepticism. Charles Barkley, who had transitioned from player to basketball commentator, resumed his old role, bluntly stating that the Cavaliers had squandered their potential and were intoxicated by a fluke victory. The Cavaliers boast formidable interior players like Yao and Z. Yet they allow an undrafted player to recklessly shoot from the perimeter. Regardless of the era, three-point shooting should only serve as a complement to an offensive system. Jump shots alone will not secure a championship. The Cavaliers must make a decision before circumstances worsen, reducing their reliance on three-point shots. They cannot leave their fate to unreliable factors. Even if LeBron refrains from attacking the paint himself, he should pass the ball to their centers and rein in that undrafted player from his erratic shooting. I guarantee that if Lu continues to shoot haphazardly, his three-point shooting percentage will plummet below 30 by season's end. He will ruin the Cavaliers. Paul Silas, as head coach, you must ensure your team avoids falling into this sweet trap. Immediately limit Lu's shooting attempts. The Cavaliers' season began with a demanding schedule after facing the Kings. They were set to fly to Phoenix the following day to challenge the Suns. Thus, the video review session took place on the plane. As the Cavaliers players held the newspapers in hand, they felt bewildered. They were the victorious team, so why were they facing such criticism? Especially directed at LeBron and Lu Ming, who led them to victory. LeBron, however, took it in stride, his eyes half closed as he tapped Lu Ming, who sat beside him. Wearing headphones. Do not heed their nonsensical chatter. It is all due to me. Most of them wish to see my downfall. While this may be true, Lu Ming was nonetheless somewhat astonished that James, at such a young age, could perceive the reality and manage it so adeptly. This world operates in such a manner that for every individual who loves you, there is an equal number who despises you. It is impossible to garner universal adulation. Rest assured, LeBron, I shall not be swayed by this big mouth. Lu Ming chuckled softly, flipping over the newspaper featuring Barkley's visage. The aisle of the plane was already equipped with a video camera, and Coach Silas, prior to boarding, was engaged in a phone call, intentionally concealing his displeasure from the players. Guys, before we take off, I must inform you of something, Silas declared as he made his way to the center of the aisle. News from Cleveland has arrived, and in light of last night's events, the coaching staff has deliberated and made adjustments to the rotation. James opened his eyes, smiling at Lu Ming. Brother, your first NBA starting game is just around the corner. Chapter 15. The beautiful reporter Lu's prowess ranks among the lowest among my ex-boyfriends. One might think that without Lu Ming's outstanding performance yesterday, the resounding victory would not have transpired. To everyone's surprise, Silas cast a sidelong glance at the two and calmly remarked, our starting lineup will remain unchanged. However, the coaching staff has decided to grant Bojan some opportunities. Our veteran Kevin Ollie will also strive to fill Lu's void. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's expression shifted. Sensing an ominous turn of events, James stood up in protest, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Coach, what do you mean by that? What does it mean to fill Lu's void? Where's Lu? When will he have his rotation time? Paul Silas appeared somewhat helpless as he shrugged his shoulders. I apologize. LeBron, I understand Lu's brilliant performance yesterday, but this is the team's disciplinary action against him. I advocated for him, but to no avail. Disciplinary action? For what? James pressed. Is it because we played too fast yesterday, disregarding the coaching staff's arrangements? I also bear significant responsibility. Why punish only Lu? No. Silas waved his hand. It pertains to another matter. In our trade with Houston, the league suspects we engaged in illegal recruitment of Yao Ming. At that time, Lu visited our general manager, Jimmy. Thus, until the investigation is resolved, Lu is not permitted to play. But rest assured, this is not a suspension. It is a reasonable precaution. This is not fair. James exclaimed loudly. He recognized Lu Ming's significance to the team and understood how regrettable it was for a newly emerging undrafted talent to suddenly lose his opportunity for non-injury-related reasons. If the rotation was established early in the season, even if Lu returned later, it would be challenging for him to gain playing time without disrupting the team and Oppo's chemistry and coherence. This was the unspoken rule of the NBA. To Lu Ming and Oppo's surprise, Silas sincerely elucidated the rationale and process behind this disciplinary action. Due to the close timing of Lu's signing and the trade involving Yao, and given their shared heritage, the league could not help but suspect the Cavaliers of utilizing unethical means, covertly leveraging their relationship with Yao's agent to facilitate the trade. Such practices were strictly prohibited at any time, as setting a precedent would significantly harm the interests of certain small market owners. After all, they too were the pillars of the NBA. At this moment, Lu Ming slowly rose, devoid of the anger and resentment others anticipated, instead calmly regarding Silas. Coach, I wish to understand your perspective on me. The corpulent figure sighed regretfully and responded earnestly, Listen, Lu, while I may not appreciate some of your unconventional ideas, and your shot selection on the court is indeed vexing, I am not oblivious. I see your talent. And I too am disheartened by the loss of one of the team's finest players. I have done my utmost. Management initially requested that you be placed on the inactive list until the investigation concludes. However, due to my strong insistence, you may receive some playing time during garbage minutes in certain games, but remember, this is not a guarantee. Snap. Lu Ming snapped his fingers. Understood. I respect the team's decision. It became evident that Silas's incessant phone calls had been for this very reason. There was no need for Silas to fabricate tales regarding these matters, and Lu Ming was aware that if the charge of illegal recruitment were substantiated, it would greatly impact the team. Silas's ability to persuade management to treat an undrafted player like himself with such leniency was already commendable. Seeing that Lu Ming harbored no objections, although LeBron and the other players felt discontent, they could only mutter in low tones. However, the subsequent video session did not proceed smoothly. Silas, while a reasonable person, adhered rigidly to traditional coaching methods and was rather obstinate, perhaps influenced by the outspoken Barkley. He systematically dismissed many fast-paced strategies during the analysis of the team's performance yesterday. He argued that the team was too young and needed to adopt a steady approach, maintaining a balance between offense and defense, as excessive haste could cultivate poor habits for the young players. Tonight, the primary strategy against the Suns remained as Silas had previously emphasized, to find suitable opportunities for attacking the rim through set plays, with three-point shooting serving merely as a supplementary tactic. Lu Ming silently shook his head, thinking that had it not been for the heartfelt words he had just heard, he might not have been inclined to lend a hand. The Phoenix Suns, while youthful, boasted a formidable lineup. The backcourt featured last season's All-Star guard, Stephon Marbury, who averaged 22 points and 8 assists, alongside the emerging isolation specialist, Joe Johnson. The forward positions were equally impressive, showcasing the recently crowned Rookie of the Year, Amare Stoudemire, and the versatile Shawn Marion, who had also averaged 20 points last year. This presented a considerable challenge for the Cavaliers, who were facing back-to-back away games. To outsiders, this matchup appeared to be a personal duel between the two prominent big men from the 2002 draft class, Stoudemire and Yao. Yet, during the video session, Yao proactively stated that tonight's game was not a matter of personal rivalry. He would not stubbornly seek to outshine Stoudemire over last year's Rookie of the Year title. What mattered most was continuing the team's victory. If necessary, he was willing to adopt a more aggressive approach in screens and defense. This humble and selfless statement allowed the players to momentarily forget their displeasure regarding Lu Ming's absence. The Cavaliers issued an announcement prior to the game, stating that Lu Ming, who had performed exceptionally against the Kings, would be temporarily absent due to personal reasons. This prompted media speculation about the rising star, as no injury had been reported. ESPN's sports column program, First Talk, dedicated half an hour to analyzing the situation. As LeBron himself stated, playing alongside him meant never worrying about exposure. Yet one must always be prepared for the onslaught of rumors. Within a mere half hour, numerous reasons for Lu Ming's inability to play surfaced, including conflicts with teammates during practice, questioning the coach's tactics, and attempts to take LeBron out for a night on the town. The most outrageous claim came from a beautiful reporter who had interviewed Lu Ming the previous day. She insisted that Lu had called her after the game, and the two had spent the night in a motel. She even insinuated that Lu's skills ranked among the lowest of her previous boyfriends, and that he was rather stingy, as she had to cover the room fee herself. Seated on the bench, Lu Ming listened to his teammates recount the scandalous rumors, his expression one of disbelief. "What do you mean my skills rank among the lowest? Even if I had acted yesterday, I am still a formidable player. I shouldn't have accepted that woman's business card. It tarnishes my reputation." However, in stark contrast to Lu Ming's relaxed banter off the court, the 5 Cavaliers players on the basketball court found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Chapter 16. The head coach gets a promotion. The match remained intensely competitive throughout the first 3 quarters, with the Cavaliers even leading by a point at the end of the third, igniting a flicker of hope for both players and coaches alike. However, the fourth quarter commenced with an unexpected turn of events. Perhaps due to the fatigue of back-to-back away games, Cavaliers players began to make a series of elementary mistakes in coordination, and their offensive strategies centered around the paint were swiftly dismantled by the agile and leaping Suns. On the defensive end, Yao Ming's strenuous efforts to contain Stoudemire drained his energy, allowing Marion to capitalize on offensive rebounds, leading to second-chance opportunities for the Suns. As the tide turned, not only did the Suns surge ahead by 10 points, but the Cavaliers' morale also plummeted. The weakness in the backcourt left the Cavaliers unable to respond to the Suns' successful attacks. Although Yao managed to limit Stoudemire to a shooting percentage of 6 for 16, he was relentlessly worn down on the offensive end. The other starting big man, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, found himself in a frustrating position, his athleticism unable to match Marion's, and he had only secured 4 rebounds thus far. LeBron, despite achieving a near triple-double with 18 points, 10 rebounds, and 7 assists, committed 7 turnovers, rendering his playmaking efforts disastrous. Having experienced a fluid fast-break rhythm just the day before, the team's lifeless state after losing Lu Ming drove LeBron to the brink of frustration. In desperation, Coach Silas called his final timeout with 5 minutes remaining in the game. "Guys, let us rally. We just had a brief surge, now it's our turn," he encouraged. "You're doing well. Maintain your position. Don't let the opponents affect you." Lu Ming shook his head gently as he watched Silas's fervent encouragement. Against a team like the Suns, with formidable inside and outside pressure, Zydrunas could not afford to continue being targeted with his slow-footedness. Yet, the stubbornness of the coach, possibly eager to leave his mark on this young team, clouded his judgment. "Coach, we need to put Lu in. I believe he can assist us." LeBron suddenly stood, his serious gaze fixed on Silas. Silas hesitated, staring at Lu for several seconds, the warnings from management echoing in his mind, ultimately shaking his head. "LeBron, remain calm. Our current configuration is sufficient to finish the game. That is not a suspension," LeBron replied, a hint of urgency lacing his voice. "I understand. But your duty is to play. Silas countered, furrowing his brow. This was not merely adherence to management's orders, it was also in protection of LeBron. It is commendable for the young to be competitive, but before they fully spread their wings, they must not attempt to interfere with management's decisions. Yiming, sitting quietly nearby, observed the scene with mild amusement. This guy, despite being stubborn and somewhat inept, didn't he possess many other glaring flaws? As the timeout concluded, the starters returned to the court. Unsurprisingly, the Suns, having found the key to victory, surged ahead, leaving the Cavaliers with no opportunities in the final 5 minutes, ultimately claiming a 95-86 victory. Watching the opposing players celebrate with enthusiasm, Lu Ming sighed silently, trailing behind the grim-faced LeBron back to the locker room. What he initially thought was merely a reflection of back-to-back fatigue turned out to be the beginning of a series of defeats for the Cavaliers. Over the next 14 games, every away match concluded in loss, with the team's morale plummeting sharply since their initial triumph against the Kings. LeBron, the center of attention, seemed to have hit a rookie wall, scoring single-digit contributions of 8 and 7 points in subsequent challenges against the Trailblazers and Nuggets. Criticism of the Cavaliers flooded in. LeBron is merely a child overhyped. Look at what he has done in the games. He abandons his physical advantages, always attempting to open with three-pointers. This is not the behavior of a franchise player. Indeed, Yao's performance also puzzled many. He often followed offensive players too closely, seemingly forgetting that protecting the paint was a center's primary duty. Charles, what's your take? Barkley asked, adjusting his headset at the commentary table. The best decision the Cavaliers made was to replace that reckless three-point shooter, but it's evident this player has led LeBron astray. Three-pointers alone cannot sustain an era. If they do not rein in LeBron's shot selection, I believe the Cavaliers should promptly commence preparations for the off-season draft. The Cavaliers' locker room was filled with gloom, each player downcast as they listened to the critiques on television, even beginning to question whether their team could ever become more competitive. That night, they faced the formidable Pistons, currently boasting a record of 10 wins and 5 losses in the Eastern Conference. Lou, I heard the investigation has concluded. You should be able to play today. LeBron's voice sounded less than enthusiastic, as he had been feeling the weight of the losses. The only glimmer of hope lay in the possibility of recreating the fluid offense with Yiming from the end of October. Indeed, the league's efficiency is somewhat lacking. Lu Ming, seated in the corner, felt a flicker of optimism. Although the investigation into the Cavaliers and Yao's agent's communications had been thorough, yielding no incriminating evidence, the team had nonetheless suffered 10 losses in the past 14 games due to a lack of perimeter shooting. Yet, Lu Ming remained undeterred, realizing that even without stepping onto the court, the 4 victories the team secured would still reward him with attribute points. This time, he chose not to allocate the 20 attribute points immediately but to save them for a crucial moment. The upcoming game in Detroit was set to be a preview of the Eastern Conference Finals and a vital opportunity to gain experience. Victory was imperative. Lu Ming accessed the season redemption shop from the system, intent on selecting a strategy to enhance the head coach's capabilities. With an array of tactical systems tested through countless historical games, he deliberated among options such as the triangle offense, Princeton offense, Twin Towers strategy, and inside-out system. While Yao's prowess in the paint and basketball IQ could adequately support an inside-out strategy, the tactical core of the team revolved around LeBron. And since he aimed for a fast-paced style of play, excessive half-court sets would reduce the number of possessions. After careful consideration, Lu Ming ultimately opted for the barrage and cut strategy, ensuring that even with LeBron as the tactical focal point, the team's operations would align with both his and Yao's skill sets. Suddenly, a round of applause broke out as Coach Silas entered the room. All right, team. Let us get energized. It's time for our performance. The arena outside erupted with thunderous music, and the match was set to commence in 15 minutes. The players forced themselves to muster enthusiasm, feeling uncertain about facing the Pistons on their home court. Lu Ming stood and approached Silas with a smile, patting him on the shoulder, a blue light enveloping the coach. Coach, I have a feeling you'll bring us something new today. Silas, taken aback, gazed quizzically at Lu's retreating figure. Suddenly, boom, the thoughts in Silas's mind erupted as if they had exploded. An overwhelming tide of bizarre and peculiar movement patterns flooding into his consciousness. Chapter 17, the beginning of a fateful confrontation. The game was about to commence. Lu Ming and Oppo's first match upon his return saw him again in a substitute role, awaiting his turn to enter the fray. However, unlike before, today Silas was not standing on the sidelines urging the team to invigorate their spirits. Instead, he sat on the bench, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he fervently scribbled on the tactical board. As he modified strategies, he murmured incessantly, "Not every offensive play needs to be executed by LeBron. If Yao holds the ball at the free throw line or even at the top of the three-point arc, Yao's screens are of exceptional quality, and he has significantly improved his mobility this season. Liu and Sean are the perfect finishing points from the perimeter. If we can exploit their shooting prowess to create opportunities, LeBron's drives will become considerably easier." Big Z seems somewhat redundant. "We require an agile and dynamic cutter. Darius appears quite promising." A series of intricate pick-and-roll strategies sprang forth on the tactical board, and Silas grew increasingly animated, his body trembling slightly as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. Beside him, Lu Ming smiled knowingly and glanced at the court. Richard Hamilton of the Pistons had just completed another mid-range jump shot, his shooting touch seemingly impeccable today, by the halfway mark of the first quarter. He had already made 4 attempts, all successful, while also providing 2 assists. Wait, why is there only one Wallace? Where's the indomitable Rashid? It was then that Lu Ming realized that one of the famed bad boys from the 2004 championship team was absent. At that moment, a notification chimed in his ear. Rashid Wallace would be traded to the Pistons mid-season from the Trailblazers. Lu Ming smacked his forehead, realizing the situation. On the court, the Cavaliers, under Hamilton's relentless assault, appeared utterly helpless. He moved with the precision of a perpetual motion machine, running, shooting, and returning to defense with clockwork accuracy. Lu Ming was convinced that Hamilton's shooting angle was consistently identical. It was astonishingly precise. Even Battier, known for his defensive prowess, found himself outmatched, unable to prevent Hamilton from sinking his shots, even at the cost of fouls. Within less than a quarter, the Pistons had extended their lead to an impressive 15 points. Yet, surprisingly, the typically cautious Silas remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, engrossed in his tactical board. Under immense pressure from the Pistons, LeBron struggled mightily, as if the scenes of previous defeats were replaying before his eyes. With no other recourse, he called for a timeout. The whistle blew, and the 5 players trudged back to the bench, their spirits dampened. Their frustrations were palpable, with Big Ben's presence felt throughout the court. Big Z shook his head in resignation. Although Ben Wallace's statistics for the day were not particularly impressive, the pressure he exerted defensively was overwhelming. His fearless demeanor and fierce determination seemed to radiate an intense heat. "We must devise a strategy to counter Richard's scorching shooting. We cannot allow him to continue at this pace," LeBron exclaimed, crushing his paper cup in his hand, his expression grave. The thunderous cheers from the crowd echoed like thunder, instilling confidence in the home team, while simultaneously dismantling the opponent's psychological fortitude. At that moment, Silas abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with an unusual intensity as he called for his assistant coach. "Joe, call another timeout for me. I need to outline a strategy." The assistant coach looked at him in surprise. What strategy could possibly require 2 consecutive timeouts? Even the other Cavaliers players were filled with confusion. But Lu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. It was finally happening. Though time was tight, it was still manageable. Silas took a deep breath and signaled for Lu Ming and Darius Miles to enter. "You two will replace Big Z and JR. It may seem abrupt, but everyone must heed my words carefully. Yao, for the upcoming offensive possession, you will orchestrate the play. Hold the ball at this position." Silas promptly circled a spot at the top of the arc on the tactical board. "Sean and LeBron, you will set a double screen for Lou. The opportunity should arise beyond the left 3-point line. At this moment, Darius, you must swiftly attack the basket, aiming primarily to secure the rebound or seek a passing opportunity." Upon hearing this, he was taken aback. "Coach, if I don't set the screen and instead hold the ball, what if the opposing center doesn't step out? Wood and oppos, that render the strategy ineffective?" "Fear not," Silas replied decisively. "The continuous screens will disrupt the opponent and oppos' defensive alignment. If Ben stays in the paint and teammates fail to create opportunities, you will simply execute one directive." "What directive?" "Shoot," Silas asserted firmly. "If you do not take the shot, you will never pose an offensive threat. Gentlemen, remember, in our offensive approach, we must focus on 2 key points. First, always be prepared to set screens. This task is no longer the sole responsibility of the big men. Second, I expect all of you to run. I permit anyone to take shots from beyond the arc, including Yao and Darius." The players wore expressions of disbelief, struggling to comprehend Silas's newfound enthusiasm. The coach, who had always been averse to making 3-point shooting the primary offensive strategy, was now advocating for just that. Why had this typically prudent coach suddenly embraced a more dynamic approach? At that moment, Lu Ming stood up, clapping his hands vigorously. "Come on, guys, let's get excited. These fans are incredibly loud. By the end of this quarter, we will silence them for good. The system's electronic voice chimed once more. Activate the season's sole mission, fateful confrontation. The host can earn tenfold attribute points by defeating the reigning champions in the regular season for the first time. If victorious in this match, the host will enhance their probability of acquiring a random exclusive skill by 20 for every 3-point shot made. Tenfold rewards? Exclusive skills? That sounded quite appealing, making victory imperative. Unlike the previous encounter against the Suns, this time, it was truly our turn. As Lu Ming re-entered the game, the Pistons players were taken aback to discover that their previously despondent opponents had reignited their fighting spirit after 2 timeouts, their feet seemingly filled with renewed vigor. Big Ben continued to chatter incessantly. You lot are pathetic. It's only the first quarter, and you're already exhausted enough to call 2 timeouts for a breather? Hamilton, expressionless, was on fire today, seemingly destined to score 30 or even 40 points. As the Cavaliers initiated their offense, LeBron crossed half-court and immediately passed the ball to the waiting Yao at the arc's top. He then swiftly moved towards Lu Ming's position. What kind of strategy was this? Why was the 3-position player setting the screen for the shooter? Hamilton, chasing Lu Ming, momentarily froze, blocked by Battier. Torian switch. Prince, originally assigned to Battier, immediately followed Lu Ming. But in the next instant, LeBron appeared before him. The defensively adept Prince had yet to regain his composure when Lu Ming, utilizing the screen, darted to just beyond the arc. By the time Billups, defending LeBron, reacted, you had already delivered the ball into Lu Ming's hands. Swish, the 3-pointer swished through the net. What on earth was this? Was this what they called a strategy? The Pistons players stood in stunned silence, with Ben Wallace, who had been exchanging trash talk moments earlier, now twitching at the corners of his mouth, suddenly feeling an overwhelming energy without a channel for its release. Damn it, they're about to shoot a 3-pointer. Let us not forget what the Cavaliers did in Sacramento. Tayshaun, you go chase Lou. The team strategist, Chauncey Billups, swiftly devised a plan. A truly exceptional team promptly seeks to rectify its mistakes, and although the Pistons have yet to welcome back Rasheed Wallace this season, they are gradually beginning to exhibit a championship demeanor. Hamilton remained as cold-blooded as ever. The offense revolving around him flowed with remarkable fluidity as he once again utilized his positioning to pull up over Battier and score. However, the Cavaliers appeared transformed. Lu Ming's 3-point shot seemed to invigorate them instantly, launching the ball without the slightest pause and rapidly advancing to the front court. Yao Ming received the ball. Employing the same tactic, Prince, the little prince, chose to slip directly past the screen set by LeBron James, closely following Lu Ming's steps. Surprisingly, the basketball did not find its way into Lu Ming's possession. It was LeBron. Lu was the decoy. Billups seemed to have discerned the purpose of this strategy. As James set the screen, he surged towards the basket, and Yao executed a bounce pass, perfectly timed. Ben Wallace let out a fierce roar, charging forward with unyielding resolve. In terms of physicality and toughness, he did not fear this brash young man who was touted as the chosen one. You shall not enter. Yet, at that moment, what appeared to be a drive towards the basket from James turned into an external pass, and the basketball, like a bolt of lightning, found its way into Battier's hands in the corner. This is bad. Billups thought to himself. When did he become so open? Battier stood 3 meters away. With ample space, rising like a blade, he executed the shot with lethal precision, akin to an assassin-esque strike. 3 points. The referee on the sidelines signaled confirmation. Lu Ming glanced at Hamilton beside him, who wore a furrowed brow, and with a smirk, softly hummed, 3 points that is one more than 2. Chapter 18. I want to exploit their weaknesses in the first half. The Pistons' offensive prowess remained formidable, sustained by Hamilton's remarkable performance. Lu Ming observed the sharpshooter before him, consistently sinking baskets with precision, despite boasting an impressive movement speed of 87. The effectiveness of a player's defense cannot solely be gauged by their ability to keep pace with the offense. Faced with Hamilton, who had found his rhythm, Lu Ming felt powerless, his heart echoing a profound sentiment. How extraordinary. This was merely Hamilton. What if he were matched against one of the 4 elite shooting guards? No. This game cannot be a solo exhibition. An idea surged through his mind. Only by confronting formidable opponents can one truly elevate themselves. Although the Pistons maintained their exceptional offensive caliber, there was not a hint of joy on their faces. They realized that while the Cavaliers struggled to contain Hamilton, their adversaries seemed to have suddenly discovered the key to offense, consistently finding open shooters through numerous screens and movements. In fact, their offensive success rate exceeded that of the Pistons. Battier sank 2 consecutive 3-pointers, while James, utilizing screens to manipulate the defense, relentlessly bombarded the basket. What is that yellow-skinned kid doing? The audience marveled as they noticed that each time Hamilton executed a play, Lu Ming's movements became remarkably spirited, weaving through the crowd with agility. He was astonishingly swift. They had never witnessed a player who roamed beyond the three-point line, capable of orchestrating such intricate tactics single-handedly. An open three-pointer, and the shot hit its mark. After a timely defensive rotation, he was at it again. The score closed to a mere 3-point difference. Following a harrowing defensive possession, with only 15 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Cavaliers held the final possession. However, their offensive strategy appeared somewhat disjointed this time. The movements and screens were misaligned. As Lu Ming received the ball, Tayshaun Prince had tightly positioned himself in front of him. "Give it up, there's not enough time," Prince coldly remarked. As the crowd anticipated that Lu Ming would be unable to take a shot under such tight defense, he disregarded Prince's harassment, decisively leaping into the air. The basketball soared from his abdomen to his head, as if there were no defender in sight. What does this kid intend to do? Is he attempting a shot over Tayshaun? Any rational player would not make such a choice against one of the league's premier wing defenders. This was nothing short of self-humiliation. Yet, Lu Ming did just that. "Tayshaun, stop him," Billups shouted. The usually composed Prince's eyes flickered with anger. This was a blatant disrespect toward him. As he leapt to block, he exerted more force than usual. Prince's exceptional wingspan and judgment had always been his defensive advantages. Lu Ming, too, felt the immense pressure from Prince's defense, but he understood that for the team to gain momentum, he had to release the shot. With determination, Lu Ming faced the looming hand, sacrificing his balance as he leaned back slightly, generating perfect force to propel the ball. The basketball barely grazed Prince's fingertips as it soared past him, leaving him with a chilling realization. "Oh no, I couldn't block it." Given that both players exerted their full strength, they were uncomfortably close. Lu Ming collided with the ground, and to make matters worse, he accidentally stepped on Prince's shoe upon landing. The whistle blew, shooting foul. In the next moment, the launched basketball struck the backboard, gently rattled around the rim, and fell through. 3-1. The once boisterous arena fell into a stunned silence. How did he manage that? Tayshaun was right in his face. Most people wouldn't even see the basket from that angle, yet he still made the shot. A painful cry shattered the quiet as James and his teammates rushed over, surrounding the sweating Lu Ming, who had grasped his ankle. "Lu, are you all right? Get the trainer over here." Prince, filled with regret, bent down. "I'm sorry, Lu. I didn't mean for that to happen. Get out of the way." Darius Miles angrily shoved him aside. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he reached out his hand to James and Yao. "Help me up, little Lu. Don't push yourself." Yao expressed concern. "It's fine. I know my condition." Lu Ming shakily stood, relieved that he hadn't landed squarely, as most of the impact was absorbed by his back. Amidst the astonished gazes, Lu Ming lifted his right foot and stomped 3 times on the floor. A refreshing sensation enveloped his ankle, and after casually moving his joints, he felt no significant injury, walking as if nothing had happened. James stared wide-eyed at Lu Ming's retreating figure toward the free-throw line, muttering under his breath, "Damn, that move is so much like mine." Unexpectedly, despite Lu Ming's exceptional three-point shooting, he missed the free throw, sending the ball careening off the front of the rim and out of bounds. "Damn, even the free throw is like mine," James lamented helplessly. 3 seconds left for the Pistons wasn't enough for them to complete a shot after receiving the ball. As the first quarter concluded, the Pistons' earlier 15-point lead had vanished in mere minutes. The score was now tied at 33-33. The Pistons fans in the arena had lost their initial excitement, with only a few solitary voices cheering for their team. Larry Brown, the seemingly affable Pistons coach, began to bellow at his players during the intermission. "What are you doing? Don't hide behind the opponent's screens as if you're about to shoot. Be aggressive. Push through. Don't fear fouls. Make them understand that we are not to be trifled with." This Hall of Fame coach, who had already achieved great success last year, would not tolerate repeated mistakes from his team. On the other side, Lu Ming embraced you and James, a glint of determination in his eyes. "I have something to tell you." "What is it, little Lu? Is your ankle bothering you?" Yao asked with concern. "No." Lu Ming shook his head, casting a silent glance at the opposing basket, his resolve firm. "I found my rhythm. In the next quarter, give me the ball. I intend to exploit their weaknesses in the first half." James felt a flicker of unease. He detected an unusual intensity in Lu Ming's tone. Is this a killing intent? As the second quarter commenced, the Pistons rallied with renewed vigor, returning to the court with a spirit of invincibility. The Cavaliers initiated the offense. James brought the ball into the opponent's half, while Yao began to move towards the arc unexpectedly. Lu Ming did not utilize a screen to create an open shot as before. Instead, he positioned himself near the center logo, signaling to James for the ball. On the sidelines, Larry Brown braced himself. Was the strategy now to be initiated by the guards? I didn't expect Paul to have grown so much during this period. After the game, I must review the footage closely. Focus on man-to-man defense. As the Pistons players were strategizing under the guidance of their coach, Lu Ming made a decision that left everyone astounded. With his feet planted on the logo and 3 meters away from the three-point line, he launched the basketball with unwavering confidence. Chapter 19. The combination play with James, swish. The basketball sailed effortlessly through the net. Larry Brown stood frozen, his lips quivering slightly. The Pistons players exchanged bewildered glances, pondering how to defend against such an audacious shot. Should they double-team him from beyond the half-court line? The vast arena was enveloped in silence. Such an unreasonable three-pointer was a devastating blow to the morale of a team striving to regain its footing. Yet, little did they know, this was merely the beginning of the Pistons' nightmare. Although Hamilton was on fire today, relentlessly scoring from mid-range to keep the Pistons afloat, Lu Ming was operating on an entirely different plane. His performance could only be described as divine. 1 three-pointer, 2 three-pointers, each basket struck like a lethal dagger to the hearts of Pistons fans, causing the players on the court to crumble under pressure. The commentators were hoarse from their fervent commentary. Lu, he's done it again. This marks his 5th consecutive three-pointer since the first quarter. Unbelievable, utterly unfathomable. Is there a sniper's scope hidden in his eyes? Oh no, look at what he has done. Lu completed another 3-1 over Tayshaun, a regular on the all-defensive team, who now sat helplessly on the floor, clutching his head in despair. On the sidelines, Larry Brown repeatedly called for timeouts. Yet Lu Ming's relentless onslaught continued unabated. Frustrated, he hurled the tactical board to the ground, his meticulously styled hair now a chaotic mess. Oh no. It seems we have opened Pandora's box. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained unfazed, even as his teammates celebrated wildly around him. In his current state, everything else felt insignificant, except for the hoop that loomed large before him. He had never experienced such a transcendent state. Even in practice, he had never disregarded defense so brazenly. Yet everything unfolded so naturally. This sensation felt surreal, entrapping him in blissful reverie. Throughout the second quarter, the Pistons, renowned for their ironclad defense, inadvertently became the backdrop for Lu Ming's astonishing three-point exhibition. With reckless abandon, he launched shots from beyond the arc, each arc resembling a bullet piercing the hearts of the Pistons players. No matter what they tried, they could not contain Lu Ming's fervor. Defend? It was utterly ineffective. A 3-1 was always a possibility. Fail to defend? With such accuracy, would he not start shooting from the backcourt? The usually loyal Pistons fans, witnessing Lu Ming's personal showcase, gradually turned in awe, and a synchronized counting began to echo through the arena. 6, 7, 8. Each time Lu Ming sank a three-pointer, the crowd erupted into ecstatic cheers, eager to see how many he would ultimately score. As Lu Ming unleashed another flawless shot, the announcer's voice grew hoarse. We may be witnessing a miracle as Lu has just tied the historical single-game three-point record held by Kobe Bryant against the Seattle Supersonics with 12 three-pointers. More astonishing was that Lu accomplished this feat in less than 2 quarters, with 12 consecutive makes. Tonight, it seemed no one could thwart Lu in this state, even Michael, eager to test his skills, had long since retired. As halftime approached, the Pistons players were determined not to allow Lu Ming to set this record over them. A fate that would not be looked upon favorably in NBA history. Do not let him receive the ball, Billups commanded loudly. Richard, Tayshaun, you two keep tight on Lu. Deny him any opportunities. The stage was set for a grand spectacle. Darius Miles, stationed in the left corner, was left completely unguarded, while Yao Ming loomed near the free-through. Chapter 20. The guy with his underwear worn outside on the sidelines. Pistons head coach Larry Brown shook his head in resignation. Although he felt a pang of bitterness at witnessing Lu Ming break a record over his team, he graciously called for a timeout, allowing the audience to commemorate this historic moment. He also sought to reassure his demoralized players on the court. After halftime, the Pistons seemed to be on a wild roller coaster ride, plunging from an initial 15-point lead to a 25-point deficit within just 1.5 quarters. Despite Hamilton's valiant effort, scoring an astonishing 31 points in a head-to-head duel with Lu Ming over 2 quarters, it was insufficient to turn the tide. In the second quarter, Lu Ming sank 10 three-pointers and converted one free throw, also amassing 31 points. Just as he whimsically sang, 3 points, one more than 2. With Cavaliers head coach Paul Silas and Oppo's unexpected tactical shift, the team and Oppo's offense became unstoppable. In a rapid-fire offensive display, the Cavaliers racked up an astounding 78 points in the first half, leaving spectators in awe, perhaps out of indignation or perhaps in a bid for urgent adjustment. Larry Brown pulled his starters just 3 minutes into the second half, calling it a day and retreating to the Pistons and Oppo's bench. Such an occurrence is indeed rare in the annals of NBA history. Lou, do you want to play a bit longer? The number 13 isn't exactly auspicious, Silas remarked. His face flushed with excitement, even more so than the players on the court. In his mind, those 13 three-pointers represented a historic record he had personally witnessed. Were it not for his role as head coach, necessitating a certain decorum, he would have considered running around the court in celebration. Lu Ming chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No need, coach. We Chinese don't put stock in such things. I should lower the difficulty for my next record-breaking attempt and perhaps gather some good fortune. Having achieved his goal for the day, he saw no reason to further pummel a defeated opponent or remain on the court for them to analyze his weaknesses. Truth be told, his remarkable performance today was largely inspired by his opponent, Richard Hamilton, whose exceptional skills ignited Lu Ming's competitive spirit. Observing a player with such prowess up close was indeed a rare opportunity, one that might not present itself again anytime soon. Lu Ming even harbored some concerns about the potential repercussions of the law of conservation of good fortune. Silas nodded in understanding, not pressing further, as he turned his attention back to strategizing. As the final whistle blew, the Cavaliers surpassed the 120-point mark for the first time in a month. The once overlooked, yellow-skinned undrafted player made a flamboyant return to prominence. Ding, congrats! A throng of journalists found their appetites thoroughly whetted, brimming with anticipation to uncover the identity of the remarkable defensive player that Lu Ming had alluded to. With a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Lu Ming remarked, "His name is Carl, a fellow known for wearing his underwear on the outside, seeking to thwart the synergy between LeBron and me. Their only hope lies in having defenders perpetually airborne." It was only then that the crowd realized Lu Ming was referring to a character from the cinematic realm, Superman. Hailing from Krypton, this audacious remark was nothing short of sensational, yet it conveniently provided ample fodder for the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. Chapter 21. The outcome is inevitable. We shall prevail as anticipated. The following day, major newspapers prominently featured Lu Ming's audacious statements in their sports headlines. Has he truly lost his mind? The undrafted rookie boldly proclaimed that no NBA team could contain him unless they summoned Superman. Such arrogance is unparalleled. Lu Ming seems to be mocking the entire NBA. Kobe himself responded, stating that such a record is but a trivial footnote among his many achievements. Lu is far from earning my respect. Throughout NBA history, there has never been a shortage of overlooked gems who emerged after being undrafted. Yet, even the eccentric Rodman never dared to make such brash claims to the media during his rookie season. Moreover, Lu Ming has only played 2 commendable games. An athlete of Asian descent, making such a ruckus in the American League is not particularly endearing. With Kobe publicly voicing his dissent, his immense popularity incited a wave of criticism from American fans towards Lu Ming's declarations, and even netizens from across the ocean in China joined the fray. I have witnessed many outrageous displays, yet Lu Ming would not even rank in the top 100. Spare me. He merely had a fortunate shooting night. Did you not see how Hamilton scored effortlessly against him yesterday? A defensively challenged player is doomed to a brief tenure in the NBA. Though I am Chinese, my favorite player is Kobe. Even if Lu Ming were to break Kobe's 3-point record, he should uphold the traditional virtue of humility that we cherish. I disapprove of his celebratory antics. Enough already. A commenter, also a Chinese netizen, pointed out that Lu Ming holds American nationality and has likely forgotten his ancestral heritage. This lad is merely a disgrace disguised in yellow skin. Superman to guard him? Why doesn't he just ascend to the heavens? He is nothing more than a fleeting jester, and soon, no one will remember him. As the discourse escalated, Lu Ming, the rookie just entering the NBA, appeared to have become the public enemy of basketball fans throughout America, aside from a handful of die-hard Cavaliers supporters who still held hope for him. An overwhelming tide of negative remarks surged towards him, seemingly eager to engulf him entirely. Yet, following tactical adjustments by Paul Silas, the Cavaliers found their performance soaring. In the next 20 games, they achieved 2 remarkable 8-game winning streaks, successfully elevating their winning percentage above 50. The standout performers in these games were none other than the young trio of LeBron, Lou, and Yao, dubbed the Cavaliers' Young Big Three. Within the fast-paced offense, LeBron thrived, fully utilizing his speed, explosive power, and exceptional court vision. Although his primary method of attack remained ball-dominant, his synergy with teammates had visibly improved compared to previous performances. LeBron's scoring average surged from 17 points at the season's outset to 22, with 4 triple-doubles to his name, clearly dominating the rookie contest against Carmelo Anthony. Yao, having altered his playing style from his rookie season, excelled as the team's secondary ball handler, consistently averaging 15 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists. His solid fundamentals made him a formidable challenge for opponents. While Yao's scoring numbers did not see a significant increase from his rookie year, his overall impact on both ends of the court had undeniably ascended to a higher echelon. Lu Ming, as the supporting cast alongside his 2 elder brothers, primarily relied on his three-point shooting, achieving a staggering 48% shooting rate from beyond the arc, averaging 8 three-pointers, and contributing 16 points per game as a crucial spacing option. Additionally, he led the league in drawing 3-point fouls this season. Other team members also shone brightly, including the 2 sharpshooters acquired during the offseason, J.R. Bremer and second-year rookie Boyan Nakba, both boasting 3-point shooting percentages above 38%. The most significant benefactor among the role players was none other than Darius Miles, once dubbed the KG2 during the draft, whose athletic prowess perfectly suited the Cavaliers' current fast-paced offense. On the defensive end, Miles demonstrated remarkable leaping ability, often delivering morale-boosting blocks, while offensively, he exploited defensive lapses with reckless abandon. However, where there is joy, there are those left in the shadows. Big Z's skill set clashed with the current rapid offense, and although he remained a staple in the starting lineup, it was evident to discerning eyes that he had become somewhat superfluous in the present system. On January 11, 2004, following a recent victory over the Celtics, the Cavaliers hastily flew to Los Angeles to challenge the reigning champions, the Lakers. The anticipation surrounding this matchup was palpable. After acquiring 2 veteran All-Stars during the offseason, the Lakers remained the frontrunners for the championship this season. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers, riding a wave of momentum after altering their tactical approach, had consistently scored over 130 points in several games, rapidly improving their record. Despite being a young team lacking experience, they were emerging as a formidable new force. The rivalry between the players also added to the intrigue. Yao had bested Shaquille O'Neal in the All-Star voting during his rookie year, earning a starting position, much to Shaq's chagrin. He publicly criticized the voting process, claiming it was flawed and that Yao's numbers paled in comparison to his own. Yao cannot contain me. He is like a piece of clay in my hands. The weakest All-Star starter in history. As the All-Star voting commenced this year, their first matchup of the season seemed destined to settle their previous grievances. In another intriguing matchup, Kobe and LeBron, the 2 most popular perimeter players in the league, would face off for the first time on the NBA stage. Some anticipated Kobe's usual dominance, hoping he would impart a lesson on the harsh realities of the NBA to the so-called chosen one, while others hoped LeBron, the new prince, would dethrone the man most reminiscent of Jordan. Lu Ming's recent breaking of Kobe's 3-point record only intensified the stakes of this confrontation. After the Lakers' previous game against the Hawks, reporters inquired how many 3-pointers they intended to limit Lu Ming to in their upcoming face-off. Both players, sharing similar physiques and playing the shooting guard position, were in the spotlight, especially since Lu Ming had just shattered Kobe's single-game 3-point record last month. The typically competitive superstar responded with an indifferent expression. "I want to personally guard an undrafted rookie, that's Derek Fisher's job. But how many 3-pointers Lu makes is irrelevant. As the outcome of this game is already predetermined, we shall prevail." In the Cavaliers' locker room, the players, having just completed a practice game, engaged in lighthearted conversation. Yao, as usual, adeptly retrieved his laptop, but instead of playing video games, he opened a basketball forum thread. "Lu, come here for a moment." Lu Ming, freshly showered and drying his damp hair, approached Yao. "What's up?" Yao sighed. "Lately, due to your comments, the public perception of you has not been favorable, especially regarding some situations back home. I know you've seen it." Lu Ming chuckled dismissively, as Yao's open thread was filled with vitriol and insults directed at him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: Resource exhausted. Chapter 22. Recruitment from Yao Ming. Lu Ming felt a surge of doubt as he leaned closer to observe the position of Yao Ming and Appo's finger. Lu Ming's shooting prowess was exceptional. It led him to wonder when China would produce a guard of his caliber. How wonderful it would be if he could represent China in this year's Olympics. In the comments below, someone lamented, "Alas. I too wish Lu Ming could partner with Yao Ming, but he holds a passport from the United States and is unlikely to return." A sense of regret washed over them as they added, "What a pity. I quite like Lu Ming and even purchased his number 0 jersey." Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. The overwhelming tide of negative commentary had obscured his awareness of fans who resided across the ocean. Reading these sparse, unsolicited messages, he felt a flicker of gratitude within. However, he soon realized Yao Ming's intentions for seeking him out. "What do you think?" Yao Ming asked with a smile that was both enigmatic and inviting. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming responded with a hint of resignation. "To serve my country would be an honor, but my current identity as a bona fide American makes it considerably challenging to return." Before his journey through time, he had been a genuine citizen of China, abundant in patriotic fervor. Yet, he understood that the regulations governing overseas immigrants were stringent, and representing China in the Olympics posed a formidable obstacle due to his current status. Upon hearing Lu Ming's reply, Yao Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He clapped Lu Ming on the shoulder and said, "Coach Gong spoke with me yesterday. He asked me to gauge your thoughts and your family's opinions. If all is well, he can escalate the matter up the chain." "Really?" Lu Ming's eyes brightened as he quickly responded, "I can reply immediately, if given the chance to represent my homeland. I would be honored to accept." "Excellent. That is precisely the affirmation I was waiting for," Yao Ming exclaimed with a hearty laugh, just as he prepared to step out and make a call. However, he was met with a multitude of coaching staff entering the room, accompanied by team general manager Jimmy Paxson. "Why is he here?" Lu Ming wondered, puzzled, as the general manager typically did not attend away games. The locker room fell into a hushed silence as everyone gathered closely, awaiting the coach's address. As anticipated, it was head coach Paul Silas who stood before them, holding several sheets of data, his expression somewhat peculiar. "First, I would like to congratulate everyone. We have achieved commendable results in our last 20 games and have cultivated a valuable team synergy, earning praise from other teams in the league." Applause erupted, and smiles adorned the faces of the players. However, Paul Silas's tone shifted. "Yet, despite our offensive efficiency ranking first in the league with an average of 119.8 points per game, our defensive efficiency is at the bottom. After demonstrating fluid offensive plays, it seemed the team had entirely forgotten how to defend. Management and the coaching staff believed that if this issue remained unresolved, the team would face significant challenges in the playoffs." Expressions turned solemn as the reality of the situation sunk in. In recent victories, while the offense had flowed like mercury, scoring through screens and movement, the opponents seemed equally adept, often achieving unusually high scores against the Cavaliers. In the 2 previous 8-game winning streaks, there were several occasions where the Cavaliers won by a margin of less than 5 points. After all, the increase in possessions was not solely the Cavaliers' doing. If the opponents found their rhythm or the Cavaliers' shooters faltered, victory became readily attainable for them. Lu Ming let out a quiet sigh. This was an unavoidable reality. The team currently lacked quality defensive assets. Although Yao Ming had improved his speed, his focus on offensive playmaking and shooting left little energy for defense. LeBron, while tireless and formidable in matchups, had yet to reach his peak in defensive experience and technique. At times, he became lax, neglecting the opponent's shooting due to the fluidity of the team's offensive flow. This had been a persistent flaw throughout his 2-decade career. As for Lu Ming, despite having maximized his speed attribute, he still lacked excellence in pressure defense and techniques. When faced with skilled opposing guards, he felt akin to a mere ATM for points. The enhancement of attributes depended on accumulating victories, and Lu Ming found himself at an impasse regarding this. Additionally, Silas's gaze inadvertently swept toward Big Z. "Our offense has not been consistently excellent over the full 48 minutes. We only excel when LeBron, Yao, and Lu are on the court together." This was a clear implication that Big Z was hindering the team's offensive flow. The coaching staff, management, and all present sensed that the offense thrived only when Big Z was off the court. He was too slow and lacked Yao's adept playmaking abilities, with his mid-range shooting proving unreliable, clearly existing outside the team's system. Yet, as a veteran of the Cavaliers and a starter during crucial moments, he had to be given due respect and playing time. Given the team's recent success, there were no further objections. However, every tactic would eventually be deciphered, and management and coaching were merely being prudent. Lu Ming clicked his tongue softly. His initial decision to have the Cavaliers trade for Yao while retaining Big Z stemmed from a sense of empathy for Big Z's career and a desire to see him win a championship ring alongside LeBron to fulfill an unfulfilled dream. However, it seemed complications had arisen. At that moment, General Manager Paxson spoke up. We now have two choices. First, to alter our system and rediscover the right way to win. Second, Paxson paused, his voice dropping, to make internal adjustments to find a solution to our problems. A tremor ran through the room as everyone understood the implications of his words. With the trade deadline looming, management was poised to make significant changes. Big Z's salary this season stood at $13.5 million, placing him among the highest earners in the league, yet he failed to deliver commensurate results, making management's inclination to trade him entirely reasonable. Jimmy, I believe we can afford to wait a bit longer. There's no need to rush. LeBron was the first to speak up, as apart from Lu Ming, Big Z was his closest friend. This gentle giant, who shunned conflict, was well-liked by his teammates. Paxson frowned. LeBron, you must understand, the NBA is a business, and to create a system that benefits everyone, sacrifices are inevitable. LeBron scowled, ready to counter, when a voice interjected nearby. Mr. Paxson, I too disagree with any changes to the current roster. Lu Ming spoke up. I believe our team system is solid, and our player configuration is sufficient for victory. Lu, we are facing the Lakers tomorrow. You'll soon grasp what it means to find the right way to win. The implication was clear. The team's recent shortcomings would likely be exploited by the experienced Lakers, who had achieved their 3 consecutive championships through trades and attracting free agents. Lu Ming smirked. I care not for others' opinions. I believe that by dismantling the right answers, we become the answer ourselves. In this realm, DZ must seize the championship. If not this year, then next. If not next, then the year after. I refuse to believe that even with all my advantages, I cannot surpass them. Meanwhile, within the opulent abode of Lakers head coach Phil Jackson, the melodious chime of a telephone resonates. Ring ring, draped in a loose-fitting robe, the graceful Jeannie Buss answers the call. Her cheeks adorned with a subtle hint of spring, softly calling into the bathroom. Phil, it's Larry, the head coach of the Pistons. He has something to discuss with you. Chapter 23, Larry Brown. I've discovered the Cavaliers' weakness. Phil Jackson languidly picked up the phone while seated on the sofa, cradling a young woman in his arms, his fingers gently playing with Jeannie's hair. What's up, Larry? Are you looking to trade Darko Milicic to the Lakers? Unfortunately, we no longer have a need for big men. The two were longtime friends, and the Zen master's dry humor provoked a low curse from Larry Brown on the other end of the line. The Pistons had secured the 2nd overall pick in last year's draft, yet they had consecutively missed out on both Carmelo Anthony and Chris Bosh. And even the older rookie selected by Miami was performing admirably, much to the dismay of Pistons fans. On a serious note, Phil, you're set to face LeBron tomorrow. Just now, I've identified the Cavaliers' weakness. Are you interested in hearing about it? Oh? Jackson arched an eyebrow, gently pushing aside the woman who had been caressing his chest. Sitting up, the Cavaliers had been on a rampage lately, and many teams were struggling against their fast-paced style of play. Although Kobe had previously boasted that he would easily defeat them as the head coach, Phil Jackson understood that in the NBA, one must never underestimate any opponent, even if one has won 3 consecutive championships. To achieve this season's goals, one must thoroughly study all adversaries. Larry, I recall that you've lost to the Cavaliers twice this season. Surely, you're not joking with me? Larry Brown on the other end chuckled awkwardly. Some statistics require accumulation to reveal their significance. Moreover, you should note that during our second encounter with the Cavaliers, although we lost, it was a close match, finishing only 3 points apart. The old Zen master took a deep breath. What are you trying to say? Do you want us to engage in a shootout with the Cavaliers? No. Offense wins regular season games. Defense wins championships. Larry Brown replied calmly. You may not outrun them, but you can restrict them defensively. How so? I have some intriguing data. The Cavaliers' average 3-point attempts this season stand at 35, leading the league, and their interior scoring is commendable, ranking 6th in the NBA. Say something I don't know, the Zen master frowned. Their mid-range shooting is dreadful. Aside from Yao, nearly all their starters are below average in mid-range shooting, including LeBron and that guy who just broke Kobe's 3-point record. Larry Brown continued without holding back. LeBron's mid-range shooting percentage this season is just above 30, even lower than his 3-point shooting by 5 percentage points. As for Lou, he hardly shoots within the 3-point line. Within our sample size this season, he has attempted 17 mid-range shots, making only 3. And his free throw percentage is a poor 63. By all accounts, such a guard should not be in the league. The Zen master, being a renowned coach, quickly grasped the implication. He was indeed aware of Lu Ming's proficiency in three-point shooting, but had not realized that his mid-range performance was subpar. The reason he hadn't noticed earlier was that such a discrepancy was virtually unheard of in a precise shooter. You want me to limit Lu's presence beyond the three-point line to diminish his threat, correct? Precisely. But that is only the first point. Larry Brown continued. Data shows that in the past 20 games, the Cavaliers' offense is often sluggish during the first 7 minutes of the opening quarter, sometimes falling behind significantly until Big Z is substituted, which seems to disrupt their current offensive system. So the first quarter is an excellent opportunity for us to establish the tone of the game. The Zen master nodded thoughtfully. The third point, which is the most crucial, is that Lu's defense is lacking. His defensive efficiency ranks 360th among all NBA players, yet his deceptive speed can mislead others into perceiving him as a defensive powerhouse. Larry Brown cautioned, you have Kobe and Gary Payton, who can continuously attack Lu on offense or create mismatches to exhaust his stamina, preventing him from contributing on the offensive end. Stamina has always been a weakness for players of Asian descent, just like Yao. And what about LeBron? The Zen master inquired. Do you have any effective strategies to limit his passing and overall impact? A light chuckle emanated from the other end. Listen, Phil, you can't have it all. He was the first overall pick last year, and ordinary methods of limitation won't suffice. However, if you truly seek an answer, I suggest you undermine his confidence from within. The Zen master nodded thoughtfully, already plotting strategies for the upcoming game in his mind. By the way, Larry, why are you sharing this with me? Phil, our goal this year is to contend with your Lakers. Thus, we wish to avoid any uncontrollable complications in the playoffs. I hope that by tomorrow's game, the Lakers can help us eliminate some obstacles, Larry Brown articulated plainly, having already perceived the young Cavaliers as potential playoff adversaries. If he could expose their weaknesses, it would undoubtedly benefit his own team in gaining valuable experience. Unbeknownst to him, Larry Brown's ultimate rival was indeed the Lakers, a sentiment mirrored in Lu Ming's thoughts. As Phil Jackson hung up the phone, Jeannie Buss, seated nearby, coiled her waist closer to him, gently stroking his iconic beard. Phil, you seem quite pleased. How about we take advantage of this mood and have another go? The Zen master chuckled awkwardly and shook his head. Jeannie, I'm nearly 60 years old, and I have a great deal of work to accomplish tonight. Let us save it for another time. Phil Jackson sometimes found himself exasperated by his girlfriend, who was not yet 40. Her vitality was indeed overwhelming. However, being the daughter of Jerry Buss, he felt compelled to rise to the occasion, unwilling to be dismissive. Time swiftly passed to the following evening at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, where a multitude of social elites had gathered. Even before the game commenced, the atmosphere was already electric. In comparison to the star players on both teams, even greater luminaries occupied the front row seats. On the court, Lu Ming chewed gum, donned headphones, and practiced mid-range shots with a relaxed demeanor. Although being a bench warmer rendered this practice somewhat embarrassing, his current allocation of attribute points was limited, and he could only hope to capitalize on any open shooting opportunities. Lu, what are you listening to? LeBron strolled over, casually removing one of Lu Ming's earbuds and placing it in his own ear. JS song, LeBron remarked, as upbeat music filtered through the earbud. I opened my left fist to the heavens, transforming into a dragon. What? Jay-Z saying that? When did he learn Huaxia? Lu Ming chuckled helplessly. It's Jay Cho. He is quite popular where I come from. As they spoke, a commotion erupted from the players' entrance. Kobe, clad in a hoodie and silent under the barrage of flashing lights, strode in like a cool, stoic figure, exuding an undeniable aura. Recently embroiled in a scandal, he seemed particularly disinclined to bask in the spotlight. Security, clear them out. I need to practice here. Chapter 24. The defensive trap of the Lakers. A few imposing staff members, tall and fierce in appearance, immediately intercepted the reporters surrounding Kobe, sternly demanding they maintain their distance from the court. After shedding his tracksuit, Kobe revealed he was already donned in his training jersey. Upon casually spotting LeBron across the court, a smile instantly graced his face as he approached to greet him. Hey, LeBron, have you grown taller? Look at your arms. They are nearly as thick as my thighs. The two engaged in a friendly handshake and chest bump, exuding a sense of camaraderie. After exchanging pleasantries, LeBron gestured to Lu Ming behind him. Kobe, this is my good buddy Lu. His shooting technique is a perfect imitation of yours. You must meet him. Lu Ming eagerly stepped forward. In his youth, he had not particularly favored this intense individual, but as he immersed himself in watching games, he grew to appreciate Kobe's relentless determination. Moreover, the chance to observe this legendary superstar, who had dominated the NBA for 2 decades, was irresistible for any fervent basketball enthusiast. "This is our first meeting. I'm Lu Ming." He extended his hand in a friendly gesture. However, Kobe merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before patting LeBron's shoulder. "LeBron, it seems Vanessa is coming over. You know, if I don't give her a kiss, she'll surely kill me." With that, he turned and sauntered toward the audience stands, leaving Lu Ming's gesture unreciprocated. Lu Ming stood momentarily in surprise, retracting his outstretched arm with a hint of embarrassment, while LeBron offered a resigned smile. "Lu, don't take it to heart. He treated me the same way initially. I'm sure after the game, he'll come over to greet you." Lu Ming shook his head awkwardly, glancing at the couple on the bench who were sharing laughter. His sister-in-law looked particularly fashionable today, clad in a chic brown leather outfit that accentuated her curves, a testament to her dancing background. Beside them, the injured Karl Malone, wearing a cowboy hat, chimed in occasionally, creating a jovial atmosphere. The entrance ceremony soon commenced, with the announcer loudly reading the roster. At the unanimous request of the Cavaliers players, the potentially traded Big Z was the first to emerge from the player tunnel, followed by his teammates, who offered him encouraging high fives. As Lu Ming passed him, he performed his customary hand gestures and whispered in Big Z's ear, "Don't worry. We're still in this together for the championship." "Thank you, Lu," Big Z replied gratefully. When it was LeBron's turn, he wore a serious expression and solemnly addressed Big Z, "Brother, I will help you win this game. No one can take you away." The Lakers' starting lineup sparkled with talent, even with Karl Malone sidelined due to injury, featuring Kobe, Shaquille O'Neal, and Gary Payton. The starting small forward, Devin George, was a robust player, though lacking expertise in three-point shooting and defense. The power forward, Horace Grant, a key player during the Bulls' first three-peat, had once been an all-star, known for his solid defense and reliable mid-range shooting. However, Grant was now 38 years old and had long since lost his former prowess. Meanwhile, the veteran Derek Fisher, relegated to the bench due to Payton's arrival, could only shine from the sidelines. To any observer, this seemed a contest of stark disparity in skill. Despite the Cavaliers' recent surge, they appeared too inexperienced against the seasoned, championship-hungry Los Angeles Lakers. As the game commenced, both teams prepared for the jump ball. The atmosphere was electric, resembling a Game 7 of the finals rather than a mere regular season match. Shaquille O'Neal incessantly jabbered trash talk into Yao Ming's ear. "Hey, I know you can't comprehend what I'm saying, but last year's all-star spot should have been mine. You should be grateful you were traded to the East. This year you won to compete with me for a spot. But unfortunately, in a few days at my home court, I will utterly crush you." The All-Star game was set to take place in Los Angeles. Yet, Yao seemed unfazed, merely crouching slightly to prepare for the jump ball. "Hey, Yao. You really ought to learn English. This is rather dull." O'Neal huffed in frustration at Yao's lack of response. With the whistle blown, a prepared Yao deftly tapped the basketball to LeBron, winning the jump. LeBron advanced the ball, calling out plays. As in previous games, they aimed to establish their rhythm through Lu Ming's three-pointers. With continuous ball movement and screens, Lu Ming navigated around Yao's solid pick, successfully securing the ball. However, today he faced the seasoned Gary Payton, a former Defensive Player of the Year. Payton, like an agile catfish, effortlessly maneuvered around screens, tightly shadowing Lu Ming. "Rookie, you wouldn't dare take a jumper in front of me, would you? Because you simply can't." Payton's defense was skillful. He waved his arms on Lu Ming's right side, applying subtle pressure that rendered Lu Ming unable to find a shooting opportunity. Yet, a slight opening appeared on his left side. His teammates continuously cut and moved, while LeBron found himself closely guarded by Kobe, making it challenging to shake free. Lu Ming quickly assessed his options, either lobbed the ball to the post for Yao, which carried risks due to Big Z's lack of a long-range shot and Grant's positioning in the help defense, or seize the moment and take the shot himself. Resolute, Lu Ming bit his lip, stopping the ball for less than 2 seconds before deciding to drive left. Little did he know, this was the trap set by Payton. As Lu Ming launched into his drive, Big Z shifted inward, positioning himself to provide help defense, severely constricting Lu Ming's path. Payton closely pursued, applying relentless pressure. In a moment of realization, Lu Ming understood he had walked into a trap. Yet, passing to LeBron was no longer an option due to time constraints and the risk of losing the ball. With no alternatives, he reluctantly opted for a pull-up jumper near the free throw line. Thud, the ball ricocheted off the rim, only to be snatched up by O'Neal, who claimed the rebound. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. This kid won T even attempt a three-pointer in front of Gary. I always said he's as soft as a pile of dog droppings. Did you see that? His shooting form was all out of whack. He must have been terrified. The Lakers quickly transitioned to a fast break, exploiting Big Z's slow recovery. Kobe launched a high lob, too late for Yao to defend. O'Neal descended with ferocity, slamming the ball through the hoop. The atmosphere surged once more, igniting the audience in the back rows, who excitedly displayed their Lakers jerseys to the cameras. Good pass. Little Kobe, keep finding me. O'Neal laughed heartily, playfully patting Kobe on the back of his head. Damn it, don't touch my head. Get back on defense. Chapter 25, Big Z, it is time for change. As the possession shifted, the Cavaliers launched another offensive. LeBron, I feel something is off, murmured Lu Ming, who was sprinting alongside James. James furrowed his brow and replied, Don't worry, let's run another play. This time, I'll set a screen for you. Be ready to catch the ball. Although the Cavaliers altered their movement patterns, the players remained focused on creating an opportunity for Lu Ming to take an open three-pointer. Yao held the ball at the top of the arc, with O and Opos, Neal closely shadowing him. This season, Yao had attempted a few three-pointers, and while not frequent, his shooting percentage was respectable. Thus, the Lakers' defensive strategy was clear. Aside from Big Z, they would deny others the chance to shoot from beyond the arc. Even if the opponents were not particularly accurate, they still applied pressure. Yao, why don't you challenge me inside? Taunted a towering figure standing at 26 meters. Hanging around the perimeter is simply disgraceful. Unfazed, you quickly executed a handoff pass after James blocked his defender. Unexpectedly, Kobe appeared as if foreseeing the play, swiftly switching to guard Lu Ming without any prior communication. Do you know why I want to shake your hand? Kobe stated cryptically. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, instinctively recalling Malone and Vanessa in the front row of the audience. But the next moment, a glint of mischief flickered in Kobe's eyes as he sliced down with his palm, cleanly stealing the ball from Lu Ming. Kobe surged forward, executing a one-handed dunk to complete the offensive play. Just like that, Kobe shouted at James, hurling trash talk. Keep passing the ball to this rookie. He can't shoot mid-range. He can't dribble. He's our best sixth man. The thunderous cheers from the crowd left the Cavaliers somewhat baffled. Paul Silas sensed a shift in his team's mentality and promptly called for a timeout. 2 consecutive dunks had dampened the Cavaliers' morale. James wore a grim expression as he approached Lu Ming and patted him on the back. Come on, Lu. Get your head in the game. Don't let the spotlight affect you. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, feeling uneasy after squandering 2 offensive opportunities. His gaze drifted towards Phil Jackson on the Lakers bench. That old man not only knows how to take advantage of younger talent, but also has a solid defensive strategy. Coincidentally, Zen Master was also watching him, and their eyes met, seemingly igniting sparks of understanding. Lu Ming distinctly felt that the Lakers had conducted meticulous research on him, including deliberately allowing him to step beyond the three-point line, with defenders immediately appearing on his right side, as he typically shot with his right hand, creating immense pressure. Silas continuously sketched movement diagrams on the bench. Over time, he had outlined numerous tactical adaptations of the passing and cutting system. Big guys, listen closely. Don't focus on what the opponents are doing. Stick to our game plan. Lu, you are the finest shooter in the league. Believe in yourself and keep shooting. LeBron. Attack the basket. Shaq and Horace cannot stop you. At that moment, Big Z unexpectedly stood up and approached Silas. Coach, I voluntarily request to come off the court and let Darius take my place. The others were taken aback, gazing at the serious-faced giant with surprise. Big Z. I know Jimmy's comments were a bit much, but this is not the time for a tantrum, Silas frowned. There are still 5 minutes until the regular rotation. I am not throwing a tantrum, Big Z replied with a resigned smile. I understand that everyone has been accommodating me, allowing me to find my rhythm and contribute. However, the starting position does not suit me at this moment. Darius is the more fitting choice. Listen, we are facing the Lakers, the defending champions. If we do not make a change, we will be utterly defeated tonight. If we wish to progress, a transformation is essential. And I am willing to relinquish my playing time for a smoother team performance. This thoughtful giant always considered others first. The group silently nodded, their eyes filled with respect for Big Z. They all understood the weight of his words and recognized the courage it took for a seasoned veteran, on the brink of contract renewal next season, to express such sentiments. Lu Ming was the first to step forward. Brothers, I will create the space for you. I do not care about the number of shots or proving myself in front of Kobe. Please unleash your strengths. Their declarations reignited the fighting spirit within the Cavaliers. James gathered the 5 players who were about to enter the game into a huddle. Follow my lead. Let us secure this victory for Big Z. 1, 2, 3, go. As they re-entered the court, the Lakers were astonished to find the Cavaliers' demeanor had shifted. It was no longer one of confusion, but rather of fierce intensity, as if they were ready to consume their opponents. Moreover, less than 2 minutes into the game, they had already substituted their starting power forward. What is going on? The arena erupted with the commentators' playful banter. Oh my, it seems there is a bit of a problem on the Cavaliers' side. Big Z did not return to the court after the timeout. He appears to be sitting on the bench and doesn't seem injured. Could it be that they are experiencing internal discord after Kobe and Shaq's dunks? Staples Center fans, raise your hands and let me hear your cheers. Let us completely crush these challengers who dare to covet the throne. Let us go Lakers. Let us go Lakers. Let us go Lakers. The Cavaliers initiated their offensive. It seemed as though nothing had changed. Lu Ming tirelessly darted around, moving as swiftly as a startled rabbit. Gary, keep an eye on him. Keep him beyond the three-point line. Shaq, pay attention to your defender. Don't just stand there like a wooden statue. Kobe sensed an unusual energy and continuously directed his teammates on defense. O'Neal huffed in dissatisfaction, but remained closely tied to Yao's positioning. James orchestrated the play. As the team continued with their previous tactics, with 2 forwards setting screens for Lu Ming to create a 3-point opportunity. Don't waste time. You will not find an open shot. Gary Payton relentlessly pursued Lu Ming, and as a defender known for his prowess, Lu Ming seemed to be performing a poor imitation of a show. However, just as Battier set a screen for Lu Ming, drawing everyone's attention to the young player, Lu Ming suddenly slammed on the brakes and pivoted to set a back screen for Battier. The 2 defenders unexpectedly converged on Lu Ming, while Battier, understanding the cue, swiftly darted to the corner. James, unperturbed while backing down near the free throw line, delivered a no-look pass. The basketball zipped through the air like a cannonball. The moment matched with the arrival of the player. Battier found himself in a wide-open space and launched a furious shot. Swish, the ball sailed through the net. 3-4. The Cavaliers halted the bleeding just in time. Gary Payton unexpectedly glanced at Lu Ming's silhouette as he retreated on defense. According to the previous video analysis of the Cavaliers' tactics, in that particular play, Lu Ming was supposed to run to the arc to receive the ball for a shot, while their countermeasure should have involved a double team to disrupt his offense or force him to pass. To his surprise, the young man had no intention of taking a shot at all. Instead, he skillfully utilized his ability to draw attention, setting a screen for his teammate and creating an open opportunity. Little did he know, this lad averaged nearly 8 3-point attempts per game. Chapter 26. Kobe, can you shoot with your left hand? The Cavaliers' offense visibly improved as they accelerated their pace. Lu Ming leveraged his formidable outside presence, continuously using screens to draw defenders away from his teammates. Even a stalwart like Gary Payton could not ensure he remained in front of Lu at all times. This created numerous opportunities for his teammates to take open shots, with the primary beneficiaries being Battier and Darius Miles. Battier, known for his composed demeanor, showed no hesitation in capitalizing on open shots, sinking 3-pointers with ease. Meanwhile, Miles, exploiting his physical advantages, relentlessly attacked the rim with his speed, leaving the aging Cobra utterly helpless. Even when Lu did not shoot, he facilitated a remarkably fluid offensive flow for the team. Yet, despite this, the Lakers maintained their dominant advantage in the first quarter. The triangle offense crafted by Phil Jackson was designed to optimize spacing and create ample opportunities for the players. Whether it was Kobe or Shaquille, once the ball reached their hands, they possessed a high probability of finishing the play. Additionally, Darius Miles, while standing at 206 centimeters, did not embody a traditional power forward and struggled defensively against the likes of Shaquille or Grant. With Payton as both a facilitator and finisher, the Lakers' offensive arsenal proved too rich. Even with the Cavaliers deploying their strongest lineup, they could not surpass the score. You must toughen up," Shaquille exclaimed after successfully defending against Yao Ming's last-second mid-range shot, his excitement palpable. "You need to back down, take the ball, and dunk it." At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers led 33-30. The arena's announcer began to energize the crowd. "Oh, the giant across from Shaq is utterly powerless. Yo has forgotten the skills he possesses. A center running to the perimeter to assist, what a disgrace to the 5 spot." Observing his compatriot Lu struggling under Payton's relentless defense, the announcer remarked, "Look at his shooting percentage, only 1 3-pointer in 12 minutes. In this highly anticipated matchup, the commentators included the ever-cynical Charles Barkley. known for his pessimistic views on the Cavaliers. During a break, the bald analyst fervently expressed his thoughts. I actually believe the Cavaliers' offense is performing decently. Yet, they are still no match for the Lakers. Did you notice? The Lakers scored 16 points from Lou alone in the first quarter. Phil had instructed all players to exploit switches to attack this diminutive player, whose defense was as feeble as my grandmother's gums. If Lou cannot make his three-point shots, he is merely a liability on the court. Were it not for LeBron's 11 points, the Cavaliers would have collapsed in the first quarter, even with their star lineup. It proved insufficient against the reigning champions, who boasted Shaquille and Kobe. One of his compatriots replied, "Charles, this is the first time I've heard you praise Shaq." The two had a long-standing rivalry, and there were infamous instances of their on-court confrontations. Barkley rolled his eyes. Shaq is still a rotten banana cream pie. He is dragging Kobe down. Otherwise, the Lakers would be up by 20. His inflammatory remarks stirred the crowd, prompting many fair-weather fans to rally in support of the Cavaliers. Paul, take Lou out. He is a defensive black hole, a cash cow for Kobe. LeBron, take the ball yourself. You cannot trust that yellow-skinned monkey. He is atrocious. Lu Ming, do you lack self-awareness? Look at how you've dragged down LeBron and yell. What about your pride? Among the curses, a few voices from Chinese fans could be discerned. Yao cast a fierce glare at the crowd. Shut up. If you think you can do better, step up. He then gently covered Lu Ming's ears with his hands, concerned that the malicious jeers from the audience might undermine the confidence of the young player. Lu Ming smiled lightly, waving his hand. I don't need that. If it weren't for this game, I would have him wishing his mother didn't recognize him. The original keyboard warriors were nothing compared to the vitriol he encountered in his previous life online. At this moment, his sole focus was on winning the game. Lu Ming's gaze drifted toward the Lakers bench, where Karl Malone was animatedly conversing with Kobe's wife, Vanessa. However, her expression seemed somewhat uncomfortable, and she did not engage actively. Lu Ming even caught Malone attempting to reach for Vanessa's hand, only to be cautiously evaded by her. Was this grand drama coincidentally unfolding before me? Meanwhile, Kobe, absorbed in the game, appeared oblivious to the situation beside him. As the second quarter commenced, it was time for the starters to rest, and both teams seamlessly deployed their rotational lineups. Big Z returned to take over the inside duties from Yao. It must be said that Big Z's skill set, while not a perfect match for the Cavaliers' other four starters, proved effective against the Lakers' rookie center, Brian Cook. Big Z utilized his footwork in the paint, consistently scoring over the opposing five, even momentarily leading the team to a score advantage and playing exceptionally well. On the bench, Silas nodded approvingly. Being a backup was not a disadvantage for Big Z. Consequently, Phil Jackson had to reinsert his starters after only 4 minutes of rest. The tug-of-war resumed, with the two stars, Kobe and LeBron, leveraging their unique attributes to continually score for their teams, both enjoying a commendable shooting performance. As the score remained tightly contested, the atmosphere in the Staples Center grew increasingly electric. With 17 seconds remaining in the first half, the Lakers led 55-53, holding a slim 2-point advantage, with possession granted to the Cavaliers. Despite having only played a half, the players were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. However, all aspired to seize control before halftime. Even a small lead could provide psychological leverage for their team. Breathing heavily, LeBron patted Lu Ming on the back. You take the last shot. All right. Yao positioned himself at the top of the arc. They had practiced this play countless times. Lu Ming, utilizing a screen, reappeared at the left 45-degree angle. Kobe, switching to defense, immediately shadowed him on his right, deliberately leaving a gap on the left. Rookie, step in and take a shot, then you can rest. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Kobe, I think if you truly want to settle that issue in Colorado, it might cost you a year's salary. Trash talk has always been an integral part of the game. Kobe's expression darkened. Don't try to provoke me. You'll never earn what I make in a year. Is that so? Lu Ming slyly shifted the ball to his left hand, casually muttering, $5 million, oh $5 million, a lifetime would not be enough to spend it all. Kobe felt an unexpected jolt, as if sensing Vanessa's gaze from nearby. This matter had weighed heavily on his conscience for quite some time. Just then, Lu Ming suddenly leaped. Kobe, taken aback, quickly reached out to interfere, positioned on Lu Ming's right and so close, his defensive skills would surely not fail him. However, when he lifted his head, he was astonished to discover that Lu Ming's approach this time was entirely different from before. The ball-handling hand had surprisingly shifted to the right hand, while the fingers of his left hand effortlessly flicked the basketball away. The distance between his fingertips and the ball was merely a whisper. Impossible. This lad had played over 20 games, always relying on his right hand. He could not possibly make the shot. Kobe trusted his judgment and the insights gleaned from the video sessions. The entire audience watched in wide-eyed amazement, incredulous that this young man dared to attempt a jumper over Kobe. As the basketball slipped from Lu Ming's fingertips, it arced slightly higher than usual. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Swish, the ball went through the net, illuminating the scoreboard. As the first half concluded, the score settled at 55-56. With the Cavaliers successfully taking the lead. He made it. He truly made it. Perhaps the so-called waste had some utility after all. A portion of the fans began to cheer. Kobe stared blankly at the graceful landing of Lu Ming, furrowing his brow and asking, "Can you shoot with your left hand?" Lu Ming shrugged, replying, "No, but James Harden can." Such is the advantage of mastering the shooting styles of all the stars. Chapter 27. Manipulating Mindsets? I excel. James Harden? What an unfamiliar name. Hey Gary, do you know who James Harden is? Kobe inquired, glancing towards Gary Payton as they walked back to the locker room together. Who is that? A new stripper at Baby House? Or one of our cheerleaders? Damn it. Stop with the nonsense. Don't joke around like that. Old Payton quickly raised his hands in apology, noticing the imminent explosion of Kobe's temper. It was just a cold joke. Calm down, Kobe. Throughout the journey, Kobe was preoccupied with the distracting remark made by Lu Ming earlier. Am I really expected to pay that scoundrel $5 million to settle this? That brat must be lying. It's absolutely impossible. His salary this season is only $13.5 million, and after the exorbitant taxes and agent fees, he is left with less than $7 million. Paying such a hefty sum for a casual fling is utterly absurd. Yet, Kobe remained irked by the recent scandal, even though his wife had forgiven him. The constant media scrutiny was a source of irritation. $5 million? I'd offer her at most 1/5 of that. Upon returning to the locker room, Kobe immediately spotted Shaquille indulging in a large platter of fried chicken, accompanied by a hefty cup of cola. With his mood already soured, he lashed out. Stop eating, Shaq. Look at yourself. You're enormous. You're too slow on the court. You can't keep up with US pace. We're trailing in the first half. And you bear the primary responsibility. The onlookers exchanged glances, silently lowering their heads at the sight of the feuding duo. Their discord was not new. It had simmered for quite some time, only recently restrained due to a relatively smooth schedule. Shaquille, visibly insulted by the barrage of criticisms, slammed his cup of cola to the ground and shot to his feet. You little rascal, do you know who you're speaking to? Don't forget. It was you who got dunked on by that undrafted rookie. And remember, I gifted you 3 championships. Without me, you'd be nothing. Shut up. Stick your ugly behind back on that chair. Kobe retorted defiantly. Without me, you wouldn't have won those championships either. You're too old and slow. The two exchanged heated words, each unwilling to concede. But thankfully, their teammates intervened just in time to prevent the situation from escalating further. Outside the locker room, Vanessa hesitantly gazed inside at her husband, torn between speaking up and remaining silent. While watching the game earlier, she distinctly heard someone ask Karl Malone why he was wearing such a peculiar cowboy hat today. Was he going hunting? To which Malone replied with a grin. My target today is a Mexican girl. Given that Vanessa herself had Mexican heritage and that Malone had previously orchestrated physical contact, her heart was unsettled. She had intended to share this with Kobe, but the current atmosphere in the locker room didn't seem conducive for such a conversation. After much deliberation, Vanessa decided to wait a while longer and turned to head towards the court. As the third quarter commenced, the game remained fiercely contested. Perhaps seeking retribution for Lu Ming's earlier three-pointer, Kobe relentlessly sought screens, maneuvering Lu Ming into isolation. Rookie, I don't know who James Harden is, but you better remember the name Kobe Bryant tonight. Your athleticism is abysmal. You can barely reach my knees. If you dare showcase your left-handed shot in front of me again, I'll drag you down from the air. With every basket Kobe made over Lu Ming, he incessantly spewed trash talk. However, when Lu Ming eventually discovered a method to counter his opponent's defense, he managed to sink 2 consecutive three-pointers, keeping the team in contention. Yet, the brilliance of the Zen Masters triangle offense was undeniable, especially with the lethal combination of Kobe and Shaquille. Even with LeBron in scorching form, the Lakers maintained the upper hand throughout the match. The duel between Yao and Shaquille was equally entertaining, both players in a relentless exchange, unable to find a way to stifle one another. One, a physical powerhouse dominating the paint. The other, a skilled technician consistently scoring with hooks and mid-range shots. Even Barkley on the sidelines exclaimed he had never witnessed another second-year player hold his ground against Shaquille so fiercely. Yao's skills are extraordinary. Just look at his footwork and shooting touch. In 3 years, no, 2 years, this league will be entirely under Yao's dominion. As the game progressed, the score fluctuated with each possession, and the players were nearing exhaustion. LeBron, gasping for breath, leaned on his knees, glancing at the scoreboard. Even he, known for his stamina, was struggling against the intensity of the match. Lakers 101, Cavaliers 100. Only 1 minute remained. However, the Lakers still held possession. Lu Ming, panting heavily, muttered under his breath. No wonder they're 3-time champions. They really have something. The atmosphere in the arena peaked at this moment. Lakers fans unleashed a cacophony of noise to disrupt the Cavaliers' shooting, and on a few occasions, it had indeed proven effective. Currently, the Lakers retained the initiative. Letting them score again would spell trouble. Kobe, ball in hand, advanced past half-court, immediately signaling for a pick from Devin George. The Cavaliers, aiming to safeguard Lu Ming on defense, assigned him to guard the less offensively capable small forward. Yet, this strategy seemed to yield minimal results. Seeing Lu Ming's exasperated face before him, even Kobe chuckled. Isolating Lu Ming was currently the most effective scoring tactic. Rookie, do you think I'll score 2 or 3 points over you? Kobe crouched, dribbling, poised to penetrate. As he prepared to decide the game, the arena erupted with MVP chants. Kobe relished this moment, as if he were born for it. Yet Lu Ming wore a curious smile, casting a glance towards the front row of the stands. Kobe, you should be more concerned about the Mexican girl's affections. You may lose this game, but there's always next time. Losing your wife would be a far greater loss. Kobe blinked, quickly following Lu Ming's pointing finger, and caught sight of Malone, who was shamelessly flirting with Vanessa, leaning too close, nearly half his body invading her personal space. Vanessa appeared like a startled deer, helplessly trying to evade him. Carl, what are you doing? Get back to your seat. Kobe could not help but curse. But just then, Peyton shouted from the side, Kobe, the 24-second clock is winding down. Shoot quickly. Typically focused on the game, the Black Mamba found his mindset successfully disrupted by Lu Ming. When he regained his composure, only 1 second remained on the shot clock. Damn. Kobe, unprepared, rushed his shot. The basketball flew true but lacked the necessary force, hitting the front of the rim and bouncing out. In the ensuing tussle for position beneath the basket, Yao managed to tip the ball to LeBron, and the Cavaliers immediately launched a fast break. Chapter 28. Wishing you all the best in Miami. How could it be possible? This kid actually managed to defend against Kobe? Silence. Kobe was simply too exhausted. Indeed, that was Kobe, the man closest to Jordan. This kid is truly riding a wave of extraordinary luck. As James launched a fast break, Lu Ming inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. You are still the same old man, not a single bit changed. Although the defense has yet deteriorated to a level of 95, the fast breaks remain ferociously potent. James, with the grace of a whirlwind, surged ahead. But just when everyone expected him to secure 2 points with an explosive dunk, a golden figure suddenly darted out from behind. No chance. At an unknown moment, Kobe had appeared right behind James. Just as James took off, a massive hand descended from above, forcefully snatching the ball from behind. James lost his balance and crashed heavily onto the floor. Yet the referee signaled no foul. It was a clean, decisive block. The Zen master, watching anxiously from the sidelines, quickly called for a timeout. Had it not been for Kobe's recent efforts to make up for lost ground, the Lakers would undoubtedly have found themselves in a precarious position. Kobe raised the ball with one hand, roaring in frustration, releasing the pent-up emotions within. The crowd erupted once more, chanting his name in a fervor. Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. Their excited gazes were fixed upon their hero, who had once again helped the team halt the downward spiral. On the bench, the Zen master diligently sketched positioning diagrams on the tactical board. Astutely, he noted the reason behind Kobe's earlier struggles on the offensive end. Seated on the bench, Kobe glared fiercely at the spectators, his eyes blazing as if he wished to consume Malone whole. Kobe, listen. The Zen master sighed helplessly. I promise I will allow you to take the crucial shot at any moment, but today your form is lacking. In the next play, pass the ball to the interior. No. Kobe immediately rejected this notion. I am a born assassin. I will finish this game myself. No one can take the ball from me. How could this proud, even somewhat arrogant man concede victory to another? Even after missing a critical shot against Lu Ming, who had exploited the Cavaliers' defensive lapse, Kobe remained confident he could take the kid on again. Indeed, after winning the game, I shall make sure to give Carl, that hypocrite, a good beating. Kobe seethed internally. Lu Ming seemed as though he had taken root, firmly standing his ground, impervious to O'Neill's vigorous attempts to budge him. How could this be? O'Neill found himself momentarily bewildered, grappling with an inexplicable sensation of unreality. How could he withstand my strength? Suddenly, Lu Ming's mocking voice broke through the tumult. Hey, big guy. Did you skip your meal? Is that all the power you possess? No wonder Kobe just advised me to expedite your trade. You are truly underperforming tonight. Oh. And I almost forgot to wish you well. May your endeavors in Miami be met with success. Chapter 29. Secret tactics you've turned against me. The taunting remark from behind caused O'Neill's expression to darken instantly, especially after Lu Ming's final wish for him good luck in Miami. The notoriously short-tempered giant felt utterly unhinged. Shaq, what are you doing? At that moment, Kobe, frustrated by the ineffectiveness in the paint, erupted in anger. If you can't handle it, just pass me the damn ball. Their earlier minor disagreement in the locker room intensified O'Neill's fury upon hearing Kobe's words. You should be the one traded. The Lakers are my team. You arrogant little man. Do you really think you can guard me? In a fit of rage, O'Neill not only failed to pass the ball to the demanding Kobe, but instead cradled the basketball and prepared to bulldoze Lu Ming with brute force. He forgot that Lu Ming stood nearly 20 centimeters shorter than him. The massive elbow came crashing into Lu Ming's line of sight. Bring it on. Lu Ming felt a surge of exhilaration as he slightly lowered his head, offering his forehead for the impact. Bang, a wave of dizziness swept over him. O'Neill's arm made intimate contact with Lu Ming's cheek, sending him crashing to the ground, a bruise forming at the corner of his eye. The referee's whistle pierced the air, calling for an offensive foul on the Lakers. Following this, 3 referees huddled together to deliberate whether the foul warranted escalation. Given that O'Neill had attacked a region above Lu Ming's neck, a violation that the NBA took seriously regarding player safety. Damn it. O'Neill's eyes blazed with fury as he approached to argue. Are your eyes planted on your behind? That kid deliberately crashed into my arm. You're flopping. You filthy little worm. The head referee, unimpressed by his incessant complaints and insults, made a decisive gesture to eject O'Neill from the game. The arena erupted in boos. Shameless, biased officiating. Lu, you will face consequences. Scoundrel, you ruined the Lakers' victory night. The atmosphere turned chaotic, with the angry jeers from Los Angeles fans reverberating throughout the venue. Under the urging of the assistant coach, the Big Shark stormed toward the player tunnel, while Kobe's face was etched with dissatisfaction. Down by the basket, Lu Ming's 4 teammates quickly rushed over to check on him. Lu, how are you feeling? Don't move. I'll get the team doctor. It was a solid elbow from the towering O'Neil, and few in the NBA could withstand such a blow. No need. I'm holding it together. Lu Ming waved his hand and sat up. Although he had intentionally drawn the offensive foul, the impact still left him feeling lightheaded. You truly are something. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you could withstand Shaq. Seeing that Lu Ming was not seriously injured, James pulled him up. What did you say to him? Shaq seemed furious. Lu Ming chuckled, rubbing his forehead. I just spoke the truth. The 4 teammates looked puzzled but were still excited about the ball possession Lu Ming had secured. It preserved their chance to dominate the game. LeBron, I've secured you an opportunity for the game winner. Now it's your turn to shine. Take down this match for Big Z. James, taken aback, realized that Lu Ming had risked injury to gain the ball for the team, all to fulfill a casual wager with him. He instinctively clenched his fists tightly. I've thought of a tactic. Do you want to hear it? Seizing the brief pause in the game, James gathered his 4 teammates and swiftly outlined the strategy. Without Shaq, their interior will be vulnerable, but Lu still poses a significant threat. Yao, create space for us, and then it's up to me and Lu. We will do this. Moments later, the whistle blew to resume the game, and the Cavaliers initiated their final offensive. With just 1 minute remaining, the score stood at 101-100, with the Cavaliers trailing. O'Neill's previous offensive play had consumed 12 seconds, leaving only 18 seconds for the Cavaliers to execute their play for a chance at victory. As one of the league's infamous home courts, Staples Center was filled with thunderous chants of defense. 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 James dribbled past half-court and immediately initiated a pass, with Kobe hot on his heels. It was an unspoken rule in the NBA that critical shots were entrusted to the team's star player. Zen Master stood on the sidelines, a frown etched on his face as he intently watched Lu Ming, who was still seeking opportunities beyond the 3-point line, sensing an unusual premonition. Lu Ming had astonishingly defended against 2 of the Lakers' core players, a feat so incredible that Zen Master speculated the Cavaliers might reward him with the final shot. Hence, he meticulously strategized to double-team Lu Ming upon receiving the ball. Such a tactic was almost unheard of for a rookie not considered a primary star. Yet it was unfolding right before their eyes. Gary, keep an eye on Lou and LeBron's combination. He is going for a one-handed shot. The Cavaliers executed a straightforward tactic, frequently employing pick-and-rolls to create shooting opportunities for Lu Ming. As the clock ticked down to the last 5 seconds, Yao indeed received the basketball at the arc. And as predicted, Lu Ming circled around from the free throw line to receive a handoff. It was a combination play. Zen Master's face lit up with relief. Feeling more secure, Peyton and Devin George quickly converged to double-team Lu Ming, deploying 2 players to suppress his left hand. They attacked fiercely, their hands obstructing the passage between the basketball and the hoop. Yet, Lu Ming defiantly leaped high, mimicking the gesture of a left-handed shot. A gasp echoed through the arena. At that moment, Lu Ming seemed to hover in midair, evading the 2 massive hands, but his release point was still greatly affected by their interference. Swish, the basketball slipped from his fingertips, appearing slightly off to the left. Zen Master observed the countdown timer with a slight smirk. It won't go in. It's too far off. There isn't enough time for a second chance. We've won. The scales of victory seemed to tip in favor of the Lakers. As anticipated, the basketball's trajectory appeared skewed upon release, veering away from the hoop. It's off. Barkley at the commentary booth let out a sigh of relief, quickly chastising himself for feeling glad for the Lakers. Banana split, you got lucky this time. On the Cavaliers bench, Silas displayed a look of disappointment, even hesitant to witness the ensuing moments. So close. Damn, I should have called a timeout to strategize. That shot was too rushed. Even the audience could see that Lu Ming's shot was absurdly off target. Unless divine intervention occurred, it was destined to miss entirely. Their faces were already adorned with victorious smiles. Just when everyone believed the Lakers had secured their win, a deep blue figure suddenly surged from the free throw line, soaring through the air. LeBron! It's LeBron! He soared into the air. The commentator exclaimed. Lu Ming's 3-point shot landed precisely 1 foot to the left of the basket. The most comfortable receiving point for James as he took flight. He caught the ball. Quick, stop him. The host at the Lakers arena could not suppress his lament. Kobe gazed at the figure soaring overhead, his eyes filled with disbelief. This time, I truly cannot keep up. Bang! James firmly caught the basketball and forcefully slammed it into the hoop, as if releasing the frustration from having been blocked moments earlier. The ball went in, the lights illuminated. And the game concluded. LeBron. LeBron has saved the Cavaliers. He has proven his ability to perform in critical moments. With a resounding putback dunk, he redeemed this match, paying for Lou's poor shot selection, though the host's tone carried a hint of regret. His professional integrity compelled him to lavish praise upon James's performance in the final moments. It was utterly astonishing. I did not anticipate the game would conclude in such a manner. This would undoubtedly rank as the top play of the season. Subsequently, after a review, the referees confirmed that James had not exceeded the time limit when he made his shot. The last flicker of hope for the Lakers fans was extinguished. The Cavaliers bench erupted onto the court, celebrating with their teammates. James was the first to rush toward Lu Ming, the two engaging in a jubilant chest bump midair. Perhaps everyone believed the Cavaliers' final offensive strategy had failed, with Lu Ming executing a poor shot. Yet only the players on the court understood that the strategy had but a singular intention. Lu Ming drew the double team, feigning a shot to deliver a pass. While it appeared James salvaged the attack and delivered a game-winning shot, in truth, every step of the play unfolded meticulously according to James's design. Chapter 30. The Master S Test. Lu Ming possesses distinct characteristics. Currently, he embodies a pseudo 3D type of perimeter shooter. Fully aware of his limitations when confronted with double teams and his inadequate ball handling skills, his teammates are equally cognizant of this trait. However, the reason James still opts to have him receive the ball for a feigned attack is due to the tremendous threat Lu Ming poses as an outside shooter. Lu, all you need to do is deliver the ball to my location for an alley-oop. This encapsulates the Cavaliers' final tactical arrangement, compared to simply scoring. This strategy allows for a much higher margin of error. Additionally, defenders instinctively focus on obstructing Lu Ming's shooting path, which exists solely between the rim and his arms, failing to realize that Lu Ming's true intent is to pass. The Lakers players, dejected, trudged toward the player tunnel, their hearts heavy from being defeated in such a manner on their home court. They are, after all, a team aspiring for the championship. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers were the league's bottom dwellers last season, merely making a few seemingly inconsequential trades and reinforcements during the offseason. Yet, Zen Master Phil Jackson did not exit the arena immediately. Instead, he stood at the sidelines, intently observing the large screen displaying replays of the game. James's final shot, the game winner, was replayed from various angles. At that moment, a peculiar feeling stirred within Jackson. If the last play for the Cavaliers was indeed designed for Lu Ming to shoot, then when Lu Ming utilized a screen, other players should have run their routes with him as the tactical focal point. However, the footage revealed that while Lu Ming received the ball, Dayao on the wing had momentarily delayed Kobe's pursuit of James, allowing James to gain a crucial step as he drove to the basket. This indicated that James was, in fact, an essential component of the strategy. As Lu Ming took his shot, while the game was nearing its conclusion, he did not wait until the last moment, instead releasing the ball approximately 2 seconds early. With Shaquille O'Neal absent from the paint, the Cavaliers' defense was wide open during the final possession. Was this truly a tactic? Their intention was to attack the basket? A strange thought suddenly crossed Jackson's mind, sending chills down his spine. Impossible. Lu could execute the final shot. But his passing skills were lacking. As a guard, he averaged merely 0.7 assists per game. How could the Cavaliers entrust such a player with delivering an alley-oop to James? Yet, if this hypothesis is invalid, then why did James and Dayao engage in tactical positioning to delay the defenders? Could they possess foresight? Unbeknownst to Phil Jackson, although Lu Ming struggled with passing accuracy, he was proficient in shooting. With James's extraordinary athleticism, his alley-oop route was far more expansive than the mere basket. The more Jackson pondered, the more unsettled he felt, as if a weight pressed upon his chest. Many young teams in the league are bold and daring, and they occasionally execute moves that are truly eye-catching on the court. However, to complete a game-winning shot through such a perilous passing method seemed utterly insane. It is worth noting that Lu Ming was being double-teamed by 2 perimeter defenders. What gave him the confidence to believe he could make that pass? Furrowing his brow, Jackson then noticed Lu Ming conversing with the referee at the sidelines. Clutching the game ball, he decided to approach him to alleviate his curiosity. "Hey, Lu, why haven't you gone to the locker room to celebrate?" Lu Ming turned, flashing a radiant smile. "I wanted to give the game ball to our teammate. This match holds great significance for him, so I just wanted to say hello to Mr. Shiver." Mr. Shiver was the head referee for the Lakers-Cavaliers game. "Oh, is it for LeBron? That was indeed a spectacular dunk. He should display that ball prominently in his home." Lu Ming offered a non-committal smile, refraining from clarifying that the ball was actually meant for Big Z. "Lu, your judgment of the game situation during the final possession was impeccable, especially the alley-oop you delivered to LeBron. I must take my hat off to you." Phil Jackson maintained eye contact with Lu Ming, attempting to glean something from his gaze. Yet, Lu Ming appeared utterly bewildered. "Coach Phil, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. Your defensive strategy was outstanding. I messed up the shot, and then LeBron took over the game. That was not an alley-oop. Trying to extract my secrets? Not a chance. If you knew the strategy, how could I use it next time?" Jackson was taken aback by this response. Could it be that he had overthought the situation? However, he maintained his usual warm smile. "In any case, that was a good play. Yet, you cannot expect to succeed every time, can you?" Lu Ming shrugged. "Perhaps when we meet in the playoffs, I might use that trick to defeat you." Jackson was left in a daze. Did this young man not realize that his team belonged to the Eastern Conference while the Lakers were in the West? How could they possibly meet in the playoffs? He did not even consider the possibility of a finals matchup, given that a team with only 17 wins last season would find it challenging to reach the playoffs, let alone the finals, the pinnacle of the NBA. Lu Ming hastily exchanged pleasantries and returned to the locker room. Inside, his teammates appeared to be in good spirits, discussing James's last-second game winner. "Hey, Lu, next time you can pass me such a ball, I can jump just as high as LeBron," Darius Miles remarked, playfully draping an arm around Lu Ming's shoulder. "Well, you'd better run fast. I can't promise I won't have already scored before you reach the basket." Laughter erupted as James stood up, signaling for silence among his teammates. "Today, we triumphed over the defending champions. Everyone put in tremendous effort. But there is one big guy who sacrificed the most. Therefore, Lu and I have decided to present the game ball to this humble and kind-hearted giant, who has fostered our team as cohesion. I want to remind him that, no matter when or where, he will always be a part of our family. Big Z, my hero, this victory is dedicated to you." Thunderous applause filled the room as all eyes turned towards the somewhat bashful Big Z. Had he not voluntarily requested to come off the bench, the team's start could have mirrored their usual struggles, leaving them floundering against the Lakers. Against the defending champions, one must remain vigilant at all times. Moreover, Big Z's performance during the transition phase was unaffected by his bench status, granting the starters precious rest. Without his perfect shooting of 4 for 4, contributing 8 points, victory would have been elusive. Lu Ming handed the basketball to Big Z with both hands, teasing, "What are you shy about? Preparing a speech?" Big Z, visibly moved, felt tears welling up as he reflected on the victory. It was hard to conceive that a young team could achieve such a feat. I'll place this ball in my display case at home. But I'll need each of you to sign it. Perhaps one day, when I'm bankrupt, I can trade it for 2 hamburgers. His humorous remark elicited hearty laughter from everyone. In any case, I love all of you. The season is still long, and I will fulfill my duties as a veteran. I am tired of losing. I have long abhorred it. As Yao stated, for the sake of victory, I am willing to go to any lengths. Let's go, Cleveland. The crowd's eyes were resolute as they rallied together with Big Z, forming a grand circle. In this moment, he had finally become one with the collective spirit. Each individual harboring the same thought. Let us continue to triumph and discover where our limits lie. Chapter 31. The arrival of sponsors. In stark contrast to the unity displayed by the Cavaliers next door, the situation for the Lakers appeared rather bleak. During the post-game press conference, Kobe wore a grim expression, responding to reporters' inquiries with an air of indifference. Kobe, I overheard some commotion coming from your locker room. Could you shed some light on what transpired? Kobe shot a glare at the inquisitive reporter. Next question. The altercation had arisen due to an incident involving Vanessa, which had nearly led to a confrontation with Malone. That cat had been caught red-handed yet still had the audacity to argue his case. He ought to be grateful for Phil's timely intervention. Otherwise, he would have received a couple of well-deserved punches today. Another reporter posed a question. Kobe, what are your thoughts on Shaq being ejected during the final moments of today's game? Kobe gritted his teeth. These insufferable reporters knew precisely how to stoke the flames. As a seasoned veteran with over a decade on the court, Shaq's loss of composure in a critical moment had thrown the team off balance, plain and simple. Will you comfort Shaq after the game? Of course not. He's no longer a child. Some issues he must resolve on his own. The reporter, chuckling sheepishly, took his seat. The rumors swirling within the Lakers camp seemed to have substance after all. At that moment, a female reporter from ESPN stood up. Kobe. In the dying moments of the game, Lou was a significant defensive liability for the Cavaliers, repeatedly allowing you and Shaq to score. I recall you mentioning that Lou had not earned your respect after breaking your 3-point record. Has your impression of him changed following this game? Kobe's lips twitched in irritation. I don't know why Shaq couldn't successfully isolate a smaller guard, but Lou's offensive performance today was far from stellar. I believe he only scored 9 points, with a low shooting percentage. Actually, it was 12 points, the reporter interjected quietly. Kobe frowned impatiently. Regardless, an undrafted player wouldn't ruffle my feathers for long. He still needed to prove himself in this league. However, there was one area in which Lou had seemingly met NBA standards. What is that? The reporter's eyes brightened, eager for more. His trash talk is quite impressive. Does anyone have his number? I need to teach him some life lessons tonight. The gathered reporters exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by such an odd response. After all, Kobe himself was renowned for his trash-talking prowess, often getting under the skin of younger players with his words. Just as the reporters prepared to ask more questions, Kobe grabbed his bag and strode out of the press conference. The Cavaliers did not linger in Los Angeles, but instead flew overnight to Seattle for a back-to-back game. After a night of rest, Lu Ming dragged his sore body out of bed. His eyes still throbbed from the impact of Shaq's elbow. The sun shone warmly outside, suggesting pleasant weather. With no team practice scheduled for the day, Lu Ming decided to grab breakfast and invited Yu Ming for a stroll. As it was his first visit to Seattle, just as he was about to leave, a sudden, urgent ring interrupted the silence in his room. Lou, come out quickly. I have a surprise for you. It was LeBron's voice on the line. What is it? Did World of Warcraft go live? Better than that, LeBron urged. I'm waiting for you in the lobby, dressed to impress. Better than a game. It must be a lovely lady then, Lu Ming mused, stroking his chin. This old rascal isn't planning to take me out for some daytime escapades, is he? Could it be that my image as a devoted family man was merely a media fabrication? Regardless, Lu Ming hurriedly donned a suit, opting not to wear a tie, leaving the top 3 buttons of his shirt undone, subtly revealing his well-defined chest. Clad in this ensemble, coupled with a deliberately styled haircut, he resembled a roguish playboy. LeBron was about to become a father this year, while Lu Ming had yet to secure a girlfriend. He felt a twinge of trepidation. Even when facing the bold character of foreign women, one must extend ample respect. It is only fitting in a country known for its etiquette. He wasn't lecherous. He merely sought to experience the unique cultural nuances of imperialism. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversaries leads to victory in every battle. Such understanding would enable him to educate the next generation upon returning home. Descending the elevator to the first floor, Lu Ming found LeBron already waiting on the sofa. Upon spotting Lu's flamboyant attire, LeBron's expression turned quizzical. Didn't I ask you to dress sharply? What happened to the athletic outfit I gifted you? Are we truly going to engage in sports? Lu Ming's eyelids flickered. LeBron shook his head in resignation. They should be arriving soon. And you look like you're going on a date. Lu Ming laughed dismissively. The nature is quite similar. It's all about the rendezvous. Door-to-door service. I presume. Must be quite costly. Not a penny spent. It's complimentary. When it's time to negotiate, just let me do the talking. LeBron's gaze flickered towards the door. Lu Ming felt a strange sensation wash over him, his mind racing with thoughts. Was she merely toying with him, or was he the one playing a game? Would LeBron actually sell him off like some sort of young master? The NBA's first madam? At that moment, a long black limousine pulled up to the hotel entrance. And three sharply dressed figures emerged. 2 men and 1 woman, all Caucasian, carrying briefcases and a large box. The leader, a middle-aged man in his 40s with chestnut hair and gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of sophistication. Upon seeing the newcomers, LeBron immediately rose to greet them. George. It's been a while. He then introduced Lu Ming. You all should know Lu. Don't let his cold demeanor fool you. He is quite amiable. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback by the formal attire of the group. Perhaps he was indeed dealing with high-profile clients. Could it be that his first client was a wealthy patron? The man named George turned to Lu Ming, extending his hand. Hello, Lu. We likely crossed paths at LeBron's training camp. You were rather busy then, so you may not recall me. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm George Evan, the product manager for Hook Brand. These are my assistants, Nault and Mallory. Realization dawned on Lu Ming. No wonder this man seemed familiar. He was associated with Hook. It appeared that Hook had taken the initiative to reach out for potential collaboration. LeBron, I misjudged you. Hello, Mr. George. I hadn't anticipated your unexpected visit. George waved off the comment with a smile. The company executives watched your performance live at Staples Center yesterday. They were impressed with your on-court presence, which prompted their decision to send us to connect with you. However, LeBron wished to surprise you, so we didn't call ahead. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. You come all this way to bring me good tidings. How could I possibly take offense? Lu Ming laughed heartily. Shall we find a quieter place to converse? George nodded. That is precisely our intention. We've brought along our new generation of products to showcase for you. Mallory, please hold on to the suitcase. We are about to depart. It was then that Lu Ming noticed that the assistant named Mallory was a rather young girl. Despite still bearing a hint of youthful innocence on her face, her features were exquisite, her complexion fair, and her figure, elegantly attired in professional attire, was undeniably captivating. Asking her to carry a large suitcase filled with equipment seemed somewhat burdensome, prompting Lu Ming to step forward and offer his assistance. Miss Mallory, this task is better suited for us men. However, to his surprise, Mallory cautiously sidestepped his offer, her gaze towards Lu Ming imbued with a trace of disdain and contempt. Mr. Lu, I do not require assistance. You should concentrate on the pressing matters at hand, rather than attempting to curry favor with me. Chapter 32, Blind Confidence? I want to sign a bet contract. Hey, why does she, who seems so frail, speak with such sharpness? Does this young lady think that my impeccably tailored suit is intended to impress her? Or perhaps she is afflicted by the common ailment among some individuals of European descent, discrimination against those of different skin colors. Who granted you the audacity to throw a tantrum before a distinguished client? Have you been listening to Liang Jingru? George seemed to sense the subtle tension between the two and quickly turned, putting on a smiling facade as he grasped Lu Ming's arm. Lu, Mallory is a new intern at the company. She is still unfamiliar with the protocols. Please do not take offense. She means no harm. Oh, I see. A temp? Lacking a formal position? Lu Ming scoffed, realizing that this tactic of distancing oneself has perpetually endured, no matter the time or place. However, he had little desire to entangle himself in trivial matters with this seemingly naive young woman. If you enjoy carrying your own luggage, then carry it a little longer. Coincidentally, the meeting room that James reserved was on the 8th floor of the hotel. It was time for Lu Ming to express the need to prepare for the evening's competition and to stretch his muscles. Consequently, the trio followed Lu Ming up the stairs. After all, it was their first formal meeting, and the initiative still lay with the other party. Furthermore, they had heard that the rival brand, Adidas, had also taken notice of this budding talent beside LeBron, and they could not allow them to seize the opportunity first. Mallory, in her high heels, was seething with anger. The heavy suitcase made her steps laborious. Yet, having already set the bar high for herself, she felt too embarrassed to ask her colleague for assistance. Even as sweat trickled down her brow. Just you wait, you little brat. George, observing this, shook his head helplessly but recalled the president's prior instructions to allow Mallory to develop her resilience and temper her entitled behavior, treating her no differently than other employees. Even LeBron was unaware that this young assistant's full name was Mallory Knight, the only daughter of Phil Knight, the chairman and president of the brand. Inside the conference room, James took on the role of Lu Ming's temporary agent, continually presenting demands and suggestions regarding Lu Ming's career trajectory based on his knowledge of the brand. The company was introducing the latest sports equipment from its athletic department, including signature shoes from Kobe, which had yet to be released. George proceeded to elaborate on the company's cultural traditions and the benefits and special considerations Lu Ming would receive upon signing. Lu, I hope you do not mind our somewhat hasty approach. We are eager to secure you, and while we lack a formal written proposal, everything is already mapped out in my mind, George remarked. The brand's marketing department had quickly recognized the promotional potential of Lu Ming's recent impressive performances against Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant following yesterday's game. Today's audience revels in stories of underdogs triumphing, and if they could sign Lu Ming, it would undoubtedly bring substantial revenue to the company. Moreover, after assessing the first half of the season, the brand's management consensus was that, despite being an undrafted player, this young man possessed significant untapped potential. At least, it seemed he was a good fit with LeBron. However, Lu Ming himself was far from convinced by George's lofty promises. He was aware that with the system's support, maximizing all his attributes was merely a matter of time, given the value he had already demonstrated. It was improbable that the brand would offer a contract that truly satisfied him. Once George finished his exposition and took a sip of water, he continued, Lu, to demonstrate the brand's sincerity, we can present you with a 5-year contract worth $15 million. What do you think? He gazed at Lu Ming with hopeful anticipation. Mallory, having regained her composure, felt her cheeks still slightly flushed. Mr. Lu, I suggest you seriously consider this offer. Not every undrafted player gets the chance to sign with a brand like ours. Lu Ming shot her a sidelong glance, curling his lips in disdain. $15 million over 5 years, after taxes, amounts to about $1.5 million a year. For an ordinary player, this is indeed a considerable sum, likely to elate them. The brand's willingness to offer a 5-year endorsement carries significant risk. Yet for me, it is far from sufficient. I am a man chosen by the system. Offering me this paltry amount is either a reflection of your disdain for me or for my advantages, he stated. Mr. George, I have no major objections to the contract's monetary value, but I believe we should make adjustments regarding its duration and stipulations. Oh, I would love to hear your thoughts, George replied earnestly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming articulated, it is simple. I believe I have substantial potential yet to be realized. So I do not wish to sign a long-term contract. A 2-year deal for $15 million would be more appropriate. Furthermore, I hope your company can expedite the release of my signature shoes, treating this matter with the same urgency as you would for Kobe and LeBron. What? At this proclamation, not only were the three from the brand taken aback, but even LeBron sat up in shock. He quickly tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve. Lu, are you still half asleep from yesterday? Do you grasp what you were saying? Kobe just signed a 6-year, $45 million contract with your brand last summer, averaging $7.5 million annually. Are you seriously expecting to receive the same treatment as this already renowned superstar? And you also want signature shoes? LeBron believed that the benefits and treatment he had outlined for Lu Ming were already the most generous among players of their caliber. Yet this young man had the audacity to make such a bold demand in front of the brand's executives. George, I think we have no choice but to cease discussions with Mr. Lu. It is evident to everyone that he has lost his mind, Mallory scoffed, rolling her eyes as she stood up to pack her equipment back into her suitcase. George managed an awkward smile, shaking his head. Lu, perhaps you should be upset with our haste, but this is not the time for jest. We came with sincere intentions, and we hope you can take this matter seriously. I am being quite serious. Lu Ming shrugged. I believe I can become the next Kobe, so my demands for this contract are not excessive. Before George could respond, Mallory stood up in a fit of anger. You arrogant fool. You are living in a fantasy. Do you think just because you broke Kobe's 3-point record, you can rightfully claim to be him? He does not merely shoot threes. He can score from mid-range, attack the basket, and more importantly, Kobe is never a defensive liability. Targeted by opponents. Face reality, Mr. Lu. You will merely be an above-average shooter alongside LeBron, not a superstar, let alone the next Kobe. Breathless and highly agitated, Mallory, a die-hard Kobe fan, would never tolerate a rookie's disrespect towards her idol. Are you finished? Lu Ming glanced at her coolly. Now, it is my turn to speak. Mr. George, I understand that my previous request may seem improbable to you, but it is a certainty that is destined to unfold. Miss Mallory remarked that I lack defensive skills and am unworthy of being compared to Kobe, which is why you cannot offer me a substantial contract, is it not? George nodded slightly. Perhaps Mallory's statement was somewhat impulsive, yet aspiring to be Kobe has never been the expectation set upon you by the Hook brand. How about this? Lu Ming smiled gently, expressing his understanding of your company and Oppo's as concerns. However, in order to safeguard the interests of both parties, why don't we sit down and negotiate a performance-based contract? What do you think? Chapter 33. Do you recall Miss Lolita? The bet contract? George raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of a wager. What are we betting on? Mallory scoffed beside him. Mr. Liu, you don't seem as astute as the other Chinese individuals. Or are you attempting to perform some grand transformation before us, like turning into Kobe? Confronted with Mallory's sardonic remarks, Lu Ming could distinctly sense her underlying hostility. A feeling that seemed to have lingered for quite some time, albeit somewhat inexplicably. Mr. George, if my memory serves me right, following last night's contest against the Lakers, we have engaged in 37 matches. I propose that, for the remainder of the season, I actively defend the opposing team's perimeter core in each game, and elevate my average combined blocks and steals to a total of 2 per game. Should I succeed in fulfilling this challenge by the season's end, you must acquiesce to the terms I just mentioned. Conversely, if I fail to deliver, I shall represent Hook Company without compensation for the next 2 years. What say you? The others were taken aback, and James instinctively covered Lu Ming's mouth, smiling apologetically at George. My apologies, Mr. George. Lu is probably still waking up. He.S. just speaking nonsense. Damn it. Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to ensure you earned that over $10 million? And you come to such a significant occasion, thoughtlessly making such absurd jokes? Lu Ming forcefully shrugged off James's hand, asserting earnestly, I'm not mad. I am confident I can accomplish this task. Mr. George, please consider it seriously. James sighed heavily, burying his face in his hands on the sofa, lamenting, damn it. I've ruined everything. George adjusted his glasses and began perusing the dossier he had on Lu Ming. The undrafted player indeed excelled offensively. Yet his defensive skills were unequivocally his Achilles and Oppo's heel. The records indicated that throughout the season, Lu Ming had only achieved 3 blocks, averaging less than 0.1 per game, while his steals were slightly better at an average of 0.2. His defensive efficiency ranked him among the lowest of over 400 players in the NBA. To elevate his average blocks plus steals to 2, he would need to forcibly take the ball from his opponents at least 150 times in the upcoming 50 matches, averaging over 3 per game. Even if he succeeded in defending during a possession, without achieving a block or steal, he would be unable to secure a lucrative contract. Given Lu Ming's defensive performance in the first half of the season, this task seemed nearly impossible. Should the bet agreement be finalized, it would be as if Hook Company had secured Lu Ming's endorsement for free. While packing her things, Mallory sneered. Clearly, he is an utter fool. George, it appears Mr. Liu is quite sincere, not wanting us to incur expenses and voluntarily offering his labor to the company. Yet, I am concerned about signing a spokesperson who seems mentally unfit. He could potentially tarnish Hook's brand image. George furrowed his brow slightly. Although Mallory's words were harsh, the reality appeared to align with her assessment. Anyone with a clear mind would not propose such an idea. However, his purpose for the day was solely to reach an agreement with Lu Ming. The latter's mental state was beyond his concern. Mr. Liu, may I make a phone call? Feel free. Lu Ming waved his hand nonchalantly, yet his mind raced with calculations. After their victory against the Lakers the previous day, the team had achieved 20 wins. Coupled with his battle against the Pistons, he had accumulated 160 attribute points. After accounting for the upgrades to Silas and his own speed attributes, he had a balance of 108 points. He had initially thought that with their current record, entering the playoffs was not a significant worry, and perhaps saving the attribute points for an emergency injury recovery card would be prudent. Yet, in light of this situation, he decided to take action. Currently, his steal attribute stood at 64, and his block attribute at 49, which was average for an NBA player. Filling them to the maximum should suffice, leaving him with a surplus. The reason Lu Ming wished to extend the challenge until the season's end was that his defensive stability attribute was also quite low, and he could not guarantee consistent output in a short time frame. Thus, a cautious approach was warranted, avoiding any undue attention. Seeing Lu Ming's silence, Mallory assumed he was reconsidering and taunted, Mr. Liu, it's too late for regrets now. You're turning down a free $15 million. What a complete fool. At that moment, George re-entered and took a seat across from Lu Ming. Lu, the company executives have agreed to your proposed bet, albeit with some adjustments. Let us hear them. First, the number of matches will be reduced to 10. During these 10 games, you must achieve 20 blocks and 20 steals, based on official statistics, with personnel assigned to document your performance. Secondly, you must restrict your assigned opponent's shooting percentage to below their normal rate. For instance, your opponent tonight is All-Star guard Ray Allen, who has a shooting percentage of 45. Won this season, therefore, you must not allow him to exceed this figure. Additionally, to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, games where your opponent attempts 3 shots or fewer will not count towards the statistics, and the count will be pushed back accordingly. Upon hearing the conditions, Lu Ming involuntarily gasped. These requirements were indeed quite stringent. The data and performance must satisfy Hook Company for him to secure the contract. Mallory, observing his serious demeanor, deliberately provoked him. "What's the matter, Mr. Lu? Are you scared?" Lu Ming shot her a glare, retorting, "I'm more concerned about whether you have the funds to support this. Bring it on. I'm someone who excels. How could I let a bunch of self-important pay-to-win players like you intimidate me?" George nodded slightly, noting the indomitable spirit reminiscent of Kobe, albeit with some deficiencies in skill. He then gestured to Mallory. "Miss Mallory, someone will send the new contract to your email shortly. Please go print it out." As Mallory acknowledged this and prepared to leave, George added, "Oh, and I forgot to mention, the company has decided to assign you to follow the Cavaliers. For the next 10 games, you will be responsible for recording Lu's performance and statistics." "What?" Mallory turned back in shock, her face a mask of resistance. "Why must I accompany such an absolute fool? He can't possibly fulfill the challenge." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. "Have I stolen your rice? Why do you insult me?" "Miss Mallory, mind your language." George's expression hardened. He then smiled apologetically at Lu Ming and leaned closer to Mallory, whispering, "This is your father's directive. Although Lu may not fulfill the contract terms, you must take every task seriously. This is an exercise in your attitude." Mallory's face flushed with anger as she shot Lu Ming a glare before storming out. Lu Ming voiced his discontent. "Mr. George, your company's atmosphere leaves much to be desired. I do not appreciate being scrutinized by someone with apparent racial biases." No. George quickly waved his hand, asserting that Miss Mallory was not such a person. He had numerous friends from Asia and had even traveled to China for a month last year, deeply appreciating your culture. But what did he mean just now? Lu Ming pondered. If it was not about skin color, could it be directed at me personally? George let out a forced chuckle, glancing at Lu Ming with a hint of helplessness. "Lu, do you still remember Miss Lolita? She is pregnant." Chapter 34. Hidden Task, Gimme That. Lu Ming was somewhat perplexed by this statement. "I've seen many women in nightclubs, but who is Lolita? And why should her pregnancy concern me?" George sighed softly. "Lu, I understand that you athletes possess excellent physical qualities, with vigorous hormone secretion and frequent contact with women. However, this matter requires careful handling." "What are you talking about?" Lu Ming grew increasingly confused. "Are you implying that this Lolita is carrying my child? I've never even met her." George spread his hands. "Lu, do you recall that night in Sacramento? Lolita interviewed you after the game and gave you her business card. That night, you spent a so-called wild night at the hotel. Lolita is Ms. Mallory's senior from university, and they've maintained close contact. Just a few days ago, Lolita informed Ms. Mallory by phone that she's pregnant with your child and intends to bring the child into this world. Because of this, Ms. Mallory is deeply disappointed in your irresponsible behavior. Hence, the little episode during our meeting today. I hope you can understand. Isn't this the same female reporter who insulted me on the show, calling me a bedroom scrub? Understand? My foot." Lu Ming angrily pulled up James, who was equally bewildered. "LeBron, tell him what we did after the game against the Kings at the beginning of the season. Drank juice and played poker for a while before going back to sleep. That should be it, right?" It was James' first victory in the NBA, and the team went out to celebrate, leaving a lasting impression on him. "So, you didn't go looking for Lolita?" George seemed surprised. Lu Ming glared at him. "Of course not. I'm a respectable person. And not everything about me is like Kobe." The atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward. Out of consideration for his brand spokesperson, George didn't respond to Lu Ming's mention of the Kobe incident, but occasionally couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckling. About an hour later, Lolita hurriedly returned. The numerous contract clauses and Lu Ming and James' cautious scrutiny displeased Mallory. "Rest assured, we are a world-renowned brand and would never deceive you." Lu Ming scoffed. "It's not that I don't trust the contract, it's that I don't trust Ms. Mallory's intelligence." After finalizing the gambling agreement, it was already afternoon. Lu Ming and James had a quick meal and then took a taxi to the stadium. It's been James' habit to arrive at the stadium first, whether it's a home or away game, to quickly warm up and find his competitive rhythm. Seattle is a youthful city, and despite the Supersonics' less-than-ideal record this season, local fans are proud to have an NBA team, making the atmosphere at the stadium as vibrant as those in major markets. Before the game began, the Cavaliers' head coach, with spittle flying, laid out the game plan. Listen up, guys, the Supersonics aren't a formidable team, but we just played a back-to-back last night. So we can't afford to be careless. We need to stick to our game strategy from the start and strive to gain an advantage in the first half. Given the Cavaliers' recent good record, with the most wins in the league during that period, Silas spoke with considerable confidence, determined to secure a victory against the struggling Supersonics. Shane, I'll have you keep an eye on Rashard Lewis. His three-point shooting accuracy is high this season, so you need to stick to him closely. Battier nodded slightly. Okay, coach. I'm well prepared. LeBron, you'll guard Ray. Make every shot he takes a challenge. Silas looked at James. However, James didn't immediately accept the assignment as usual, but instead looked at Lu Ming with some helplessness. Coach, Lu might not agree with that idea. He told me before the game that he wants to personally guard Ray Allen. Silas turned his head in confusion. Lu, your opponent today is Brent Barry. His offensive repertoire isn't as diverse as Kobe's. You expended a lot of energy last night, so don't push yourself too hard. This was already quite tactful. Ray Allen's movement was unpredictable, and his offensive skills were versatile, both inside and outside, although his raw strength was far from Kobe's. Allowing Lu Ming to defend him would add considerable difficulty to the game. Silas didn't want the opponent's core offensive player to score 30 or 40 points every time they faced the Cavaliers. That would be too demoralizing and would easily allow other teams to find breakthroughs in their offense. Even though this issue had already begun to surface last night against the Lakers, Lu Ming shook his head. Coach, I want to hone my defense against weaker teams, which will help us in our playoff journey. These situations will have to be faced sooner or later, won't they? Lu, I'm pleased that you have this idea. But we currently have better options, at least LeBron can. No. Lu Ming directly waved his hand in refusal. Coach, I understand your concerns, but I've always been someone who enjoys challenging myself. I'm guarding Ray Allen today, no matter what. Let Lu try it. Yao interjected at this moment, Coach. My speed is quite good now, and I'll do my best to help Lu with defensive rotations. After all, our offense is also excellent, and we might not fall behind the opponent's scoring efficiency. Lu Ming's lips twitched. It would have been better if you hadn't said that last part. So, in your eyes, I'm just here to give the opponent points? Seeing Lu Ming's insistence, Silas didn't want to continue undermining his confidence and reluctantly nodded. Lu, you and Oppos, LL stick with Ray in the first quarter. If you feel strained, communicate with LeBron immediately to switch assignments. No problem. Lu Ming grinned, his mind racing. He immediately began to allocate attribute points. Ding! A system notification sounded in his ear. Host's block attribute increased to 99. Host steal attribute increased to 99. Hidden task triggered, gimme that. The host needs to complete 5 steals against Ray Allen in the game and limit his score to single digits tonight. Completing the task rewards the exclusive skill, Death Wrap. Death Wrap activation effect increases all defensive attributes by 20 points this round and reduces the opponent's offensive attributes by 20 points. Oh, an unexpected gain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The upper limit of system attributes was 99. If it increased by another 20 points, wouldn't that mean he could snatch the ball from anyone he wanted? Moreover, this increased nearly 10 defensive attributes together for one round, making it a bug-like existence. The game started quickly, with players from both teams gathering at the center line for the jump ball. The commentators on the sidelines were surprised to find that the player standing next to the supersonic star was Lu Ming, who had become famous last night for being repeatedly called out by Kobe. Oh, what am I seeing? Is the Cavaliers already giving up on the game before it even starts? Although Lu completed 2 beautiful defensive plays in the final stages last night, I heard that it was because he used trash talk to affect the opponent's mentality. It was just a coincidence. That's right, Lu can't defend anyone. Ray Allen doesn't have as many off-court stories to give him something to work with. Lu's shooting might be excellent, but I bet Ray will break his career scoring record on his head tonight. Lu Ming cast a glance at the commentary booth, remarking that their words were as unpalatable as ever. Fortunately, Barkley was absent from the live commentary tonight. Otherwise, when he blocked a shot, he would undoubtedly have sent the basketball flying into his face. Chapter 35. LeBron, do you envy his hairline? Lu Ming observed that despite the commentators on the sidelines extolling the virtues of Ray Allen, the cold-blooded sharpshooter displayed not a flicker of emotion, merely gazing intently at the basketball poised to be tossed by the referee. Indeed, aside from that fateful three-pointer in 2013 that salvaged LeBron's career, Ray Allen seldom revealed his emotions in public. He was as understated as a machine cloaked in dust, seemingly inconspicuous, yet operating with an alarming precision when it truly mattered. "Hey, LeBron, would you like to possess a hairline akin to Ray's?" Lu Ming teased James, who was seated nearby. "Does he even have a hairline?" James questioned, staring perplexedly at Ray Allen's gleaming bald head. "Not to worry, soon enough, you may share his fate," Lu Ming retorted with a smirk. Just then, the whistle blew. And Yao Ming, perhaps having caught wind of Lu Ming's jest, twitched his mouth, momentarily slowing his jump ball action, allowing Calvin Booth to deftly tip the ball to his teammate. "Little Lu, you must take responsibility for that play. I could have easily contested it," Yao Ming chuckled. Shaking his head, the Bucks initiated their offensive. Mallory, perched on the sidelines, twirled a pin in her hand, bewildered as to why her father had dispatched her to follow this boastful, irresponsible rascal. 20 blocks, 20 steals. Humph. I do believe others could achieve those numbers easier. On the court, a simple tactical maneuver unfolded as Ray Allen received the ball at the top of the arc. Lu Ming, as was his custom, swiftly positioned himself in front of him. At this moment, he was far from the three-point specialist of his later years. As the star of the Supersonics, Ray Allen exhibited remarkable shooting efficiency from every corner of the half-court this season. After meticulously analyzing the previous night's Cavaliers and Lakers game, the team had also identified their opponent's vulnerabilities. Are they really not sending LeBron to guard me? They shall pay dearly for this. A glint of determination flashed in Ray Allen's eyes as, after 2 tentative steps, he launched his shot without hesitation. The coach's words echoed in Lu Ming's mind. While he was quick to arrive on the defensive end, his technique was nearly non-existent, making it exceedingly difficult for him to disrupt the shooter effectively. Remember, as soon as you see that undrafted rookie on the floor, don't think twice. Kick his butt hard. Whoa, Ray's first three-pointer is on its way. The commentator exclaimed with fervor. Lu Ming leaped, appearing somewhat awkward, yet his attempt to block seemed well-timed. Swish, the basketball traced a graceful arc, passing through the net and bouncing out of bounds. "It's in." The commentator raised a fist in celebration, exclaiming, "The Cavaliers were far too arrogant, believing they could send Lu to defend our all-star player. Ray has already shown them the folly of that decision." On the Cavaliers bench, Silas shook his head in resignation, sighing repeatedly. However, upon landing, Ray Allen looked incredulously at Lu Ming, his mouth twitching in disbelief. The whistle blew again, and the baseline referee waved his arms, signaling the score was invalid and indicating the ball was out of bounds. Cavaliers and Oppos. Possession. What just happened? Why was that three-pointer disallowed? The commentator responded in astonishment. The Supersonics fans erupted in outrage. Corrupt officiating. That was a beautiful three-pointer, and no one fouled. You will face divine retribution for this. At that moment, the large screen above the court began to replay the previous sequence. The ball had grazed the rim and touched the net, appearing as if it had gone in. Yet it had failed to enter the hoop. Distracted or positioned too far away, many spectators had easily mistaken it for a successful three-pointer. Oh my! Ray nearly shot an air ball. Such a rarity for him. But the next moment, the slow-motion replay from the sideline camera appeared on the big screen. At the instant Ray Allen shot, the basketball had been grazed by Lu Ming's fingertips, slightly reducing the shot's power without altering its trajectory. Whoa! The audience was taken aback by this dramatic coincidence, their curses towards the referee momentarily silenced. Was that a block? Did Lu actually block Ray Allen? Unbelievable. Someone pinch me. I must be dreaming. The commentator's voice dripped with disappointment. Ray Allen stared blankly at the seemingly unfazed Lu Ming, finally uttering his first words. How did you manage that? Don't forget, I'm a shooter too. I know precisely where you released the ball, Lu Ming replied with a playful grin. As the Supersonics prepared to inbound the ball, Ray Allen gritted his teeth, leaning his body against Lu Ming, raising his arms to signal he was ready for another shot. The basketball soared in from out of bounds, and just as it was about to reach Ray Allen's hands, a shadow darted from his side. A large hand accurately intercepted the ball's trajectory, decisively swatting it away. James, witnessing the ball bounce before him, wore an expression of disbelief. Is this kid on steroids? Yet. He quickly regained his composure, seizing the ball and sprinting down the court. With a graceful gliding motion, he executed a soaring slam dunk for 2 points. Ray Allen had faced Lu Ming's defense twice, both times ending in failure. The once vibrant atmosphere of the arena turned icy cold in an instant. Lu Ming cast a glance at Mallory in the front row, who was gaping in shock, and waggled his fingers at her. Mallory, fuming with frustration, gritted her teeth. "What are you doing? Don't celebrate too soon. Ray will surely obliterate you soon." "Not at all. I'm merely reminding you that I've already accumulated 2 data points. Don't forget to jot that down in your notebook." With that, Lu Ming scampered back to Ray Allen's side, leaving Mallory to frantically tug at her hair in exasperation. Perceptive as he was, Ray Allen quickly sensed something amiss. Lu Ming's defensive performance starkly contrasted with the intel the coaching staff had gathered. His earlier judgments were astute, with the opportunities for blocks and steals fleeting moments that this rookie had seized. However, Ray Allen, having observed Lu Ming's previous games, pondered whether he had been misled. To label him a defensive liability was an understatement. How could he have performed so exceptionally? Was it possible this rookie had feigned weakness all along? But how could that be? An undrafted player, simply stepping onto the court was a luxury. How could he have the audacity or resources to hide his true capabilities? No. It must be that I'm not at my best today. I haven't fully warmed up. I must quickly find my rhythm. A look of determination crossed Ray Allen's face as he signaled tactical plays to his teammates. Since he couldn't create opportunities with the ball, he would play off the ball. Unlike ball handling, running through screens was Ray Allen's forte. His teammates instantly understood. Rashard Lewis, the team's second star, swiftly utilized a screen and moved to the corner, effectively drawing Yao Ming away from the paint. Ray Allen seized the moment, cutting towards the basket from beyond the three-point line as the team's guard, Brent Berry, flicked the ball over the defenders, sending it on a perfect path to where Ray Allen would soon arrive. If all went as planned, this exquisite pick-and-roll maneuver would culminate in a dunk for Ray Allen. Oh no. Feeling a chill in his heart as he sensed his opponent's tactical intentions, the formidable Yao wished to reinforce the defense, yet it was already too late. At that moment, Lu Ming, who had been trailing Ray Allen, suddenly accelerated. In a flash, he extended his left hand and intercepted the pass with such finesse that it appeared as if Lu Ming were the intended recipient of the ball. "Run! Run! Run!" he shouted, having completed the steal, directing his voice towards James. Understanding the cue, little James activated his nitrous boost, unleashing his full power as he surged ahead. The Supersonics players had yet to recalibrate their minds from the offensive sequence when Lu Ming had already soared for a dunk in the front court. Ray Allen stood in astonishment. This give-and-go maneuver was one they had executed countless times in the game. As long as the opposing center was drawn out to the perimeter and no help defense was nearby, the success rate was nearly 100. How could this kid possibly discern our tactical intentions so swiftly? Moreover, his judgment on when to act was astonishingly precise. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ming had not actually anticipated the Supersonics' tactical shift. His successful steal was solely attributed to his impeccable timing and sharp instincts. As the Supersonics resumed their offense, it seemed they were fueled by frustration, intent on taking on Ray Allen once more. Lu Ming couldn't help but smirk slightly. "Come on, Lu. Never target the nameless." Chapter 36. The Fall of Ray Allen's Spirit. The initial 3 offensive attempts that ended in failure left the Supersonics players bewildered, particularly since these 3 failures were all thwarted by the same individual, highlighting their inadequate preparation for the game. It is noteworthy that Lu Ming had previously been a defensive black hole, easily exploited by anyone who dared to challenge him. Even a dog would have a success rate exceeding 50 in one-on-one situations against him. Not only were the opponents struggling to adapt, but even his Cavaliers teammates were taken aback by Lu Ming's performance at the start of the game. Had this young man been spurred into action? Or had he, after facing Kobe yesterday, suddenly discovered the art of defense? Ray Allen, who was backing down Lu Ming, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, astonished by the difficulty he was encountering. What is happening? I cannot seem to overpower him. Lu Ming's presence felt less like that of an experienced defender, and more like attempting to push against a solid wall. Rather than using his strength to create space for a shot, he found himself pushed further away from the paint. As the shot clock dwindled, and with no suitable passing opportunities from his teammates, Ray Allen was compelled to turn and shoot over Lu Ming. Yet, as he leaped, Lu Ming soared alongside him, his large hands reaching out to swat at the ball. How is it that this kid, who appears to jump not very high, exudes such an overwhelming sense of pressure? I must adjust my shooting angle, or I will surely be blocked again. In a moment of desperation, Ray Allen released his shot prematurely, but even so, Lu Ming and Oppo's defensive pressure was palpable. Swish, Ray Allen and Oppo's attempt did not get blocked, yet it was wildly off the mark. hitting nothing but air. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a 24-second shot clock violation for the Supersonics. Cavaliers ball. The crowd erupted in dissatisfaction, angrily tossing their cups of soda to the ground. Blind referees. Did you not see that foul? He fouled Ray. But in the next instant, the replay on the big screen silenced the audience. Although Lu Ming had applied immense defensive pressure, causing Ray Allen to miss. There had been virtually no physical contact between them, only their jerseys had brushed against one another. On the other side, Darius Miles, seizing his first starting opportunity of the season, was electrified, utilizing the team's potent perimeter threat to cut through the defense repeatedly, even sinking a three-pointer he was not known for. Meanwhile, Ray Allen, the primary scorer for his team, was suffering under Lu Ming's revamped defense, struggling to find his shooting rhythm. In the first quarter, he shot 0 for 6, accompanied by 3 turnovers. The most frustrating part for him was that the Cavaliers' defensive strategy blatantly intended for Lu Ming to match his every move, unusually disregarding the customary rotation schedule. What is their intention? Are they trying to humiliate me? What is Paul thinking? On the bench, Silas glanced at the dejected Ray Allen before quietly approaching Lu Ming. Lu, this isn't your rotation time. Aren't you being a bit too targeted with your defense? It was evident that Lu Ming had proactively suggested to match Ray Allen's rotation. Lu Ming smirked. Coach, are you feeling soft-hearted against your former team? Silas's last team as a player was indeed the Supersonics. Not at all, he replied with a wry smile. It's just that I have a good relationship with Ray, and it seems like I'm intentionally trying to insult him. Indeed, from the audience's perspective, Lu Ming had previously been perceived merely as a sharpshooting player. The decision to assign him to guard the opposing team's star was inherently disrespectful. Yet, the results were astonishingly effective. Ray Allen could not fathom that Lu Ming was performing at an extraordinary level. He merely believed he was having an off day. However, Silas's choice to turn a defensive liability into a defensive asset, while seemingly targeted, suggested an unrelenting assault on a wounded opponent. Coach, let's not overthink this. Let's adhere to our game plan and accomplish our objectives. Lu Ming's words were directed at Silas, but also served as a reminder to himself. With Lu Ming disrupting the flow, the Supersonics' offense had become significantly more fluid, but the Cavaliers, bolstered by Big Z, responded swiftly, preventing the score gap from narrowing. However, whenever Ray Allen and Lu Ming were on the court together, it felt as if the Supersonics' offensive rhythm had been abruptly halted. Their tactical system relied on Ray Allen's movement and isolation plays for scoring opportunities, somewhat reminiscent of the Cavaliers' strategies this season. Yet, Lu Ming clung to the Supersonic star like a stubborn piece of taffy, seemingly reluctant to let go, and every time he did, it resulted in a turnover. The usually mild-mannered Ray Allen could not contain his frustration. Get off me. Damn it. How can you still block me? This is impossible. Referee, control him. He's too close. He keeps putting his hands on me. Set a pick. Get LeBron over here. Oh, God. Not you again. Get away from me. In contrast to the Supersonics' offensive struggles, the Cavaliers thrived, adapting well to the fast pace of the game and gaining numerous transition opportunities from Lu Ming's efforts. By the end of the third quarter, the Cavaliers had established a commanding lead of 98-63, ahead by 35 points. Ray Allen had managed only 3 baskets out of 17 attempts, scoring a mere 7 points and 2 assists, a dismal performance indeed. Lu Ming might not have made a significant impact on the offensive end, but he had undoubtedly shattered Ray Allen's morale, who sat on the bench angrily slapping a towel. Even the disappointment of missing the playoffs for 2 consecutive years had not led him to such a state of disarray. Silas observed his distant friend, then glanced at the statistics in his hand, feeling as if he were in a dream. Is this the kind of performance Lu should be delivering? 6 points, 5 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 7 steals. With just 3 assists, he was tantalizingly close to a remarkable 5-by-5 stat line. The atmosphere in the Supersonics arena had shifted from the initial excitement to a lamenting murmur. Although there was still an entire quarter remaining, many spectators had already begun to exit. Damn it. Why waste time here? I'd rather go home and sleep. The Cavaliers were on a back-to-back schedule, yet they had dismantled the Supersonics in 3 quarters. Perhaps it's time for a rebuild. The 2 commentators on the sidelines were left speechless by Lu Ming's performance, their heads bowed in embarrassment. Unsure of what to say, Ray's shooting touch seems off today. It appears so, but if he plays in the 4th quarter, he might still reach double digits. Reflecting on their earlier predictions of Ray Allen achieving a career-high score, they couldn't help but feel flushed. Shut up. Ray Allen glared at the commentary booth, his voice booming. Their attempts at rationalization sounded more like adding insult to injury. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see Lu Ming smirk, as if he were poised to snatch the basketball from his hands. Tonight, he would likely be haunted by nightmares. Meanwhile, on the Cavaliers bench, Lu Ming reclined with his legs crossed, leisurely watching his teammates bring the game to a conclusion, eagerly awaiting the rewards from the system. At this moment, a hurried voice sounded from behind. "It's him. Quickly, take him away. He must be problematic." Chapter 37, The Scandal of Performance-Enhancing Drugs, A Fall from Grace? Mallory? Lu Ming immediately recognized the voice of the intern from Hook. Turning around, he caught sight of Mallory engaged in hushed conversation with two imposing figures adorned with the NBA logo, one of whom pointed in his direction. What scheme is she concocting now? Surely she isn't suggesting that I gestured to her with 2 fingers during the match, leading her to conceive twins? After listening to Mallory's account, one of the white staff members furrowed his brow and approached directly. "Hello, Lu. There have been allegations that you consumed prohibited substances before the game. We need your cooperation for a few tests." Though his voice was low, it resonated in the ears of everyone on the bench. Teammates turned their attention to Lu Ming. Could it be? This kid performed so brilliantly today. Could he truly be on drugs? James sprang to his feet, shielding Lu Ming with his body. "I don't know what you're talking about. Lu has been with me all day. Aside from regular meals, he hasn't ingested anything." Seeing James defend him, the tall white man maintained a polite demeanor. "I apologize, LeBron, but once an allegation is made, we must follow protocol. You should be familiar with the post-game urine testing procedures. I hope you understand." "That is after the game," James retorted, displeased. "What you're doing tarnishes Lu's reputation. We must protest to the league. How can you call someone for a urine test before the game has even concluded? With so many reporters present, the rumors will spiral out of control, and Lu Ming will be vilified." James was acutely aware of their tactics. The tall white man shrugged helplessly and turned to Lu Ming. "Lu, is this your wish as well?" Lu Ming glanced at Mallory, who stood behind with her arms crossed, relishing the unfolding drama, sensing something amiss. A mere intern from Hook could influence NBA personnel to escort him away for testing during a match. Could it be that Hook had already seized control of the league? "I will accompany you, but if the results show no abnormalities, I require an apology from the league for violating their own established protocols. Furthermore, she must apologize as well." In print, Lu Ming pointed at Mallory, who stood a short distance away. The tall white man hesitated slightly, then looked back at the young woman for guidance. "Apology or no, let it be so," Mallory retorted, her chin held high, dismissively. "If you haven't taken drugs, I'll let you shoot hoops in the next game." Lu Ming had completed in one match what Hook had tasked for 10, which was utterly incredulous. This basketball-loving heiress from Hook certainly didn't believe such a feat was possible for an undrafted player. With unwavering certainty, she concluded that Lu Ming must have taken banned substances while she wasn't paying attention, promptly calling her father to relay Lu Ming's alleged transgressions in meticulous detail. Phil Knight, upon hearing that an athlete he was about to sign might be embroiled in a doping scandal, wasted no time leveraging his connections to initiate an investigation into Lu Ming. Naturally, he trusted his own daughter more than Lu Ming. "Lu, this is irregular. You have every right to refuse," James whispered, frowning. "It's fine. I have 15 million secured. Consider today's incident a reassurance for them." Lu Ming replied with a smile, gesturing for the staff to lead the way. Meanwhile, spectators began to notice the commotion, erupting in boos. "You yellow-skinned monkeys only engage in such despicable acts? Despicable, base, shameless. Lu, you're scum. You will never succeed." As the urine samples were collected to prevent any cheating, the white staff member shadowed Lu Ming closely, scrutinizing him intently. "Oh, my heavens, what is this?" Lu Ming shot him a glance, exasperated. "Haven't you seen someone with concentrated urine before?" "No, this could even be used for baseball outside the testing room." Mallory impatiently awaited the results, even messaging her confidant, Lolita, urging her to prepare an expose on Lu Ming's alleged drug use, ready to publish the moment the results were released. "Darling, I can't offer much assistance, but I hope this news brings you the recognition you deserve on television and soothes your wounded spirit. Rest assured, even if he goes bankrupt, he'll still owe child support. Besides, I'm here. Don't worry, with my father around, the league will not shield any player, even if his friend is LeBron." Meanwhile, the post-game press conference was in disarray. The Cavaliers had triumphed over the Supersonics with a score of 112-73, marking their lowest points conceded in a game this season. Yet, the hero of the match, Lu Ming, was conspicuously absent from interviews, leaving only James and Yao Ming to face the barrage of questions. "LeBron, I saw that while the game was still in progress, Lu was suddenly taken away by NBA staff. Is there something wrong with him? I'm afraid I can't comment, James replied seriously, shaking his head. But I can assure everyone that Lu is an honorable person. He would never engage in actions detrimental to the team's interests. Just then, a gasp rippled through the room. Oh, my heavens. An insider report from an ESPN colleague has surfaced, claiming Lu was taken away for using banned substances. The results are in positive. Positive? Nonsense. How could this be? Yao slammed the table, rising in outrage. Who released this news? We haven't been informed. How could they know ahead of time? A reporter responded. It appears to be a journalist named Lolita, who has close ties to Lu, thus acquiring the scoop. The press conference erupted into chaos, with reporters clamoring to pose questions to the two men. LeBron, it seems Lu's situation is dire. He deceived you. What do you have to say about that? Yao, during Lu Ming's suspension, do you have someone in mind to fill his position? I've heard Lu's contract is non-guaranteed. Will the Cavaliers cut him following this doping scandal? Yao glared furiously, while James, upon hearing Lolita's name, suddenly exhaled in relief, gently patting Yao's arm. Don't worry, the news is likely false. What? Are you sure? Yao asked, bewildered. Almost certain, unless Lu can fly. He must have jumped from the 12th floor that night to spend it with that female journalist. Once Lolita's article was published, it garnered over 200,000 views within an hour. The rising star of the Cavaliers was accused of becoming a court warrior due to the use of illegal substances. The comments section was rife with slurs and racist remarks against Lu Ming. Lu is a disgrace to the entire NBA. He doesn't deserve to play here. This country revels in deceit, and Lu has inherited their legacy. As a descendant of the Huaxia civilization, I refuse to acknowledge that Lu Ming shares the same ancestry as I do. His actions do not reflect our nation's stance on sports events, especially considering he is now a true citizen of the United States. How disgraceful. The embarrassment has been carried abroad. It's infuriating to start the day with such vexation. You wretched being, do not let me lay eyes on you. Should I see you, I shall compel you to kneel and eat dirt. Outside the testing room, Lu Ming sat on a bench, drenched in sweat, his hands moving rapidly in a claw-like manner, panting heavily as if he were on the verge of collapse. Hey, system, why does activating the death spiral consume so much energy? Having just received his exclusive skill reward, he was eager to test its effects. A mechanical voice resonated in his ear, explaining two reasons. First, the attributes enhanced by this skill would surpass the player's inherent limits, naturally imposing a significant burden. Chapter 38. LeBron, I need a rational explanation. So that is how it is. Lu Ming inhaled deeply. From his current experience, executing the death grip to complete a defensive round consumed nearly 5 times the stamina compared to regular defense. Yet, he could distinctly feel the formidable pressure of this skill. After all, it was Leonard's signature move, a technique that had ensnared many renowned stars. Its power was indeed formidable. Nonetheless, it could not be frequently employed on the court. The game lasted 48 minutes, and an aggressive start could lead to a steep decline. It was best to gradually increase intensity, subtly drawing the opponent in. Sitting nearby, Mallory, who deliberately maintained distance from Lu Ming, perceived a different scene. Ugh, disgusting. On the verge of ruin, he still thought of making advances on women, shamelessly displaying such actions in public. Bang, the laboratory door swung open. An experimental staff member emerged with a report in hand, then approached the towering white man who had brought Lu Ming in. Kyle, everything is normal. The test result is negative. A smile spread across the giant's face. Oh, thank heavens. Congratulations, Lu. They relied on the NBA for their livelihood and certainly did not wish for any issues with Lu Ming's test results, which could tarnish the league's image in the eyes of fans. How could that be? Hearing the commotion, Mallory rushed over, snatching the report from Kyle's hands and scrutinizing it repeatedly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Your testing equipment must be faulty. This guy has not taken any performance-enhancing drugs, and he will not embarrass us in a game. I demand a retest. Upon her declaration, the laboratory staff were taken aback, feeling their professionalism was being questioned. Miss Mallory, please mind your words. We are a professional testing agency that has collaborated with the league for many years. We would never make a mistake in such matters. Miss Mallory, please return the report to me. I need to upload it to the league's official website for public disclosure. Even the good-natured Kyle frowned. If not for a directive from above, he would not disrupt years of protocol by forcefully taking Lu Ming for a urine test before the game concluded. Given the situation, it was easy to surmise that the so-called whistleblower was likely Mallory herself. She had deceived the league and could potentially impact the reputation of the entire NBA. Watching the group depart, Mallory stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, her cell phone rang. Hello, this is Mallory. Oh my God. Honey, what on earth are you doing? Phil Knight's furious voice erupted from the other end. Didn't you say you saw Lu Ming taking banned substances? Why did the test result come back negative? And why did that Lolita leak Lu's positive test result before the game was over? Is this connected to you? I told you to stay away from her. She has a notorious reputation for disseminating false reports in the industry. Why don't you understand? My God. Our relationship with Lu is ruined. This could seriously affect the company's future contracts with LeBron, and the Chinese market will take a hit. I don't know how to clean up this mess. You better handle it. Smack. The call ended abruptly, with the enraged Phil Knight not allowing his daughter a chance to defend herself. This news rapidly gained traction in the sports world, igniting a storm over Hook Company's alleged manipulation of the league and defamation of foreign players. The once steadily rising stock price of Hook plummeted by 7% overnight following the league's announcement. The female reporter, Lolita, who published the false news in a bid for attention, faced public outrage. However, she soon shared portions of text messages on social media and posted a video explaining that Hook's employees had deliberately provided false information, claiming to be a victim of the incident herself. Yet, merely half an hour later, Lolita deleted those posts and deactivated her social media, seemingly vanishing without a trace, never to be heard from again. The NBA and Hook Company jointly released a statement the next day, attributing the incident to the improper actions of a temporary employee, extending apologies to the Cavaliers and Lu Ming, and assuring strict oversight to prevent such occurrences in the future. In the subsequent games, Lu Ming, initially perceived as a fleeting defensive talent, delivered outstanding performances. Against the Warriors, he limited Jason Richardson to 5 out of 18 shots, achieving 5 points, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. Challenging the Jazz, he held the promising candidate for Most Improved Player, Carlos Arroyo, to 0 out of 7, with only a single point from free throws. In a rematch against the Supersonics, the typically composed Ray Allen broke down, going 0 for 9 under Lu Ming's defense and stormed off to the locker room before halftime. Facing the Kings at home again, Peja, who had previously dominated Lu Ming, found himself suppressed on both ends of the floor. The Kings head coach Adelman boldly stated that Lu was the fastest improving player he had ever seen in the NBA. Just 2 months prior, he had been a rookie with no defensive skills, yet after experiencing the trials of competition, he had transformed into one of the league's premier defensive players. If Lu Ming's name did not appear among the season's all-defensive first team, he would be utterly astonished. Throughout these games, although Lu Ming's offensive contributions dwindled to an average of 8 points, the team's defensive capabilities visibly improved. The Cavaliers achieved consecutive victories, with only 2 losses in games without LeBron, firmly securing 4th place in the Eastern Conference behind the Pistons. Consequently, Lu Ming became the darling of Cleveland, even featured in a poster of the 3 giants in the office, positioned centrally between LeBron and Yao Ming. Major sports newspapers shifted their headlines from pessimism at the season's outset, proclaiming that the Cavaliers had accomplished the greatest drafts in the franchise's history in 2003. They selected LeBron and unearthed Lu Ming among the undrafted players, predicting the Cavaliers would lift the championship trophy for one of the 4 major sports in Cleveland within 5 years. On January 28, 2004, the Cavaliers would host the Miami Heat. In the practice facility, LeBron dribbled with his back to Lu Ming, panting as he engaged him. Lu, have you noticed that we've been getting more free throws lately? LeBron executed a fadeaway jump shot, the ball missing the rim, and he shook his head in frustration. It wasn't that Lu Ming had defended particularly well. It was simply that LeBron's back-to-the-basket skills were woefully inadequate. Of course, Lu Ming glanced at Mallory, who sat alone on the bench, engrossed in taking notes, chuckling softly. Hook League, do you think this is just idle talk? This girl has stirred up quite the storm, and she ought to make amends, don't you think? What puzzled Lu Ming even more was that Mallory, the instigator of the scandal, could still sit on the sidelines recording his game, which was truly perplexing. There wasn't even a mention of the incident associated with her name online. This generation of netizens is lacking. How has she not been canceled yet? James curled his lips slightly and said, Lu, I have something to discuss with you. I know you will surely take the initiative to defend Dwayne in tonight's game, but could you possibly leave him to me this time? I wish to face him one-on-one. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. You little rascal, how can you be so ungrateful? It's only 2004, and you are already casting your gaze elsewhere while dining at the table? When you flirt and exchange glances with other guards in front of me, what do you take me for? A mere bystander? I have traveled great distances just to witness you and your old flame flaunting your affection on the court. I demand a reasonable explanation. Chapter 39. Indeed, love can fade. Can it? James cast a fleeting glance at Lu Ming, who wore a mournful expression, causing a twinge of guilt to surface within him. He quickly draped an arm over Lu's shoulder. Come on, Lu, you look just like Savannah when I return home after a long stretch of away games. Will you leave this team and abandon me in the future? Of course not. James replied earnestly, waving his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I shall never abandon Cleveland. Ugh. Isn't that tantamount to saying nothing at all? You didn't even set a flag. Lu Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. On a serious note, why did you suddenly bring up guarding Dwayne today? James, while bouncing the basketball, executed a self-proclaimed stylish fadeaway shot and responded nonchalantly, it's a wager. Just like we've always done. Dwayne and I have bet that whoever wins this game gets to have the first naming rights for each other's firstborn child. So, in the interest of fairness, we need to guard each other during the match. It's that simple. Cut it out. That's rather romantic. This marks the second encounter of the Cavaliers against the Heat this season. The previous game in Miami coincided with a critical period when Lu Ming was under investigation by the league. Thus, he was unable to travel with the team for that match. It's possible that this event sparked a series of flirtatious exchanges between the two. As their conversation continued, Lu Ming suddenly heard a hearty laugh from behind. Yao, I can't believe Cleveland has such an authentic Chinese restaurant. Next time I'm in Miami. It's on me. All right, I'll hold you to that. Turning around, Lu Ming spotted Yu Ming and Yi Jianlian, two towering figures, casually strolling down the players' tunnel. Arms slung over each other's shoulders. At this moment, he had recently transferred from the Los Angeles Clippers to the Heat and was accompanying the team to Cleveland for the away game. Lu Ming's gaze towards Yao was filled with astonishment, a wave of disappointment washing over him. You guys are having a gathering without inviting me? Coupled with the earlier incident involving James, he felt as though he had been betrayed by two girlfriends simultaneously, a surge of jealousy igniting within him. Yao, sensing an air of tension, looked up and met Lu Ming's gaze, quickly realizing the implications. He hastily called out to Yi, rushing over, scratching his head like a child caught in mischief. Lu, it's not what you think. This matter is rather sensitive, so don't say another word. Lu Ming interrupted, feigning heartbreak. Indeed, love can fade, can it? What a mess. You know he has faced some issues over the past 2 years and made a few mistakes. I'm merely representing. Stop representing. I understand. Lu Ming tapped his forehead, realizing that this likely involved some private negotiations between the nation and Yi through Yao, attempting to reach a consensus. Yet he still felt a slight sting of discontent. Feeling somewhat dejected, Lu Ming strolled towards the sidelines where Mallory was busily scribbling in her notebook. Hey, intern. Tonight I'm supposed to guard Rafer Alston, so don't attribute Dwayne's stats to me. Since the last incident, Mallory had become notably subdued, avoiding trouble and appearing somewhat changed, almost pitiful. Oh, is that so? Mallory quickly closed her notebook filled with dense notes, forcing a smile that seemed to mask something, her eyes flickering with unease. What is going on? Are you reporting on me again? Lu Ming teased. And no. Mallory clutched her notebook tightly, as if protecting a precious treasure. Is that your love letter to me? The more she reacted, the more Lu Ming felt inclined to tease the naive girl. Stop it. Mallory's cheeks flushed as she hastily changed the subject. If all goes well, our collaboration will conclude after 4 games, but you still need 8 more steals to reach 20. Don't get too complacent. Rafer Alston is no ordinary ball handler. If you can't meet that target, please abide by our previous agreement. Although Lu Ming was nearly certain of success given his current form, Mallory struggled to find better words to deflect the matter. Rest assured, we Chinese are very contract-minded. Lu Ming smirked. You managed to pull off that stunt. And I haven't even agreed to Adidas' terms yet. Isn't that enough goodwill? Did Adidas approach you? Mallory inquired, her surprise evident. Of course. Their offer was more generous and better prepared than yours. They didn't even require a betting contract to meet all my demands, including covering any penalties. But I've always been loyal. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Yet, he understood that Adidas' promptness was largely due to their awareness of his recent defensive performances, prompting such a decisive offer. Lu, I've always wanted to. Mallory bit her lip, hesitating. Stop overthinking it. The past is behind us. Just focus on your work. If I find you slacking or misreporting my stats, I'll make sure your boss deducts your bonus. Lu Ming replied casually, as James called him back to the locker room, signaling that the game was about to commence with the entrance ceremony. As Mallory watched Lu Ming's carefree figure retreat, Her gaze fell back to the apology letter in her notebook, feeling an inexplicable daze as her cheeks flushed slightly. Before the game, Cavaliers head coach Paul Silas gathered the players for a motivational speech. Listen up, everyone. Miami's record before today stands at 19 wins and 26 losses. While that may not seem far off, we must never let our guard down. Their inconsistency largely stems from a weak front court. Miami's backcourt duo is formidable. So we must not only exploit Yao and Z's strengths in the paint, but also restrict Eddie Jones, Dwayne, and Rafer Alston's offensive prowess. Sean, keep a close watch on Karen Butler. Darius, don't give Lamar Odom too many opportunities. His passing is a genuine threat. Indeed, as Silas pointed out, while the Heat's interior defense was lacking, the caliber of players at other positions surpassed the league's average, especially in terms of bench strength, with Dwayne Wade leading the charge. They were significantly superior to the Cavaliers. This aging rookie showcased a level of maturity far beyond his peers and possessed a high degree of technical proficiency, making him one of the key reasons for the Heat's competitiveness this season. The game commenced swiftly, the Cavaliers' home crowd roaring like a tempest, with many fans brandishing large posters of the team's youthful trio, vociferously cheering. LeBron, annihilate them. Lou, if you sink just one three-pointer tonight, I'll promise to bear your child. Yao effortlessly seized the ball from Malik Allen, who was originally a forward. James initiated the offensive with a serious expression, determined to attack the paint from the very first play. The task of defending James fell to Karen Butler, who appeared noticeably anxious. As a sophomore, he was merely a shadow of his former self compared to last season, and with the trade deadline approaching, he was naturally engulfed in speculation. Butler was in dire need of a game to affirm his worth, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty when confronted with the recently resurgent LeBron James. With a deft crossover dribble that showcased his agility, James swiftly created sufficient space to make his move. Butler's pupils dilated as he instinctively shifted to block his opponent's right side. The scouting report indicated that LeBron's success rate for breakthroughs from that direction was significantly higher than from the left. However, he miscalculated, for his nerves had rendered him overly tense, leaving a conspicuous gap for James to exploit. In an instant, with a swift and powerful stride, he surged forward, launching himself from just inside the free-throw line. In the face of the approaching Lamar Odom, he emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop with an electrifying dunk. The arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers and the flash of countless cameras, all eager to immortalize this spectacular moment. James, having completed the dunk, maintained an air of calm as he retreated on defense, gesturing towards the Heat's bench, asking, "Dwayne, are you not coming into the game? It's nearly over." Chapter 40. Is he making a pass at me? On the bench, Wade received a provocation, grinning widely as he slipped his hand into his collar, subtly giving James the middle finger through his shirt. Lu Ming, noticing their interaction, rolled his eyes, exclaiming internally that they were flirting. Consequently, Alston, who was matched up against Lu Ming, suffered the consequences. As the team's point guard, he could clearly feel the resentment flickering in Lu Ming's eyes. His defensive demeanor so intimidating it seemed as if he would devour him whole. Standing at 188 meters, Alston felt dwarfed by Lu Ming, who was 10 centimeters taller. He barely managed to dribble the ball near the three-point line before being relentlessly pushed back towards midcourt. Don't be like this, Lou. It's just a regular season game. Relax a bit. Relax? Lu Ming arched an eyebrow. If he relaxed any further, they might as well kiss. The relentless pressure intensified as Alston felt an overwhelming weight bearing down on him, inexplicably feeling his body weaken, as if Lu Ming had sprouted 8 arms, attacking the basketball from every angle. Lamar, come out and receive the ball. We need to reset. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Alston called out to his teammate. But Lu Ming was having none of it. His right hand shot out, deftly poking the ball away just as Alston was dribbling. In an instant, a fast break ensued. James surged ahead into the front court, creating a 2-on-1 situation, pointing skyward as usual. Come on, Lou. Throw it higher. I can catch it. Following the familiar script. This would have been yet another spectacular alley-oop dunk. Throw it to your old man? You think I'll let you show off with my steal for your little lover? Lu Ming chose to ignore him, and before the hastily retreating Alston even realized whom to defend, he leapt off his right foot and executed a dunk. Although the movement was graceful, reminiscent of McGrady, the height of his jump was lacking, making it appear as if he barely grazed the rim. James leapt high, ready to catch the ball, but ended up missing, awkwardly slapping the backboard instead. Whoa, the announcer exclaimed. If memory serves, this was Lu Ming's first dunk since the beginning of his professional career. A moment to be cherished, yet I personally believe that had he passed the ball to LeBron, the spectacle would have been even more explosive, likely resulting in a highlight-worthy alley-oop dunk. Perhaps the timing was off. In similar situations before, Lou would generally defer to LeBron to complete the offensive play. On the sidelines, Mallory observed Lu Ming's unusual choice with a strange thought bubbling in her mind. Was he deliberately trying to impress me today? He had spoken to me earlier, appearing not to be angry anymore. My father once said that beautiful girls have an innate advantage in social situations. But why was he being so deliberate? Did he know I was leaving and was trying to retain me in this manner? With that thought, Mallory felt her cheeks flush, instinctively glancing over at Lu Ming. She noticed that his defense today was more tenacious than in previous matches, forcing the so-called street ball king, Alston, into a state of disarray. Unable to dribble smoothly and resorting to hurriedly passing the ball off. Although Lu Ming had showcased excellent defensive pressure in recent games, he had never been as relentless as today, not allowing his opponent even a moment to dribble. "You've lost your mind. You must be crazy," Alston exclaimed in exasperation while maneuvering, as he felt Lu Ming relentlessly pursuing him. "The game just started 2 minutes ago. What's wrong with you? We have an old saying in Huaxia, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Get off me. I'm not your fish." As they spoke, Alston squeezed through a screen, finally gaining an open opportunity, with Oden passing the ball to him. Phew, finally some peace. With the screen set, Lu Ming was a step behind, seemingly unable to defend in time. Yet, just as Alston prepared to catch the ball and attempt a shot from beyond the arc, Lu Ming pounced like a famished tiger, targeting the basketball that had bounced off the floor. In that moment, Lu Ming seemed to soar low to the ground, his body parallel to the floor as he stretched out to intercept the ball, flinging it towards his teammate just before it left the court. The basketball soared high, and with Lu's massive hands outstretched, he caught it effortlessly, immediately pivoting to make a precise pass to James, who had already sprinted past half-court. James felt a surge of camaraderie as he thought, "Good buddy, you really risked it all for me to win this bet." With a powerful stride, he dribbled, gathered, and took off for a dunk in one fluid motion. He jumped slightly higher than usual, the camera capturing the moment James's headband soared above the rim. The atmosphere in the arena ignited once more, the audience rising to their feet in jubilant applause. Head coach Pat Riley quickly called for a timeout, while others celebrated. Lu Ming, unable to stop his momentum, collided directly into the front row of spectators. However, due to the distance he slid, he sustained minimal injury. Whoa, so soft. Disoriented, Lu Ming found himself pressed against something soft, looking up to discover he was lying in Mallory's embrace, his head resting comfortably against her chest, their positions undeniably intimate. "Lu, are you all right?" Mallory asked, her cheeks flushed. "All good. The cushioning worked wonders," Lu Ming replied awkwardly. At that moment, his Cavalier teammates rushed over, eager to help him up, excitedly patting his head. "Nice job, little guy. You actually managed to snag that one. Looks like you'll be undergoing a drug test again." "Lu, don't worry. I won't let you down. We're definitely winning this game," James assured him confidently. The team enveloped Lu Ming, ushering him back to the bench. Mallory picked up her fallen notebook, her heart racing. Yes, he was definitely trying to impress me. Earlier, during the steal, he had deliberately angled himself towards me, though it was slightly risky. But he looked so handsome doing it. He was so forward, so straightforward. What should I do? During the timeout, the arena's large screen began to replay Lu Ming's earlier highlights. The commentators showered him with praise, extolling his remarkable performance. Lu's poster-worthy steal reminds me of Dennis Rodman's save during the Bulls-Warriors game in 1997. Their movements were nearly identical. It's simply astounding. Lu's defense can only be described as a robbery. Did you see Alston's expression? He could fit a pineapple in his mouth. I guarantee this will be one of the best highlights of the entire NBA season. On the Cavaliers bench, Silas repeatedly patted Lu Ming on the shoulder in encouragement while outlining strategies. "Well done. Continue to make it difficult for them from the perimeter. Stick to our game plan. Dwayne is coming in. Yao, don't let him near the basket. Defend him like you did during practice against LeBron." Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback as he turned to glance at the nearby bench. Indeed, he spotted Wade warming up, while Alston, who had been thoroughly stifled by Lu's defense, donned a warm-up jersey, looking dejected as he leaned against his seat, evidently having been substituted out. Ah, how amusing. What began as a mere outlet for his emotions unexpectedly aligned with the intentions of that crafty veteran, LeBron, hastening Wade's entrance onto the court. Chapter 41. Dwayne. "I can only give you a 9." The pause concluded, and the match resumed. As expected by Lu Ming, James, upon spotting his beloved charged towards the opponent's half like a man possessed, shadowing Wade closely from the moment he received the ball from the corner. The two collided with their muscular frames, neither conceding an inch, and thus the true battle was heralded. LeBron, you are destined to lose. If Savannah has a son, name him Sherry. If a daughter, call her Jalen. Stop talking nonsense, Dwayne. Your son will have a feminine name. James attempted to steal the ball, positioning himself firmly on Wade's right. Wade expertly protected the basketball, maneuvering around a screen. Confronted by the incoming batter, he executed a swift crossover step, darting into the lane just before Yao's impending block, finishing with a delicate layup to halt the Heat's downward spiral. Lu Ming, who overheard their exchange, silently shook his head, pondering that neither of them could foresee the arduous journey Wade would eventually face in parenthood. On the Cavaliers' offensive, Karen Butler, having received Wade's cue, hurried to the corner where Battier stood. Finally, someone was there to defend against the monstrous James. James held the ball beyond the three-point line. Yet he refrained from launching into his signature tank-like drive. Dribbling slowly, he casually remarked, "Dwayne, I recently learned a trick from Lou." "Enough chatter. I know you're going right." Wade remained unfazed, ready for action. Humph. A smirk crept onto James' lips as he feigned a drive, then swiftly retreated 2 steps. Rising to shoot. Bang! The basketball soared like a precision missile, swooping through the net. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Well done, LeBron. That is how you shoot a 3. Wade grimaced, shaking his head in resignation, muttering, "So ugly. You're just jealous, Dwayne. You'll never be able to perform consistently beyond the arc." "While I always can." The two exchanged blows, refusing to yield. James sank a 3-pointer, only for Wade to respond immediately with an and one. One moment saw a steal, the next a powerful block. Although this match was not a marquee event, and neither team was a true rival, the atmosphere was palpably tense, fueled by the rivalry of their star players. Before halftime, both James and Wade had surpassed 20 points, making the game feel like a one-on-one duel. The exhilarating tempo of offense and defense, paired with genuine physical clashes, had the audience's blood pumping, leaving them exhilarated. The commentator lauded, "This is the most thrilling rookie showdown in NBA history. LeBron and Dwayne have elevated a mere regular season game to extraordinary heights. Since the Heat lacked a traditional center, they were able to match the Cavaliers' pace. By the end of the third quarter, the score remained tight, with the Cavaliers holding a slender lead of 77-73. On the Cavaliers' bench, James panted heavily, gulping down a sports drink. The intensity of the competition was wearing on him. The ease he had displayed earlier in the match had been replaced by a serious demeanor as he stared intently at the scoreboard. It had been a long time since he had taken the game so seriously. Meanwhile, Wade, as a rookie among veterans, confidently expressed his thoughts and strategies, exuding the presence of a team leader. "Let us gear up. We must secure this game in the fourth quarter. Listen, if we fear our opponents, they will crush us without hesitation. Protect our paint. Anyone who dares enter will face fierce fouls. And leave LeBron to me. I'll handle him." In contrast to James, who had played nearly the entire 3 quarters, Wade enjoyed a more manageable rotation, granting him a slight edge in stamina. Silas glanced at the heaving James with concern, suggesting, "LeBron, you might need to rest for a few minutes." No. James firmly rejected. "This game is crucial for me. I'm fine." Lu Ming shot him a sidelong glance. "Should I take Dwayne's first 5 minutes?" Today, driven by a desire for retribution, he had made Eddie Jones and Alston suffer, with their combined shooting being a dismal 5 for 16. "He mine," James replied, his eyes widening. All right, he's yours. Just don't forget to stash him in your trunk on the way home." Shortly after the fourth quarter began, Wade seemed ready to seize the game, leaping for a rebound and beckoning to a still-breathing James. "What's wrong? Sherry's father, are you tired? Damn it, don't mention that name again." Wade advanced the ball, gesturing with both hands for his teammates to spread out. He intended to isolate James. Soon, the other 4 players stationed themselves beyond the 3-point line. Wade glanced at Lu Ming, who was poised to assist, and instinctively dribbled 2 steps away from him. He still feared Lu Ming's long reach. Earlier, Alston, renowned for his dribbling skills, had complained more than once about the exaggerated pressure from the undrafted rookie. Only Kobe and Artest could make him feel so overwhelmed. Wade took a decisive step forward, acutely aware of James' earlier gesture of discomfort. LeBron was fatigued. In an instant, he darted right, using his left elbow to nudge James in the chest, preventing him from reacting in time. As he faced the unguarded Darius Miles, Wade expertly dribbled, executing a flawless hesitation move, and jumped in the paint to complete a thunderous one-handed dunk. The whistle blew. The referee signaled the basket was good. and James was called for a foul from behind. Frustrated, James rushed towards the referee, vehemently gesticulating, protesting that Wade had committed a foul during the drive. More critically, this marked James' fourth foul of the game. This guy has been committing offensive fouls since the start. Come on, open your eyes. The whistle blew again, and James was assessed a technical foul. 5 fouls. And in the fourth quarter, with 10 minutes remaining, Lu Ming quickly intervened, pulling the explosive James aside, urging him to calm down. LeBron, temper your emotions. Remember, many children are watching your game. You must be a role model. James clenched his teeth, marching towards Silas, who was preparing to substitute him out, pointing at the incoming Kevin Ollie. Sit down. I won't make any more mistakes. After Wade executed the technical free throw, he glanced at Lu Ming in surprise. I'm quite astonished that you can make LeBron listen to you. Of course. He always asks me which finger to chew on before doing it. Oh, is that so? While Wade was taking his free throw, he chuckled and said, Lu, what do you think of my dunk just now? Isn't it far more impressive than LeBron's? Lu Ming shrugged and replied, it was average. I can only give you a score of 9. Chapter 42, The Assault and the Counterattack. After Wade confidently sank 2 free throws, the Miami Heat leveled the score once more. However, a subtle shift unfolded on the court. James, ensnared by foul troubles, began to feel constrained. Though he still valiantly tried to guard Wade, his effectiveness had notably diminished. Wade, perceiving this change in James's demeanor, relentlessly hurled taunts to undermine his opponent's resolve while increasing his own ball-handling duties. Hey, LeBron, what's wrong? Lift your head. I'm going to drive to your right. You're not in the right defensive position. Just moments ago, Lu had contributed a crucial 3-point play, and perhaps this time, a dunk over James might silence Wade's bravado. The young James was evidently caught in the trap set by his adversaries, watching the lead morph into a deficit, his face betraying signs of agitation as he grew increasingly impatient in his offensive choices. Bang! James's desperate 3-point attempt clanked off the rim, allowing Lamar Odom to seize the rebound and swiftly pass it to the advancing Wade, who executed a fast break layup. Wade even had the audacity to taunt the tardy James with a mocking gesture. The Cavaliers now trailed by 6 points, 92-98, their largest deficit of the game. Sensing the urgency, Silas immediately called a timeout. At this moment, he could no longer tolerate James's lackluster performance on the court, bellowing, LeBron, get your head in the game. Find your teammates like you usually do. Basketball is a 5-person sport, not a personal feud between you and Dwayne. Even if Michael Jordan were here, he would need Scottie and Dennis's support. Trust your teammates. During this time, the Cavaliers' tactical execution on both ends of the court was sound. It was merely James who had fallen into the quagmire of individualism, becoming increasingly resistant to his teammates' assistance. James remained silent, his head bowed, silently biting his fingers. He was aware of the problem but was unsure how to rectify it. He longed to take matters into his own hands. Yet the outcome of his previous attempt had been unexpectedly poor. Handing the ball to a teammate seemed like an act of cowardice. LeBron. Lu Ming suddenly rose and crouched beside James. I don't need consolation. I'll handle the game. James replied with a furrowed brow. That is not what I meant. Lu Ming chuckled, shaking his head. I just thought of a great name for a boy. Would you like to hear it? Everyone paused, exchanging perplexed glances at Lu Ming. Given the gravity of the moment, they were astonished he could still joke around. Even James took a moment to process this, stammering. Well, what? Let us call him Bronny. He.S., just like your current situation, needing confidence, believing in his judgment, and making the right choices. At the mention of the name, James's body shivered, struck by its significance. He felt that if he were to have a son, naming him this would be nothing short of perfect. Bronny James exactly. The second one can be Bryce, and the third might be a daughter named Julie. What do you think? Lu Ming grinned. You're getting worked up over a name. He was untroubled by the prospect of James rejecting it, as these were indeed the real names of James's 3 children in a past life. Will I really have 3 children? James's eyes sparkled with a newfound light, as if awakened from a dream. Perhaps even more. Lu Ming smirked, recalling James's own mantra, not 1, not 2, not 3 indeed. A smile blossomed on James's face as he stood up, invigorated, his gaze hardening as he looked up at the scoreboard. It's just 6 points, 2 3-pointers. That's the spirit. Lu Ming laughed heartily, rallying the still-dazed teammates to their feet. Time to get to work, gentlemen. There's a minute and a half left. Let us finish this swiftly and send them back home. As the timeout concluded, the arena erupted once more with exhilarating cheers. James, shedding his previous malaise, moved with newfound agility, dribbling to the front court and confronting Wade. Dwayne, Lou just gave you a new name, Bronny. What do you think? Get lost, LeBron? I'm not your son, Wade retorted with a laugh, preparing to engage. But James, with unwavering resolve, executed his signature step-back move and launched a three-pointer. Silas, witnessing this, felt despair wash over him, covering his forehead in frustration, lamenting that James hadn't absorbed his earlier words. Yet, in the next instant, the ball swished through the net. Three-pointer. What a shot. Silas jumped for joy. Perhaps it wasn't such a poor shot choice after all. He was, after all, LeBron. James, observing Wade's puzzled expression as he wondered why he dared to shoot from the perimeter, shrugged with a smirk. It might look unsightly, but it's undeniably effective. On the sidelines, Stan Van Gundy sensed a peculiar shift in the atmosphere and urgently signaled to Wade. Dwayne, keep attacking him on the offensive end. Don't relent. To everyone's astonishment, however, James, who had closely guarded Wade throughout the game, suddenly switched to defend Eddie Jones with less than 2 minutes remaining, entirely ignoring Wade. This time, the player in front of Wade was Lu Ming, who had been a relentless thorn in the side of both Alston and Eddie Jones all night. Wade furrowed his brow, attempting to set up a pick-and-roll with Jones to reclaim James as his defender. Yet, Lu Ming's speed around the screens was too swift, leaving Wade no opportunity. Dwayne, I know you're reluctant to take me on one-on-one, but you can't make it this obvious. This is my battle with LeBron. You shouldn't be involved. Wade expressed his dissatisfaction, yet he remained cautious, maintaining a safe distance from Lu Ming. With the shot clock winding down and no fruitful exchanges, Wade decided to mimic James's earlier move, rising for a three-pointer. However, he underestimated Lu Ming's defensive prowess, despite Wade's deceptive maneuvers and fakes. Lu Ming's anticipation was uncanny, as if he had foreseen Wade's response. As Wade jumped, Lu Ming's hand was right in his face. Can't see. Can't see. Can't see. Unsurprisingly, Wade's shot veered wildly off course, clanging harmlessly off the backboard and landing in Yao's hands, initiating a long pass. The Cavaliers re-entered their favored rhythm. Receiving the ball, James swiftly penetrated the paint, facing the relentless Lamar Odom and Butler. Instead of attempting a direct dunk, he altered his pace momentarily at the free throw line and, upon Lu Ming's arrival in the corner, executed a stunning bounce pass. Wade, rushing back on defense, thought to himself, oh no, as he leaped toward Lu Ming, but he was a beat too late. The basketball left Lu Ming's hands just as he was knocked to the ground. As the whistle blew, the ball cleanly swished through the net. Three-point play. Another three-point play. The live commentator exclaimed with fervor, Dwayne has made a grave error. He has forgotten that Lou is the player with the highest three-point foul rate in this league. LeBron swiftly approached, pushing Wade aside, and extended his hand to assist Lu Ming. Well done, Lou. Who doesn't know that in critical moments, your favorite pastime is to rack up assists? Chapter 43. This is my horse. Although Lu Ming's free throw percentage this season rivals that of Shaquille O'Neal, he has withstood the test this time. The basketball wobbled and rolled into the hoop, allowing the Cavaliers to reclaim the lead at 99-98. More importantly, only 15 seconds remain in the game, leaving the Heat with just one offensive possession. Stan Van Gundy, under Riley's directive, hastily called a timeout to strategize for the final play. Guys, don't worry. We still hold the initiative. They're just a bunch of pretenders. Their hearts must be racing, he urged, ready to impart the final play. Listen closely to my upcoming tactics. I will ensure your victory. On the Cavaliers bench, a slender figure was joyfully dancing with excitement. This might be Mallory's happiest day in recent times. As she settled down to truly appreciate Lu Ming's performance, she discovered that this undrafted player, whom she previously deemed unremarkable, could genuinely alter the course of the game. At just 19 years old, he might indeed become something akin to Kobe. But I am already 22. Would he think me too old if I told him? If he confesses to me after the game, should I accept or decline? What if I refuse and he gives up? On the Cavaliers bench, Silas nervously outlined the final defense. They had various ways to conclude the game, but it was highly probable that they would aim for a two-point shot, with Wade and Eddie Jones being the most likely candidates. We must closely mark them and double-team the ball handler, denying them any open shot opportunities. No, coach. Lu Ming suddenly interjected, we cannot mark tightly. Dwayne's ability to exploit mismatches after screens is too strong. He can find open teammates or choose to attack himself. We mustn't recklessly double-team. Instead, we should maintain our positioning and be decisive in switching on screens. Switching? Silas was taken aback. Exactly. Switch on screens. We have enough size advantage. Lu Ming understood Pat Riley too well, The cunning strategist would never resort to ordinary tactics for the final play. I concur with Lu's assessment, James chimed in. When Dwayne faces Lu, his shooting will become exceedingly difficult. I don't think he will attempt to score immediately. It was likely that other players would act as decoys, creating opportunities for Dwayne. Let us not forget they also had Lamar Odom to facilitate. James understood the gameplay of similar players. If the Heat truly aimed for a one-on-one play, it would minimally impact the Cavaliers' defense. Ding dong. A system notification sounded in Lu Ming's ear. Receiving James' tactical endorsement has triggered a hidden mission. On-court coach. The host must discern the opponent's tactical intentions 10 times throughout this season's games and successfully defend against them to complete the mission. The reward, an exclusive skill on-court tactics master. Effect. Once activated, the host may discern the opponent's tactical plans in any round of a game, receiving defensive prompts from the system. This can trigger a hidden mission? Lu Ming was momentarily stunned before enlightenment dawned upon him. If James' analysis were incorrect, the system would not issue a task prompt. So this meant Wade would indeed be making a move off the ball for the final shot. LeBron, you follow Dwayne on the next play. Huh? James was momentarily confused. As Lu Ming had been guarding Wade for the last 2 minutes due to his foul count, was this an opportunity for him to shine? Just as he was about to inquire, the timeout buzzer sounded. Remember, stick with him. But even if their tactic succeeds, do not foul. Lu Ming cautioned earnestly. The Heat designated Karen Butler to inbound the ball. To the surprise of all in the arena, it was Lamar Odom who emerged to receive the pass. While the hot-handed Wade, with 33 points, merely stood with arms crossed in the left corner. Odom dribbled to the final 5 seconds as the Heat's play commenced. Eddie Jones suddenly utilized a screen to dash toward the arc, resembling a play designed for a catch-and-shoot three-pointer. However, Lu Ming, seemingly oblivious, took an extra step to the left. The ball was swiftly passed from Odom to Jones. Observing the three-point opportunity, James felt a chill. Had he miscalculated? The final shot would be taken by Eddie Jones, not Dwayne. Yet, in that brief moment of distraction, Wade surged toward the basket like a bolt of lightning. By the time James reacted, he was already a half-step behind. Turning back, he saw Eddie Jones' pass land in Wade's hands, with no one in front of him. Instinctively, James prepared to pull Wade back, but suddenly recalled Lu Ming's earlier advice. Do not foul. With a smile, Wade took off for the dunk. What else, Bronny? I think Cheryl sounds better. Many spectators in the Gund Arena could hardly bear to watch the unfolding scene, covering their eyes in fear. Just as the team appeared to ignite a flicker of hope for a comeback in the final moments, LeBron's critical oversight condemned them to failure. Silas on the Cavaliers bench sank into despair, lamenting, how much better would it have been to follow my plan? At least we wouldn't lose in such a humiliating manner. Sighing, LeBron is going to be criticized again, just as everyone believed the game was concluded. The number 0 on the court suddenly took off at an unbelievable speed, soaring to block Wade's impending dunk just as the ball was about to descend into the hoop. Lu Ming, positioned behind, clutched the basketball tightly in his arms, waiting for the clock to expire, denying the opponent any chance. Well, what did I just witness? Lu Ming blocked Dwayne Wade's dunk in the final 2 seconds. Wasn't he Lu guarding Eddie Jones? Where did he come from? Until the final whistle blew, Wade remained in disbelief, staring at Lu Ming, images of his blocked shot flashing through his mind. The block was so clean that he couldn't even complain to the referee about a foul. So insane. Little did Wade know, Lu Ming's apparent defensive lapse, granting Eddie Jones a slight shooting window, was a deliberate ploy to position himself closer to Wade's attacking route. From the outset, Lu Ming had deduced that the tactical core of the Heat's final play was Dwayne. Eddie Jones would only shoot if presented with an exceptional opportunity. The Cavaliers bench surged forward, lifting Lu Ming high in celebration. Pat Riley shook his head in disappointment. He had helped his disciple Van Gundy devise an excellent offensive strategy, yet overlooked Lu Ming. Lu's contract still has 2 years left. If we have the chance, we must find a way to acquire him. He is perfectly suited to play alongside ball-dominant scorers like Wade and James. The entire arena rose to their feet, collectively chanting Lu Ming's name. Lu, MVP, MVP, MVP. Lu Ming took a running leap, cradling the basketball as he ascended the commentary platform, pointing to the approaching celebration of James, exclaiming loudly, Miami may be Dwayne's home, but this is my horse. The crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer, and in the front row, Mallory gazed at Lu Ming with eyes full of admiration. How could he be so cool? He was undoubtedly the last superhero in this world. Kobe. He must be the second to last. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Portland, President Phil Knight quietly switched off the television, leisurely seated on the sofa with a glass of red wine. He took a delicate sip, as if having resolved a certain determination. Moments later, he dialed a number. "It's me, George. No need for 10 games. Go secure Lou's contract now. Inform the product development team that we are launching a new line of signature sneakers. Oh, and if possible, extend Lou's contract to 5 years. Kobe won't mind. It's even a year less than his. Well, Mallory is indeed not suitable for face-to-face communication with Lou. You should go in person." Phil Knight had a premonition that Lu Ming's future achievements would far surpass those of an ordinary 3D player. He possessed all the qualities and killer instincts of a superstar. Among guards, aside from Lu Ming, Phil Knight had only seen the same resolute heart in Jordan and Kobe. Delaying even a day would be a disservice to this prodigious talent. Chapter 44. Call back, fight back, win. At the post-game press conference, Lu Ming and James entered with their arms around each other, exchanging laughter and banter. The atmosphere became instantly vibrant. "Lou, could you elaborate on your final defensive play? Did LeBron's extension on Dwayne at the last moment provide you a better opportunity for a block?" Hey, James interjected with a grin. "There's no need to absolve me. That was a dreadful defensive sequence for me. I lost track of Dwayne. It was Lou who sealed the game." He then cast a playful glance at Lu Ming, adding, as he said, "He saved my career, and I have no objections to that." The crowd chuckled. It seemed exaggerated. After all, it was merely a regular season game, with the primary spectacle being the competition between James and Wade for the Rookie of the Year award. "Lou, do you share that sentiment?" "Absolutely," Lu Ming replied earnestly. "It is widely acknowledged that whenever LeBron's teammates make a game-winning shot or execute a crucial defensive play, they are effectively saving his career. I have done it, Yao has done it, and Sean has done it. Without us, LeBron might not even have enough players to compete. Wouldn't you agree?" While this may have appeared as a self-promotion, the journalists understood it as Lu Ming's counterattack against recent criticisms alleging LeBron's inability to respond in clutch moments. Everyone knew that. To earn a living in this field, one sometimes had to compromise their integrity and make sensational statements. James cast a grateful look at Lu Ming, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. A female reporter then stood up. "Lou, I've heard privately that many renowned stars in the league are concerned about their safety and are reluctant to attend the upcoming Olympics in Athens. As two of the league's finest young players, you and LeBron may also be called up. I would like to ask, would you represent your country?" Lu Ming's recent performances on both ends of the court have garnered widespread praise from coaches across the league, including Larry Brown, a leading candidate for the Dream Team head coach. He had faced the Cavaliers twice this season while coaching the Pistons, both times ending in defeat. He remarked on LeBron and Lu Ming, "The Pistons have 4 players who could be selected for the Dream Team. If I had to choose a starting 5 and a 6th man, I would unreservedly pick LeBron and Lou." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming immediately assumed a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze at the camera. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, he spoke slowly in his native language. "Call back, fight back, win." This was his pledge to his homeland, a dream he had cherished since childhood. If it weren't for Yao's lack of response, he would have expressed himself more directly. The reporters exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, they surged forward with microphones toward Lu Ming. "Lou, if I heard correctly, you just spoke in your native tongue. Could you tell us why you chose to do that? Does this indicate that you wish to represent your homeland rather than our country? Has you threatened you privately, forcing you to say this? If so, please blink 3 times." Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. "My stance has never wavered, nor have I been coerced by anyone. My first choice will always be my hometown. That is beyond question." Mallory, waiting for Lu Ming at the entrance, felt a twinge of confusion. She hadn't anticipated such a firm stance from him. Many of her Chinese friends were particularly cautious about national matters when in the U.S., even if they held deep affection for their homeland. They wouldn't publicly voice sentiments that contradicted popular opinion. Immediately, a reporter expressed discontent. "Lou, according to your background, you were born and raised in this country. If you choose to withdraw at this moment, wouldn't that be shameless?" "Indeed, Lou, I disagree with your statement. You have utilized the resources of this country to elevate yourself, and when your homeland needs you most, you wish to turn your back on them. This is, in essence, a betrayal." Lu Ming shot him a disdainful glance. "My abilities stem from my own efforts. They have nothing to do with you. The voice in my head is still in my native tongue. It's pure and untainted. What business is it of yours?" James, unable to bear it any longer, slammed his hand on the table. He knew precisely what these reporters were attempting, merely trying to stir controversy and lead Lu Ming astray. If you only came prepared with these ridiculous questions, then this press conference can conclude right now. rather than debating whether Lu will represent us in the Olympics. Why not encourage those who are wavering to see if they truly love their country? Lu is one of the kindest individuals I have ever encountered. He has no intention of harming anyone, and regardless of his decision, my teammates and I will unconditionally support him. Now, you either change the subject or end this interview immediately. This was James' way of repaying Lu Ming for defending him in front of the media. Seeing James' resolute attitude and hint of anger, the reporters had no choice but to silence themselves, asking a few trivial questions before hastily concluding the press conference. However, the content of this interview swiftly spread across various media outlets half an hour later. Lu was playing with fire. He had forgotten who provided him with a means of sustenance. Without their support, he would still be scrounging for scraps in the sewers. Charles Barkley, who had never held Lu Ming in high regard, was the first to voice his dissent on a television program. I believe Lu is leveraging this statement for self-promotion. He doesn't seem foolish, but rather quite shrewd. He aims to divert LeBron's spotlight. The more you discuss him, the more cash he stands to gain. I see through Lu's intentions. He isn't so noble. This guy is merely seeking an excuse to distance himself from danger. If I'm not mistaken, even if China extends an olive branch, Lu will find another reason to decline their invitation. The host chuckled and asked Charles, if you were still playing and faced potential life-threatening situations, would you be willing to represent us in the Olympics? Barkley looked at his companion as if he were an imbecile. Of course, I would refuse. The right to life is our greatest privilege. Malik, I seriously doubt you've ever been to college. We have so many exceptional players. Why must it be me? Outside the Gund Arena, a white reporter brushed past Lu Ming and turned back with disdain, shouting at him, F you. Lu, you will never succeed. You are a coward. Lu Ming raised both middle fingers in a smiling retort. F you too. Tonight, I blocked Dwayne with my own hands, while you can only stroke your little buddy tonight. By the way, your hairstyle looks like a dog just had a massive dump on your head. Maybe apply some gel, it looks foul. With that, he disregarded the reporter's furious curses and walked toward the parking lot, getting into his old Ford. Rumbling. The weather was slightly chilly, and after several attempts, the key failed to start the car. Just as Lu Ming was at a loss, preparing to hail a cab home, he heard a knock on the car window from outside. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 45. Mallory, I want to be your agent. During the recent press conference, the atmosphere grew somewhat chaotic due to Lu Ming's remarks, which is why Mallory was unable to locate him immediately. As Lu Ming stepped out of the vehicle with his gear bag, he cast a surprised glance at Mallory, who had suddenly changed her demeanor. I seem to have some trouble with my car. I might need to hail a cab to get home, he said. Upon hearing this, Mallory's cheeks flushed. Had he always been so straightforward? To suggest taking her home so abruptly was quite unexpected. Moreover, was that even a proper car he was driving? The battered Ford resembled something that had just been discarded from a junkyard, with peeling paint and worn-out tires. As an NBA player, surely he could afford something better than this? What Mallory did not realize was that, having been exposed to advanced automobile models and capabilities from the future, Lu Ming viewed his current vehicle as nothing short of trash, finding no merit in spending exorbitantly on a new one. Lu, my car is parked over there. If you don't mind, we could. Mallory began. Lu Ming smiled, clearly unbothered. Driving someone else's car was certainly more economical than taking a taxi. Walking side by side, Lu Ming hummed a cheerful tune, appearing to be in good spirits, yet he did not initiate any conversation with Mallory. She pondered for a moment before coming to a conclusion. She had heard that people from Huaxia were generally reserved. Surely, he was merely waiting for a more opportune moment to express his feelings. The thought filled her with a touch of anticipation. Lu, I have some good news, she exclaimed. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, jokingly responding, What is it? Have you finally been dismissed from the company for your mischief? Ugh. No, Mallory retorted. George has already boarded a flight to Cleveland tonight. The company has decided to finalize your contract ahead of schedule, adhering to all your stipulations. You will soon be a millionaire. Lu Ming responded with a soft O, seemingly unfazed. With a bet contract in hand and the company complying with his demands, it was merely a matter of time. However, he was slightly surprised that they had made such a swift decision before the completion of 10 games. What's wrong? Aren't you happy? Mallory asked, observing Lu Ming's composed demeanor. With this money, you can buy a new car, a new house, and do anything you desire. Lu Ming shrugged. Not particularly. My excitement isn't overwhelming. However, I am quite interested in your company's stock. His primary purpose for being here was to realize his NBA dream. While earning money was important, he had witnessed too many players from his past life become bankrupt due to excessive spending after sudden wealth. He had no desire to follow in their footsteps and thus maintained a certain restraint regarding high expenditures. Instead, he was intrigued by the prospect of transforming a sum of money into a greater fortune. Stock? Mallory, who had majored in journalism, was not well versed in such matters. She understood that stock prices reflected a company's value, but since her family already possessed more money than they could spend, such concerns seemed trivial. Lou, I heard from George that the company has decided to extend your contract to 5 years, with the annual amount remaining unchanged, just 1 year less than Kobe's. What do you think? This information was typically confidential until the deal was finalized, yet Mallory disclosed it without hesitation, eagerly anticipating Lu Ming's reaction. 5 years? A flicker of emotion crossed Lu Ming and Apos' face. That one and Apos, do. I want a 2-year contract. Why? Are you still hung up on my previous mistakes? Mallory pouted. Though I have yet to apologize, I have already made overtures towards reconciliation. Can't you be a bit more magnanimous and accommodating? In her mind, Lu Ming's refusal of a 5-year contract must stem from lingering resentment, wanting to seek opportunities elsewhere after parting with the Hook brand. Lu Ming chuckled and shook his head. Shorter contracts are more advantageous. This is what my idol taught me. Advantageous for what? You still want to leave? Mallory retorted, clutching her notebook containing the apology letter. Tightening her grip. A shorter contract maximizes my interests. I believe I still have room for growth. Isn't that comprehensible? Lu Ming replied, gesturing in a manner he had adopted since becoming LeBron's teammate. Moreover, as an intern, why do you possess such a strong sense of loyalty to the company? If I sign a long contract, will they reward you with a bonus? Of course not. Mallory scratched her head, holding back a thought yet to be voiced. The profits brought to the company were ultimately from her family. Well then, Lu Ming mused. The team does not have practice tomorrow, but I need to catch a flight to Milwaukee in the afternoon. I wonder when George will arrive. I still need to call LeBron and ask him to be my temporary agent. Mallory looked at him, incredulous. You really, Don and Apos, have an agent? Of course. Lu Ming nodded. Athletes are often quite impoverished. After taxes and various insurance fees imposed by the league, the actual salary received is meager. Hiring an agent incurs significant expenses, which is quite wasteful. The primary reason, however, was that Lu Ming had negotiated his first contract with the Cavaliers on his own. Now, having no agent made little difference. He was still waiting for Rich Paul to grow. That guy was indeed skilled in contract negotiations, but at present, Rich Paul was likely somewhere in Cleveland peddling jerseys. Mallory, upon hearing this, bit her lip gently, and after a moment of contemplation, seemed to have made a resolution. She looked directly at Lu Ming. How about I become your agent? I can help you negotiate with George tomorrow. Lu Ming halted in surprise, gazing at the petite girl before him, both amused and bewildered. Miss Mallory, please, do not jest. You are an employee of the Hook Company. How could you possibly negotiate for me without selling me off for a pittance? I can resign immediately, Mallory declared earnestly. Pfft, who would believe that? Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively, glancing around. Which car is yours? It wouldn't have been stolen. Would it? Unexpectedly, Mallory let out a soft huff and pulled out her phone, swiftly dialing a number. This is Mallory. George, I am resigning. Please remove my name from the company roster immediately. Yes, just like that. I will call you once you arrive. Safe travels. Listening to the familiar voice on the other end, Lu Ming stared wide-eyed at Mallory. Are you serious? Quickly, call him back and tell him you were joking. Young people can be too impulsive. It's rare to find a company that offers benefits like social insurance. Where else could you find such a good opportunity? As Lu Ming hurriedly reached for her phone, Mallory stepped back, stuffing it into her small backpack and mimicking Lu Ming's gesture, enjoying the moment. See? You have now caused me to lose my job, so you must hire me as your agent. Do you think your little scheme will work? The details of my contract with Hook Company have already been finalized. Are you merely seeking to ride on my coattails? Lu Ming lamented. This deal is free of charge. Consider it my apology for my previous errors. Plus, I will have the opportunity to negotiate a better deal for you. How does that sound? Quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree? Mallory grinned, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight. Chapter 46. I asked you to answer, not to question. You say prices are rising just like that? Is the Hook Company yours? Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Just think about it, a young lady like you struggling out there. And with a mind that isn't particularly sharp, you will inevitably pay the price for today's impulsiveness. Mallory huffed indifferently. Pulling out her car keys and pressing a button, causing a gray Audi nearby to beep as it unlocked. Get in. I'm hungry. Take me to eat. Lu Ming was taken aback by the sight of the car. An Audi A4, a new model? Did you rent it? Yes. Is the company reimbursing you? Of course not. Mallory skillfully opened the passenger door and took a seat. Yi Ming sighed and shook his head, saying, "What a prodigal girl. It's people like you who have propagated the concept of excessive consumption in our country." The car started, and the two of them drove toward Huaxia City under the cover of night. In Lu Ming's memory, today was the 7th day of the first lunar month, which coincided with the Little New Year. Of course, dumplings were in order. Cleveland's winter was quite chilly. However, the entire street of Chinatown was adorned with bright red lanterns, creating a lively atmosphere even at 10 p.m. They chose a Chinese restaurant and walked in. Before Lu Ming could speak, Mallory began ordering in her broken Huaxia language. Beef dumplings, 2 servings, vinegar with garlic, no chili. You're quite clear on that, aren't you? Lu Ming shook his head in amusement and found a secluded spot to sit. An old television mounted on the wall was airing today's sports news. The outspoken Barkley was discussing Lu Ming's remarks at the press conference, causing his co-host to struggle to suppress a smile. Mallory sat across from Lu Ming, her expression mysterious. Lu, do you want to guess how the internet and major news outlets will portray you tomorrow? Lu Ming wiped 2 pairs of chopsticks with a napkin on the table and handed one to Mallory. They can say whatever they like. I don't care. Aren't you concerned about your public image? Mallory asked, puzzled. Those who love you will always love you. And those who hate you won't change their minds just because of an apology, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Mallory seemed a bit disappointed, not receiving the answer she desired. Doesn't it bother you when they criticize you? I can help. I have friends with connections who can assist in deleting some negative comments and help restore your public image. Lu Ming chuckled lightly, remarking, last time you weren't criticized. It was because those friends helped you, right? Mallory pouted, saying, that's none of your business. Just answer whether you need help or not. No need. Lu Ming shook his head decisively and joked. Sometimes being infamous is also a form of fame. Why would I pass up such a great opportunity for exposure? You must be out of your mind, Mallory exclaimed, slapping the table in frustration. At that moment, 2 steaming plates of dumplings were served, and Lu Ming eagerly began to enjoy them. As Mallory took small bites, she cleverly inquired, Lu, have you ever had dinner alone with several girls like today? Without looking up, Lu Ming retorted, how many candlelit dinners have you had alone with boys? Bang, Mallory slammed the table, fuming. I told you to answer, not to ask. All the other patrons in the restaurant turned their attention to them, making Lu Ming feel quite embarrassed. He could only awkwardly reply, 1. Who is she? Am I prettier or is she? What is her personality like? Is she older or younger than you? Lu Ming rolled his eyes at her, saying, Lady, do you need to be so thorough? She is prettier than you, has a gentle personality, and is older than me. This answer made Mallory's heart ache, and she suddenly lost her appetite. Why do you prefer someone older? Is it a special preference? Lu Ming widened his eyes and replied, well, if my mom isn't older than me, how could she have given birth to me? Mallory was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. All right, I'm done asking. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming lightly nodded, poking at the dumplings in his bowl, and grimaced, this vinegar isn't sour enough. What else? Mallory pressed, her heart racing. Can you finish your dumplings? If not, I'll eat them. What else? What else? Mallory asked anxiously. Don't you have anything else you want to say to me? Oh, indeed. Lu Ming snapped his fingers, put down his chopsticks, and stared earnestly at Mallory. To be honest, I feel a bit embarrassed to say this. I worry you won't agree because it is rather abrupt. Mallory lightly patted her fluttering heart, thinking it was finally about to come. Trying to appear calm, she said, how would you know I wouldn't agree if you don't say it? You should be brave enough to try. Besides, I have the same thought. There's a high likelihood I'll meet your request at this point. Mallory's face was already flushed, nearly burying her head in the bowl. Lu Ming let out a slight sigh of relief. That's good, with you saying that. I no longer have a psychological burden. I'd like you to be my manager. The first 3 months will be a trial period. If you don't help me generate revenue, I won't pay you. Even if I do, it will be at a rate of 60 of the standard salary. I hope you can understand. Of course, if you're short on food money, I can support you a little. But behaviors like renting luxury cars to show off must not happen again. Mallory, halfway through, started to feel something was off. This isn't the confession I wanted. She looked up in confusion at Lu Ming. Is that all you wanted to say? What about me? What will happen to me if you regret it? I can speak well of you in front of George tomorrow, hoping he can overlook past grievances and let you return to the Hook Company as an intern. Lu Ming said earnestly. Bang! Mallory's expression twisted, and she angrily tossed her chopsticks down, standing up furiously. You can go to hell. After saying that, she stormed out and drove away. Lu Ming sighed softly, then took the large bowl of dumplings from across the table to his side and buried himself in eating. Had I known I would have taken a cab, this place is farther from home than the gathering hall. And taking a cab is quite a hefty expense. Just when he thought Mallory would give up, the next morning at dawn, Lu Ming received another call from her while he was still asleep. The voice on the other end sounded stiff, as if she were still angry, commanding him, Lu, get out of bed immediately and come to 610 Magnolia Restaurant at 38 Lincoln Street. George is about to arrive, and you have half an hour. After that, she hung up with a snap. This made Lu Ming feel as if he were a corporate drone in a past life. Who exactly is the boss here? Can I have a little respect? Lu Ming hastily tidied up and headed out. Fortunately, the meeting place was not far from his residence, just a short walk away. The restaurant in the early morning was somewhat quiet, especially with the dim lighting and dark wood decor, creating a feeling of losing track of time. The style here had an 80s Americana charm, and when Lu Ming entered, he immediately spotted Mallory and George sitting by the window and strolled over. Apologies, Lu. I've just disembarked from the plane and find myself rather famished. Please bear with me for a moment, George said, gesturing towards the food on his plate with an apologetic smile, his gold-rimmed glasses glinting in the light. However, Mallory remained icy, glancing at her wristwatch before directing a displeased glare at Lu Ming. According to our agreement, you arrived 29 seconds early. I require an explanation. Chapter 47. Lu is a more worthy investment than Kobe. We demand 10 million. George remained silent, his gaze directed downwards, seemingly indifferent. Lu Ming awkwardly tapped his forehead and thought to himself that next time, he would certainly use the restroom before approaching Ms. Mallory. Upon hearing this address, a hint of bashfulness flickered in Mallory's eyes, and she gestured for Lu Ming to take a seat beside her. George devoured the food on the table with an insatiable appetite, his dark circles indicating the toll of a long overnight flight. Lu, here is the new contract we present to you, George said, wiping his mouth as he pulled out a stack of documents from his bag. He summarized briefly. In addition to agreeing to your previous request for signed sneakers, Hook Brand has extended the contract duration to 5 years as a show of goodwill. Thus, your contract totals 37.5 million over 5 years. After speaking, he quietly watched Lu Ming, hoping to catch a glimpse of surprise on his face. The sum was something most NBA players would not earn throughout their entire careers. It was hard to believe that this young man had managed to persuade the heiress of the Knight family to be his agent. And such a fortune would surely send him into a frenzy of joy, leading him to accept immediately. However, Lu Ming appeared remarkably composed, having already learned about this news from Mallory the previous night, so he was not surprised. Just as he was about to take the contract, Mallory intercepted him. Mr. George, as Lu's agent, I would prefer not to see any unnecessary binding clauses in this formal contract, such as promotional activities that serve no purpose or demands regarding on-court statistics. I believe our collaboration should be transparent and straightforward. Lu Ming chuckled internally, surprised at her quick immersion into the role. Yet he wondered if negotiating like this with her former employer might be slightly offensive. To his astonishment, George showed no sign of displeasure, instead responding earnestly, Ms. Mallory, you can rest assured that we will not impose any excessive restrictions on Lu. Mallory nodded lightly and perused the contract, pursing her lips. I hold a very optimistic view of Mr. Lu's career prospects. Thus, I require adjustments to the contract duration. Adjustments? What does Mallory mean? George was momentarily taken aback, looking puzzled at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and explained. To put it simply, I wish to maintain the previously discussed contract duration before he could finish, Mallory cut in. Seamlessly continuing, precisely, the contract duration should revert to the prior agreement, and we also seek a substantial increase in the annual salary, with an initial proposed figure of 10 million. What? Lu Ming stared incredulously at Mallory. Sister, when did you consult me on this? Are you aware that raising the stakes is a grave taboo in business negotiations? You're not trying to swindle me, are you, Mr. George? In fact, Lu Ming was about to explain, but Mallory silenced him with an intimidating glance, indicating he should remain quiet. This was not his place to speak. As expected, George frowned, clearly troubled. Lu, you are putting me in a difficult position. The company has already extended its utmost sincerity to you. Your contract duration is merely 1 year less than that of Kobe Bryant. In fact, aside from LeBron, you would be the first rookie in history to secure such a lucrative contract from Hook Brand. A 7.5 million annual salary is already our maximum limit. I hope you will give it serious consideration. Otherwise, Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine. It was heading towards a collapse. Otherwise what? Mallory raised an eyebrow. Mr. George, we would also like to inform you that Adidas has reached out to Mr. Lu multiple times with a more generous offer. Lu, I recall you mentioned yesterday that Adidas was willing to pay a buyout fee and offer a contract exceeding 10 million per year, correct? I didn't indeed. You didn't agree, as you possess a strong sense of contractual integrity. Mallory interjected, appearing impatient as she looked at George. Mr. George, if we cannot reach an agreement, let us not waste each other's time. At this moment, Lu Ming felt utterly despondent. Had he known that joking about not receiving a salary would lead to this, he would have refrained. Please, spare me. Earning a living is not easy. Can we just settle for 8 million? I'll give you the extra 500,000. Mallory's eyes sparkled with delight as she observed Lu Ming's flustered demeanor, clearly enjoying the moment. I still prefer the way you addressed me earlier. What? Dear Miss Mallory, don't be ridiculous. I'd call you Grandma if you keep this up. In the restroom. George wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke into the phone with the chairman on the other end. Phil, I'm quite concerned that Lu might sign with Adidas, which could lead to uncertainties regarding LeBron's future, as they share a close relationship, but I'm even more worried that Mallory seems determined to help Lu secure a larger contract. Could she be misled? After a moment of contemplation, the voice on the other end replied slowly, 10 million? That's certainly a substantial figure, by the way. How did Mallory perform today as an agent? George hesitated before answering. She was quite aggressive, very strong-willed. It's evident that many of her ideas were spur-of-the-moment decisions. Though the preparation was a bit rushed, she carried herself with great confidence. Ha 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 ha, Phil Knight laughed heartily. It seems she enjoys this line of work. 10 million it is. However, we must also present some demands, so Mallory doesn't believe the task was accomplished too easily with the All-Star game approaching. It presents a splendid opportunity for Lu to rally LeBron as a form of compensation for our additional contributions. George's eyelids flickered as he suddenly recalled something. Are you suggesting the dunk contest? Exactly. LeBron has mentioned that he is not particularly fond of such events, but he performed admirably in the McDonald's-sponsored dunk contest. I genuinely hope he can showcase himself more. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. Chapter 48. The scheme. James, you must participate in this year's dunk contest. George had just returned from the restroom and settled back into his seat across from the two, his forehead slightly damp, as if he had washed his face to alleviate fatigue. Congratulations, Ms. Mallory and Lu. After negotiations, the executives at Hook Brand have agreed to the terms you just proposed. Lu Ming, who had previously worn a worried expression, was momentarily taken aback, even questioning whether his ears had deceived him. Mr. George, could you please repeat what you just said? Are you implying that our last-minute request for a price increase was not denied by your company? Smack. Mallory playfully slapped the back of his head. Look at you, so naive. With me on board, failure is not an option. George glanced at them both, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Indeed, everything is as you envisioned. The contract will span 2 years, with an endorsement fee of $10 million annually. Well, Lu Ming scratched his head, still in disbelief. Was being a manager really this easy? He didn't think Hook Brand would compromise simply because they valued him. With their connections and stature, what superstar hadn't they encountered? Why would they care about a mere undrafted player's demands? No, there had to be more to this. Just as Lu Ming prepared to probe further, George spoke up. Lu, while we agree to your terms, we hope you can assist us with a couple of manageable tasks. Upon hearing this, Mallory immediately interjected, Mr. George, I believe I mentioned earlier that I do not wish for my client to be subjected to any binding clauses or moral coercion. No. George hastily waved his hands. We merely hope Lu can help with 2 small favors, which will not affect his schedule or mood at all. First, we have learned through internal channels that Lu is invited to participate in this year's 3-point contest during the All-Star event in Los Angeles. The management hopes Lu can wear Hook Brand gear and strive for an outstanding performance. Second, we know Lu has a great personal relationship with LeBron. The company wishes for him to persuade LeBron to join this year's dunk contest. Well, Lu Ming stroked his chin, hesitating. George assumed his reluctance stemmed from a lack of confidence in his 3-point shooting, quickly clarifying, Lu, rest assured, we are not demanding you win the 3-point contest. Even if the result isn't ideal, it will not affect your contract. Lu Ming smirked. What kind of talk is that? Am I not good enough to compete with those who train diligently? If I get angry, I might just summon the Buddha during the contest. His hesitation arose from his uncertainty in persuading LeBron to participate in the dunk contest. In his past life, This man had never broken that precedent in over 20 years. LeBron didn't need the exposure of the dunk contest, so a reasonable excuse was necessary. Noticing his silence, Mallory frowned and looked at George. No. I represent my client and refuse any additional terms. Surprisingly, this time George did not relent, but instead gazed meaningfully at Mallory. Ms. Mallory, you must understand that not everything in this world will proceed as you anticipate. This is our final bottom line. He lightly patted his chest as he spoke. Mallory's eyelids twitched. This was a gesture her father, Phil Knight, often made when encouraging others. George was reminding her that this was her father's request. It seemed that any further attempts to gain ground were futile. All right. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly looked up at George. I can agree to persuade LeBron, but first, you must give me a certain person's phone number. Who? Dwayne Wade. Half an hour later, after signing the contract, Lu Ming exited the restaurant and promptly dialed the number he had acquired from George. Beep, beep, beep. After several rings, a languid voice finally answered. Hello, Dwayne here. How can I assist you? Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, doubting he had dialed the wrong number. Hello, Dwayne, it's Lou. Do you remember me? There was a long silence on the other end, as if the call had dropped. Just as Lu Ming was about to hang up and redial, a string of expletives erupted from the other side. FCK, FCK, FCK. It's you, you rascal. Do you have any idea that your block replayed in my dreams all night long? Where are you? I want to find you and challenge you to a real 1v1 showdown. Lu Ming smiled broadly, finally confirming it was indeed the genuine article. Are you wearing clothes or not? Wearing the jersey. 11 balls. You rascal. Wade laughed and cursed. Next time. We have plenty of opportunities this season. Lu Ming chuckled, shaking his head. According to his past memories, Wade's Heat would indeed enter the playoffs this season, if his plans to control the team rankings went smoothly. The Cavaliers' first-round opponent would be the Heat. Dwayne, I called to inform you of something. What? Did LeBron agree to name his son Sherry? No. I heard that LeBron is considering participating in the upcoming All-Star Dunk Contest in Los Angeles, but he is hesitant due to the lack of competition. I know he has always wanted to challenge you in dunking. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. Wade paused. LeBron wants to challenge me? Of course. In the entire league, only your dunks could possibly surpass his. Lu Ming immediately showered him with flattery. I can agree with that. Please let LeBron know that if all goes well, I will accept his challenge. All right. Lu Ming hung up with a smile, while Mallory looked on in confusion. Did LeBron really plan to participate in the dunk contest from the start? Of course not. Lu Ming smirked. This is called the art of war. Something you still have much to learn. With that, he promptly dialed James' number. Hello, LeBron. I just spoke with Dwayne. And he revealed he will be participating in the dunk contest next month. He asked me to tell you that if you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of a crowd, you should reconsider signing up. What? James' tone was peculiar. Did Dwayne drink something strange? Why would he think that? But the fact remains, Lu Ming feigned helplessness. Dwayne said he has prepared many tricks that you could never even imagine, so if you want to win, it's better to wait for the next time. SHT. I don't care who the Dunk King is. James exclaimed passionately over the phone, but I will never lose to that guy Dwayne. He might only win over my dunks in his dreams. Lou, don't forget to arrive at the airport early this afternoon. Once we get to Milwaukee, we'll head straight to the training facility. I already have some ideas in mind, and you'll be my guest star. I guarantee Dwayne will be utterly defeated. Okay. See you at the airport. Lu Ming readily accepted, eager for this agreement. Done. He glanced at the still bewildered Mallory, tossing her the keys to his house. 146 Watson Street. While I'm away on my road trip, don't forget to water my plants. I'm your agent, not your servant. Essentially, they convey the same meaning. Chapter 49. Unleashing the cheat codes. I yearn for the rookie windfall. After securing a contract with Lu Ming, Hook Company promptly disclosed certain details of the agreement on their official website that very evening, igniting a tempest of controversy. Many believed Phil Knight had lost his senses, signing a deal with a 3D player that offered a salary exceeding that of Kobe Bryant. Moreover, during the post-game press conference following the Cavaliers' victory over the Heat, Lu Ming had audaciously expressed goodwill towards Huaxia, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the United States was his true benefactor. This action caused the recently stabilized stock price of Hook to once again experience severe fluctuations. Surprisingly, despite the media's relentless criticism, Hook Company maintained a conspicuous silence, with no one stepping forward to clarify the situation or question Lu Ming's behavior. However, Charles Barkley presented a divergent perspective during a television program. He argued that Huaxia represented a vast market still in the developmental stage, While Phil Knight appeared to have made a poor move, his intentions were clear. Having previously enjoyed the endorsement of Yao Ming, Hook had faltered in competition with Reebok last summer and now needed to appoint a new spokesperson to penetrate the Huaxia market. Liu, having recently pledged allegiance to Huaxia, was the perfect candidate. Fortunately, Knight had not been entirely foolish, offering Liu a 2-year contract. If the young man proved to be a mere flash in the pan, Hook would not suffer excessively. The other protagonist of the saga, Kobe, was also questioned following the Cavaliers' loss to the Supersonics. Kobe, do you think Hook's decision to grant Liu a contract larger than yours is a sign of disrespect? Will you consider seeking a new team after your partnership with Hook concludes? Kobe's expression darkened. Although Phil Knight had personally called him to explain the situation, the consistent disregard for his feelings regarding rookie endorsement contracts since last summer had left him quite displeased. Man, what can I say? All I can express is that, as a fellow spokesperson for Hook, I hope Liu performs in accordance with his salary. If he continues to rely solely on three-point shooting and trash talk, it is evident that he does not merit this contract. Kobe, in the current All-Star voting phase, Kevin Garnett leads you by a narrow margin. Do you believe you still have a chance to become the All-Star vote leader like last year? Perhaps due to the scandal surrounding him this year, Kobe did not enjoy the same voting advantage as before, even trailing far behind Toronto and Oppos S. Carter in the guard position. The reporter's question undoubtedly struck a nerve. Kobe shot him a piercing glare and retorted, in this world, perhaps only you remain unaware that I am the finest player in this league. I do not concern myself with these trivial honors. Come June, I will invite you to admire my championship trophy. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers were not faring well either. Following their victory over the Miami Heat, they seemed to have forgotten how to play, winning only 2 of their next 7 games, with their once proud offensive rhythm completely disrupted, causing their winning percentage to revert to around 50. On the evening of February 11, 2004, at the Gund Arena in Cleveland, the Cavaliers were set to face the New Jersey Nets led by Jason Kidd. Prior to this encounter, the Cavaliers had suffered 3 consecutive losses, including one to the Eastern Conference's bottom team, the Washington Wizards. This was partly due to the fatigue from playing 8 games in 12 days, but more critically, the team had abruptly altered their playing style, resulting in a chaotic offensive and defensive rotation. However, the Nets did not believe the Cavaliers' previous winning streak to be anything more than a fleeting moment. Once scrutinized, these young players were quite manageable. Following their last game, Kidd openly remarked to reporters, the Cavaliers boast an impressive group of young players, but they are still just that, young. I will lead the Nets to victory in Cleveland and joyfully usher in the All-Star weekend. His words dripped with disdain for the Cavaliers, perceiving their fast-paced style as mere child's play. For an experienced point guard, it was easy to exploit their vulnerabilities through astute on-court judgment. Yet, within the Cavaliers' locker room, the atmosphere was surprisingly relaxed. The recent string of losses seemed to have little impact on them. They had not forgotten how to win but were in search of a different approach to secure victories, and they were beginning to see results. Since Lu Ming's decisive block against the Heat, which thwarted their opponents' hopes of a last-second shot, Coach Silas had recognized that if the team wished to advance this season, they must prioritize defense. Defense, however, cannot rely solely on individual prowess. It demands collective cooperation. Lu Ming also proposed the theory of unlimited switching defense. The current starting lineup possessed the capability to execute this strategy, with Liu, James, and Battier excelling in one-on-one defense on the perimeter, and Yao Ming and Darius Miles dominating the interior. They far surpassed the league's average defensive standards. What they lacked was a cohesive defensive system to unify their efforts. In Lu Ming's explanation, he argued that unlimited switching defense could significantly limit the opposing guard's effectiveness. In an era dominated by guards and characterized by a slower pace, most elite guards typically exploit defensive weaknesses through pick-and-rolls during offensive sequences. More importantly, Liu understood that after achieving a modicum of success this season, the future direction of play in the league would undoubtedly prioritize shooting and pace. Currently, practicing tactics would allow them to preemptively adapt to the rise of small ball strategies. At least from Liu's perspective, many teams in the league possessed configurations suitable for small ball play. For instance, the Phoenix Suns, yet to acquire Nash, the Mavericks with Dirk Nowitzki, and the Nets, who would gain Vince Carter next season, all boasted formidable offensive capabilities. Players endowed with mobility, shooting ability, and offensive firepower have always existed, but it is essential to find someone to orchestrate their combination. However, affecting such a swift transformation in a team's defensive system and familiarizing players with their roles on the court is no simple task. This had led to the Cavaliers players frequently misplacing their defensive assignments during this period, granting their opponents numerous easy scoring opportunities. Nevertheless, even so, within the limited instances of success, everyone had observed the apparent benefits of unlimited switching defense, which encouraged Coach Silas and his staff not to abandon this endeavor despite recent poor results. Consequently, Lu Ming fulfilled his aspirations, successfully guiding the team to maintain a ranking within the Eastern Conference's top 4 or 5. In the locker room, Kevin Smith, the Cavaliers scout who had discovered Lu Ming, had been promoted to head of the scouting department and now stood before Lu holding a list. "Lu," he began. "To be honest, I initially thought this season's scouting would be a breeze, but it appears we may have a chance to retain our first-round draft pick this year. This is the list you want to see. It includes some outstanding players." The Cavaliers, in their pursuit to acquire Battier, packaged this year's first-round pick to the Grizzlies, albeit with the condition that the pick is protected within the top 20 selections. Currently, the Cavaliers are positioned 12th in the league, which presents them with a viable opportunity to retain this draft right. Lu Ming nodded, acknowledging his amicable rapport with Kevin Smith. He understood that for the sustainable development of the team, it was imperative to leverage the information advantage he possessed to secure a rookie windfall for the Cavaliers. This strategy would enable the team to solidify its role players while maintaining the core trio. "Kevin, I have been monitoring a portion of this year's rookies, and I believe you should focus your efforts on these individuals," Lu Ming remarked, as he began to draw several circles on the paper. Names such as Josh Smith, J.R. Smith, Jameer Nelson, Tony Allen, and Kevin Martin emerged. Chapter 50, the bad news from the head coach. As Kevin Smith gazed at the names circled by Lu Ming on the list, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. "Oh, Lu, you may possess superior skills on the court, but when it comes to evaluating new talent, you fall considerably short of my expertise." Although Josh Smith, a highly regarded prospect and Dwight's teammate at Oak Hill Academy, holds the record for the most points scored in their high school's history, his technical proficiency remains alarmingly inadequate. Then there's JR, another high school player, whose remarkable talent is overshadowed by numerous off-court distractions. Moreover, nurturing his potential would require time, and the management is unlikely to permit a disruptive influence to unsettle the locker room dynamic. As for Jameer Nelson, he has been performing admirably of late, though it remains uncertain whether he will slip out of the lottery selections. Kevin Smith let out a soft sigh, pondering the oddity of Lu Ming's choices. After all, he is clearly the answer to the team's future shooting guard position, yet 3 shooting guards have been highlighted on the list. Is this not a misallocation of resources? Regarding Kevin Martin and Tony Allen, he had yet to gather substantial information. He only recalled that no player from the University of South Carolina had ever been selected in the first round by a professional sports league, and he held little faith in the talent emerging from that institution. With a subtle smile, Lu Ming reassured him, "Do not be anxious, Kevin. This is merely a suggestion. I believe these players would fit well within our team as framework. If my recommendations can assist you in any way, I would be most pleased." The players he had selected all fell outside the lottery picks of the 2004 draft, yet displayed commendable immediate impact and potential. Both Kevin Martin and J.R. Smith could provide an external shooting threat, while Josh Smith and Tony Allen would align seamlessly with the Cavaliers' defensive strategy of constant switches. Jameer Nelson could serve as the primary scoring option during LeBron's rest periods. However, with a considerable time before the draft, he felt no urgency for the scouting department to endorse his suggestions. A little preliminary guidance would suffice. At that moment, Silas entered the locker room, his face a mask of conflict. "Gentlemen, I bring tidings both good and bad. Which would you prefer to hear first?" The team paused their activities, intrigued by the head coach's announcement. Big Z jested, "Coach, I hope the good news isn't that I've been traded." He added with a grin, "If so, I need to know where to book my flight, Los Angeles or New York. I pray it's not Minnesota, it's far too cold there." Laughter erupted among the players. Since their last victory over the Lakers, Big Z had been performing increasingly well off the bench. Although the team's recent performance had been lackluster, everyone understood that it was a side effect of the defensive systems adjustments. Furthermore, management had clearly indicated that no significant internal changes would occur this season, making a trade involving Big Z highly improbable. Silas chuckled and shook his head. "The good news is that management has arranged a little all-star gift for everyone. They will reimburse your travel and accommodation expenses during this holiday." Applause echoed faintly in the locker room. While not a lavish reward, it was better than nothing. The minimum salary players, whose earnings were modest, appreciated the gesture. "And the bad news?" LeBron inquired. Paul Silas sighed. "Rasheed Wallace has been traded to the Pistons." The room fell silent, with only Lu Ming, who was aware of the historical trajectory, remaining unfazed. LeBron was the first to regain his composure. Wait, wasn't Rashid just traded to the Atlanta Hawks the day before yesterday? Indeed, Silas replied with resignation. He played only one game for the Hawks before being traded again. LeBron frowned, recalling Lu Ming's earlier discussions regarding season objectives, suddenly feeling a sense of helplessness. What did Detroit give up? Richard Hamilton or Chauncey Billups? Chris Mills, Bob Surath, and perhaps other assets. It's a three-team trade, with the Celtics as intermediaries. As for the specifics, I am not entirely sure. But Detroit did not part with significant assets. The team exchanged glances. Rasheed Wallace, a two-time All-Star in his prime, would effectively fill the Pistons' final gap. This development left them feeling somewhat despondent, especially since they had been viewing the Pistons as potential playoff adversaries. Remember our last encounter with the Pistons just a week ago? We were still acclimating to the new defensive system, yet Larry Brown's team had already devised numerous tactics to counter our offensive strategies. Unsurprisingly, we suffered a resounding defeat that night. The Pistons' defensive resources were formidable, and with Rasheed Wallace's addition, they had only grown more formidable. Lou, it seems your grand vision may be challenging to realize, LeBron remarked, smirking as he gently patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. Expected, Lu Ming quipped, snapping his fingers as he rallied his teammates. Come on, everyone. Historically, no team has remained undefeated forever. If someone can topple those seemingly invincible teams, why can't it be us? The players felt a surge of motivation and stood up. Today, we face the second-ranked team in the East, one position above the Pistons. It is time to test our true capabilities. Let us bring forth our best performance, find the balance between offense and defense, as we have done before. And always believe in ourselves while supporting our teammates. Yes, absolutely. They echoed, united in their resolve. We shall commence the All-Star weekend with a victory. LeBron, Yao. This will be your All-Star gift from us. Both Yao and LeBron had been selected as All-Star reserves this year, a commendable achievement for a young team, instilling a sense of pride. However, only Lu Ming understood that for Jermaine O'Neal and Baron Davis, this was less fortuitous, as they were originally meant to receive this honor in the historical timeline. His presence had inadvertently altered the outcome. The Gund Arena was alive with flashing lights and a sea of fans, their spirits rekindled by the team's stellar performance this season. Yet, when it was Lu Ming's turn to take the court, he was met with a chorus of inappropriate boos. The current state of relations between the United States and China was tense at best, and an athlete who had grown up locally yet publicly expressed goodwill towards another nation would never be warmly embraced, even if he was the future of the team. Lu, why haven't you returned to China? Is it that they don't want you? Yellow-skinned monkey, you don't deserve to be our local citizen. You're just as despicable as those foreign blacks. Lu Ming helplessly pressed his forehead, remarking that your method of responding to provocation is rather unrefined. At the very least, you ought to grace a television program, akin to LeBron James, and proclaim before the entire nation that you shall take your talent elsewhere. Such an act would not only disgust them momentarily, but would also leave them feeling repressed for a lifetime. Chapter 51, The Psychological Warfare Against the Nets, Jason Kidd. As the opposing Nets took to the court, they were greeted with considerable applause. Kidd, ever the showman, blew kisses to the audience, a gesture he repeated with each free throw. The Nets appeared relaxed, buoyed by an impressive season record that afforded them a psychological edge against most teams in the league. Although they had faced the retirement of their formidable center, Alonzo Mourning, earlier in the season, under Kidd's leadership, the Nets had developed an extraordinarily fluid offensive system. Lu Ming recognized that this game would serve as the ultimate test of the Cavaliers' recently established defensive framework. As the game commenced, Yao Ming found himself matched up against the 2001 overall pick, Kenyon Martin, a formidable power forward, standing at just 6 feet 9 inches. Martin played with ferocity on defense, averaging nearly a double-double with 16 points and 9 rebounds this season. Like you, he had been selected for this year's All-Star game and was considered a candidate for the All-NBA team due to the Nets' stellar performance. The Cavaliers' head coach had devised a thorough strategy, noting that Martin typically struggled against taller opponents. Thus, the opening focus was to establish dominance in the paint, thereby facilitating perimeter offense. Yao leaped effortlessly to secure the ball and quickly positioned himself near the opponent's paint, reaching out for the pass. His teammates instinctively created space for him. However, at the moment LeBron tossed the ball into the air, another Nets player, Aaron Williams, rapidly abandoned Darius Miles in the corner to double-team Yao. Such a defensive tactic is rarely seen at the onset of a match, catching the Cavaliers off guard and slowing their movements considerably. Seeing the trajectory of the ball, which was likely to be intercepted, Yao sprang into action. Extending his long arms to make first contact with the basketball, deftly redirecting it to the wide-open Darius Miles in the corner. Suddenly, Kid, who was defending Lu Ming, shouted, "Shot!" Miles, feeling the pressure, hesitated and, uncharacteristically, missed the shot entirely. The Nets quickly transitioned the ball back to their floor general, Kid, with the ball in hand. Kid moved with alacrity, relentlessly employing deceptive maneuvers to shake off Lu Ming's defense while simultaneously observing his teammates' movements. When Martin set a pick, Yao adhered to the tactical directive, maintaining an optimal distance from Kid. As Kid, known more for his playmaking than shooting, was forced to take a shot from beyond the arc, regardless of the outcome, the defensive effort could be deemed a success. Lu Ming, meanwhile, effectively kept Martin at bay, denying him easy access to the paint. Yet, as Kid approached the three-point line, he seemed unhurried, skillfully manipulating the rhythm of the game to unbalance Yao's center of gravity. Despite Yao's impressive lateral movement, his size still presented inherent disadvantages when facing a guard. Seizing what appeared to be an opportunity, Kid deftly sidestepped towards the right elbow, preparing for a jump shot, only to deliver a no-look pass to the corner where Corey Kidders awaited. Kidders, a sharpshooter renowned for his accuracy, unleashed a three-pointer that swished through the net. As the possession changed, Silas urged LeBron to adhere to the game plan, insisting on feeding the ball to the interior. However, Lu Ming began to notice that the Nets' two interior defenders were maintaining an ambiguous distance from Yao, who consistently drew their attention throughout the possession. This defensive strategy is typically employed in tense moments when teams are willing to gamble, as it results in one player being left completely open on each possession. This was a test of Darius Miles' composure. The Nets' tactical approach was crystal clear. They were betting that a player with a three-point shooting percentage of only 26 for the season would fail to find his rhythm at the outset. The outcome was evident. They won the gamble. Miles missed two consecutive wide-open three-point attempts, eliciting discontent from the crowd. Some fans shouted in frustration, "Darius, how many ladies did you entertain last night? Are your legs too weak? You need to make that open three-pointer." Yet, the more they pressed, the more hesitant Miles became. He never anticipated that he, the least conspicuous member of the starting lineup, would be thrust into the role of primary scorer at the game's inception. By the time the ball landed in his hands for the third time due to the failed play, he had completely lost confidence. And even with no defender within 3 meters, he opted to return the ball to LeBron. "LeBron, I need a moment to compose myself." Witnessing Miles' performance, the Nets grew increasingly audacious with their defense, frequently employing double teams and switches, rendering the Cavaliers unable to secure quality shooting opportunities. During the Cavaliers' ascent, they were not the only ones studying their opponents. The Nets were equally vigilant. Confronted with the Nets' 5 defenders against 4 offensive players, the available space on the court was severely constricted, resulting in the Cavaliers missing their first 7 shots and failing to score a single point in 4 minutes. Their intended defensive evaluation for the night seemed to be falling apart. Kid expertly dismantled the Cavaliers' defensive setup with his experience and skill. Just when one anticipated a shot, the ball would magically shift to an open teammate. When it appeared he would pass, Kid would slip through the defense like a slippery eel, finishing with a layup. By the end of the first quarter, the Cavaliers trailed 11-22, a deficit that was half of their opponent's score. The team seemed to have fallen back into the cycle of continuous losses, unable to identify a solution. Returning to the bench, LeBron was panting heavily. Richard Jefferson, his counterpart, exerted pressure on both ends, and coupled with the team's dismal performance in the first quarter, LeBron's spirits plummeted. Paul Silas quickly gathered the bench starters, ready to adjust the strategy. "They're doubling us. We'll counter with our own double teams. Lou, when you return, I'll have Sean assist you in defending Jason Kidd," cutting off his shooting lanes and forcing him into mistakes. "We need to reclaim our momentum and play our style." Lu Ming shook his head, fully aware that against a master facilitator, employing double teams was the least effective defensive strategy. However, this was not Silas's fault. Even esteemed coaches like Budenholzer had made similar blunders against a singularly dominant LeBron in 2015, resulting in a swift 4-0 sweep in the Eastern Conference Finals. "I have a differing opinion," Lu Ming suddenly interjected. "LeBron should know better than anyone the repercussions of double-teaming a player with exceptional court vision." LeBron nodded thoughtfully, recognizing, "We may fall victim to other players on their team. The Nets are gaining momentum, and we should not test their shooting rhythm in this manner." Upon hearing this, Silas appeared momentarily bewildered and embarrassed, prompting Lu Ming to seize the opportunity to elaborate. When confronted with a ball-dominant player, I believe the most effective strategy is to allow him to defeat us single-handedly. By severing his passing lanes, we compel him to score on his own. Compared to LeBron James, Jason Kidd may possess a slight edge in passing and organization, yet the disparity in offensive techniques is significant. It wasn't until the later stages of his career that he developed a reliable three-point shot. However, Jason has already made 3 out of 3 attempts in the first quarter. Are we certain we wish to proceed with this plan? Silas pondered. Chapter 52. Kidd, the local rookie is utterly disrespectful. Lu Ming smiled faintly, acknowledging that it was our defensive lapses that provided him with too many options, leading to this outcome. Next time we take the court, I will single-handedly defend against Jason. Rest assured, he will have no chance. He then approached the silent Darius Miles, reassuring him, "Buddy, the way they treated you earlier, I will make them pay for it." "Stop comforting me, Lou. I played terribly," Darius replied despondently. KG would never utter such defeatist words. "You are an essential part of our team. It was our collective shortcomings that led to your predicament. Have faith. Your next three-pointer will surely find its mark." Miles, though not as relaxed as Lu Ming, showed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Cavaliers' primary players returned to the game with 8 minutes remaining in the second quarter, while the Nets also substituted their starters. Richard Jefferson boasted jovially to Martin about his recent dunk over James, as if victory was already secured in their minds before halftime. The Cavaliers' solitary consolation was that, during the absence of their starters, the point gap had not widened excessively, remaining around 15 points. As he received the ball from the sideline to initiate an offensive play, he gestured emphatically for his teammates to reposition. Yet this time, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Lu Ming, who had been relentless in his pursuit, was now merely standing a step inside the three-point line, hands on his hips, seemingly taking a breather. "Hey, young man, are you unable to keep up with my pace? Perhaps you should hit the gym," Kidd taunted as he dribbled toward Lu Ming. Sometimes, it is not only the offensive player's movements that can disrupt the defensive formation. Close marking can also hinder teammates' positioning, a small tactic Kidd had mastered over his years of play. He aimed to exploit his experience, hoping to induce mistakes from this young undrafted player, thereby drawing more defenders' attention and creating more favorable offensive opportunities for his teammates. However, with each step Kidd advanced, Lu Ming retreated, maintaining a significant distance for a shooting opportunity. "Are you all ready to give up?" Kidd expressed his dissatisfaction. Lu Ming shook his head. "I simply refuse to defend a selfish player. It makes me feel nauseous." "Selfish? What are you talking about?" Kidd furrowed his brows. "I average 9 assists per game. And what about you?" "Less than 1. All my teammates adore me." "Is that so?" Jimmy Jackson and Jamal Mashburn don't seem to share the same sentiment. "You are willing to pass the ball but unwilling to share a nightclub lady with your teammates. That's simply disgraceful." Lu Ming sighed, referring to an incident from Kidd's days with the confronted by the diminutive Kenyon Martin, who stood a full 20 centimeters shorter. Yao Ming wore a sinister grin upon his face as the latter half of the second quarter unfolded. He began to demonstrate an array of skills that taught his opponent a lesson in humility. With an impeccable display, he executed 7 flawless shots before halftime, effortlessly showcasing his hook shots and layups, leaving the formidable power forward in a state of utter bewilderment. The Cavaliers successfully erased a 15-point deficit, surging ahead with a score of 43-40. Chapter 53. A collapse of mindset. Even Kidd cannot escape the poisonous hand. In the Nets locker room, Kidd gazed at the statistical sheet in his hands, lost in profound contemplation. After a commendable start of 3 for 3 in the first quarter, delivering 4 assists, he found himself utterly ensnared by Lu Ming's defensive strategy within the first 8 minutes of the second quarter. His three-point attempts were a dismal 0 for 5, with only a single fast break assist to his name, alongside an alarming 3 turnovers. For a veteran of Kidd's caliber, this was nothing short of catastrophic. "Jason, pull yourself together. Don't let that undrafted rookie get to you. Let us forward like you did in the first quarter." The encouragement from his teammates surged around him. Kidd nodded silently, resolved to impart a lesson to this newcomer. He was the engine of the team, one of the foremost point guards in the league. How could he allow himself to be bested by an undrafted player? However, when Kidd returned to the court, Lu Ming's relentless provocations and incessant chatter ignited a fire of fury within him. Open shot. Another open shot. What others would covet as a scoring opportunity felt like a waking nightmare for Kidd. How dare he leave me so wide open for a shot? This was a blatant insult to a future Hall of Famer. Yet, the more enraged he became, the worse his shooting touch seemed to grow. The Nets appeared to be trapped in a predicament reminiscent of the Cavaliers' first quarter. An outside player left completely unguarded wreaks havoc on offensive spacing. Coupled with the Nets' limited perimeter threats, it rendered Martin and Aaron Williams, who primarily relied on attacking the paint, utterly ineffective. The Nets seem to be encountering significant troubles. Look at our players' movement. Their defense is as flawless as a masterpiece in the Louvre. Oh. Darius Miles and Sean Battier consecutively sank three-pointers, while the Nets star, Jason, remained unresponsive. It seemed the scales of victory were tilting in their favor. As the dynamics on the court shifted, the announcer began to comment with a lighter tone. Looming taunts resonated in Kid S' ears after each failed Nets possession. Hey, Jason, were you invited to the All-Star three-point contest? We could have a little competition. Oh, my bad. I forgot. Only true sharpshooters get invited to that event. Your shooting percentage is a mere 38 this season, 10 points below mine. Is your wife an athlete too? What position does she usually play? Temple or chin? Cleveland has excellent medical facilities. If your injury worsens next time, feel free to call me, and I can help you contact a hospital. Hey, Jason, wake up. LeBron isn't your teammate yet. How can you pass him the ball? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. After being left open for the 7th time beyond the arc and clanking yet another shot, Kid could no longer contain his inner fury. He charged at Lu Ming, butting his head directly into Lu's chest. Lu fell to the ground, feigning innocence as he raised his hands to the referee. A whistle blew. After a brief discussion, the referee issued a flagrant foul of the 2nd degree, ejecting Kid from the game. His performance was reduced to a grim tally of 3 for 14, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and an astonishing 7 turnovers. The score of 72-54 loomed painfully in Kid S' eyes as he exited. LeBron swiftly approached Lu Ming, playfully patting the back of his head. Let us hope we don't become rivals. You've learned too many of my secrets. I might not be able to resist stuffing the ball right in your mouth. To push Kid to this extent. Lu Ming's trash talk is truly unparalleled in the NBA. LeBron felt no guilt in this victory, for from the start of the 3rd quarter, the competitive levels of both teams had diverged significantly. Before Kid's ejection, the Cavaliers had already established a nearly 20-point lead. At this rate, there was no necessity for their starters to play in the 4th quarter. Lu Ming smiled, glancing toward the sidelines. I have dinner plans with Mallory tonight. She mentioned another endorsement opportunity has come my way. I don't want to overexert myself. Aside from their 1st quarter, the Cavaliers had made it exceedingly difficult for their opponents to mount any offense throughout the night, allowing the Nets a mere 18 points in the 2nd quarter, an unfathomable feat compared to their previous chaotic defensive outings. Moreover, the Cavaliers demonstrated that even when their offense faltered, they could rely on their defense to keep the game competitive. LeBron, we should review the 1st quarter's game tape once we return. Why? Jason's control of the tempo was exceptional. If he had led our offense in that quarter, we surely wouldn't have only scored 11 points. If anyone else had said this, LeBron might have felt displeased, as he had personally directed the 1st quarter offense. However, Lu Ming was different. He was his closest ally on the team, and they had long discussed such matters. If one faltered in any aspect, the other could candidly point out the shortcomings. Lu Ming recognized that LeBron had been renowned for his court vision in high school, yet he still seemed somewhat immature now, compared to Kid. There remained a significant gap in orchestrating the offense. After all, experience is something gained through continual play. One cannot rely on youthful wisdom indefinitely. I share the same sentiment. LeBron nodded. The good news is we have plenty of time during the All-Star break. With Kid's ejection, the match had tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the Cavaliers. Their strategy of relentless switching applied immense pressure on the Nets, leading to frequent turnovers on their offensive end. Richard Jefferson lamented that such a skillful and oppressive defense was something he had only witnessed from the Pistons and last year's champion Spurs. Ultimately, after making adjustments in the 1st half, the Cavaliers, with a burst of offensive and defensive synergy, triumphed over the 2nd-seeded Nets. This game marked the first occasion this season in which the Nets were held below 70 points in a single contest. After the game, all reporters flocked to the suddenly awakened Darius Miles in the 2nd quarter, or perhaps the dominating Yao Ming, who had outperformed Kenyon Martin. Yet Lu Ming, whose statistical performance was rather unremarkable, received little attention. The only topic of discussion seemed to be Kid's brutal charge against him, as many speculated that Kid's frustration stemmed from the rapid turnaround in the game. Darius Miles, having achieved a season high of 21 points and sinking 5 three-pointers, appeared somewhat exhilarated in front of the cameras. Before the attractive reporter could pose a question, he eagerly interjected, "This was Lu's game. He pulled me back from the brink of collapse. He helped me reclaim my footing." The reporter looked perplexed, pleased that they were expressing gratitude towards each other. But she felt Lu's defensive performance hadn't been particularly remarkable, especially compared to his dazzling statistics from a fortnight ago. From her perspective, the reversal of the game seemed solely due to Kid's sudden outburst, and Lu Ming had barely engaged him in physical confrontation. No, Miles interrupted directly. You simply do not comprehend what transpired on the court. It is safe to say that without Lu directing our defense today, the victorious team would undoubtedly have been the Nets. Oh, you truly are a humble giant. The beautiful journalist smiled and shook her head, seemingly steadfast in her perspective. Miles, with a hint of exasperation, merely shrugged and chose to ignore her. He turned to the camera with utmost seriousness and declared, I wish to convey a message to those who will soon become teammates with Lu during the All-Star Challenge. Remember, do not attempt to refute Lu's South opinions on the court. It will render you powerless in the game. And of course, there is LeBron, who is equally remarkable. In summary, heed their guidance, and victory will be yours to claim. Chapter 54. The uninvited mentor. Recently, the Cavaliers, despite their lackluster form, managed to secure a victory against the surging Nets, marking a somewhat surprising upset. In the post-game press conference, Jason Kidd made his first appearance after being ejected from the game. When questioned by reporters about the reasons behind his aggressive collision with an opposing player, Kidd offered a vague response, merely stating, Kobe has a keen eye for talent. That young man's trash talk is indeed impressive. Before departing the conference in a dejected manner. In the Cavaliers' locker room, Lu Ming, having an appointment with Mallory, hastily washed up and bid farewell to his teammates, who were set to enjoy a week-long All-Star break, during which most would not see each other. The players attending the press conference were Yao Ming and Miles, who had both excelled in the game. As Lu Ming exited the locker room, he encountered a man clad entirely in black, his face obscured by a hat and mask, concealing his identity. Although their eyes met briefly, Lu Ming felt an uncanny familiarity with the piercing gaze, as if he had encountered this individual before. However, he dismissed the thought, noticing Mallory waving at him from the end of the corridor, prompting him to quicken his pace. As they brushed past each other, the man in black turned to gaze at Lu Ming's retreating figure before entering the locker room. He then approached the Cavaliers' head coach, Paul Silas, who was engaged in light banter with the players. Paul, long time no see, the man greeted. Silas looked at him quizzically until the stranger removed his mask and hat, revealing the silver-haired visage of Greg Popovich, the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, last season's NBA champions. Greg, it's you, old friend. How did you manage to get in here? Silas exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Popovich, with his hair impeccably styled and a commanding presence even when smiling, casually tucked his mask into his pocket and pulled Silas aside into a corner. I have acquaintances within your team and borrowed a security pass. As for who, I want to disclose that, he replied enigmatically. Silas chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to pry further. Greg, were you present at the game all along? I'm delighted you could attend the Cavaliers match. I must treat you to a drink later. Silas beamed, buoyed by the Cavaliers' recent victory, which had concluded the first half of the season on a high note. Drinks are certainly in order, but before that, I would like to pose a few questions. Popovich interjected. The Spurs, currently among the top 3 teams in the league, were bolstered by last year's championship title, making them a formidable contender alongside the Lakers led by Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal. Following their recent victory over the Rockets, the Spurs had entered their All-Star break early, indicating that Popovich's visit was not merely coincidental. He had come specifically to observe the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers had notably defeated their greatest Western Conference rivals, the Lakers, twice this season, and Popovich was intrigued by the performance of the Cavaliers players during their initial encounter, eager to glean insights that might be advantageous in the playoffs. You're not attempting to pilfer our strategies, are you? Silas teased lightly. Popovich offered a non-committal smile, perhaps. But if you could share some details I seek, I might extend a helping hand in return. Initially, he had not intended to intrude upon the Cavaliers' locker room, but their defensive prowess against the Nets had been nothing short of remarkable, akin to a seamless flow. While many might attribute the Cavaliers' success to mere fortune, given Kidd's off day, Popovich, as a seasoned coach, recognized that their triumph stemmed from strategic defensive tactics. This realization spurred Popovich's eagerness to meet with Silas, understanding their defensive strategies could enhance his preparations against the Lakers. Silas, glowing with pride, appreciated Popovich's interest, recognizing that not every coach garnered such attention from him. Greg, our tactics are not secrets. It's merely a matter of adopting a different mindset and approach to the game. if the player roster is suitable. Many teams could achieve similar results. Paul, you are too modest. Can you reveal which assistant coach inspired this transformation? I recall your previous style was quite conservative, Popovich inquired. Silas stroked his bald head, contemplating. Perhaps it was an epiphany. I remember our opponent was the Pistons, and suddenly, those tactical movements materialized in my mind just before the game. That day, Lou excelled, maximizing the effectiveness of our ball movement. But we rarely replicated that performance since. And what of your defense? Early in the season, your defensive efficiency was lacking, yet in recent games, that issue seems to have vanished. Popovich pressed, keen to uncover the rationale behind such a significant shift in style within a single season. It's all Lou, Silas sighed. He suggested that our defensive resources could facilitate an infinite switching style during games. Some of our more established defensive strategies were inspired by him. Lou Ming? Popovich furrowed his brow, taken aback by this revelation. It was remarkable enough for an undrafted player to shine on the court. But to possess the ability to influence a team's system was extraordinary. So, you deliberately devised your defensive strategy against Jason Kidd? Silas shook his head in resignation. Sometimes, I question whether I am the real head coach. LeBron and the others fully support Lou's tactics, including the decision to leave Kidd open, which he proposed under pressure. Thankfully, it proved effective. Popovich was astounded. The audacity of such a strategy, targeting one of the league's premier point guards, was astonishing. If Silas had not confirmed it, Popovich would have found it hard to believe that this almost dismissive approach originated from a mere 19-year-old. Greg, now it's your turn to share something valuable about the Cavaliers. What do you believe we still lack to become a strong team? Popovich inhaled deeply, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. You lack experience. Silas, bewildered, retorted, don't jest, Greg. Can you be serious? Or do I need to bring out my treasured bottle of 82 Bordeaux for you to speak candidly? I speak the truth, Popovich replied with a wry smile. What you need most is experience. While those players possess exceptional talent, they remain somewhat raw. Only through numerous failures can they accumulate the wisdom to grasp the essence of the game. And how long do you think it will take before we can contend for the championship? 3 years? 5? LeBron is an astute young man, with his presence. Your proximity to the grand stage of the finals will only grow. However, to attain the coveted championship, one must at least wait until Tim retires before entertaining such aspirations. Chapter 55, The Pat on the Head from Duncan, Greetings from Popovich. When Lu Ming arrived in Los Angeles, it was already the afternoon of February 14th. Over the past 2 days, under Mallory's arrangements, he had met with 3 or 4 groups of sponsors eager to enlist him as their brand ambassador. Without exception, these companies were all well-known brands, offering endorsement fees exceeding $1 million annually. This left Lu Ming quite perplexed, not due to fatigue, but because he wondered how Mallory, a novice agent, could possibly have access to such high-quality resources. Despite her diligence, it seemed astonishing for a young lady who had to rent a car just to drive herself. Although Lu Ming's performance this season had been remarkable and had garnered interest from several brands, his influence still paled in comparison to the true superstars of the league. Even when compared to contemporaries like Wade and Henrich, he felt somewhat inferior. Could it truly be that Mallory was simply a silver-tongued charmer, inherently skilled in deception, which had led to such an influx of sponsorship opportunities? After escorting Lu Ming to the hotel prepared specifically for NBA players, Mallory solemnly instructed him, from now on, under no circumstances are you to step outside this room without my permission. Aside from LeBron and Yao, you are not to indulge in any frivolities on Valentine's Day. Those NBA players are nothing but playboys, and they will lead you astray. Also, your change of clothes is in the small suitcase on your left. Remember to put the worn clothes in the bag. I will arrange for them to be washed. I need to step out for a while to handle some matters, and I should be back in about an hour. Your room number is 641. Do not get it wrong. Lu Ming smiled wryly, realizing that Mallory's demands had made her seem more like a nagging mother than an agent. She was practically a chaperone. Yet, he could not dismiss her concerns. Instead, he felt a warmth in her protectiveness. Perhaps it was time to consider promoting her to a permanent position. After all, a month late incurs a penalty that could be deducted at 50 from her salary. Upon returning to his room, Lu Ming took some time to rest and lay down on the bed. Tomorrow, he would be participating in the 3-point contest and the rookie challenge, so he needed to recuperate quickly. The good news was that in this All-Star Challenge, the starting backcourt for the rookies was James and Henrich, which meant he would likely only play a minor role. Given that the event was primarily for entertainment, he did not need to expend too much energy. Initially, Lu Ming had felt disgruntled about not being a starter until Wade called to inform him that he too was a substitute. This revelation brought him a sense of balance. After all, if a future superstar was merely a backup, what right did he have to feel aggrieved? In a half-dreaming state, Lu Ming vaguely heard a commotion outside, resembling someone knocking at the door. However, recalling that Mallory had a room key and had instructed him not to interact with others, he rolled over, ready to return to slumber. To his surprise, the person outside showed no signs of giving up, continuing to knock with increasing fervor. The rhythm reminiscent of the classic tune, "We Will Rock You." Curiosity piqued, Lu Ming sprang up, frowning as he headed for the door. He was eager to discover who was holding a concert outside his room. As he opened the door, a towering figure appeared before him, prompting him to instinctively look up. To his astonishment, it was Tim Duncan, sporting a somewhat awkward smile. Before Lu Ming could gather his thoughts, Duncan reached out and affectionately ruffled his hair, seeming to take great pleasure in the gesture. "Hello, Lu. I'm Tim Duncan. Do you know me?" Lu Ming, gazing at the eccentric giant with a sense of resignation, sighed and nodded. "Tim, please stop that. I'm not fond of this greeting style. If I recall correctly, Manu still has long hair. But who knows what will happen in a couple of years." Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, Duncan lowered his head, feigning mystery as he gazed into Lu Ming's eyes. However, to Lu Ming, his smile appeared bizarre and exaggerated. "Guess what Valentine's Day gift I brought you?" "A Valentine's Day gift?" Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. "A steering wheel? A wrench? Or perhaps you brought me a car's exhaust pipe?" Duncan's unique hobby among NBA players was well known, while others pursued lucrative side ventures post-retirement. He had taken to repairing cars. What puzzled Lu Ming further was that the two teams, the Cavaliers and Spurs, had not faced each other yet this season, meaning they should not have had any interactions. Why would this giant think to bring him a gift? No. Duncan shook his head, revealing another hand hidden behind his back. "Tada. It's a bottle of red wine." Lu Ming glanced at the exquisite red bottle in his hands. The craftsmanship of the cork and bottle was remarkable, and the label appeared slightly yellowed, indicating it was a valuable vintage. "Wine? This is not something I would expect from you, Tim. Greg asked me to bring it to you." Duncan chuckled, instinctively reaching out again to ruffle Lu Ming's hair. But he dodged the gesture. "Greg said he admires you and is thankful for your assistance, so he asked me to deliver you a gift." Indeed, the crafty Popovich. Though Popovich held a high reputation in the league, Lu Ming harbored some reservations about him due to certain remarks made in his previous life. "I'm sorry, Tim, but I have yet to meet Greg and haven't done anything particularly noteworthy. There's an old saying in our culture, no merit, no reward. I cannot accept this wine. Please take it back." "Oh." Duncan seemed to take a moment to process this, his expression remaining unchanged. And he made no further attempts to persuade Lu Ming to accept the gift. "Very well then, I shall give it to someone else. Goodbye, Lu. I really like your hair." With that, he turned and walked away. Lu Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips. He would need to wear a hat when encountering Duncan in the future. His behavior was quite alarming. Just as Lu Ming was about to return to his nap, he heard Mallory's furious voice echoing from the end of the hallway near the elevator. "Damn it. Stop following me. I will not acquiesce to your demands. Disappear from my sight immediately, or I will call the police." Suddenly, a tall man rushed out, blocking Mallory's path. "Listen to me, Mallory. I cannot lose you. Please, reconsider." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming dashed forward, indignant. Who was this man trying to pursue his agent? There should be some decorum, even if he was her ex-boyfriend. That was unacceptable. "Hey, sir, mind your language. Mallory is under my representation now. She is no longer connected to you." Chapter 56. The provocation of the three-point king. The present youth is utterly confounding. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this fellow stood at a similar height to himself. Sporting well-groomed, short brown hair, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes. While he could not be deemed exceptionally handsome, there was an undeniable charm about him. However, his gray tracksuit, emblazoned with a conspicuous Adidas logo, appeared rather ostentatious. The man gazed in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of Lu Ming, then suddenly broke into a smile, extending his right hand. "Hello, Lu. I am Travis Nye." "Shut up." Mallory's expression turned tense as she hastily interjected. The man let out a prolonged "oh," casting a meaningful glance at the two of them. "Mallory, Lu is still unaware of our relationship, is he?" "Travis, if you utter another word, you shall never see me again," Mallory exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "Get out. Right now." Okay. Travis raised his hands in surrender, seemingly acquiescing. With a playful look at Lu Ming, he remarked, "Lu, I must tell you, My connection with Mallory is something that cannot be severed by anyone. Just as he finished speaking, the elevator doors closed tightly. Why does your ex-boyfriend behave like that? Lu Ming asked, grimacing as he looked at Mallory. He is not my ex-boyfriend. Mallory's cheeks flushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Should she confess to Lu Ming that she was the daughter of Phil Knight and that the imbecile who just left was her half-brother? She was uncertain whether revealing such information would jeopardize the harmonious relationship they currently shared. Don't be shy. Who hasn't he encountered a few scoundrels in their youth? Tell me how you two met and why you broke up. Did he cheat, or was it you? Does he harbor any unspeakable secrets? Share with me, so I can concoct a few tales to help you reclaim your dignity next time. Mallory struggled to find an explanation. The truth was, Travis had approached her today merely to assist him in fulfilling some whimsical hobby, completely unrelated to matters of the heart. In exasperation, she resorted to silence to mask her unease, ignoring Lu Ming's prying inquiries as she hurriedly retreated to her room. The following morning, Mallory stormed into Lu Ming's room, rousing him from his slumber with great fervor. Today marked Lu Ming's debut at the All-Star Weekend, and due to the requirements of his endorsement contract with Hook Company, he needed to make an early appearance at the Staples Center for several essential events. Throughout the day, however, Mallory refrained from discussing the previous night's events. Even when Lu Ming attempted to inquire, she either outright ignored him or skillfully diverted the conversation. Given Lu Ming's relatively insignificant status among the many stars present, coupled with the recent controversy surrounding his overtures to Huaxia, he attracted little attention from the cameras. The true superstars, such as Kobe, Carter, and Iverson, drew throngs of fans clamoring for autographs and photos whenever they appeared. The All-Star Weekend's first event was the Skills Challenge, where the Hornets' Baron Davis, having been displaced from the All-Star roster by LeBron James, triumphed with overwhelming advantage, which greatly inflated his confidence. In a post-match interview, he declared himself the most significant oversight in All-Star history, asserting that his exclusion was a loss for the entire NBA. Meanwhile, Lu Ming faced formidable opponents in the three-point contest, including Peja Stojakovic, who was poised to achieve a three-peat, as well as seasoned veterans Chauncey Billups and the old Cat Mobley, alongside rising star Rashard Lewis and rookie Kyle Korver, who was substituting for Brent Barry. A reporter, while discussing Korver, recounted an amusing anecdote about his acquisition by the 76ers from the Nets for a mere $125,000, enough to cover the summer league expenses, with the remainder spent on a printer. The audience, upon Korver's entrance, affectionately dubbed him Printer Boy. Among Lu Ming's competitors, the one he was least familiar with was Wash Leonard from the Nuggets. Initially, he presumed Leonard was merely there to fill a spot, but the system promptly reminded him that Leonard was, in fact, the champion of the three-point contest in 2004. This revelation took Lu Ming by surprise. In a pre-event interview, Peja proclaimed his intention to become the first player since Larry Bird to win 3 consecutive three-point titles. The events seemed to be unfolding in accordance with historical precedent. As the preliminary rounds commenced, veteran players Mobley and Billups took to the court first, scoring 13 and 12 points, respectively. They appeared to be enjoying the experience rather than exhibiting a fierce competitive spirit, their shots seemingly casual and relaxed. Lewis from the Supersonics, however, exhibited notable anxiety. After sinking 3 consecutive shots, he abruptly lost his rhythm, ultimately scoring a mere 16 points. In contrast, Printer Boy Korver displayed his killer instincts, matching the impressive performance of Leonard with a score of 19. Lu Ming, not wishing to draw too much attention in the preliminaries, aimed for a modest score to ensure his place in the finals, achieving a total of 20 points. The reigning champion, Peja, delivered a stellar performance, securing the highest score of 21 points, which elicited cheers from the crowd. Due to the format of selecting the top 3 scores, Korver and Leonard qualified for the finals alongside Peja. As Korver prepared for his turn, Peja casually approached Lu Ming, casually dribbling the basketball. Lu, I sense today will be a contest between the two of us. I wager you cannot stop me from claiming my 3rd consecutive title. In Peja's view, his maturity and experience rendered it impossible for him to lose to the 2 relatively unknown contenders. Only Lu Ming truly posed a challenge. Recalling Lu Ming's extraordinary debut, Peja felt compelled to instill a bit of psychological pressure on the young player. Oh, is that so? You aspire for a perfect score? Lu Ming replied, his tone nonchalant. A perfect score? Peja raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What are you insinuating? You don't actually believe you can sink all 25 shots, do you? Why not? You are out of your mind. That is absolutely unattainable. Peja scoffed, convinced that Lu Ming was merely jesting. As he spoke, he motioned to a nearby reporter. When you publish my victory news later, be sure to include this rookie's remark. What did he say? Lu claims he will make all 25 shots. The youth of today are utterly bewildering, seeking attention through outrageous statements rather than honing their skills. The reporter, unimpressed, shook his head dismissively, casting a scornful glance at Lu Ming. He will become the laughingstock of the entire league. Without LeBron and Yao creating space for him on the court, he is nothing. Rest assured, Peja, I will ensure this undrafted rookie is brought back to reality. Making a name for oneself in the NBA cannot solely rely on words. The reporter's mind raced with ideas for a lengthy article intended to educate these novices on the importance of respecting the league's veterans. Meanwhile, Lu Ming suddenly turned to the two, murmuring quietly, a smile gracing his lips. Peja, I believe your greatest rival today will be Kyle. Best of luck. At this moment, Korver's match on the court had officially concluded. He descended the stage, shaking his head and sighing, as the pressure of the finals proved overwhelming. This time, he could not maintain his previous form, scoring a mere 15 points, which effectively signaled his exit from the competition. A surge of indignation rose on Peja's face. 15 points? I could score that with my eyes closed. How dare you compare me to him? Young man, you ought to consider how you will explain this loss to your sponsors. Securing $10 million is no trivial matter. Next to take the stage was the sharpshooter Lu Ming from the Cleveland Cavaliers. The announcer, filled with fervor, proclaimed Lu Ming's name. Amidst the modest cheers, a smattering of boos emerged. Hurry up and finish your shots, then get off the court. We want to see Peja perform. This is not your stage. You are as dreadful as the printer boy. You will no longer receive open passes from LeBron. Kobe is about to shatter your miserable record. In the front row, only Mallory bounced energetically, attempting to drown out the hostile remarks from other fans aimed at Lu Ming with her not-so-piercing voice. Go, Lu. You still owe me a gift from yesterday. Bring back the trophy. Don't listen to them. They are merely a bunch of ignorant fools. Chapter 57, an array of styles, dominating all archers. To the majority of observers, it was apparent that Lu Ming's remarkable achievement of a league-leading 45 three-point shooting accuracy this season was largely attributable to the immense individual gravitational pull exerted by LeBron James and Yao Ming. With two prominent first overall picks drawing the defender's attention, one could hardly fathom a scenario where he would miss open three-pointers. Such a predicament would indeed be dire. If Lu Ming were to be replaced by Peja or another renowned sharpshooter, their shooting percentage would likely surpass his. Furthermore, in recent times, Lu Ming had dedicated himself to defensive responsibilities, causing his offensive stamina and focus to wane compared to the earlier part of the season, leading to a decline in his three-point shooting by 3 percentage points. Yet, many believed this was a testament to opponents thoroughly dissecting this overlooked yellow-skinned talent, predicting his inevitable descent back to obscurity. Amidst the cacophony of boos, Lu Ming entered the court with poise. Did Peja truly have that many admirers? Casting a glance at the stern-faced Kobe Bryant in the front row, who was similarly observing him, Lu Ming smirked and raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. I shall soon silence your fans. Kobe raised an eyebrow, a disdainful smile gracing his face as he responded with a downward thumbs up. The three-point contest featured 5 shooting spots, each equipped with 5 basketballs. A successful shot earned 1 point, while the final money ball was worth 2. Lu Ming approached the left corner, slightly bending his knees, placing his hands beside the rack, and nodded to the referee at the sidelines. With a sharp whistle, the contest commenced. He grasped a basketball with both hands, scarcely aiming, and effortlessly launched it, his movements fluid and elegant. Swish, swish, swish. The balls cascaded through the net, the announcer exclaiming in astonishment. Lu's shooting is exceptionally smooth today. For consecutive hits, the final money ball is in 2. Why does it feel as though his shooting style echoes that of a superstar in the league? Kobe, do you share this sentiment? The effortless jump shot mirrored Kobe's signature style, with 5 consecutive successful shots from the first position. Lu Ming garnered a chorus of astonished gasps. Nearby, Peja let out a soft huff. What luck. But it ends here. Yet the announcer erupted again. Wow, Lu has altered his shooting technique. This is simply incredible. It's Tracy. The finesse of that jump shot is utterly captivating. How does he do it? 2 entirely different shooting styles, yet he lands each shot with precision. 10 consecutive successful shots. At this point, Peja began to fidget, clenching his fists and fixating on Lu Ming, who had shifted to the arc, silently pleading, miss. The next shot has to miss. However, Lu Ming executed each shot with robotic precision, as if each release had been meticulously calculated. His accuracy was astounding. It was reminiscent of Ray Allen's signature move. The audience was enthralled, many rising from their seats, eager to witness what this underdog could conjure next. Lu Ming's shooting technique transcended mere imitation. It emanated authenticity from within, capturing the essence of the original. Every aspect, from the release posture to the trajectory, was strikingly identical. How many hours of practice had he invested to master such precision? Unbelievable. Even Kobe paled in comparison. As the elite spectators captured this historic moment on their phones, Lu Ming completed the tasks at his third shooting spot, achieving 15 successful shots for a total of 18 points. Observing the increasingly electrified crowd, Lu Ming smiled subtly. This is merely the beginning. At the fourth shooting position, Lu Ming once again changed his shooting style. To the astonishment of all, he raised the ball behind his head, shifting the release point slightly to the right, resembling a cannon ready to fire, and launched it. Thud. The basketball struck the rear edge of the rim and fell into the net. Oh my. That's Carlos Boozer's cannon shot. Lu was paying homage to his former teammate. Yet, the execution lacked the grace of his previous shots, bordering on awkwardness. The announcer jested, "Carlos, I hope you won't take offense, it was merely a joke." Boozer, dressed for the upcoming rookie challenge, found himself basking in the spotlight, while laughter erupted from the audience. He chuckled, somewhat sheepishly, at the humorous moment. In a dominating fashion, Lu Ming completed all shots at the first 4 spots, amassing a total of 24 points. Unless Peja performed extraordinarily, Lu Ming's victory seemed assured. Meanwhile, Peja was drenched in sweat, while journalists who had previously mocked him now stood in stunned silence. This kid was boasting. He truly aims to make every shot. At the final position, Lu Ming appeared remarkably at ease, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The next moment, his shooting motion evoked a wave of laughter throughout the arena. Sean Marion. It's him. He is channeling Sean. Lu Ming executed an outlandish and awkward shooting style, seemingly beyond the capabilities of any ordinary person. With hands clasped, the ball was released near his nose, the entire motion a delightful distortion. Yet, despite the oddity, each shot found its mark. Marion, seated beside Stoudemire, was in stitches. I recall him not stepping onto the court last time we faced the Cavaliers. When did he learn my trick? Just as everyone anticipated Lu Ming to conclude with a flawless score, he unexpectedly embraced the final money ball, spinning in place thrice before closing his eyes. What is he doing? Is he increasing the challenge for himself? The announcer remarked incredulously. Does he not wish to achieve a perfect score in this 3-point contest? As Lu Ming released the ball, the audience collectively held their breath. The basketball traced an elegant arc, but alas, it resulted in an airball. Oh my. 28 points. What a shame. The crowd settled back down in disappointment. What a waste. What was he thinking? Why not shoot properly? Is he trying to show off? The announcer rushed towards Lu Ming, microphone in hand, eager to uncover the rationale behind his decision. Lu, you had a golden opportunity for a perfect score, yet you made a questionable shooting choice. Can you enlighten us on your reasoning? Lu Ming exhaled softly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Perhaps Sean's shooting form was just too peculiar. It ruined my career night. I suppose I should have a word with him later. Besides, I must leave a glimmer of hope for the 2 players following me. After all, the contest isn't over yet. At that moment, the audience recalled that Lu Ming was not the final contestant to take the stage. Behind him, Leonard and Peja stood with sullen expressions, their enthusiasm for participating seemingly extinguished. What is there to compete for? To defeat Lu Ming, one could only hope to miss a shot in the same manner he did, which, realistically, was an unattainable feat. Even if one were to miraculously score 30 points, it would merely be a concession from the opposing side, rendering the victory meaningless. Peja, seething with frustration, thought to himself, "You've thoroughly disgusted me today. Why should I even compete? Why not just hand you the trophy outright?" Chapter 58. Kardashian, may I touch your trophy? Following Lu Ming's astonishing performance, the subsequent display by Leonard and Peja appeared rather lackluster. The audience held no expectations for them to score 30 points. For the first time in the history of the All-Star 3-point contest, a player had entered garbage time. The final outcome was as anticipated. A flustered Peja performed dismally, managing only 16 points. As Lu Ming had remarked before the game, his opponent was merely Kyle Korver, who scored a mere 15 points. Even the relatively obscure Leonard managed to score 18 points, while Peja, the sharpshooter striving for a 3rd consecutive 3-point title, ultimately left the arena in solitude. Standing in the center of the court, Lu Ming basked in the adoration of the crowd, frequently waving to them in acknowledgement. At the edge of the court, the originally designated award presenter was replaced at the last minute by Kobe. This was not due to any unforeseen circumstance, but rather a request made by Kobe himself. With a slight sigh, Kobe received the trophy from the staff and approached Lu Ming, embracing him while quietly inquiring, "Why didn't you shoot with your left hand this time? You must tell me, who is James Harden?" Lu Ming chuckled helplessly, surprised that his casual quip on the court had lingered in Kobe's memory for so long. Well, how should I put it? When he performs well, he could be considered a disciple of Mamba. But when he falters, then he is merely a product of LeBron's training camp. Just tell me who he is, Kobe insisted. Somewhat dissatisfied. In a few years, you'll come to know him, Lu Ming jested. However, there is something else I wish to share with you. Go ahead, Kobe said, draping an arm around Lu Ming's shoulder while striking his signature smile for the cameras. I initially planned to sink the last shot for a perfect score, until I suddenly recalled you sitting courtside. Kobe's expression shifted to one of surprise. Don't jest. Why? In our culture, we have a saying, when water is full, it overflows. When the moon is full, it wanes. Perfection cannot be the goal in all things, Lu Ming sighed, casting a meaningful glance at Kobe. Those who pursue perfection often become obsessed. Sometimes, one must allow oneself to relax a bit. A player who, knowing his team missed the playoffs, exhausts himself to score 60 points single-handedly in a farewell game. Such obsession borders on arrogance. Kobe frowned in confusion. Rookie, what exactly are you trying to say? Lu Ming sighed gently. To be clearer, he'd wise counsel. In crucial moments, remember to listen to expert opinions. Damn, you've muddled me. Kobe laughed, patting Lu Ming on the head. Take your trophy and scram. You should be grateful that our teams have already faced each other this season. Otherwise, I would have dropped 60 points on you for that lecture. Lu Ming chose not to elaborate further. After all, with nearly 20 years ahead, he did not expect the present Kobe to retain his words. The best approach was to plant a seed for the future. Peja, having concluded his participation, did not approach Lu Ming like the other competitors to offer congratulations, but exited the arena early. His day was done, and he wished to avoid the incessant inquiries from reporters about the feeling of missing a third consecutive title. Lu Ming strolled to the sidelines, casually handing the trophy to Mallory. Here, it's for you. Mallory paused, her cheeks flushing as she murmured, I was only joking earlier. I really don't need the gift you gave me yesterday. Besides, this is your first honor in your career. Am I truly that important to you? Are you willing to part with it? Lu Ming shrugged. What are you talking about? It's just a 3-point king title. This is probably the most trivial honor of my career. Giving it to you is no big deal. You. Mallory stamped her foot in frustration, wanting to toss the trophy back to Lu Ming but hesitating at the thought of parting with it. You're so unromantic. The arena transitioned into an intermission performance, showcasing performers using spring-loaded pads to execute exaggerated dunks, warming up the crowd for the upcoming slam dunk contest. Lu Ming remained at the sidelines, anticipating the performances of James and Wade. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands gently patted his shoulder. Lu, hello. May I touch your trophy? Turning in confusion, Lu Ming was met with two heavily made-up, scantily clad women smiling at him. Well, aren't these the infamous Kardashian sisters? Kim Kardashian donned a figure-hugging dress that accentuated her curves, her neckline daringly low, showcasing her assets. Khloe was no less striking. Though her face was less alluring than her sister's, her figure was arguably superior, gazing at Lu Ming with an inviting expression. Lu, Kim called softly. Are we being a bit forward? You might not recognize us. I'm Kim, and this is my sister Khloe. We admire your on-court performance. Could we exchange phone numbers? Lu Ming shook his head, chuckling. Who would he know the renowned Kardashian sisters? However, these women, while stunning, were notorious for their predatory nature. Even formidable figures like Lamar Odom and Tristan Thompson had succumbed to Khloe's charms. He'd be wise to steer clear. As for Kim, her history with strong men like Chris Humphries, who faltered after a brief marriage, was well documented. Lu Ming felt that the Kardashian women, much like himself, seemed to possess an unfair advantage, his augmenting his attributes, while theirs seemed to drain vitality. Now, Kim Kardashian retained a hint of youthful allure, presenting a smile she deemed irresistible. Lu, we wouldn't touch your trophy for nothing. There's a reward involved, she said, playfully accentuating her cleavage, the implication clear. Mallory instantly sensed a threat. Standing before the meticulously attired women, she felt like a country bumpkin in casual wear. Moreover, Lu Ming's gaze lingered a tad too long on their figures. Do you find them appealing? Mallory asked coldly, her tone unusually sharp. Lu Ming, caught off guard, quickly averted his gaze. No, that is not what I meant. Ugh. What a cad. With that she huffed, clutching the trophy tightly as she stormed towards the exit. Is it a crime to enjoy the view? Lu Ming shrugged at the sisters, saying, the trophy has already been given away. Perhaps next time you can touch it. That is fine. Let us exchange numbers so we can appreciate this special honor at home. It would be much more comfortable, Kim suggested with a knowing smile. My number? Lu Ming hesitated, rubbing his chin. I don't have a phone. You can reach me through my agent, the one who just took the trophy. With that, he callously turned back to the court, ignoring their lingering glances. He certainly has no interest in associating with individuals like Nick, Karuji, TT, Lamar, and Kanye. The Kardashian sisters exchanged glances, as they seldom found themselves in such a predicament. Had their hints not been sufficiently clear? They even began to harbor a slight doubt regarding their own appearance and physique. However, after a brief moment, they reached a consensus. Lu Ming must have shunned them due to his alleged inadequacies, feeling too embarrassed to express himself. Yes, it must be so. Chapter 59. The classic reappearance of Zach LaVine. After a brief interlude, the most anticipated event of All-Star Weekend, the Slam Dunk Contest, finally commenced. Many fans even argue that the annual dunk contest is often more thrilling than the actual game that follows the next day. After all, it is a genuine display of players' creativity and athletic prowess, offering far more intrigue than the increasingly entertainment-oriented and less competitive main event. This year's All-Star Dunk Contest promises to be the most captivating since Vince Carter's triumph in 2000. In addition to exceptional dunkers like Ricky Davis of the Rockets, Chris Anderson of the Warriors, and Fred Jones of the Pacers, who possess extraordinary physical attributes, there is also Jason Richardson, the reigning dunk champion, who aims to secure a third consecutive title, much like Peja. This anticipation is particularly exhilarating for fans. However, the most thrilling aspect is the simultaneous announcement of participation by two explosive rookies, LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, almost as if they had conspired in advance. Both are renowned for their electrifying dunks, having contributed numerous jaw-dropping highlights to the daily top plays within just half a season. They are the undeniable cores of their respective teams, representing the Cavaliers and the Heat's greatest hopes for rejuvenation. Moreover, their amicable relationship off the court generated buzz and influence that momentarily overshadowed Jason Richardson, the favorite to win the title. As the dynamic music filled the Staples Center, the contestants made their way onto the stage. James, while preparing backstage, witnessed Lu Ming's overwhelming victory in the three-point contest. As he passed by, he paused to jest, Lu, I received 2 bottles of fine red wine last night to celebrate our victory. I shall open them all tonight. Oh, did Tim send them to you? Well, Ricky was right. You truly possess a knack for sorcery. How did you know that? Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly. Oh, I know all too well. Protect your hair and give each strand a name. You jest. There are far too many for me to remember. James waved off with a laugh. Lu Ming shook his head meaningfully. You will. Just like your hair left Cleveland in your past life, it will depart without hesitation. It's simply one to announce where it will take its talents. The dunk contest followed the familiar format of previous years, consisting of preliminaries and finals, with each participant allowed to showcase 2 moves. Scores were awarded by judges on the sidelines, with a perfect score of 50 points. And the top 2 scorers would advance to the finals. Ricky Davis was the first to take the stage. This season, he had been traded from the Cavaliers to the Rockets as part of a deal involving Yao Ming, becoming the team's primary perimeter player. However, he seemed to struggle in his new environment, leading to disappointing team performance and a significant drop in his statistics, averaging nearly 15 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. In one game against the Jazz, as time dwindled in the final seconds, he found himself 1 rebound shy of a triple-double. In a moment of desperation, he slammed the ball against his own hoop to secure the rebound. Although the team won, the rebound was later nullified by officials, and he narrowly missed his triple-double. His performance on the court left many Rockets fans feeling deceived, prompting them to take to social media to tag the Cavaliers and demand a refund. Participating in the dunk contest, Ricky Davis was determined to redeem himself. Upon entering the arena, he launched the ball from beyond the arc, attempting a backboard dunk, but failed twice. He then switched to a 360-degree windmill dunk, which, while executed adequately, earned him a score of 45 points. It seemed that the noise of the crowd had affected his performance. A subsequent 0-degree angle jump with a switch-handed dunk, though successful, appeared forced, netting him only 31 points. With a total score of 76 points, it became evident that his all-star journey had come to an early end. Next up was Chris Anderson from the Warriors, who was dubbed the next flying white giant following Barry. He executed a turnaround reverse dunk combined with a backboard slam, scoring 88 points, significantly higher than Davis. Yet still not a secure score. Dwayne Wade was the third contestant. He forcefully slammed the ball down before taking off, catching the basketball midair to complete a self-alley-oop dunk. The atmosphere instantly ignited, and the judges unanimously awarded him a perfect score, the first 50 of the event. Hey, LeBron, you're done for. Does our previous bet still stand? Should we reconsider your son's name? Wade teased, provoking James from the sidelines. Shut it, Dwayne. James retorted with a laugh. You'll only make it to the preliminaries. After the contest, I'll let you borrow the championship trophy for a couple of days. Wade laughed dismissively, confidently preparing for his next challenging move. Only to make the same mistake as Ricky Davis. Although he succeeded, it lacked perfection, resulting in a score of 92 points. Despite being the highest score thus far. Wade shook his head in dissatisfaction. When it was James' turn to perform, he took a deep breath and began dribbling at mid-court, suddenly launching into action. With his right foot touching the three-point line, he took off, executing an under-the-leg switch-handed dunk, forcefully slamming the basketball through the hoop. The crowd erupted in cheers. Fans leaping to celebrate. The arena's large screen replayed this astounding dunk repeatedly. Incredible! LeBron seemed to soar through the air just now. His movements and athleticism remind me of the retired basketball deity, Michael Jordan. James excitedly sprinted toward the sidelines, chest-bumping Lu Ming. This action drew inspiration from his good friend. Lu Ming's inspiration, however, stemmed from the future dunk champion, Zach LaVine. Even though James' dunk also received a perfect score of 50, Lu Ming felt something was amiss. When LaVine originally performed this move, the scene was ethereal beyond compare. James' successful execution, while powerful, lacked the finesse that LaVine displayed. Nevertheless, it was still sufficient to astonish judges and spectators alike. James' second dunk was similarly inspired by LaVine's performance. From the corner, he tossed the basketball high, sprinted, and executed an under-the-leg switch-handed dunk, finishing with a magnificent reverse dunk. 50 points. 50 points. 50 points. Amidst the crowd's fervor. Several judges openly admired James' imaginative approach and extraordinary athleticism, awarding him perfect scores. Wow, 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 the announcer exclaimed. I can see sweat beading on the reigning champion Richardson's forehead. LeBron's two dunks have elevated this competition to an entirely new level. I heard that a few days ago. LeBron was secretly training with his teammate Lu Ming before the game, and it seems they have made remarkable progress. Apologies, Richard, though it may be presumptuous. I must express that LeBron might be the most exceptional dunker in the world since Vince Carter. Chapter 60. Lu Ming, who says I can't pass. The next player to take the court was Jones, number 20 for the Pacers. Since being drafted last year, he had served as a backup to Reggie Miller, making it difficult for him to find playing time. This time, he aspired to gain recognition through the dunk contest, hoping to make a name for himself. The system informed Lu Ming that this individual was originally destined to be the dunk champion of this year's contest, successfully thwarting Jason Richardson's dream of a three-peat. Regrettably, the sudden emergence of LeBron caused a deviation from reality. Although Fred Jones performed admirably with two dunks, his efforts paled in comparison to LeBron's spectacular display. Ultimately, he garnered a total score of 92, tying with Wade. At this juncture, the fate of the final round depended on the performance of defending champion Richardson. If Richardson's score fell below 92, LeBron, Wade, and Jones would advance to the finals. Should he exceed that score, Wade would face elimination. Dwayne, your situation seems precarious. LeBron playfully nudged Wade's chest with his shoulder, while Wade, visibly anxious, fixed his gaze on Richardson, who was preparing to dunk. Shut up, LeBron. If I had Lu's ideas, my dunk would be 100 times more spectacular. Too bad you don't. LeBron chuckled. Richardson's first move was nothing short of breathtaking, launching into a powerful dunk after rebounding the ball, showcasing his impressive core strength. The judges awarded him a score of 45. Lu Ming shook his head in admiration. No wonder he was a two-time dunk champion. He was truly formidable. Perhaps sensing the pressure from Wade and Jones, Richardson upped the ante with his second dunk, executing a spectacular reverse alley-oop. It bore a striking resemblance to LeBron's second dunk. After completing the move, Wade simply shook his head and sighed. Retreating to the locker room. LeBron, hurry up, I'll be waiting for you. As expected, all the judges awarded Richardson a perfect score, allowing him to triumph over Wade and Jones, advancing to face LeBron in the finals. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. One was the ultimate boss, having claimed the dunk title since his rookie season, while the other was the prodigy, embodying the essence of Magic Johnson and Scottie Pippen. No one could guarantee a 100 victory. The fans in the venue erupted into a cacophony. LeBron, You coward who shies away from clutch shots. Are you here to find confidence through the dunk contest? Jason will teach you a lesson. Be quiet, you ignorant fool. LeBron is the strongest man on earth. He will win every subsequent dunk contest. Lou, you yellow-skinned monkey, get out of my sight and stop blocking my view of LeBron. LeBron glanced apologetically at the innocent Lu Ming, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Lou, do you want me to help you file a complaint? Lu Ming smiled nonchalantly. I know you excel at that, but our focus should be on the court. As LeBron's supporting cast, he was also a crucial part of the upcoming finals. Out of respect for the defending champion, Richardson was slated to go last in the finals. Lu Ming and LeBron stepped onto the court, greeted by raucous cheers from the crowd. The host began to introduce them. It appeared that LeBron had found his most trusted teammate to assist him, though I personally believed Lou was not the best choice. If LeBron intended to execute a leap over obstacles, Lou's height was not impressive enough. He should have brought Yao Ming onto the court. However, if LeBron sought a beautiful board pass for an alley-oop, it was unfortunate that Lou couldn't pass at all, wasting a valuable opportunity. Despite the host's somewhat harsh words, it was undeniable that Lu Ming was not the ideal choice for a primary role, both in height and passing skills. The audience began to jeer along. LeBron, if you want to win the championship, you should carry this undrafted player on your back and soar, perhaps staying in the air for 3 seconds to earn a perfect score. Why let this kid be a supporting cast? His passing is akin to a pile of month-old dog waste. I could do it too. Jason, it seems we might be calling you a 3-time dunk champion soon. Yet, Lu Ming and LeBron maintained their composure, unperturbed by the surrounding noise. Standing at the center court, Lu Ming dribbled the ball, quietly aiming for the hoop, seemingly preparing for a shot. Meanwhile, LeBron stood at a 45-degree angle to the left, hands on his hips, waiting. What were they planning? It appeared Lou was attempting a mid-court three-pointer, but this was a dunk contest, after all. The host expressed confusion, suggesting that Lou seemed stuck in the glory of his three-point title. LeBron, remember you are the star of this stage. Get moving. The whistle blew. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Ming launched a shot. My goodness, he actually took the shot. The basketball followed a perfect trajectory. The force was just right. It was going in. However, to everyone and Oppo's disbelief, the ball struck the right edge of the rim, bouncing high and flying directly into LeBron and Oppo's path. The judges and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. In the next moment, LeBron sprinted from the free throw line, leaping into the air, grasping the rebounding ball, executing a flawless 360-degree turn, and then emphatically dunking it into the hoop. A successful execution. Incredible! The two on the court, filled with excitement, celebrated with intricate gestures. Thank goodness. I thought we'd need to try multiple times. Damn, that was ridiculously cool. That was the most comfortable height for me to catch. The judges exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. It was and Oppo's team merely that LeBron's dunk was extraordinary, while it could easily score above 45 on its own. The seemingly shot-like pass was utterly mind-boggling. They understood that making a basket was easy, and missing was even simpler. But to shoot the ball to the precise edge of the basket, controlling its rebound trajectory and landing point, was beyond comprehension. Was this a feat achievable by a mere human? Even the renowned passing maestros in the NBA wouldn't dare attempt such a risky move in this context. The circular hoop allowed for countless unpredictable rebound angles. Who could guarantee that the basketball would land perfectly in the dunker's hands? The front row NBA players were already clutching their heads, wildly reacting, their expressions reflecting the utmost astonishment. They could fully grasp the difficulty of that shot. LeBron's dunk was splendid, but Lou's shot was even more remarkable. Sitting in the back row, the Zen master suddenly stood up, his face a mask of disbelief as he watched the duo on the court. This pass was 100 times more challenging than LeBron's game-winning putback against the Lakers in their first matchup this season. He had dismissed the notion that it was merely a tactical play, believing Lu Ming had simply misfired under pressure. No one could perform such a daring act in that scenario. Not even Kobe. Yet, the scene before him delivered a resounding slap to his face. That wasn't mere luck. With the shooting prowess Lu displayed today, he was entirely capable of achieving that feat. That rascal Lu. He had pretended not to understand what I was saying earlier. That shot was a pass. A breathtaking pass. Goodness. How dare he? In the players' tunnel by the sidelines, a man with a prominent jawline sprinted to the edge of the field, filled with regret for having missed the extraordinary moment. Damn it. How careless. What on earth are these two fools doing? Have they lost their minds? Chapter 61. The connection between James and Lou, a a timeless classic. At this juncture, it would be a disservice to their own integrity for the judges to withhold a perfect score. However, they found themselves in a predicament. Perhaps due to their underestimation of Lu Ming, or because the majority of the audience could not grasp the difficulty of the shot. Numerous fans voiced their skepticism, questioning how this could merit a score of 50. "Surely, you must be hiding something," one exclaimed. "I feel Jason's dunk at 45 was far more impressive. What on earth did Lu just do? If it weren't for LeBron's leap, he would have ruined this opportunity." One of the judges, Charles Barkley, shook his head in resignation and stood up to confront the chatter behind him. Silence. Appreciate the performance on the court. Even he, who had been skeptical of Lu Ming, found himself compelled to admire the exquisite shooting technique on display at that moment. Meanwhile, James seized the opportunity, sprinting from beyond the three-point line and launching into a soaring, folded hand dunk near the free throw line, seemingly unremarkable. Lu Ming, however, stood at the corner with an air of calmness, as if he had withdrawn from the competition. The host teased, "LeBron, don't think you're safe. If you attempt such a move in the next round, I guarantee Jason will make you pay." James chuckled and shook his head, dismissing the notion that this was his secret weapon. As the game progressed, the whistle blew. James took a deep breath and exploded towards the basket with a velocity that was more than double that of his previous attempt, his muscles taut, exuding an unstoppable force. At that very instant, the audience was taken aback as Lu Ming, who had been lurking in the corner, surged forward to meet James head-on, his fierce gaze suggesting he intended to dominate the encounter. James leaped from the free throw line, and Lu Ming, positioned near the restricted area, soared high, reaching out with one hand to contest the basketball in James's grip. The angle was precise, the height perfectly aligned. Gasps of astonishment reverberated through the crowd. Had Lu Ming just emerged to challenge LeBron's territory? The two engaged in an intense aerial clash, a genuine contest of offense and defense, devoid of any semblance of theatrics. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if time itself had frozen, the pair suspended in midair for an entire second. At the opportune moment, James executed a switch-hand maneuver, showcasing his remarkable athleticism and coordination, forcing the ball through the net, unfazed by Lu Ming's presence. Lu Ming was propelled backward, colliding forcefully with the support column behind the hoop. The moment the dunk was completed, the arena erupted in jubilation. The visual impact of this shot far surpassed the previous one, a spectacle that left the audience in awe. The intensity of their confrontation rivaled that of critical playoff moments, without a hint of performance art in sight. Compared to past dunk contests featuring immobile participants, Lu Ming's defensive effort rendered James's dunk an iconic moment worthy of a poster. Upon landing, James rushed over to Lu Ming, who lay sprawled beneath the hoop, feigning unconsciousness with his tongue out, eliciting laughter from the audience. The host, in a state of excitement, stammered, "According to the data provided by the staff, Lu's average blocks this season stands at 0.9, the highest among all guards in the league. His defense has elevated the value of LeBron's dunk, setting a new standard for the NBA dunk contest." The synergy between James and Lu Ming rendered previous dunks, deemed impressive, mere child's play. While everyone understood this was a performance, their execution was so convincing. Who could have imagined witnessing such a visceral display of a game dunking during a dunk contest? The judges whispered amongst themselves, their expressions betraying their dilemma. The brilliance of the dunk had far exceeded their expectations, and a perfect score of 50 seemed inadequate to convey their admiration for the duo's display. Ultimately, Charles Barkley raised two perfect scorecards simultaneously, explaining, "We recognize this may not adhere to the rules, but LeBron and Lu's performance was simply extraordinary. Especially Lu. I suggest he should consider a career in Hollywood, as his talent deserves far greater compensation." The judges awarded a combined score of 110 for James's two dunks, an unprecedented feat in the history of the dunk contest. On the sidelines, Richardson, having witnessed their collaboration, could only shake his head in disbelief. Had it not been the finals, he might have contemplated withdrawing from the competition. In his subsequent attempts, Richardson appeared lackluster. Despite his imaginative moves, his mindset had shifted, and both power and finesse paled in comparison to his earlier performance, earning him only 90 points. James, without question, claimed the title of Dunk King for this contest. During his victory interview, before the reporters could pose a question, he addressed the camera, shaking the trophy, declaring, "This achievement belongs to Lu. Without him, I could not have secured this championship." He then jested, "You may not know, but being dunked on during the All-Star game can severely tarnish a defender's reputation in the eyes of fans and coaches. I hope the Cavaliers will show some leniency and not cut Lu immediately after the game, at least wait until the season concludes." On the sidelines, Wade playfully entangled Lu Ming in a banter-filled embrace. Damn. Thank goodness I didn't make it to the finals. You two rascals tried to humiliate me in such a crude manner. Was this your idea or LeBron's? I'll show you both what's what. Although this dunk contest may not have been the quintessential showdown, the collaboration between James and Lu Ming was hailed by fans as a once-in-a-century performance. Their display of tension and innovative style raised the bar for future dunk contests significantly. A saying circulated within the league, "How does your dunk compare to Jason Richardson's?" If it's worse, I suggest you reconsider participating in the contest. Next up is the All-Star Rookie Challenge, serving as a warm-up for the All-Star game tomorrow. In the locker room, the first-year players, still unfamiliar with one another, exchanged greetings. Their starting lineup included the two prodigious forwards, LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony, alongside Bulls rookie Kirk Hinrich, the unglamorous Josh Howard, and Clippers center Chris Common. Wade and Chris Bosh, like Lu Ming, were selected as reserves. Carmelo Anthony, embodying the image of a rebellious youth, lounged casually in the locker room. LeBron, honestly, how much did you pay Lu to willingly let you dunk over him? I'd offer double if it meant he would cooperate with me next time. Lu Ming, seated beside Josh Howard with an odd expression, asked, Josh, do you have a girlfriend? The unattractive man was momentarily taken aback, lowering his head in silence. What is the matter? Have I been too presumptuous? Do not speak. I am counting. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared at the doorway, glancing around for a moment before fixing their gaze upon Lu Ming. Manu, you ought to return to your dressing room. We shall not divulge our tactics to you. Wade feigned seriousness as he addressed the newcomer. The long-haired individual with a prominent nose was none other than Manu Ginobili from the sophomore team, the oldest player in this year's rookie challenge at the age of 26. Manu nodded with a smile and approached Lu Ming directly, amidst the puzzled stares of the onlookers. He slightly bent his legs, swung his arms back and forth, allowing his waist and hips to follow suit, and then, with a mischievous expression, exclaimed, Sackmatic, baby. Chapter 62. The provocation from Ginobili. A profound silence enveloped the locker room. What on earth was this fellow doing? Was it a provocation? Why adopt such a juvenile approach? It was akin to defecating in public. Lu Ming was momentarily at a loss, raising his hand to inquire. But Manu wore a smug smile, turning and darting away. Lu, do you have some unresolved issue with Manu? James remarked, his lips twitching. Lu Ming, equally bewildered, replied, not at all. Yet he soon chuckled helplessly, recognizing that players from the Spurs often exhibited peculiarities. Perhaps this was their distinctive way of getting to know others. Perhaps. Meanwhile, in a corner of the corridor, Manu and Duncan stifled their laughter, jumping with glee, resembling two mischievous children who had successfully played a prank. Manu, are you certain Lu is furious right now? Absolutely, Manu assured fervently. No one can remain composed under my trash talk. He must be seething inside, enduring immense mental turmoil. This is surely the greatest humiliation Lu has faced in his life. Ha. Alas, I hope he can recover from the psychological shadow I cast before this season concludes. It's rather heavy for a young lad. Duncan then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, indeed, but Greg merely wanted us to gauge whether Lu would act irrationally in a fit of anger on the court. Are we crossing a line? Well, it can't be helped. This is a hurdle every young player must navigate during their growth. If Lu cannot overcome it, it simply indicates he is not suited for our system. Keep it down. This is called illegal recruiting, and it could incur fines. Understood. As the clock struck 8, the All-Star Rookie Challenge commenced. In contrast to the rising talents of the 2003 draft class, their opponents had already established themselves in the league, gradually showcasing their remarkable abilities. Among the starters of the 2002 draft class, aside from the All-Star Game participant Yao Ming, the most dazzling was none other than the Suns' new cornerstone, Stoudemire. He had already achieved impressive averages of 20 points and 9 rebounds this season. Had it not been for the plethora of talent in the Western Conference, he could have become an all-star in his second year, much like Yao. Joining Stoudemire and Yao in the starting front court was Carlos Boozer, who had been traded from the Cavaliers to the Rockets during the offseason. Unlike the struggling Ricky Davis, Boozer thrived, becoming the true core of the team, averaging a double-double of 15 points and 11 rebounds per game. Much to the delight of Houston fans who found solace in his presence amid Yao's trade, rumors swirled that due to Boozer's stellar performance, the Rockets might forego his third-year team option and sign him to a more lucrative long-term deal. The sophomore backcourt was comprised of Spurs' Manu Ginobili and Sonics' Ronald Murray. This season, they too displayed glimpses of their potential as future cornerstones for their teams. Particularly Manu, who, having entered the NBA at the age of 25, secured a rotation spot in his first year and contributed to the Spurs' championship victory. This year, he had become an indispensable asset for the Spurs. His gameplay was intelligent and rational, with an exceptionally high level of technical execution balanced on both offense and defense. Many believed that if he were to leave the Spurs and become a core player for another team, he could easily average over 20 points per game. In the eyes of numerous spectators, he was regarded as the most formidable player in this All-Star Rookie Challenge. Meanwhile, Pistons forward Tayshaun Prince, who had faced Lu Ming multiple times this season, found himself relegated to the bench due to the star-studded lineup ahead of him. Contrasting the players, the coaching staff held less renown. The rookie team was helmed by Doug Collins, a former NBA coach whose greatest achievement was leading a Bulls team with Jordan and Pippen to an Eastern Conference Finals appearance many years ago, after which he became a TNT commentator. The sophomore team was led by Cooper, who had twice guided the Los Angeles Sparks to WNBA championships. Notably, he had invited Lakers legend Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as his assistant coach. As the match commenced under the watchful eyes of many, just as Lu Ming had anticipated, the rookies, still grappling with the nuances of the game, exhibited an unusually relaxed demeanor, with the intensity even lower than in shooting drills. Each offensive and defensive possession resembled a casual game of make-believe, particularly Yao, whose unassertive nature rendered him devoid of any offensive desire in this exhibition match, allowing Stoudemire to dominate the paint unchallenged. The first-year players fared little better. Aside from Anthony occasionally attempting to score, the others were primarily focused on facilitating for James. As Lu Ming watched from the sidelines, drowsiness began to set in. He scanned the area for Mallory, but her absence was conspicuous. She would typically be present at such events. Her lack of support felt disconcerting. Could it be that she was off meeting her ex-boyfriend again? With that thought, Lu Ming sighed subconsciously. At this point, the game had progressed into the latter half of the first quarter, with the score fluctuating wildly in a loose manner. In just 9 minutes, both teams had combined for an astonishing 83 points. Following a dead ball, the referee signaled for an official timeout. Doug Collins called over a few players from the bench, reminding them that their moment to shine had arrived. With only 9 rotation players per team, one starter would remain on the court during substitutions. For the rookie team, it was James, while the sophomore team had Manu Ginobili, who immediately locked on to Lu Ming the moment he stepped onto the court. "Hey, rookie, don't pretend to be indifferent. I know you're livid right now. Suppressing your anger will only lead to trouble, so let it out." Lu Ming shot a peculiar glance at the incessantly chattering Manu. "You were definitely more handsome back when you had hair, thank you. I'll remain handsome for quite a while." Manu flamboyantly brushed his bangs. Yet in the next instant, he adhered to Lu Ming like a stubborn adhesive bandage, moving his arms and shuffling his feet in a relentless defense, preventing anyone from passing the ball to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was taken aback. Was this guy having a seizure? There were so many spectators. Don't implicate me. Conversely, the others on the court remained relaxed, wearing bewildered expressions. What was up with Manu? Why was he suddenly so intensely focused on defending Lu Ming? "Hey, Manu, ease up a bit. This is the All-Star game, not the playoffs." Sophomore forward Mike Dunleavy chuckled as he reminded him. However, Manu was uncharacteristically cold as he turned back and replied, "Today, it's either his loss or my victory. Pass me the ball later. I want this rookie to witness the true prowess of the NBA." With that, as James' three-point attempt veered off the mark, Manu dashed towards the basket, snatching the rebound from Nene with both arms before swiftly orchestrating a fast break. He pointed his finger at Lu Ming from beyond the arc. "Hey, little guy, come over here and let me see your true capabilities." Chapter 63, Argentine. "You will pay for this." In the second row of the audience, Popovich adjusted his cap to gain a better view of the on-court duel. At the beginning of the season, the Cavaliers were a team that garnered little faith, despite acquiring Yao Ming through a trade, forming a promising duo. The Cavaliers were still deemed too inexperienced. Many believed they needed at least 1 or 2 seasons of failures and maturation before making any significant impact in the Eastern Conference. Unexpectedly, halfway through the season, this young team secured a peculiar and steady 4th position in the East. While LeBron and Yao contributed significantly as the core players, Popovich discerned that the real adhesive holding the Cavaliers together was the yellow-skinned, undrafted player, Lu Ming. He consistently rose to the occasion when his team needed him most, whether sinking crucial three-pointers or executing pivotal defensive plays, as if he were born for these moments since entering the league. However, mere performance was not enough to captivate the astute Hall of Fame coach. What truly compelled Popovich to investigate Lu Ming further was the revelation from the Cavaliers head coach that Lu Ming had proactively suggested recent defensive adjustments. The Spurs' construction philosophy was clear. The players selected could possess average physical attributes and flaws, but they must meet one essential criterion: high basketball IQ. Popovich meticulously examined Lu Ming's contract. When the Cavaliers signed him at the season's outset for 2 years at $4 million, it was an extravagant deal for an undrafted player, yet the contract was non-guaranteed. This indicated an internal division regarding Lu Ming's value within the Cavaliers organization. Even if Lu Ming excelled now, the Cavaliers would likely exercise his next-year option, however. When his contract expired a year later, the Spurs could leverage the Cavaliers' initial skepticism to persuade Lu Ming to join them, provided he passed the test he set for himself. Moreover, a critical point was that in 2 years, the Cavaliers would face the dilemma of re-signing both Dayao and LeBron, both of whom were destined to become max contract players. If Lu Ming secured a long-term lucrative contract, it would directly affect the salary cap for the 2 first overall picks. As the current owner of the Cavaliers, Gordon Gund, did not appear particularly generous. Popovich doubted he would be willing to incur hefty luxury tax penalties to retain a third star for the team. Meanwhile, the court became a stage for Manu Ginobili's solo performance. He relentlessly attacked the basket and shot from the perimeter, seemingly treating the All-Star game like a crucial playoff encounter. What baffled onlookers was his choice of opponent, Lu Ming. If Manu initially aimed to contend for this year's All-Star Rookie MVP, it would be understandable. However, he only seemed to energize against Lu Ming, applying pressure on both ends of the floor. "Hey Lu, is my trash talk too powerful? Why aren't you responding? I'm going to make you call for your mommy after this game. Rookie, can you at least say something? Tim's more cheerful than you on the court." Yet, Manu's attempts to provoke Lu Ming were met with indifference. Lu Ming appeared utterly uninterested in engaging in such frivolities, seemingly dismissing Manu's words as inconsequential. The truth was Lu Ming had no desire to waste energy in an exhibition game, especially when the spotlight was not on him. His teammates Wade and Bosh on the bench were eager to showcase their talents, so he felt no need to steal the limelight. As the first quarter ended, Lu Ming was eager to return to the bench. In his view, paying attention to Manu and Apos, as so-called trash talk was far less productive. Chapter 64, Ginobili and Apos. Nightmare. Manu chuckled and shook his head, dismissing it as merely a stroke of luck. Nothing to be astonished by. Lu Ming was known to sink such contested three-pointers during games, though it was a rare occurrence. As a shooter alongside LeBron, his primary role was to create space by running to open spots rather than resolving situations one-on-one. Hence, Manu felt no concern. In fact, he was somewhat exhilarated that the young man was finally stepping up. "Let me see what you truly possess." Ginobili advanced with the ball, orchestrating movements beyond the three-point line as he had in the first quarter. However, Lu Ming's demeanor had entirely shifted. Just as Manu assumed Lu would maintain his previously lax defense, Lu suddenly surged forward to apply pressure. It was a relentless pursuit. Manu felt an immediate surge of pressure. This young man's defensive intensity was overwhelming. His hands seemed to be everywhere, seeking the ball's location. Manu swiftly lifted the ball above his head, urgently calling for a teammate to assist him. Yet, just as he intended to pass to the approaching Dunleavy, Lu Ming leaped and intercepted the ball midair. With the ball in hand, he advanced rapidly. Wade dashed toward the basket, pointing upwards. When everyone anticipated a pass for a teammate's alley-oop, Lu Ming abruptly halted beyond the three-point line and released a lightning-fast shot. Swish. Once again, the ball sailed effortlessly through the net. Another three-pointer. Ginobili, still in pursuit, frowned. This was utterly unreasonable. Passing the ball for a dunk was the most reliable scoring method. While a trailing three-pointer could yield high rewards, the risks were equally significant. If he missed, it squandered a golden opportunity for an easy score. Ginobili grimaced. "I don't like this kid. He is too self-reliant. Good fortune won't follow him forever." On the sidelines, Popovich sensed something unusual. The determination in Lu Ming's eyes was something he had not witnessed throughout the first quarter, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. This young man was poised to continue competing with such fervor. 55-64. After Lu Ming sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, the sophomore team remained unfazed, confident in their lead, bolstered by their additional year of competition experience. Even as the score tightened, they believed they could swiftly extend their advantage once more. Aside from Popovich, another individual on the bench noticed Lu Ming's transformation, his teammate, LeBron James. "Dwayne, stop dribbling. Find Lu. Let him close this game." Having just secured a rebound, Wade was about to advance, but upon hearing this, made a quick pass to Lu Ming near midcourt. Ginobili was preparing to apply pressure, but the next moment, Lu Ming's actions left him utterly dumbfounded. The young man, standing at half-court, took a jump shot. The crowd was in shock, even with good form. One should not be so reckless. Though it was an all-star game, how could he waste an offensive possession like that? Yet, the basketball traced a long arc through the air, landing precisely in the hoop. Swish! Lu Ming's astonishing half-court three-pointer silenced the critics who had been ready to unleash their scorn. This, oh my, the announcer exclaimed, covering his forehead in disbelief. What on earth is Lu doing? Can someone tell me what is going on with him today? Is he wearing a targeting scope? It's astounding. He shot from 15 yards away. In just a minute and a half, Lu Ming scored 9 points, prompting the sophomore team's coach, Cooper, to call a timeout urgently. Intent on reintroducing his starters to cool down Lu Ming and Appo's exceptional performance. Listen up, guys. Do not give Lu any space to shoot. Although this is an E, he is renowned for his agility as a forward and coupled with his impressive height and wingspan. Xiaoxi cannot fathom how Lu Ming could dare to shoot over him as he did with Ginobili. Observing this, James furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating that perhaps it would be best if he took the final shot himself, as Lu would likely struggle to find an opportunity. Just as he maneuvered around the screen set by Anthony and surged towards the free throw line, poised to conclude the offense with a layup, something unexpected occurred. His hands seemed to act of their own accord, instinctively pushing the ball backward with force, slipping it through the legs of the defender behind him, landing perfectly in Lu Ming's grasp. Give me that damn ball. Lu Ming's expression remained impassive as he faced Stoudemire, who was lunging at him from the side. His heart was devoid of turmoil, and he even closed his eyes momentarily. As he leapt, he softly proclaimed, "This is a 3-1. At the instant the ball was released, Stoudemire's substantial frame collided with Lu Ming below. The ball swished through the net, and the referee's whistle pierced the air simultaneously. Foul. Number 0 receives an additional free throw. Chapter 65. Advice for Popovich, 37 points. As Lu Ming confidently converted his free throw, his score in the second quarter was sealed at an astounding 37 points. The Staples Center erupted with jubilation, reminiscent of the night 2 years prior when the Lakers clinched their third consecutive championship. Lu Ming amassed more points in a single quarter than many NBA players do in an entire game, and astonishingly, none of those 37 points came from the opponent's leniency. Everyone witnessed how fiercely Manu defended against Lu Ming. The effort he exerted was no less than when he chased Lu Ming during the playoffs, nearly gasping for breath. Yet the results were nearly futile. This was a night dedicated to this undrafted player, who etched his name into history. 37 points marked the highest single-quarter score achieved by countless players throughout decades in the NBA. Furthermore, he had only one free throw. As all his teammates rushed onto the court to celebrate beside him, Lu Ming distanced himself from the crowd, heading directly towards the breathless Ginobili on the bench. Manu, you lost to us once in '96. If luck is on your side, you might lose again this summer. Ginobili was taken aback. Though he had just been humiliated on the court, he found himself perplexed by Lu Ming's words. What do you mean '96? I wasn't even in San Antonio then. Are you boasting about your regular season record? Lu Ming smirked. I'm referring to the Olympics. You may claim that Chinese basketball is mediocre, but you cannot dismiss my country and my compatriots. Defeating you at the Olympics is my promise to you. With that, he turned away without a backward glance. Ginobili stood there, bewildered. He had never anticipated that his casual complaint would render him a mere backdrop in history's record of single-quarter scoring. Was it this that incensed him? Yao Ming, who had witnessed the entire exchange, nodded silently. He had once questioned Lu Ming's motives for reaching out to China, and the domestic sports authorities had shared concerns about Lu Ming's sincerity, thus remaining hesitant. However, after today, it seemed all doubts could be laid to rest. Upon returning to his locker room, James approached to offer his congratulations and inquired, Lu, what did you say to Manu? He seemed a bit off. Lu Ming chuckled helplessly. Boasting, I told him that this summer at the Olympics, I would lead China to triumph over Argentina. Perhaps others were unaware of how audacious that statement was. But Lu Ming, having traveled through time, recalled vividly how formidable Argentina was in 2004, having defeated the Dream Team in the semifinals and ultimately claiming the gold medal. To guide a still rebuilding China to victory over a dominant Argentina was an endeavor as challenging as it was lofty. James paused, his smile faltering. That truly is a tall order. He then patted Lu Ming's shoulder reassuringly, but rest assured, even if your team falls short, I will take the Dream Team and avenge you. Lu Ming's expression turned quizzical. Avenge? The Dream Team? You all will be the laughingstock this summer. Everyone assumed you would dominate, yet you fell flat. Especially you, averaging just a few minutes on the court, while being labeled the team's leader and bearing the brunt of the losses. However, there was no need to divulge too much to James. Let him enjoy his All-Star weekend. Throughout the second half of the Rookie Challenge, Lu Ming refrained from returning to the court, having accomplished his objective. Continuing to score held little significance. He fabricated an excuse of an ankle strain and remained on the bench until the game's conclusion. Thanks to Lu Ming's explosive 37 points in the second quarter, the rookie team established a lead of over 25 points, and even though the sophomore team made a valiant effort in the second half, they ultimately lost by a mere 5 points. Amidst the skepticism, James, with 33 points, 7 rebounds, and 11 assists, was awarded the MVP of the Rookie Challenge. Many believed that Lu Ming deserved the accolade. Without his contributions in the second quarter, the rookies would likely not have triumphed over the previous year's class. The fact that the sophomore team nearly made a comeback in the second half, with Lu Ming sidelined, served as ample evidence. Even if James's stats were more rounded and dazzling, the league needed to spotlight a new star, and this honor should rightfully belong to both. Yet, Lu Ming appeared unfazed during his post-game interview. When asked if he felt anger towards LeBron for not securing the MVP, he jested, "I've grown accustomed to it." Being alongside LeBron often means not receiving much attention. He tends to claim many accolades for himself. If he hadn't played in this game, the ball might just have flown into my hands for assists, or the basketball could have magically appeared in the opponent's net, compensating for that 33-point deficit. As Lu Ming concluded the interview and prepared to return to the hotel to check on Mallory, he was halted at the arena exit by an elderly gentleman. Popovich, having learned from Ginobili about the context of Lu Ming's outburst on the court, had listened to him complain for a solid half hour. Despite Lu Ming's seemingly unreasonable three-point attempts and actions on the court, which appeared incompatible with the Spurs system, this Hall of Fame coach had resolutely come here to wait for him. The impact Lu Ming exhibited on the court was extraordinary. His impulsive shot selection, spurred by provocation, could potentially endanger his teammates, yet his three-point shooting was akin to a lethal dagger, piercing the heart of his opponents. Popovich's conclusion was that before Lu Ming could harm his own team, he would first ensure that the adversary suffered immensely. It was entirely understandable that Lu Ming's extreme shot choices were aimed at preserving his country's image before others. His scoring prowess was a perfect fit for Tim Duncan. "Lu. Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I know who you are, Coach Greg Popovich, the architect of the Spurs dynasty," Lu Ming replied with unruffled composure. "You're too kind, but you didn't accept my gift yesterday." Popovich awkwardly retracted his hand, having waited long without receiving a handshake from Lu Ming. "Lu, is there some misunderstanding between us?" "Not at present, but there may be in the future." Lu Ming paused, realizing it wasn't merely a misunderstanding. Rather, it was a divergence of paths. Popovich was taken aback, his expression reflecting confusion. "Lu, your words carry great depth, yet I genuinely wish to resolve this misunderstanding with sincerity. You know, during my collaboration with your compatriot, Botter, we had a good relationship. He can attest that I am not a bad person. Is that so?" Lu Ming regarded him with amusement. "Coach Greg, I must admit I hold a deep-seated prejudice against you, though it's somewhat unfounded. If you truly wish to mend our relationship, I suggest you read a couple of books." "Oh? Whose masterpieces?" "The 5,000 Years of Chinese History and Modern Chinese History. I will quiz you on their contents the next time we meet." With that, Lu Ming waved casually. "Goodbye, Coach Greg. I hope your choices this time will not disappoint me." Popovich, clad in a heavy coat, stood perplexed in the wind, struggling to comprehend the nature of their misunderstanding. Ultimately, after a moment of resolve, he dialed an old friend's number. "Jason, I need 2 books, one titled Modern Chinese History and another called 5,000 Years of Chinese History." "What? Is it expensive?" "How much exactly?" $100? "I shall offer you $10,000. Have someone deliver the book to Los Angeles by tomorrow." Chapter 66. Turning the Tide, the Radical Mallory. In the lobby of the Pittman Hotel, the television screen was currently broadcasting news about the recently concluded Rookie Challenge at the Staples Center, with the spotlight firmly on Lu Ming. The host excitedly declared, "This incredible Asian athlete has made a name for himself on a global scale during All-Star Weekend." Official statistics revealed that in the second quarter, Lu scored an astonishing 12 baskets out of 12 attempts, managing to dribble only twice. Such a terrifying ability to score without the ball is unparalleled and may never be matched again. He jestingly suggested that the National Security Department should quickly reach out to the sharpshooter, as he could teach our soldiers to efficiently eliminate unarmed civilians on the battlefield. A group of NBA players gathered in the lobby, their eyes glued to the large screen on the wall. Peja, with a resigned expression, shook his head and remarked to the impeccably dressed Weber, "Did you see that? This kid is not of this world. My failure to secure the championship isn't due to my inadequacy, but rather his overwhelming prowess." Weber chuckled, glancing at the stern-faced Ben Wallace beside him. "At least you aren't the first victim, they are." The match that catapulted Lu Ming to fame was against the Pistons, famously known for their impenetrable defense. In that game, Lu sank 13 three-pointers, forcing the Pistons to surrender at halftime, which led to coach Larry Brown exiting early, a moment still mocked by many regarding the Pistons players. Ben Wallace remained composed, casually stating, "That's all in the past. We've just acquired Rashid. If we face this kid in the playoffs, he'll turn into a bona fide bricklayer," implicitly suggesting that the previous game was merely an anomaly. He believed Lu could not maintain such an extraordinary shooting ability under the intensified playoff defense. Moreover, just recently, the Cavaliers faced the Pistons in their last regular season game, suffering a painful defeat, serving as a stark lesson to the young players. Ben Wallace vividly remembered how Lu had previously dominated Hamilton, only to attempt 3 three-pointers that night and miss them all, scoring just 3 points from free throws. He typically did not worry excessively about the erratic performances of rookies. At that moment, Lu Ming, clad in a gray hoodie, discreetly walked past them. He may have overheard their discussions but seemed indifferent. Taking the elevator to the 6th floor, he hesitated for a moment before knocking on Mallory's door. "Mallory, are you in there? I have good news. We won." After 5 minutes of silence, with no response, Lu had no choice but to return to his own room. Just as he was about to swipe his card to open the door, he overheard an intense argument from within. "Travis, get out of my room. I will not agree to your demands. Lu is coming back, and if he discovers our relationship, I assure you, your bloody limbs will be on display at your women's doorstep by morning." It was Mallory's voice. "Don't be like this, Mallory. This is really important to me. I remember how much you loved bunnies as a child. What harm would it do to play the part of a bunny now?" Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, incredulously thinking, "Are they playing cosplay in my room? A bunny girl? Why not just fly to the moon?" With a forceful push, Lu burst into the room, striding toward the startled Travis, seizing him by the collar, and Mallory articulated every conceivable word that Lu Ming might say and every excuse he could possibly muster, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she fixated on him. Lu Ming, feeling a wave of embarrassment, ultimately chose to swallow the words "I like you" that lingered on his lips. Gently wrapping his arms around Mallory's waist, his expression earnest, he declared, "If you so desire, you may care for me for a lifetime." Mallory, blushing profusely, retorted, "Had you said so sooner, it would have been much better." Biting her lip shyly, she inquired, "Once we are together, if one day you grow weary of novelty or become frustrated with my little temper, would you resort to violence against me like those NBA players do?" With a teasing glint in her eye, she added, "If that pleases you, I could learn." With a playful huff, Mallory lowered her head slightly, her luscious red lips descending upon Lu Ming's in a fervent kiss. The two of them tumbled onto the bed, while outside, the biting cold winds howled and delicate snowflakes danced through the air, and within the room, a passionate encounter unfolded, enveloped in a vibrant atmosphere of spring. Chapter 67. Internal Turmoil, Playoff Hopes in Jeopardy? With Lu Ming and Mallory officially confirming their relationship, it was only natural for them to seize the opportunity during the All-Star break to book flights to Miami for a vacation. Consequently, Lu Ming did not attend the All-Star game the following day. When LeBron finally managed to reach Lu Ming on the evening of February 17th, he inquired, "Hey, Lu, where have you been? I didn't see you yesterday. You must have missed some spectacular moments. Tracy's self-alley-oop was incredible. I wish I could pull off something like that in a game if given the chance. By the way, I have something to tell you. I've heard that the Cavaliers management is exploring a trade for Big Z. Although realistically, it's unlikely that this trade will be completed before the deadline. Who knows what might happen in the off-season?" Having just finished a rigorous training session, Lu Ming sighed inwardly, despite his reluctance to acknowledge it. The presence of Yao Ming on the team made Big Z's departure from Cleveland merely a matter of time. Had he known that Big Z's contract this year was on par with Kobe's, the management would not have been so extravagant as to let a max contract player languish on the bench. Even if they had previously stated that no significant moves would occur before the trade deadline, it is entirely reasonable to gauge market interest. "Don't worry, LeBron. Big Z will find a good home," Lu Ming thought. planning to utilize one of his remaining compliance cards after the season to secure a team for Big Z where he could truly showcase his talents, ensuring he had ample playing time. After all, next year is Big Z's contract year, likely his last opportunity for a substantial deal. This implies that leading Big Z to a championship this season would not be as simple as merely completing the 23 versus 24 rivalry. They must triumph over the formidable Lakers in the finals. However, Lu Ming had already exhausted his sole opportunity to invoke the Buddha's descent during the lesson with Ginobili, leaving him with no secret weapon to turn the tide in crucial moments. His only recourse was to intentionally reserve attribute points for the playoffs, hoping the system would continue to issue tasks. Mallory, clad in a bikini, approached barefoot from the room and, with a graceful motion, settled herself on Lu Ming's lap. "Darling, you seem a bit downcast. Would you like me to help relieve some of your stress?" she offered earnestly, her delicate hands gently pressing against the top of his head. Lu Ming reclined against the sofa, eyes closed, and inquired, "Mallory, you haven't told me what Travis wanted from you. Were you too close before?" At this question, Mallory hesitated momentarily, unsure how to delicately convey her relationship with Travis to Lu Ming. Such matters are typically discussed candidly between young couples. Yet their acquaintance had unfolded with a touch of drama. Initially shrouded in secrecy, her heart had gradually warmed to Lu Ming. Yet she feared that he might be drawn to her solely due to her father's wealth, leading her to consistently evade discussions about family. Eventually, she could only respond vaguely. "Travis is my brother. We used to have a great relationship, but his rebellious nature makes him somewhat resistant to the family's career plans. He always seeks to carve out his own path. He came to ask me to voice a character in an animated film he's working on, An Incredibly Ugly Rabbit. It's quite nauseating." Lu Ming nodded absent-mindedly, not dwelling on the matter, and remained oblivious to Mallory's conflicted expression. She refrained from revealing that she had painstakingly secured the vacation villa, which, in truth, was part of her father Phil Knight's property in Miami. That evening, following a brief respite, they boarded a flight back to Cleveland, as they could not linger in Miami due to a game scheduled for the following night. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers underwent some internal changes following the All-Star weekend. The news of Big Z being put on the trading block spread inexplicably, creating a sense of unease in the locker room as players began to question the management's earlier assurances. As the trade deadline approached, Big Z remained with the team, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Big Z himself grew increasingly withdrawn, seemingly sensing something amiss. Not long after, the team's starting power forward, Darius Miles, suffered a toe injury during a game against the Hornets and had to be assisted off the court. The preliminary diagnosis indicated a fracture in his right big toe, and his return would not be expected until at least the latter stages of the regular season. Coincidentally, a flu outbreak swept through Cleveland, affecting the Cavaliers players. Yao missed 3 games, while Lu Ming and Battier were sidelined for several matches due to persistent fevers. LeBron, however, remained unscathed by the flu, dominating the court even in the absence of other key players, and was honored as the Player of the Week in early March. These factors contributed to the Cavaliers' inconsistent performance between February and March, with their record plummeting. Veteran Kevin Ollie, who stepped up to fill Darius Miles' shoes, worked diligently to address the team's shortcomings, but his personal skills and abilities limited his effectiveness in integrating with the starting lineup. Big Z, having regained playing time amid trade rumors, also struggled with fluctuating performance. By March 29th, as the Cavaliers prepared to face the Spurs on the road, their record stood at 33 wins and 39 losses, placing them precariously on the edge of playoff elimination in 8th position in the Eastern Conference. Meanwhile, the reigning champion Spurs had achieved a record of 48 wins, aiming for a remarkable 50-win season. Lu Ming never anticipated that his concern about the team's performance being too stellar, jeopardizing their chance at a top 20 draft pick, would not come to fruition. Instead, the pressing issue was ensuring the team caught up with the top 4 in the Eastern Conference. This strategy would not only help maintain their stamina during the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, but also preserve the first-round pick sent to the Grizzlies at the season's outset. If they continued to falter, they might find themselves becoming the very prize they hoped to secure from the draft. As the game approached, nearly all ESPN commentators predicted a decisive victory for the Spurs that night. The Cavaliers had been in disarray lately, despite battling minor flu symptoms. The team seemed to have forgotten how to play following Darius Miles' loss. The Cavaliers had indeed surprised earlier in the season, with Yao expanding his inside-outside game, LeBron improving his long-range shooting, and the acquisition of a sharpshooter like Lu Ming. Yet, they remained too young. I recall their last encounter a month ago, where LeBron fought valiantly against the Spurs, only to be stifled by the formidable frontline of Bruce Bowen and Robert Horry. It was reasonable to expect he would face similar treatment tonight. As for Lu Ming, alas, a bout of influenza has stripped him of the magic he once displayed at the All-Star game. Currently, he endures a strenuous experience as a starter. Apart from the occasional dazzling defensive play, Lu's three-point shooting percentage has plummeted to nearly 40%. The influence of Darius upon him has proven to be significant. In truth, both Lu and Myers are confined to the limitations of role players. The Hook brand has made what can only be described as the most foolish decision in the world by awarding a rather inconsistent 3D player a contract reminiscent of Kobe's. Phil Knight must be lamenting his decision with great regret. Chapter 68. Coach, I want to try again. Undeniably, the Cavaliers, already lacking depth, suffered a significant setback following the loss of Darius Miles, severely compromising their space on the court and their ability to challenge the interior. Lu Ming himself found the game particularly agonizing, especially as their familiar fast breaks were rendered ineffective due to a shortage of forwards. Silas was compelled to keep the Twin Tower lineup on the floor for extended periods, and whenever there was even a hint of space for Lu Ming, the opponents swiftly converged to disrupt any potential scoring opportunity. Such was the nature of today's match. The seasoned Popovich, observing in the first quarter that the Twin Towers were not effectively containing the Cavaliers, decided to bench the starting center Ras Nestorovi for the remainder of the game. Tim Duncan, a formidable presence in the paint, valiantly battled against Yao Ming and Zydrunas Ilgauskas. Meanwhile, Robert Horry was heavily utilized at the power forward position to aid the perimeter players in their relentless pursuit. Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili, through their exquisite synergy, repeatedly breached the Cavaliers' defense, both surpassing the 20-point mark. As the fourth quarter drew to a close, the Cavaliers trailed by a daunting 20 points. With 5 minutes remaining, Coach Silas called for his final timeout. Gentlemen, you have fought valiantly tonight. Do not despair, prepare for the next game. He was ready to concede the match, recognizing the insurmountable 20-point deficit with only 5 minutes left. Moreover, with a back-to-back challenge against the Mavericks looming, it was time for the younger players to rest. Lu Ming sighed, reluctantly acknowledging the significant disparity in strength between the two teams, particularly with his own squad not fielding a full roster. Even if the defeat was somewhat disheartening, acceptance of the outcome was necessary. The home fans were exuberantly celebrating what seemed an inevitable victory, their faces beaming with joy as the team displayed no mercy against formidable opponents and consistently dominated weaker teams, igniting hope for a championship repeat. The only group seemingly discontented in the arena was the Cavaliers bench. LeBron wore a dejected expression, Yao shook his head repeatedly, and Battier, having fouled out, sat silently with a towel draped over his face. However, when Lu Ming inadvertently looked up and saw the ever-smirking Popovich waving a casual farewell in his direction, a surge of defiance ignited within him. Coach, I want to try again. Paul Silas paused, then chuckled and shook his head. Lu, I understand your frustration, but you must realize that failure is an integral part of your development. Relax. This is merely a typical game, and we have not lost hope for the playoffs. During this time, Silas reflected on the countless occasions Popovich had guided him, recognizing the multitude of instabilities within a young team that needed to be addressed. With the foremost task being teaching them how to face failure appropriately, he believed he comprehended Lu Ming's current feelings. This young man had clashed with the opposing sixth man, Manu, during the All-Star game, and concluding their annual encounters with such a defeat would undoubtedly leave a bitter taste. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, Silas had entertained thoughts of a comeback, but the Spurs left no room for opportunity, consistently maintaining a scoring margin around 20 points. Given the opponent's current form, attempting to reverse the score in the last 5 minutes appeared to be an insurmountable challenge. Lu, maintain your composure. There will be ample opportunities ahead. Yet, Lu Ming remained undeterred, rising to stand directly in front of Silas. Coach, opportunities for the future are just that, future. Today, I simply wish to give it another shot. Let me remain on the court until the final second of the game. Even in defeat, I want to stand tall. Popovich, I cannot abide your arrogant demeanor. The surrounding key players, just recently substituted, gazed at Lu Ming in astonishment. What was going on with him today? In the past, even in defeat, he had accepted the outcome with equanimity, never so emotionally charged as to confront his coach. Suddenly, Yao stood as well. Coach, I concur with Lu. The game is not yet over. We have a few minutes remaining, and every victory is crucial to us. Let us give it another go. LeBron, biting his nails, spoke with apparent uncertainty. The only reason he voiced this sentiment was to support his close friend. Silas sighed in resignation, with the two star players weighing in. He found it difficult to maintain a firm stance against their wishes. He turned to the bench and called out, "Big Z, Kevin. You three can take the court with them for a while, but do not overexert yourselves." Although both had underperformed in this match, they had received ample playing time due to the team's rotation constraints. However, just as they were about to rise to enter the game, Lu Ming abruptly raised his hand. "Wait, if we are to fight, we must do so with reckless abandon." He surveyed the bench and finally spoke. "Coach, I want JR and Boyan Nakba to join us on the court." Silas was taken aback. "Why are you orchestrating the rotation again?" JR Brimmer and Lu Ming, both shooting guards, had averaged only 18 minutes of playtime as substitutes this season, their performances being rather unremarkable. As for Boyan Nakba, an ancillary player who had come to the Cavaliers through a trade involving Yao, he was essentially a fringe player. This season, our coach Greg exudes confidence as he has substituted in the team's third-string lineup. Our trio of stars has donned their warm-up jackets once more, seemingly reluctant to expend their energy in this contest of stark disparity. Did you notice? Lu appears to be playing with great seriousness. I find myself questioning the purpose of his exertion against the opposing team's entire bench. Where was this dedication earlier? Chapter 69, Triggering Hidden Tasks, Growth-Oriented Skills. Upon substituting two sharpshooters into the lineup, the Knights' court space immediately expanded, alleviating the defensive pressure that James had been contending with. Utilizing a screen set by Lu Ming, he successfully maneuvered the diminutive opposing guard, Jason Hart, into his path. Without any feints, James propelled himself forward with explosive speed, effortlessly bypassing Hart. Rising just inside the free throw line, he faced the veteran center Kevin Willis, leaping gracefully while executing a deft sidestep, delivering the ball directly to Lu Ming, who had just settled into the corner. Lu Ming, calm and composed, unleashed a precise three-point shot, the ball swishing through the net. This was a masterclass in tactical synergy. James threaded the needle through a crowded defense, granting Lu Ming an unobstructed view of the basket, and Lu Ming, true to his brotherly bond, did not disappoint. Yet, the audience reacted to this splendid play with jeers. "Lu, you only shine when facing benchwarmers. You are utterly weak. Have you forgotten Bruce Bowen's defense against you just moments ago? You should feel ashamed to be playing alongside the Spurs' third stringers. You are a mediocre player, unworthy of such accolades. Just like LeBron, merely padding stats during garbage time." Oblivious to the cacophony around him, Lu Ming cast a glance at the scoreboard, 76-94. The deficit had narrowed to within 20 points. The Spurs role players were playing lackadaisically, perceiving the opposition as merely grasping at straws. How could one possibly close a 20-point gap in 5 minutes? They executed their plays with nonchalance, the guards running through a simple tactic before hastily launching a shot. As the sound of the ball clanging off the rim echoed, Yao Ming seized the rebound and immediately hurled it down the court. A flash of lightning zipped across the arena as James caught the pass and executed a thunderous dunk, adding 2 more points. The Spurs bench remained oblivious to the escalating crisis. A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the 5 Knights on the court. In response to the Spurs' hasty offense, the Knights, unburdened by defensive pressure, found newfound determination, their shots becoming increasingly decisive. The aging Kevin Willis, once an all-star and a perennial double-double threat, now at 41, could not withstand the vigor of James, who scored effortlessly with 2 layups in succession. Coupled with the Knights' sharp shooting from beyond the arc, when Bosnian sharpshooter Nakba finally sank a three-pointer on his 3rd attempt, the score stood at 86-96. In a mere 3 minutes, the Spurs had been outscored 12-2. An irate Greg Popovich shouted from the sidelines, refusing to tolerate such a lackadaisical attitude from his players. Run, 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 get in their faces, disrupt their shots. Yet, despite the rapidly closing score, he refrained from calling a timeout to bring his starters back on the court. After all, with less than 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining, even if the Knights maintained their scoring efficiency, time would likely prove insufficient. Popovich simply desired a more polished victory. Breathless, Lu Ming leaned on his knee, looking up at the scoreboard, eyes filled with determination. There was a chase to be had. Suddenly, a long-absent notification echoed in his ears. Ding! The host has the opportunity to trigger a hidden task by making a three-pointer within 24 seconds. Do you accept? Lu Ming paused, a jolt of excitement coursing through him. An inexplicable premonition surged within him. The opponent was the Spurs, Yao Ming was on the court, and the team trailed by more than 10 points in the final moments. Could the reward be a T-Mac moment? I accept. Despite being on the brink of physical exhaustion, Lu Ming resolutely agreed. The countdown began. 23. 22. Without time to ponder, he lunged at Spurs guard Jason Hart, who was leisurely dribbling the ball up the court. Death grip. Hart had never encountered such fervor. Given Lu Ming's recent offensive prowess, one would expect a decline in his defensive aggression, but this intensity suggested otherwise. Before Hart could react, Lu Ming stripped the ball from his grasp, diving to the floor to pass it to the awaiting James. LeBron, wait for me. James, having reached the three-point line, suppressed the urge to dunk, instead pulling the ball back, which allowed the defensive player to close in, causing the fast break opportunity to dissolve. The anxious Knights bench erupted in frustration. LeBron, what are you doing? Why not lay it up? Look at the time. Look at the score. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Ming sprang to his feet, his legs propelling him forward as if powered by an engine, quickly positioning himself behind James as the defense faltered. Understanding implicitly, James executed a behind-the-back pass and set a screen to block the approaching defender. Lu Ming made no pause, leaping for a jumper. The successful death grip had granted him a boost, elevating his jump beyond his usual limits. As the crowd's boos and insults faded into the background, an overwhelming desire to win enveloped him, propelling him into an extraordinary state of focus. It will go in. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a majestic arc before rattling the rim, bouncing high. Every heart in the arena raced in anticipation. Should it land, the score would narrow to 7 points, altering the dynamics of the game. With a resounding thud, the ball danced on the rim multiple times before finally settling into the net. 89-96. Silas momentarily stumbled over his words, managing a sheepish smile. Good shot. The Spurs fans erupted in anger, pounding their thighs in frustration, cursing the lackluster performance of the substitutes. Look at what you've done. Get off the court. If you can perform like this during garbage time, you don't deserve to be in the NBA. That's the Knights, one of the worst teams in the league, and you look worse than they do. Lu Ming, in a fit of passion, directed his ire towards the Spurs and Oppos bench. Greg, get that Argentine player in. These substitutes are no match for me. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden task. If you assist your team in winning the game within the final minute, you will receive a growth-oriented skill reward, Millsap moment. Effect. In crucial moments of the game, after achieving rapid scoring, your shooting percentage will increase by 20, lasting for 12 seconds of game time, and may be upgraded to Miller moment and ultimately the Mac moment through task completion. Special note. Key moments are defined as the last 3 minutes when the host team trails by no more than 10 points. And game time is unaffected by timeouts or unexpected interruptions. Though not receiving the highest tier T-Mac moment directly left Lu Ming feeling slightly discontented. He found considerable satisfaction in the skill nonetheless, despite its brief duration of 12 seconds if the game entered a timeout due to free throws. The actual duration would synchronize with the official NBA game clock. In other words, if one adeptly employs the rules within these 12 seconds, one could repeatedly utilize and extend the efficacy of this skill by successfully making the shot. On the sidelines, Popovich could no longer remain seated. He promptly called for a timeout and gestured towards several starters on the bench. They entered the game, determined to clinch victory. Focus on defense. If you dare to squander this triumph in such a manner, tomorrow you shall accompany Tim to the auto repair shop to tighten bolts. The Spurs starters, who moments ago were engaged in light-hearted banter, swiftly composed themselves and commenced their warm-up routine. Chapter 70, All I Want is a Three-Pointer. With merely 58 seconds remaining in the game, Parker surveyed the somewhat despondent crowd, rose, and began to wave his arms, stirring the emotions of the spectators. Come on. Surely you don't believe we will lose, do you? Louder, let me hear your voices. Let us go Spurs. Witnessing the unwavering confidence of their players, the audience, after a brief silence, erupted into the lively atmosphere once more. Fans leapt to their feet, excitedly pumping their fists. Let us crush them. Let LeBron flee in despair. Manu, that yellow-skinned kid wants to see your true strength. Make him regret it. For San Antonio, for the championship, one must admit, the Spurs possess one of the most formidable home courts in the league. Their players did not disappoint the fans' expectations. Following the timeout, Duncan swiftly ended the scoring drought with a mid-range bank shot. 89-98. The gap widened once more, nearing double digits. Yao Ming appeared somewhat chagrined, slapping his arm in frustration. It was his defensive blunder that had halted the team's momentum in closing the score. Yao, stay focused. Set a screen for me. Bashi Jian, you too. Just like we practiced, let us push the defenders away from my shooting area. Lu Ming commanded loudly, aware that now is not the time for self-pity. The two nodded emphatically. To maintain their hopes of victory, Lu Ming needed to find an optimal shooting opportunity. They dashed to the front court, immediately beginning their tactical movements. Ginobili closely trailed Lu Ming, but just one step beyond the three-point line, Yao's massive frame surged in from the side. Lu Ming deftly used the screen. Receiving a pass from James on the arc, Ginobili's eyelids flickered. Robert, help me with the defense. Robert Horry's focus was solely on the rising Lu Ming, completely oblivious to his assigned opponent, who had just planted his feet before him. In a moment of fervor, he lunged forward, eager to make a play. He collided with Nakba, who consequently toppled, crashing into the airborne Lu Ming. A classic case of striking from afar, all three tumbled to the floor. As Lu Ming released the shot, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Spurs number 5, defensive foul. The whistle echoed, and the basketball swished through the net. 3-1. The arena fell into silence. The cheers from the stands abruptly ceased. Only the announcer's solitary cry echoed, "Oh my." Robert made a grave defensive error. While committing a foul, he allowed his opponent to score a three-pointer. However, the silver lining was that Lu's free throw shooting this season had been inconsistent, I assure you. His additional shot will not go in. Robert Horry hastily got to his feet, gesturing animatedly to the referee, claiming the opponent had set a moving screen. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers' teammates rushed to assist the fallen Lu Ming and Nakba. "Well done, buddy." Yao patted Nakba on the back of his head. Nakba smiled sheepishly, attributing it all to Lu's accurate shooting. James enveloped Lu Ming in a huge embrace. "Brother, I knew you would do this. Absolutely brilliant." Lu Ming managed a slight smile, glancing at the scoreboard and the countdown. The game was not yet over. After deliberation, the referees unanimously decided to uphold their original call, issuing a warning to the encroaching Spurs players. "If you continue to chatter, we will call a technical foul." Robert Horry immediately fell silent. He certainly did not wish to allow the opposing team to score 5 points in one possession. Lu Ming, under psychological pressure, successfully converted the free throw. Typically, his free throw percentage hovered around 65, yet he seemed to excel in crucial moments, the reason for which he could not articulate. 93-98. Only 36 seconds remained. This meant that if the Spurs scored in the next possession, the Cavaliers would need to resort to fouling tactics to manage the shooting clock. Sweat beaded on Tony Parker's forehead, but he maintained composure as he controlled the basketball, executing a deceptive move to easily bypass J.R. Bremer, penetrating the lane with Duncan's high screen, creating an excellent open shot opportunity near the free throw line. It was time to seal the deal. Parker halted abruptly, leaped, and with no defender in his path, felt confident in his release. "It's over." As the ball slipped from his fingertips, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed from behind. Yao's enormous hands descended from above, forcefully swatting the basketball down. The speed of the help defense was astonishing. "I will not make the same mistake again," you bellowed in frustration. The ball struck Parker's face, ricocheting into the air. As the late-arriving J.R. Bremer seized the rebound amidst the chaos, just before the Spurs' double team arrived, Bremer quickly found a narrow gap and passed the ball to the approaching Lu Ming. Lu Ming sprinted without a glance at James, who had already arrived beneath the basket, launching a three-pointer from 2 steps beyond the arc. "All I want is a three-pointer." With 18 seconds remaining, the basketball soared through the air for nearly 2 seconds before finding its mark in the center of the hoop. 96-98. Only a 2-point deficit now. Fans in the front row clutched their heads, disbelief etched across their faces, their mouths twitching in shock. Just a minute ago, they had a nearly 10-point lead. How could it have dwindled so quickly? Coach Popovich seethed on the sidelines. "Damn it. Don't let him shoot. Don't let him shoot. How many times must I repeat this for you to remember? Foul. Send him to the line." Yet, it was too late. The Cavaliers' momentum surged, entirely fueled by Lu Ming's three-pointers. Everyone brought forth their utmost spirit to face the final 18 seconds. Parker was tightly guarded by J.R. Bremer, forcing Duncan to inbound the ball to Manu near half-court. Upon receiving the ball, Manu's instinct was to retreat. Seeing the opponent attempt to waste time, Lu Ming rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Ginobili's waist. It was not that he had forgotten to employ his relentless grip. Rather, his energy reserves were nearly depleted, and he simply could not muster it. The whistle blew, and the Cavaliers initiated their fouling strategy. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. Manu's clever play had successfully consumed 6 seconds, and with his reliable free throw shooting, if he converted both attempts, even if the Cavaliers scored another three-pointer, It would be too late. Standing at the free throw line, Manu took a deep breath, dribbled the ball, and prepared to shoot when a voice suddenly interrupted. Manu, miss one. And we'll be in overtime, Lu Ming said with a smirk, leaning on his knees. Overtime? Ginobili felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine. A wave of invisible pressure enveloping him. Indeed, if I truly miss a free throw with this kid's shooting touch today, there is a significant chance we could head into overtime. No, I must end this game. But the more he thought about it, the heavier the psychological burden became. For his first free throw, Ginobili almost trembled as he released the shot. Bang, he missed. James slammed his thigh in frustration. An opportunity. Bang, 2 free throws missed. What a missed opportunity. LeBron soared into the air, leaping high, and just as the basketball was about to land in Duncan's hands, he seized the rebound with remarkable agility. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Am I seeing this correctly? When he leapt, it appeared that his head had already surpassed the rim. Goodness, is he even human? But now is not the time for such thoughts. The Cavaliers have seized control of the game. With Manu's missed free throws, the Spurs dare not commit a foul prematurely. As the Cavaliers players are not performing poorly at the charity stripe, presenting them with numerous options to execute this offensive play. Will it be a tying shot or a game winner? Will it be LeBron or Lu? Chapter 71. Lu Ming, Ginobili. Manu, here. As the players on the court began to exhibit signs of restlessness, Popovich immediately called for the final timeout. Manu, lift your head. Now is not the time for self-reproach. We are the ones in the lead. They are already fatigued. As long as we maintain our defense, they cannot stage a comeback. Based on my understanding of Lu, I am certain they will attempt a three-pointer on the last shot. Bruce, you will personally guard Lu. Manu, stay with JR. The moment Lu receives the ball, rush over to double-team him. Do not grant him any shooting space. Ideally, do not let him catch the ball at all. Popovich never anticipated that. With 5 minutes left and a 21-point lead, victory remained uncertain. He had even prepared witty banter for his post-game meeting with Lu Ming. The catalyst for this sudden shift was that diminutive sharpshooter he desperately coveted. Out of respect for Lu Ming, Popovich had assigned him a star-level defensive treatment. To put it bluntly, the Spurs could afford to lose. But they could never lose at the hands of Lu Ming. Who would wish to join a team they had personally vanquished? Upon returning to the court, despite consuming 2 large cans of energy drink, Lu Ming's fatigue had hardly dissipated. Before his teammates initiated the inbound pass from the backcourt, he found himself at the front court corner, leaning on his knee and gasping for breath. Bruce, don't be anxious. You need not be so close to me. Look into my eyes. I will hit the game winner over your head in a moment. Upon hearing these words, Bruce Bowen felt an inexplicable unease. He was not fearful of Lu Ming shooting under his defense. Rather, he was troubled by the fact that the coach had allocated the majority of defensive resources to this near-exhausted young man. Was this truly the right decision? Moreover, who would disclose their team's strategic plans to their opponent before attempting a game-winning shot? Even if such a scenario arose, it would typically be a deliberate smokescreen by the defender. Bowen found himself conflicted. When LeBron penetrated the paint, Tim would provide help defense, and Yao's mid-range would require rotation. The Cavaliers' outside shooters were astoundingly accurate. A single mistake could lead to a wide-open shot. Should they gamble on Lu Ming or his teammates? That was the dilemma. On the court, as James advanced with the ball, he wound the clock down to approximately 7 seconds. Utilizing a screen set by Yao, he accelerated into the lane. On the sidelines, Popovich's focus remained fixed on Lu Ming. He shouted, "Do not help. Do not double-team. Stick to Lu." Seizing a moment of Bowen's brief distraction, Lu Ming suddenly sprang into action. From the right corner, he dashed across the paint to the opposite side. This maneuver not only drew Manu's attention but also pulled Parker, who had been assigned to guard Nakba, away from his designated defensive position. Once Lu Ming got going, his influence on the court was immense. This resulted in an unexpected vacancy in front of J.R. Bremer at the arc, while James, pivoting in the paint, was tightly guarded by Duncan. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he deftly passed the ball to Bremer, who was poised to receive it. The Spurs defenders were internally alarmed. This opportunity arose at the most inopportune moment, precisely during those crucial seconds when their defense was collapsing toward the left corner. While they could not afford to let Lu Ming shoot, they equally could not allow JR to be open. This man's shooting percentage from beyond the arc was fearfully high. With no time for communication, Bowen, who was already a step behind in his pursuit of Lu Ming, resolved to cover him himself, while Parker, closest to Bremer, had moreover, Manu assisted us in executing 2 remarkable crucial free throws. I cannot let him down. Manu? The questioning journalist was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Jin Billy's performance in the final moments on the court was nothing short of undercover brilliance. Offensively inept and defensively vulnerable, it seemed that this fellow had been cast into shadows by Lu Ming during the All-Star game, and tonight, the same unfortunate events continued to unfold. He would likely endure several sleepless nights ahead. Lu, following this match, you have once again secured the 7th position in the Eastern Conference. With the season nearing its conclusion, do you harbor any aspirations for the playoffs? Aspirations? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Of course. I am preparing to host a grand parade celebration after clinching the championship in June. Do you have any splendid ideas to share? This time, not only did the journalists in attendance chuckle, but even James and Yao Ming beside Lu Ming shook their heads in amusement. Everyone believed Lu Ming was jesting. How could a team on the playoff brink possibly seize the championship? Moreover, they were competing in the Eastern Conference, where the overall team strength was relatively weak. Chapter 72. How many bricks are there in the Great Wall? As Lu Ming exited the press conference, Popovich had already been waiting at the door. This time, instead of extending his hand for a handshake like when they first met, he simply embraced Lu Ming, leaving no room for refusal. The anger he had displayed at the end of the match had vanished, replaced by a joyful smile. Goodness, look what you've done to us, Lu. If I recall correctly, we still have some old commitments that remain unfulfilled. The two teams had their first encounter in Cleveland, but unfortunately, Lu Ming had missed the match due to the flu, allowing Popovich to escape an imminent test. However, after nearly a month and a half, Popovich believed he had thoroughly absorbed the 2 books recommended by Lu Ming. And now he was eager to make a good impression on this young man, whose technical attributes and mental qualities perfectly aligned with the current Spurs. Popovich adhered to a principle. With the right approach, no obstacle is insurmountable. This is merely a casual meeting of book enthusiasts, no matter how much the league investigates. They cannot accuse me of illegal recruitment. Lu Ming maintained a certain distance from the slightly shorter old man, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Coach Greg, you seem rather confident? Of course. Popovich replied with a grin. I purchased the deluxe edition. I am practically becoming a connoisseur of Chinese culture. Very well. Let me test your knowledge, Lu Ming said, stroking his chin with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Qin Shi Huang. Before he could finish, Popovich interjected. Qin Shi Huang, surname Ming, given name Zheng, was a hostage in his youth for the Zhao state. He reigned for 37 years and is known as the Eternal Emperor. Lu Ming shook his head and continued. The Great Wall, which he initiated the construction of. The Great Wall stretches a total of 196 kilometers. Built from the Qin dynasty all the way to the Ming dynasty, primarily to fend off invasions from the north. Incorrect. Lu Ming sighed, feigning disappointment. What I meant to ask is, how many bricks were used in the Great Wall initiated by Qin Shi Huang? Popovich's lips twitched, nearly overheating his CPU. Is that your question? Are you trying to stump me on purpose? Why not ask me how many hairs are on my head? At least then I could have a chance to count. Lu, I am unsure of the misunderstanding between us, but I hope you can treat me fairly. Popovich appeared somewhat displeased. Coach Greg, do you think I am being unreasonable? Is my question impossible to answer? Indeed. No one cares how many bricks are in your Great Wall. There is no correct answer, and examining this matter is essentially pointless. Lu Ming smiled and shook his head. If I were you, I would personally visit China next time, with a serious attitude towards friends, first counting the bricks between 2 beacon towers, and then using the total length of the Great Wall to perform a simple mathematical calculation to arrive at an approximate answer. It is foolish to make irresponsible remarks without understanding the circumstances of other countries. If you wish for me to respect you as I do others, you must first respect my country. Popovich was left bewildered, feeling somewhat innocent. He did not comprehend the basis for Lu Ming's words, although he had little understanding of China. He considered himself neutral and held no prejudice, yet Lu Ming's deep-seated expression suggested something troubling had occurred. Lu, I have never made any provocative statements about China. Are you suggesting that I? Coach Greg, this is merely a piece of advice. If you have already crossed a line, I will no longer have the patience to engage in such lengthy discussions. Before Popovich could gather his thoughts, Lu Ming waved his hand and turned to leave. Goodbye, Coach Greg. I appreciate your recognition of me, and I value your prior preparations, but I believe you can do even better. As Popovich watched Lu Ming's departing figure, he clenched his fists, his gaze filled with longing. What character? I absolutely adore this kid. He must join my team after his contract ends next year. His competitive spirit is too strong. He will soon tire of losing with the Cavaliers. Not only did Popovich share this sentiment, But certain media reporters also remained skeptical of the young Cavaliers team even after their comeback against the Spurs. Barkley resumed his old routine. Rambling aimlessly on the show, they are on the verge of falling out of the playoffs, but I believe after tonight's game, these young players will hold a grand celebration. Defeating the defending champions will lead the Cavaliers to become complacent, underestimating their future opponents, yet these kids recently suffered through a painful losing streak. I believe losing this game would be more educational for them than winning. Just look at the lineup they deployed in the fourth quarter. It was atrocious. Bosh G. Nakba? He is an unequivocal bust. If Paul Silas dares to put him on the court again, I assure you the opponents will make the Cavaliers pay an unacceptable price. However, to everyone in Oppo's surprise, after the Cavaliers and Oppo's come back against the Spurs, the team seemed to experience a breakthrough, and Silas had an epiphany this season. He no longer fixated on a fixed rotation but rather emphasized on-court spacing and player speed, which allowed Bosh G. Nakba, the white shooter forward, to gain significant playing time during Miles' absence. Although his defense was lackluster, his three-point shooting was remarkably accurate, averaging 24 minutes per game in the final 9 regular season games, effectively replacing Big Z's minutes. He did not disappoint, boasting a three-point shooting percentage of 42 while contributing an average of 8.9 points. What was even more delightful was that although Nakba appeared to be a delicate player reliant on intellect and skill, he possessed explosive physical talent and limited opportunities. He frequently showcased powerful dunks after penetrating the paint. While Silas relied heavily on Nakba, he deviated from his initial preference for forward players, significantly increasing the playing time of guards, even frequently deploying lineups featuring 3 or 4 guards during regulation time. All of this was thanks to a private meeting with Lu Ming after defeating the Spurs. "Coach, you might consider placing me and LeBron in the small forward and power forward positions while continuing to fill the lineup with guards. We lack crucial personnel for constant switches. Now we must unleash our offensive capabilities." Initially dismissive of this suggestion, Silas knew that basketball was a game for big players. Deploying so many guards would inherently place them at a disadvantage in terms of technical characteristics and defensive habits. Yet, during the following back-to-back match against the Mavericks, when the Cavaliers fell behind again in the third quarter, Silas, feeling cornered, could no longer resist Lu Ming's earnest pleas and agreed to try out the small lineup for a few possessions. Surprisingly, the results were exceptional. Although Lu Ming and James were at a height disadvantage against the Mavericks forwards, especially James against Nowitzki, who was ruthlessly trained by the latter's back-to-the-basket fadeaway, the Mavericks also struggled to effectively contain the smaller players on the offensive end. The height disadvantage hampered their mobility, allowing these nimble players to outpace their opponents. In the instant when the score was reversed, Silas experienced a surreal sensation, as if the basketball philosophy he steadfastly upheld had been fundamentally flawed. Or perhaps the progress of the times had exceeded his expectations. The Cavaliers, having embraced a new lineup, once again showcased formidable competitiveness, achieving an impressive record of 9 victories and 1 defeat in their final 10 games, successfully elevating their playoff ranking to the 4th position in the Eastern Conference. Chapter 73, Dayao, I understand your urgency, but please, hold your horses. It is noteworthy that the Miami Heat's performance this season mirrors that of the Cavaliers. However, due to the unfavorable head-to-head record in the regular season, they find themselves relegated to 5th place. The competition among the subsequent 3 teams is equally fierce, the New Orleans Hornets in 6th, the Bucks in 7th, and the Knicks in 8th, all vying closely with similar win records and fluctuating around a 50% win rate. The Celtics, who once harbored hopes of sneaking into the playoffs, saw their fortunes plummet after hiring coach Doc Rivers towards the season's end, culminating in a disheartening 3-game losing streak that widened the gap between them and the Knicks. Yet, the Eastern Conference remains teeming with talent, particularly among the top 3 teams, whose achievements continue to astonish. The Pacers, led by Jermaine O'Neal and Reggie Miller, dominate the league with an impressive 61 wins and 21 losses, while Jason Kidd's Nets, benefiting from the divisional playoff structure, secured 2nd place with 47 wins, surpassing the Pistons' 54 wins. In stark contrast, the Western Conference playoffs are a battleground of intensity. Under Jerry Sloan's guidance, the Jazz, with a record of 42 wins, find themselves on the outside looking in. This ignited Sloan's frustration as he lamented the inequities of the playoff system, observing that while teams in the East with over 30 wins embark on their postseason journeys, his team is left to watch from home. This year, 6 teams in the West achieved 50 wins or more, prompting commentators to assert that whichever team from the top 6 reaches the finals, it would not be surprising. The championship trophy is destined to return to a Western squad. As the season's awards were recently finalized, the MVP accolade went to Kevin Garnett, who led the Timberwolves to the Western Conference's top spot and also claimed the rebounding title, along with several other honors. Another notable player, Kobe Bryant, gradually usurping Shaquille O'Neal's position as the Lakers star, also made the All-NBA second team. Despite being embroiled in off-court rumors, Kobe's on-court performance remained stellar, averaging 24 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, an undeniable superstar at just 25 years of age. The Cavaliers too enjoyed a fruitful season, as LeBron James and Dayao were both selected for the All-NBA third team, with James's impressive statistics of 23 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists rendering the Rookie of the Year award a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, though honored with a spot on the second team, found himself without significant accolades, narrowly edging out Kirk Hinrich for a place on the All-Rookie second team. If there were to be any achievement to boast, it would be his record-breaking 236 three-pointers in a single season, yet this feat garnered little media attention in an era that undervalued the three-point shot. To many fans, true shooting stars were players like Kobe, Tracy McGrady, and Vince Carter, who could dominate with the ball in hand. As for Lu Ming, merely a jester, deemed unworthy by those he sought to impress. On April 27, 2004, at Gund Arena, the Cavaliers prepared to face the Miami Heat in the first round of the playoffs. Although the team's 3 core players were embarking on their inaugural playoff journey, the atmosphere in the locker room remained buoyant. It was rumored that after 2 games, the team would welcome back key rotation player Darius Miles, which would bolster the already formidable Cavaliers. More importantly, their opponent, the Miami Heat, was also a youthful squad, with several of their starters experiencing the postseason for the first time. The Cavaliers held a psychological edge from their regular season encounters. The only 2 members exhibiting unease were Dayao and Lu Ming, seated in a corner. "Little Lu, I know you are anxious, but please, be patient. The league is doing its utmost to clear obstacles. Come summer, you shall fulfill your aspirations to serve your country." Lu Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. His mood had soured, but not due to the sluggish pace of recruitment from China. Rather, it was due to the mysterious absence of his girlfriend. Mallory had left a note a week prior, stating she would be away on business in Portland to secure some off-season endorsements, and then she had vanished without a trace. Had it not been for a single message reassuring him she was fine, he might have resorted to filing a missing persons report. Inside Gund Arena, the atmosphere was electric, with countless fans brandishing banners, cheering for the team's hard-earned playoff journey. This marked the Cavaliers' first playoff appearance since 1998, and only those from Cleveland truly understood the trials and tribulations involved in the team's rebuilding process. Although fans did not harbor expectations for significant success this season, the prolonged silence of the arena had been broken as the young trio's impressive performance reignited the fans' yearning for victory. As the pregame ceremony commenced, the large screen displayed exhilarating highlights from the Cavaliers' season. Lu Ming's dazzling performances against the Spurs and Pistons, LeBron's jaw-dropping game winner against the Lakers, and Dayao's domination of the Nets' interior defense stirred the crowd's spirits, inflating their confidence. 2 local gentlemen made a late entrance, announcing that any Cavaliers player who swept the Heat in the series would enjoy complimentary access to their establishments for the entire year, with all expenses borne by the club owners. In the arena's second row, 2 figures arrived tardily. "Mallory, although you have matured, certain matters demand your heed. Dating an NBA player is fraught with peril." Phil Knight, donning a cap that concealed his white hair, cautioned. Mallory pouted, displeased. "Dad, not all NBA players are unfaithful. Lou treats me well. He is a special guy." No. Phil shook his finger. "You must always remember, these athletes are merely instruments for our profit, including Kobe and LeBron. You may befriend them, but do not grow too close. I can assure you, when these individuals face genuine crises or temptations, they will not hesitate to abandon their girlfriends, or even their families. But, no buts." Phil's tone was resolute. "Now, quietly watch the game, and let this fellow on the court undergo my test. I will prove to you that he is utterly unreliable." As the game commenced, the Cavaliers faced their opponents, whom they had triumphed over 3 times this season, with tenacity from the outset. LeBron, particularly animated tonight, exploited his remarkable athleticism to attack the opponent's frail interior defense. Brian Grant, standing at 2.06 meters, was swiftly burdened with 2 fouls within 3 minutes, prompting his substitution. In a departure from their previous encounters, Dwayne Wade, who had spent half the season as a substitute, made his playoff debut in place of Rafer Alston, underscoring the team's confidence in him. Much like James, Wade's determination to seize victory is equally formidable, even in the face of a thunderous chorus of boos from the crowd. He resolutely clung to the score with unwavering tenacity. "Come here. I am on fire right now, and I need to take you down." Unlike the previous encounter, where Wade shied away from confronting Lu Ming offensively, this time he boldly dribbled the ball towards him, beckoning with a flick of his fingers. "Hey, stay focused. Do you look down upon me?" Chapter 74. Dwayne, I am furious today. You coward, could you please exert some effort when matching up physically? Despite the camaraderie off the court, the banter during the game is merciless. Lu Ming had to admit that he was indeed affected by Mallory's absence, which hindered his focus and performance on both offense and defense. Wade, stationed beyond the three-point line, maneuvered with the ball. One move, two moves. His powerful arms and resolute demeanor forced Lu Ming, the man who once stood firm against O'Neal, back to the free throw line. Seizing the moment of Lu Ming's delayed response, Wade executed a spin, creating a half-step of separation, turned, and launched a jump shot. The ball arched gracefully over Yao Ming's outstretched fingers, swishing through the net. 28-29, the Heat managed to reclaim the lead at the end of the first quarter. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, the primary defender, merely raised his hand symbolically, failing to provide any substantial interference. This lackadaisical attitude immediately incited discontent among the fans, who viewed every exchange during the playoffs as vital. Lu Ming's performance was nothing short of criminal. Undrafted. Where's your defense? You call yourself a two-way player? Did you soil yourself? Jumping so low. Useless. If you don't want to play, get off the court. Don't drag your teammates down. As Wade retreated to half-court, he provocatively shook his head and gestured too small towards Lu Ming. The Cavaliers were set to inbound with 12 seconds remaining in the first quarter. As LeBron James advanced with the ball, he offered words of encouragement to Lu Ming. "Lu, it's not your fault. You just need to adapt to Dwayne's intensity. You'll be fine. Take the last shot. Regain some confidence." Before Lu Ming could respond, James signaled to his teammates with tactical gestures. Yao Ming and Nakba immediately moved up to set screens, indicating they were about to execute their favored elevator play. As the architect of this strategy, Lu Ming knew the final opportunity would likely arise at the top of the arc. He shook his head silently, darting into the paint to feign an option, slipping through the gap as the two screeners converged towards the free throw line. Wade, caught behind a formidable barrier, was momentarily blocked. Just as Lu Ming received the ball from James' swift pass, he cursed internally. "Damn it. They moved the screens. Referee, what are you doing? Blow the whistle." Wade, visibly irate, rushed to complain to the officials, yet received no response. But as Lu Ming's vision cleared and he leapt to shoot, he noticed a familiar figure in the second row behind the basket. Mallory? What is she doing here? Who is that old man beside her? Why is he casually draping his arm around her shoulder? They appeared quite intimate. What the hell? Have I been greened by an old geezer? A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, causing his shooting arm to falter uncontrollably, resulting in a pitifully weak shot. Swish, out of bounds. The three-pointer plummeted directly into the hands of Oden from the Heat. Oden, initially stunned by Lu Ming's outrageous miss, quickly recovered and, with 3 seconds remaining in the first quarter, launched a long pass to a sprinting Wade. Wade caught the ball, executing a dramatic horseback shooting motion midair, miraculously sinking it into the basket. 28-31. The arena erupted with a cacophony of boos. "Useless. Go eat shit. Did you overindulge yesterday? Your shot was pathetic. Damn it. An undrafted player is utterly useless. Come crucial games, they fall apart. Paul, get this yellow-skinned monkey off the court, or I'll smash his head." James, who initiated the play, also appeared frustrated. As he passed Lu Ming, he offered no consolation, merely shaking his head in disappointment. "Beautiful pass, Lu." Wade chuckled as he patted Lu Ming's head, teasing. "Did you learn that from Manu? Quite clever." Haha. Clenching his teeth, Lu Ming gazed back at the stands, only to find Mallory had vanished. Not far away, in the player's tunnel, the old man in the cap seemed aware of being noticed and unabashedly held Mallory's hand, waving a triumphant goodbye to Lu Ming. "What the hell does this mean? Has he supplanted me, abandoning me for a new benefactor?" Lu Ming was seething, already irked by Wade's taunts, and this sight sent him over the edge. Upon returning to the bench, he angrily tossed the towel handed to him by the assistant coach onto the floor. Perceptive, Yao Ming immediately sensed Lu Ming's distress and switched seats to sit beside him. "Little Lu, you're under too much pressure. You're still young. You need to acclimate gradually. He presumed Lu Ming was merely rattled by the audience's jeers, a common plight for young players, especially when playoff pressure far exceeds that of the regular season. Though he too was a sophomore, few on the team possessed more experience in significant games than he did. Yao Ming sought to help Lu Ming regain his composure. The team needed his contribution. If the Heat managed to steal a win from the Cavaliers' home court, the series momentum would shift in the opponent's favor. Little Lu, don't worry, I'll help you find your rhythm. Lu Ming firmly tapped his forehead, inhaled deeply, and gritted his teeth. I indeed need to release some pressure. He then turned to James, stating, I'll control the ball in the second quarter. You play off ball. Huh. James was momentarily taken aback. Was this kid overly stimulated? What is he saying? Lu, I understand you're upset about losing face against Dwayne. But this is the playoffs. You should play to your strengths. James' words were veiled, suggesting that as a shooter, Lu Ming should not be handling the ball. Even if he were willing to entrust it to him, how could Lu Ming comprehend such a role? Moreover, in a game of this magnitude, wouldn't he just hand the ball to the opponent? Just do as I say, brother. If it doesn't work in the first 3 possessions, then we'll follow your lead. Lu Ming's tone brooked no dissent, prompting the stunned duo beside him to call upon the system in their minds. How many attribute points do I currently have? Ding. After the last attribute allocation, the remaining points are 23. The team has garnered 105 points from 21 victories in the latter part of the season, totaling 128 attribute points. Max out the dribbling attribute. Ding. The host's dribbling attribute has reached its maximum value of 99, consuming 38 attribute points, leaving a balance of 90 attribute points. Lu Ming's decision stemmed from the understanding that a higher dribbling attribute would not only prevent opponents from stealing the ball and reduce turnover rates, but would also unlock an essential skill for an exceptional shooting guard, self-created scoring. Compared to previous off-ball movement, ball handling offense poses a greater threat and allows him to exert more control over the game. With the remaining attribute points, Lu Ming had no intention of utilizing them immediately, firstly, to conceal his prowess and retain a greater array of hidden cards, and secondly, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances by stocking up on more peak experience cards for Yao Ming and James. Meanwhile, Celis, visibly anxious, fervently encouraged the bench players, completely oblivious to the dynamics transpiring among the three. As the whistle signaling the commencement of the second quarter echoed, Lu Ming re-entered the fray, confronted by Wade, who was tightly shadowing him and applying pressure from the backcourt. He decisively pushed him aside to receive the ball sent by Yao Ming from the baseline. Dwayne, it seems fortune does not favor you today. My fire burns brightly. Chapter 75, Accelerated Change of Direction. Rose's signature move. Oh my goodness. The live commentator exclaimed as Lu Ming advanced with the ball from the backcourt. What am I witnessing? Is the Cavaliers team prepared to concede defeat? Why entrust the ball to a player who performed poorly in the first quarter to orchestrate the offense? Undeniably, Lu is an exceptional shooter, yet he is merely a shooter. Young man, hand the ball over to LeBron. The spectators along the sidelines could not contain their frustration. What are you doing? You're facing Dwayne. Please refrain from showcasing your inadequacies before him. Damn it. I might just head home to retrieve my gun. Be cautious when you exit the arena after losing the game. In the eyes of everyone present, handing the ball to Lu Ming seemed less reliable than allowing Yao Ming to handle it. This fellow has never been responsible for orchestrating plays on the court since the season began. Even Lu Ming's standout performance in the All-Star game, scoring 37 points in a single quarter, was achieved through efficient off-ball shooting. Ball handling was not his forte. Silas was anxiously pacing on the sidelines. LeBron quickly moved to receive the ball. You're on fire now? What does that have to do with me? Hearing the taunts, Wade dismissed them with indifference. Since you wish to embarrass yourself on the court, I shall show no mercy. Lu Ming appeared to deliberately provoke the audience. The louder they jeered, the slower he dribbled the ball. By the time he reached half-court, 7 seconds had elapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Wade suddenly launched a fierce assault. This guy is overconfident. If I delay you by a second, you'll be called for an 8-second violation. Surrender the ball. Just as Wade anticipated that Lu Ming would falter under his sudden defensive pressure, Lu Ming made an audacious decision. He flicked the ball downward with his dribbling hand, allowing it to slip through Wade's legs. Meanwhile, Lu Ming accelerated from the side, successfully evading the timer and executing a separation of man and ball. Wade could hardly believe that Lu Ming could exhibit such flashy ball handling skills in front of him. Astonished, his defensive response faltered momentarily. In the next instant, Lu Ming dribbled twice and launched a shot from beyond the arc. A wave of excitement surged through the arena. Whoa. The basketball swished through the net. My God. Lu. This is the playoffs, not a street ball court. Such actions will surely embarrass Dwayne. The commentator swiftly altered his tone, meticulously analyzing the stunning play frame by frame. It was exquisite. The move was executed flawlessly. When did Lou master such a skill? James on the court appeared momentarily stunned. He understood the pressure Wade could exert defensively all too well. Once Dwayne commits to a matchup, most shooting guards in the league are compelled to pass the ball, lest they face a turnover or a dead ball. Yet, Lu Ming not only evaded the defense, but did so with such grace and flair that it evoked a mixture of astonishment and envy. It must be a coincidence. Lou's ball handling is poor. Dwayne likely underestimated his audacity, resulting in a brief defensive lapse. As the Heat regained possession, their offensive series was methodical, skillfully using passing and movement to draw defensive attention. This time, however, the opportunity arose for Oden beyond the arc. The moment he launched his shot, he realized it was off target and dashed back toward the backcourt. After a brief hesitation, James chose to trust Lu Ming once more, gently tapping the ball to him. If you can outmaneuver Dwayne again, I'll switch to playing small forward for the remainder of the game. This time, Wade had learned his lesson. He opted not to press in half-court, maintaining a distance just outside the three-point line. Only by immersing himself in defense could he truly grasp the impeccable timing of Lu Ming and Oppo's previous move. Even though he believed Lu Ming had merely stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity, he dared not risk another aggressive attempt. This was the playoffs, and every possession was crucial. Lu Ming bent at a 90-degree angle, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the bouncing basketball, appearing both relaxed and as if he were intentionally enticing Wade to attempt to steal. On the sidelines, Pat Riley shouted instructions to his players. Dwayne, guard his right hand. This undrafted player cannot use his left hand. Karen, stay close to your man and apply some physical intensity to these softies. Damn it. Lamar, do not double team. Get back to your defensive position. These clamorous shouts reached Lu Ming's ears, heightening his agitation, causing upon receiving the ball once more, Lu Ming resembled a streak of crimson lightning, deftly weaving through the defenders attempting to thwart his fast break. First, he skillfully evaded the sluggishly retreating Brian Grant with a swift spin, then executed a seamless change of hands to maneuver past Alston. He charged toward the basket, brushing against the approaching help defense of Lamar Odom, and with a graceful pivot, effortlessly guided the ball into the hoop. A resounding 2-1. At that moment, less than 4 seconds had elapsed in the 24-second offensive possession. Wade stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lu Ming, who was triumphantly raising his arms in celebration. The muscles in Wade's face twitched involuntarily. This guy has lost his mind. While others decelerate to change direction, Lu Ming accelerates. This technique is virtually insurmountable in a fast break. Wade felt a momentary daze. It seemed that even the world's most elite sports cars could not match Lu Ming's burst of speed. He no longer cared how Lu Ming had mastered this skill. The pressing concern now was how to contain this reckless player in the ensuing game. LeBron, is Lu unaware that changing direction at such a velocity could truly jeopardize his knees? Chapter 76. These are all my people. What do you have to compete with me? Wade dared not resort to such a backhanded approach that jeopardized his health, and he questioned his ability to do so. His speed and dribbling rhythm were undeniably among the best in the league, yet they appeared trivial in the presence of Lu Ming. James could only shake his head helplessly. 1,000 words were reduced to a single phrase, I don't know. As Lu Ming's free throw swished through the net, the Cavaliers surged ahead with a 9-0 run, reclaiming a 37-31 lead. Pat Riley, unfazed by the bewildered expression of Coach Van Gundy, urgently called a timeout and furiously roared at the bench players gathered around him. I want a double team. Immediately after crossing half-court, trap him. We must stop that guy. Dwayne, if I see you getting beaten by this kid again, I will personally come onto the court to kick your backside. Wade could only smile Riley and shake his head. Lu Ming's earlier bravado had indeed turned into reality, and it had been less than the agreed 3 minutes since he had made such claims. Pat, this kid's current form cannot simply be countered. Hearing Wade's protest, Pat Riley shot him a glare. Unlike other coaches who might occasionally heed their players' opinions, he was a man driven by an intense desire for control, refusing to allow any player to challenge his authority on the court. Dwayne, after the timeout, you won't be returning to the game. Stay on the bench until the team requires your presence. I will show you what it means to take matters into your own hands. Then Alston was called upon to replace Wade, joining the other starters back on the court. The commentators on the sidelines were astonished by Miami's adjustment. What? They have taken Dwayne Wade off the court? What is Pat Riley thinking? Dwayne is currently their best perimeter defender, though he has allowed Lu to score. He is the Heat's optimal choice to counter this aging rookie's physicality and speed. Pat should not undermine the confidence of his team's future star at such a critical moment. This reminds me of Pistons coach Larry Brown, who, in a similar fashion, often limited his second-year player to under 5 minutes per game, despite Darko Milicic's lackluster performance. After the timeout, the Heat players noticeably exerted themselves more than before. Oden bulldozed his way through Nakba, successfully scoring and narrowing the deficit. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's indignation did not wane with Wade's departure. Facing Eddie Jones, alongside Alston ready to provide a double team, he felt even more invigorated. Pat Riley, you send this caliber of defender to challenge me? This is your brilliant tactic after a timeout. Just as he was 2 steps away from half-court, he suddenly accelerated, charging forward as if he bore a deep-seated grudge against Eddie Jones. Eddie's pupils contracted. As a seasoned veteran in the league, he instantly recognized this as a prime opportunity to draw an offensive foul. This kid is coming in fast. If I fall convincingly, it will lead to a change in possession. As Lu Ming closed in, Eddie braced himself, ready to tumble back. A glint of cunning flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He had intentionally exposed a vulnerability to Jones. Just as he reached approximately 20 centimeters from the defender, Lu Ming executed a smooth spin dribble, gliding past Jones with exceptional finesse. Before Eddie could react, his body instinctively flew backward. Sure enough, the whistle blew immediately. The baseline referee rushed over, stern-faced, declaring, "Number 0 of the Cavaliers, offensive foul." A smile crept onto Pat Riley's face as he glanced at the disgruntled Wade on the bench. "Did you see that, young man? You must play with your mind. It's not about him being unable to defend. It's about you not understanding how to exploit the rules." However, before he could finish, the sideline official immediately expressed dissent regarding the main referee's call. "No foul on this play. The game continues." Lu Ming was not surprised by this outcome. He had deliberately turned from a vantage point that enhanced the sideline official's view. Observing Pat Riley's bewildered expression, Lu Ming raised his chin slightly, as if to say, "These are all my people. What do you have to compete with me?" As expected, Pat Riley's eyes widened in fury as he stormed toward the 2 referees engaged in discussion. "Are your eyes blind?" Eddie flew back 3 feet. "How could that not be an offensive foul? If you cannot officiate properly, perhaps you should consider a different line of work." This was a crucial moment for the team to regain their morale after the timeout. They needed to reclaim the rhythm of the game. Yet the referees were unyielding. In response to Riley's unreasonable outburst, they issued a technical foul. The sideline official had been closely observing Lu Ming, and everything that transpired during that play was laid bare before him. Eddie Jones had executed a blatant flop, and while the league lacked explicit punitive measures for such actions, this behavior was universally regarded with disdain. The call is correct. The game continues. The Cavaliers will shoot technical free throws. Pat Riley erupted in foul language. "Damn it. You fools. I will report your injustice to the league office. Speak honestly. Did you place bets on the outcome of this game? This is disgraceful behavior. Eddie, don't hold me back. I want to show these 2 clowns that our team is not a soft target." Eddie Jones, visibly uncomfortable, could only softly advise, "Coach, Lu didn't actually touch me." "What?" Riley was momentarily speechless, staring incredulously at his player. Regret was too late, as the main referee issued yet another technical foul due to Riley and Oppo's earlier tirade, and the accumulation of 2 led to his ejection. Out. Amidst the chorus of boos, Pat Riley lowered his head as he trudged toward the players' tunnel, gritting his teeth in frustration. He was incensed not only by his players' poor acting, but also by the fact that Lu Ming had turned the tables on him. From the moment the whistle blew, Lu Ming had worn a mocking smile, offering no defense as if everything was under his control. He occasionally cast furtive glances in Riley's direction, seemingly provoking him to challenge the call, as if this undrafted rookie was deliberately exploiting the disparity of information to outsmart him. "You filthy little wretch. I will show you what true prowess is in Miami's home court." With the genuine head coach and the team's primary perimeter scoring option lost, the Heat's morale plummeted. After Yao made 2 technical free throws, they committed another blunder, resulting in Lu Ming's steal from the inbounds pass. Throughout the remaining 3 quarters, the smallest margin of their deficit ballooned to 11 points. Lu Ming, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, relentlessly tormented the Heat's 2 perimeter players, his offensive aggression reaching unprecedented heights. Even James marveled at his commanding play. This young man's dribbling oscillated between overwhelming ferocity, as if capable of demolishing everything in its path, and a fluid grace reminiscent of ocean waves, skillful yet artistically pleasing, leaving spectators in awe. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted,